Transcending into a fractured dragon within the sinister confines of the experimental realm, Harata's journey begins in abject despair. Surrounded by warring kin, the air is thick with the cold gaze of watchful eyes, while lurking in the shadows, a malevolent dragon father awaits to reap his harvest. Worse still, his visage betrays his heart, forever frozen in an unsettling grin. Yet, as the first taste of kin's blood fills his mouth, an endless door to evolution swings wide open. He is not merely a reincarnate, but a plunderer. Devouring bloodlines, feasting on talents, seizing divinity, and consuming worlds. Chapter 1. The Grinning Dragon, Hatchling ***. In a secluded mountain range, 10 translucent domes envelop towering peaks. The rugged terrain is cloaked in dense, dark red flora. Among them lie numerous colossal eggs, varying in height from half a meter to a full meter, adorned in a palette of colors: red, blue, white. Suspended in the air, an array of violet-black mechanical eyes patrol the skies like vigilant sentinels. Suddenly, the dark red vegetation writhes, its slender tendrils moving like an octopus. Their surfaces crack open with myriad tiny orifices, releasing a strange pale red gas. Within 3 minutes, the atmosphere becomes shrouded in a hazy mist. The mechanical eyes vanish into the clouds, becoming invisible. A buzzing sound follows, and the colossal eggs begin to tremble. Before long, the shells of the eggs shatter with a crisp crackling sound. From within emerge a variety of hatchlings. They range from light yellow triceratops to a robust-headed tyrannosaurus, petite velociraptors, and even pterosaurs with grotesque wings. In the heart of the mountainous expanse, a dark golden egg also begins to crack. Its body gleams in dark gold, crowned with a pair of pure golden curved horns, resembling a lizard-like dragonling. It steps forth with a mischievous grin. Roar. Harata. Unlike the others, the dark golden dragonling does not merely roar to announce its arrival. It solemnly utters 3 words. Perhaps due to its youth, its voice is imbued with a childish tone, tinged with a hint of innocence. This adorable sound, juxtaposed with its peculiar form, creates a stark contrast that is both amusing and disarming. However, as it attempts to continue speaking, it suddenly falters. Wasn't I shot dead by some brat from the audience during an underground fight? The dark golden dragonling swears, bewildered as it surveys its surroundings. Despite its confusion, the smile upon its face remains unbroken. This dissonance in expression renders its grin somewhat eerie and neurotic. Abruptly, its face contorts as it clutches its head, howling, "It hurts. Why is something burrowing into my brain?" 1 minute later, with an unsettling grin, Harata sits amidst the scattered eggshells, relentlessly stuffing them into his mouth. Who would have thought I would be reborn as a non-human dragonling? This seems to be quite an intriguing world. Harata's cheeks puff out, his eyes wide with wonder and excitement. Indeed, he is a transcendent reincarnate. In his past life, he was a disciple of the Cannon Fist School, a boxer. After a period of initial confusion and bewilderment, he has come to understand his current predicament. Alas, I am but a fractured dragon. Harata's eyes flicker like a kaleidoscope, shifting from lively curiosity to burgeoning rage in an instant. Yet, the corners of his mouth remain uplifted. Though he stumbled over his true name upon hatching, it was not due to his own shortcomings but rather the incompleteness of his dragon lineage, which prevented the awakening of a full true name. Fortunately, despite being a fractured dragon, he retains a modicum of dragon heritage. This incomplete dragon heritage primarily conveys the rudimentary aspects of this world, along with some experiences regarding the righteous actions of the Golden Dragon clan. As for anything beyond that, it is largely absent. Yet, this knowledge suffices for him to grasp his current situation. He surmises that he possesses the noble bloodline of the Golden Dragon clan. However, he holds the renowned benevolence and justice of the Golden Dragons in disdain. The so-called righteous acts of the benevolent dragons lack purity. They are driven by self-interest. For instance, they seek wealth and fame. Such actions, in his view, are merely moral transactions. Yet, this world is chaotic. In such a disordered realm, if one were to compare levels of depravity, the benevolent dragons would surely stand out. At the same time, he resolves to adapt to his new surroundings. With his past life fading into obscurity, he determines to embrace this new existence fully. Thus, he adopts the name incomplete true name, Harata. As Harata grapples with his insecurities, the dark red gas enveloping the surroundings silently merges with him. His dragon eyes take on a faint crimson hue. What was once a stable demeanor begins to twist into growing agitation. This feels A miss. Harata takes a deep breath, striving for calm. Yet, his expression betrays him, twitching uncontrollably, a slight grin emerging, reminiscent of a carnivorous flower, turning grotesquely manic. Chapter 2, The Bloody Trial, Ha ha, let the trial commence. In the dimly lit hall of a castle, the walls are adorned with large screens displaying various hatchlings feasting on eggshells in the mountain terrain. At the center stands a gaunt, pure golden dragon man draped in a black cloak. He cackles with manic glee. Children of my Liesi bloodline, this is your first meal as dragons, and perhaps your last. Now, commence the slaughter, begin the devouring, and become the sole survivor to stand before me, a supplement to surpass the hypocritical golden dragon clan. What is happening? This uncontrollable sensation ignites Harata's ire. He detests this feeling. Roar. As he struggles to suppress his murderous intent, a distant, youthful roar pierces the air. Turning to look, Harata sees a golden triceratops, its eyes aflame, charging toward him. Do you wish to die? Harata erupts like a detonated powder keg. His dragon visage twists into something monstrous, akin to a malevolent specter. Yet, the triceratops appears unfazed, barreling toward Harata. Lowly native, Harata scoffs and clenches his right claw, launching a powerful strike. With a resounding crack, his fist cuts through the air, echoing like a firecracker. In an instant, it lands squarely on the forehead of the triceratops hatchling. With a sharp thud, the triceratops sways and loses consciousness. This sensation is delightful. Harata withdraws his claw from the triceratops's head, a copious stream of blood gushing forth, splattering the surroundings, some even splashing onto Harata himself. Yet, he pays no heed to this filth, marveling instead at his own newfound strength, truly worthy of the title dragon, even if it is but a remnant. It has only just been born, yet has already enabled my Pao Quan to attain the pinnacle of power from my previous life. Perhaps, in this existence, I shall effortlessly cultivate the Pao Quan to levels my former self could scarcely envision. Harata bore an enigmatic smile. As if lured by the scent of blood, Harata's eyes grew even more crimson. The murderous intent was unprecedentedly intense. Simultaneously, drool began to trickle from Harata's lips. He was hungry. He craved sustenance. Logically, possessing a consciousness akin to that of a normal human, he should have been repulsed by such brutality and not tempted by it. Yet, in this life, he was no longer human. The draconic essence of his current incarnation was influencing him, reshaping his perceptions. And he had no choice but to adapt. Should he stubbornly cling to certain habits from his past life as a human, he would find himself utterly out of place in this world. Of course, the prevailing circumstances did not permit him to maintain such resistance. This cursed place is rather perilous. I must strive to grow stronger swiftly. For me, at this moment, ample nourishment is imperative. With a heart full of reluctance, Harata crouched down and embraced the remains of the triceratops. Sizzle, crackle, gurgle. Though newly born, the dragon's teeth remained sharp and lethal. The flesh of the triceratops was effortlessly torn away. As the blood and meat entered his mouth, Harata's eyes lit up. This is truly delectable. The initial resistance vanished in an instant. Harata ravenously tore into the flesh with wild abandon. The dragon bones within crumbled like ice beneath his bite. Harata's size was comparable to that of the young triceratops. However, the young triceratops was plumper, thus considerably heavier. Logically, a dragon of Harata's stature should not possess an excessive appetite. Yet, inexplicably, once the blood and flesh entered his belly, it seemed to vanish without a trace. Harata showed no signs of satiation. In the blink of an eye, half of the young triceratops had been consumed. Curious, my appetite is quite unusual. At first, Harata had not realized the peculiarity of his hunger, but after consuming so much, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious. Moreover, this awareness stemmed from the knowledge inherited from dragons, rather than from his past life. Indeed, when in Rome, one must adapt to local customs. The perceptions from his previous life would not necessarily hold true in this world. Chapter 3. The hunt for external aid. A sudden series of electronic sounds resonated in Harata's mind. Harata gritted his teeth, his demeanor becoming increasingly menacing. The system announced, "Loading successful." Subsequently, a torrent of information surged into Harata's consciousness, akin to the legacy of a dragon. The Devour and Plunder system is at your service. Host, Harata Realm. Black Iron Level 1 Bloodline Talent Skill. 2-star. Proficient in Dragon Fist. 1-star Golden Dragon Bloodline. Remaining upgrade points. 1. Special reminder. 1. Devouring grants upgrade points. Upgrade points can enhance realms and bloodline talent skills. Certain skills can improve proficiency. 2. Consuming flesh can randomly plunder bloodline talent skills. Identical bloodline talent skills can be stacked for evolutionary upgrades. 3. Plundered bloodline talent skills begin with novice proficiency and can be easily utilized. 4. More detailed information will be provided later. After a minute, Harata regained his composure from the impact of this novel information. It turns out to be an external aid. Harata felt relieved and excitedly clenched his dragon claws. He realized that his prodigious appetite was likely linked to this system. Marvelous. In that moment, an array of intricate thoughts flooded Harata's mind, and he felt that this unfamiliar, extraordinary world was firmly within his grasp. With renewed vigor, Harata consumed his food at a faster pace. 2 minutes later, remaining upgrade points, 3. 4 minutes later, the entire corpse of the Trihorn dragon had vanished. Remaining upgrade points, 4. Ding. Devoured dragon beast, plundered 1-star talent, thick skin. Harata extended his long tongue, savoring the blood left on his lips. Simultaneously, his body grew slightly stronger, and the dark golden dragon scales became denser. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile, no longer suppressing his murderous intent, and turned to venture into the distance. However, despite his greed and the overwhelming influence of his violent intent, Harata remained somewhat cautious. After all, he could not always rely on luck to encounter weaklings as he had previously. Taking a deep breath, Harata savored the fresh air of nature. He changed direction. 2 minutes later, he arrived beneath a large tree. My luck is quite good, Harata remarked. Roars echoed ahead, 100 meters away. A juvenile Tyrannosaurus and a deformed velociraptor were locked in a fierce battle, their eyes ablaze with rage. The scene was blood-soaked and brutal. Dragon blood stained the ground, which was now a chaotic battlefield. The juvenile Tyrannosaurus, the dominant force, was gaining the upper hand. It would not be long before the velociraptor was slain. Harata's nostrils flared as his keen eyes surveyed the surroundings. All were weaklings, with a lack of remarkable combat prowess, seemingly relying solely on brute strength, devoid of any evident extraordinary abilities. Moreover, no powerful supernatural beings were present nearby. Then what is there to hesitate about? With a wild laugh, Harata dashed towards the battlefield. Perhaps too engrossed in their struggle, the two juveniles failed to notice Harata at first. When he was merely 7 meters away, the juvenile Tyrannosaurus finally spotted him. Roar! The juvenile Tyrannosaurus, seemingly unaware of the danger, displayed its ferocity with bared teeth. Had it not been for the velociraptor entangling it, it would have lunged at Harata. Foolish wretch, prepare for death in my presence, Harata declared arrogantly. He leaped into the fray, launching both fists simultaneously. With 2 resounding thuds, both fists struck the velociraptor's head, causing a spray of crimson liquid to erupt. The juvenile Tyrannosaurus, however, was not obliterated. Instead, it was sent flying like a ball. Remarkably, it withstood my punch. Harata was astonished, feeling his dragon fists tremble slightly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dragon scales on his fists had shattered, blood trickling forth, and his entire arm quivered. Yet, could it endure a second punch? Despite the recoil injury, Harata did not falter for a moment. He surged forward. Bang! Another punch landed on the juvenile Tyrannosaurus's head, which had just touched the ground. With a crack, the juvenile Tyrannosaurus was not obliterated, but its skull caved in. This time, the juvenile Tyrannosaurus was utterly vanquished. Harata eagerly seized the carcass, beginning to devour it voraciously. In his haste, he hardly chewed. Although these dragons were mere juveniles, they still weighed dozens of pounds. Harata took 20 minutes to consume the entire body. Goodness! Harata gasped, rubbing his chin. Thanks to the system, my stomach hasn't burst. Yet my jaws are exhausted, and my muscles ache. I must find ways to strengthen my jaw, or perhaps practice some devouring magic techniques. Ding! Devoured dragon beast. Plundered, 1-star skill. Discover beauty. Note. Allows one to see the beauty of all living beings. Remaining upgrade points. 9. Ugh, how cliché. Moreover, it seemed not all devouring would yield bloodline talent skills. Upon seeing the initially plundered bloodline talent skill, Harata couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Dissatisfied with the skill, however, with matters as they stood, he could only accept it. Simultaneously, his vision began to subtly change. The once ordinary tree, swaying in the breeze, appeared ethereal. The weeds on the ground took on a graceful demeanor, giving him the illusion of jade-like bodies sprawled across the earth. Damn! Harata was momentarily stunned. Chapter 4. The Red Dragon Cub. Have I been endowed with a charm filter? Harata mused, glancing around. He discovered that all living beings in this realm exuded an alluring aura. Were it not for the juvenile dragon's small stature, he would have wholeheartedly believed that his dragon brother would respond. Dear system, could you possibly delete this ability? Harata desired not to transform into a perverse dragon. Alas, the system remained unresponsive. Harata understood he must accept this change. Fortunately, as long as he remained rational, he would not lose control. With time, he would likely adapt. Harata consoled himself in resignation. He then resumed his hunt. The mountains were vast, and juvenile dragons abundant. Approximately 5 minutes later, Harata spotted a menacing black-skinned lizard dragon, baring its teeth and radiating murderous intent. At this point, Harata sensed something was amiss. This place was increasingly strange. It should not harbor so many juvenile dragons. Was this a juvenile dragon paradise? Despite his confusion, his body instinctively surged forward. With a single punch, the lizard dragon's skull shattered. Harata eagerly began to feast. However, this time he ate more slowly. About half an hour later, he had finished. Remaining upgrade points, 11. His luck had diminished further, as he had failed to plunder any bloodline talent skills. System, allocate upgrade points. Harata did not rush to leave, but instead focused on the personal information template displayed by the system. Ding. Realm 1. Ding. Upgrade points -10. Remaining upgrade points, 1. Current realm, Black Iron Level 2. Accompanied by a cacophony of cracking bones and the frenzy of flesh, Harata's dragon form uncontrollably expanded. After approximately 5 seconds, he grew 7 to 8 centimeters before finally halting. Ah, this sensation is delightful. Reveling in the newfound power within him, Harata's face lit up with fascination. After indulging in this feeling for half a minute, he was overwhelmed by the urge to kill. He departed from this place, continuing his hunt. 5 minutes later, he stumbled upon a deformed one-winged serpentine dragon hatchling. Without any initiative on his part, the creature charged at him with murderous intent. He was overjoyed. With a powerful strike, he began to feast. An hour later, he encountered 3 young dragons entangled in a scuffle. After observing for 5 seconds, he realized these little beings possessed no intelligence and were far weaker than he. With 3 thunderous blasts, the small dragons met their demise. Harata appeared as a voracious machine, continuing his consumption. For minutes later, a roar echoed from not far away. A green 2-headed lizard dragon, nearly a meter in length and burdened with 2 meaty growths, charged towards him. Was it attracted by the scent of blood? Harata casually discarded the remnants of the slain dragon, turning his bloodied head towards the approaching 2-headed lizard dragon. The creature moved swiftly. Harata noted a gentle breeze intertwined with the air around it. This was unmistakably elemental magic, a hallmark of formidable extraordinary beings, far superior to the dragons he had previously encountered that relied solely on brute strength. A creature likely of black iron rank, such a being would surely be more delectable. Harata felt a surge of excitement as he eagerly advanced. The 2-headed lizard dragon opened its mouth, unleashing 2 azure wind blades aimed directly at him. Sensing danger, Harata deftly evaded. The wind blades struck the ground with a sharp hiss, cleaving the earth. Harata finally closed the distance to the 2-headed lizard dragon. With a powerful punch, he aimed at one of its heads. The impact resounded twice, sending flesh flying. The 2-headed lizard dragon was sent reeling back, howling in terror. Harata, however, missed his mark. He only managed to shatter one of its heads. Yet, this did not alter the outcome. With his legs tensed, Harata propelled himself forward, landing a precise blow that obliterated the remaining head of the 2-headed lizard dragon. It was too young and, driven by instinct, proved to be rather inept. Harata regarded the bloodied carcass with a tone of disappointment and disdain. Surely, in this domain, it must have been a standout among hatchlings? Harata squatted down to continue his feast, pondering, perhaps I could claim this territory as my own. At this juncture, he tentatively deduced that this cursed place was inhabited solely by these hatchlings, devoid of any adult monsters to instill fear. Truth be told, he felt invincible in the presence of these younglings. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. He grinned widely, laughing heartily, though it may be trivial. It still counts as a ranged attack. Previously, his proficiency lay in close combat due to the cannon fist. If he were to encounter an intelligent and swift opponent unwilling to engage in melee, it would pose a significant challenge. With renewed vigor, Harata continued to feast. However, the number of corpses around him was somewhat overwhelming, making it difficult to consume them all in one go. As time passed, the stench of blood began to permeate the area, attracting nearby hatchlings. 10 minutes later, he gazed down at the decapitated dark yellow sword dragon, murmuring to himself, "This is fortuitous, saving me the trouble of searching for prey." Subsequently, Harata consciously made the area bloodier. spreading the scent to lure the hatchlings under the influence of bloodlust. Time gradually passed, and Harata's upgrade points continued to accumulate. Unfortunately, his luck faltered, and he failed to acquire any bloodline talent skills. Fortunately, the baseline upgrade points were steadily increasing. The remaining upgrade points stood at 15. Perhaps, in a short time, I could ascend to the bronze tier of extraordinary beings. Harata glanced at his points, filled with anticipation. The classification of extraordinary realms in this world is as follows: black iron, 10 upgrade points; bronze, 100 upgrade points; silver, 1,000 upgrade points; gold, 10,000 upgrade points; master, 100,000 upgrade points; legend, 1,000,000 upgrade points; epic, 10,000,000 upgrade points; demigod, and deity. Each major realm is further subdivided into smaller tiers. Upon reaching the demigod level, the rules for point allocation will alter, but that is a discussion for another time. Returning to the matter at hand, Harata had no intention of hoarding his points. Since he had enough, he would ascend without hesitation. Upgrading bloodline talent skills could wait. While tactics are important at lower tiers, ascension takes precedence. Moreover, Harata's past experiences with Cannon Fist were sufficient for him to navigate the black iron tier with ease. The sky gradually darkened, and night descended. Though there were many young dragons here, they were not infinite, and the scent of blood could not spread indefinitely. Thus, by this time, the hatchlings that had come to him were no more. Fortunately, there were still plenty of young dragons he had previously hunted. Harata labored through the night, finally finishing his feast. At this moment, his information was as follows: Host, Harata, Realm, Black Iron Level 4, Bloodline Talent Skills, 1. 2-star Cannon Fist, Proficient, 2. 1-star Tough Skin, stacked to 10, can automatically upgrade to 2-star, 3. 1-star Windblade, 4. 1-star Discovery of Beauty, 5. 1-star Golden Dragon Bloodline, 6. 1-star Sharp Claw, remaining upgrade points, 7. Oh, what significant progress. Harata beamed with vitality. He now stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, and with his tail, his total length reached 2 meters. His dragon body was robust, with noticeably defined muscles. Simultaneously, his limbs had grown thick and sharp, with claw tips resembling small daggers, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Even his rationality had heightened alongside his strength. To say Harata had undergone a metamorphosis would not be an exaggeration. Yet, the bloodlust still lingered, relentlessly pursuing him. Thus, I must strive harder. Though continuous eating left him fatigued, the realm upgrade would restore and enhance his condition. He turned eastward. Roar! Bow before the mighty true dragon. In the rugged terrain, several young dragons of various hues were present. These hatchlings were unlike those from other regions. Although they had crimson eyes, they were not engaged in chaotic battles. Instead, a 2-meter-tall, crimson hatchling with dragon wings and exuding intense heat stood triumphantly atop a blue duck-billed dragon, roaring imperiously. An aura of authority swept over the area. The surrounding young dragons instinctively cowered, trembling in fear. Ha ha, now this is how it should be. The red dragon hatchling laughed boastfully, reveling in the submission of the feeble-minded dragon beasts. This red dragon hatchling, a true dragon, was named Hungta. He possessed a complete lineage of dragon heritage. Moreover, he inherently exerted bloodline suppression over subdragons, dragon beasts, and even other weak creatures. Although he was unaware of the fate of his parents, who had abandoned him in this place, Hungta remained invincible, even without them. Casting a cold, menacing glance around, he contemplated. This place seems promising. I shall soon claim it as my domain, becoming the sole, true sovereign of this realm. Once I reach adulthood, I shall venture into the lands of humanity. In the legacy of dragons, humanity is feeble yet numerous, their flesh tender and delectable. Additionally, humans possess a modicum of cleverness, particularly in matters of wealth accumulation. The mere thought of these aspects causes Hunter to salivate uncontrollably. Lowering his head, he sinks his teeth into the neck of a duck-billed dragon, producing a sharp crack as the creature's neck snaps, gushing forth a copious amount of blood. Stimulated by this sanguine spectacle, Hunter's eyes seem to blaze with fire. The mindless filth has become sustenance for the magnificent true dragon, merging with the great beast, a true honor for them. With a swift motion, Hunter vanishes from his position, reappearing before a nearby juvenile dragon. He delivers a powerful kick, sending the young creature flying, its chest caving in. He continues his onslaught. The juvenile dragon acting as a stationary target, unable to retaliate or flee. Within mere seconds, every young dragon in the vicinity, save for Hunter himself, has met their demise. Nonchalantly, He selects one of the young dragons and begins to consume it. However, Hunter is rather particular about his culinary choices. The pterosaur's wings are the most delectable, while the backbone of the unicorn dragon boasts the finest tenderloin. Hunter's legacy of dragon lore includes a wealth of gastronomical knowledge, allowing him to discern the most savory parts of these juvenile dragons. Yet, this method of consumption is wasteful, leaving behind at least 90% of the carcasses. After 5 minutes, Hunter finally feels satiated, cradling his round belly with satisfaction. Has he feasted enough? Suddenly, Hunter turns his gaze toward the west, his fiery dragon eyes igniting with intense heat. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds pass in silence, with no response. Mixed blood filth, even from several meters away. I can detect your wretched, vile essence. Hunter continues, his tone dripping with disdain. A child's voice, filled with poignant emotion, resonates from the darkness. A vague silhouette of dark gold gradually approaches. When the distance between them shrinks to less than 15 meters, the figure reveals itself to be Harata, wearing an unsettling grin. Harata is taken aback. Honestly, merely approaching this red dragon cub, Hunter, incites a sense of fear and awe within him. Fortunately, he manages to maintain his composure, concealing his unease. A wise subdragon. Hunter scrutinizes Harata from head to toe. After a moment, he nods in satisfaction, declaring, "Filth, though I despise your smile. Today I shall show mercy. You are deemed worthy to become my vassal. Now, kneel and swear your loyalty to me." His tone is filled with arrogance and a sense of patronage. Harata's eyes, tinged with the bloodlust of a killer, flicker with insatiable desire. Such a magnificent true dragon must surely grant me exquisite bloodline abilities, he muses. You dare to strike at me? Hunter is momentarily stunned. Yet, his expression contorts with rage, flames of fury igniting within him. Filth, who grants you the audacity to offend me? I've changed my mind. I shall slay you. Hunter strides forward, his pace quickening. What are you so proud of? I shall eradicate you. Harata, more straightforward, leaps into action, delivering a powerful punch. Hunter collides head-on. The instant their fists meet, Harata's grin freezes, and his entire body involuntarily retreats several steps. Roaring with triumph, Hunter revels in his superiority. Do you now feel the greatness of a true dragon? You, such a lowly wretch, dare to challenge me? Hunter laughs, wild and ferocious. You little brat, wait for me. Harata yearns to retaliate against this young dragon cub. Yet feeling the pain of Hunter's claws and witnessing the intact head of his opponent, he reluctantly retreats. With a whoosh, he vanishes into the shadows, dashing into the distance. Don't think you can escape. Hunter's speed rivals that of the wind, transforming him into a red gust. However, Harata is not slow either. Spitting in disdain, he occasionally turns back, unleashing a series of azure wind blades. Hunter raises his claws, unleashing flames to dissipate the wind blades. Yet, this delay makes it increasingly difficult for Hunter to close the gap between them. Instead, as time passes, the distance between them gradually widens. This filth is extraordinary. The once furious Hunter now regards the situation with a grave demeanor. His pace begins to slow. Forget it. I just overindulged. I shall show mercy this time. Sensing Harata's formidable nature, Hunter relinquishes his murderous intent, quietly observing Harata's retreat. Harata runs for 3 minutes before finally halting, panting heavily. Alas, this cursed place harbors experts. I must distance myself as much as possible. After a brief pause to catch his breath, he continues onward. In the darkness, the world remains tumultuous. The juvenile dragons have not ceased their rampage with the onset of night. On the contrary, they become even more savage. At this moment, the number of juvenile dragons in this realm is diminishing at an alarming rate. 10 minutes later, Luoya encounters a tortoise-backed dragon, preoccupied with gnawing on a dragon's body. It is an unsightly sight. Why must you, once a fair maiden, engage in such wickedness? Could you not exhibit a touch of kindness? Harata, with a heavy heart, clenches his fists and rushes forth to enact justice. Unbeknownst to him, dawn breaks. Harata gazes ahead, astonished. A translucent wall, faintly visible and slightly concave, stretches across the heavens. Blocking his path, Harata approaches, extending his claws to touch the transparent barrier. A barrier? Am I trapped? This is a prison? The smile that had lingered on Harata's face transforms into an expression of distress. 5 days later, atop a mountain peak, the crimson young dragon lies sprawled on a smooth stone, deep in slumber. Although 5 days have passed, Hunter's physical form remains largely unchanged. This is quite normal, as true dragons are long-lived. Their youth, in comparison to humans, lasts considerably longer. For Hunter, 5 days is akin to a brief nap. Suddenly, A cacophony of unusual sounds erupts from below. Hunter's eyelids flutter, yet he does not awaken. Instead, he continues to sleep. However, as time progresses, the strange noises grow louder and more pronounced, approaching ever closer. Cursed filth. This is the lair of a great true dragon. You mindless fools have thoroughly provoked my wrath. Hunter grumbles, finally opening his eyes. His imposing dragon aura radiates with authority. Yet, upon seeing the intruder, Hunter's expression freezes in disbelief. A robust dark gold subdragon, nearly 5 meters tall, stands before him, grinning slyly. With each step, the ground trembles beneath him. How can such a massive creature exist here? Hunter is astonished. He has scoured the vicinity in recent days, only to find juvenile dragons. This realization brings him a moment of comfort, as he believes himself invincible. But now, the appearance of such a formidable being genuinely startles him. Wait, your scent, your smile. After 3 seconds, Hunter's realization dawns upon him, and he gazes at the imposing dragon-like figure with suspicion. At that moment, memories of the wise dark gold dragon cub he encountered 5 days prior flood his mind. Oh no, no, no. Hunter's face contorts with rage, a tempestuous sea of emotions. He bellows in fury. This is impossible. Merely a lowly wretch. How could you grow so swiftly? I refuse to believe it. Great true dragons do not mature this quickly. By what right do you claim such rapid growth? Hunter's psyche shattered. He held his identity as a true dragon in high esteem, while simultaneously looking down upon everything else. Now, upon realizing that his noble status was inferior to that of a flawed subdragon, his self-esteem could not bear the weight of such a revelation. The ruthless crimson dragons, when overwhelmed, could easily spiral out of control, driven by a desire to annihilate the source of their frustration. A fierce intent to kill erupted within him. Hunter gasped, his gaze fixed intensely upon the towering dark golden subdragon. You wretched creature, do not think that your size grants you the audacity to offend a true dragon once more. Hunter gritted his teeth and shouted, in this world, it is not size that determines strength. Soon, you shall learn what true dragon power is. Rising swiftly from his stone bed, he charged toward the approaching dark golden subdragon. With a thunderous roar, Hunter raised his right claw, flames erupting from it, transforming his dragon claw into a fiery appendage. Though his physical form had not undergone significant change during this time, his soul had delved into the dragon's legacy, acquiring some extraordinary techniques. 2-star, flame-rending claw die, with less than 3 meters separating them. Hunter's fiery dragon claw hurtled toward the dark golden subdragon like a meteor from the heavens. During this moment, the opponent remained eerily calm, showing no reaction. Humph. This wretch must be awestruck by the grandeur of my noble true dragon form. At that instant, a bloodthirsty smile illuminated Hunter's face. He envisioned the dark golden subdragon lying on the ground, eviscerated and bleeding profusely. A deafening sound akin to a grenade explosion reverberated, and Hunter felt darkness envelop him. An overwhelming force descending upon his dragon visage. What is this? A perplexing thought surged within him. However, there was no time for answers. For his dragon face crumbled as his entire body was propelled backward, akin to a red ball struck by a massive vehicle. With a resounding crash, Hunter collided with the stone bed. Despite one being flesh and blood and the other a solid rock, the outcomes in this world were often bizarre. This collision shattered a significant portion of the stone bed, and Hunter found himself embedded within it like a nail. Harata, taken aback, withdrew his dragon fist, observing Hunter's limp form as he fell to the ground. He looked up at the still motionless Hunter, whose breaths were faint, resembling a frail and delicate Hong-Mei run. Discover beauty. This rather frustrating ability has altered his gaze peculiarly. He forcibly ignored such a perspective. Trash, you have disappointed me greatly. You cannot even withstand a single punch? Where is your previous arrogance? Harata strode forward, fervently shouting, get up. Do not lie there like a eunuch. You are a magnificent true dragon. Rise, rise, rise. Strike me back. Grant me more joy, for defeating you in this manner truly pains me. Ouch, that hurts. What just happened? Am I dreaming? Hunter felt as though he were in a dream, an overwhelming drowsiness washing over him, his consciousness ensnared by a dark abyss. Sinking recklessly into its depths. What is this giant babbling about? Joy, pain, madness? Hunter strained to open his eyes wide, attempting to hear clearly. Harata had reached Hunter's side, extending his massive right claw to grip Hunter's slender neck, shaking him relentlessly. The pitiful Hunter resembled a small chick in his grasp. You worthless brat, truly a failure. At that moment, Hunter lacked the strength to struggle, leaving Harata fully aware that this noble red true dragon had indeed been vanquished by him. You better strive harder in your next life and grow stronger. He opened his mouth, preparing to engulf Hunter within his maw, filled with sharp fangs. Chapter 6. The Malicious Dragon Father. Devouring the Red Dragon. Plundering 4-star Red Dragon Bloodline. Note: the Red Dragon Bloodline comes with traits: Flame Controller, Fire Elemental Favor, Dragon Language Magic, Low Tier, Words become spells, Dragon Breath. Dragon Might. Wow, this ability is quite impressive. It seems even more formidable than when Hunter wielded it himself. Perhaps it is due to my own strength or the system's enhancement. Harata's eyes widened with a sinister grin. I suppose this counts as becoming a true dragon, right? Before he could ponder further, a new question arose. A wondrous ancient bloodline sensation was reveling within him. Various messages surged like a tide from his bloodline into his mind. This was Dragon's legacy. Moreover, it was complete. However, it appeared that due to his relatively low realm, a significant portion of the knowledge within this legacy had automatically remained dormant. As his realm increased, he would naturally acquire more and more wisdom. Simultaneously, the world, as sensed by Harata, began to appear distinctly different. Especially the intangible magical fire elements drifting between heaven and earth felt incredibly affectionate toward him. Dragon language magic, dragon fire. Harata instinctively opened his mouth, uttering a language entirely different from the universal tongue, filled with ancient and domineering novelty. With a resounding boom, Harata's eyes turned crimson, and flames erupted from his massive form. Initially, the flames appeared ordinary, but as time passed, they roared to life, engulfing him entirely, transforming him into a colossal fiery beast. The air within a 15-meter radius was scorched to a faint red, and the scant moisture in the air evaporated, rendering the surroundings sweltering. This sensation was exquisite. Harata squinted, his wicked grin growing even more sinister. At this moment, he wielded an astonishing command over the surrounding fire elements, seemingly becoming the embodiment of flames. He instinctively learned numerous fire magic spells, a natural ability bestowed upon him. He raised his right claw toward the sky, a point of red light forming in his palm, rapidly expanding. For seconds later, a massive fireball with a 2-meter diameter materialized. Hunter is truly a waste, possessing such a powerful bloodline, yet still unable to defeat me. Harata's frustration with his inadequacy was palpable. He had truly brought shame upon the dragon lineage. Harata clenched his elevated dragon claw tightly. Boom! The colossal fireball seemed to evaporate, transforming into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air. Harata's burning dragon form extinguished, reverting to flesh and blood. Crack, crack, crack. However, Harata's transformation was far from complete. A series of crisp bone creaks and fleshly cheers erupted from within him. His body gradually expanded, growing larger, while the color of his dragon scales shifted from platinum to red gold. Instinctively scratching his back, he felt 2 large bulges emerging from beneath his scales. Harata paused, bewildered. What is this? Although puzzled, he sensed no discomfort upon closer examination of his condition. The issue appeared minor. Harata forcefully redirected his focus to his system. Host. Harata. Realm. Bronze level 1. Bloodline talent skills. 4-star. Red Dragon Bloodline. 2-star. Iron Body. An evolved version of 1-star Tough Skin. 2-star. Golden Dragon Bloodline. Still incomplete. 2-star Cannon Fist Proficiency. Major. 1-star. Sharp Claw 9. 1-star. Discover Beauty 3. 1-star. Greed 4. 1-star. Wind Blade 2. 1-star. Charge 8. 1-star. Roar. 1-star. Gigantic Strength. Remaining upgrade points. 35. Although his realm remained relatively low, due to the 4-star Red Dragon Bloodline, my combat power must have surged significantly. Perhaps now, I am capable of hunting silver-tier extraordinary beings. Harata pondered with a sense of wonder. I am uncertain of my current strength. Can I shatter the barrier that envelopes this mountainous region? He turned and charged down the slope. However, upon reaching the mountainside, he abruptly halted and gazed skyward. Despite the passage of time, the air remained thick with haze, obscuring the view of the heavens. It felt as though something was watching him. Harata murmured to himself. Although his power had significantly increased, he still found himself vulnerable to the mist. Nevertheless, his sixth sense, a gift of his extraordinary nature, granted him an indistinct yet acute awareness. Dragon language magic, flame amplification. Dragon clan magic, fiery surge. Dragon language magic, inferno penetration. With a roar, Harata opened his mouth wide. A searing, blinding flame erupted from deep within his throat, transforming into a crimson beam that shot skyward. With a swift motion, the haze was pierced, revealing a vacuum stretching 30 meters long. Simultaneously, An explosion resonated at the pinnacle of the dragon breath. Harata closed his mouth, and the fiery column dissipated. Yet, from above, a chaotic assortment of small objects began to plummet. To his surprise, he struck something. Harata had merely released a breath of dragon fire without prior knowledge of the objects above. He stepped a few meters closer, lowering his gaze to a still smoking red metallic fragment, adorned with an unknown slot. This enigmatic mechanical entity was recognizable to Harata due to the legacy of the dragon clan, which instilled in him a fundamental understanding of the world. He immediately recognized it as a technological artifact, yet its purpose eluded him, as it was now reduced to mere debris. A profound unease surged from the depths of his being, yet he chose not to dwell on it, and continued on his path. With each step, the weight and size of Harata produced a reverberating sound akin to cannon fire, leaving behind colossal footprints in the earth. Throughout his journey, he encountered no dragonlings. It was evident that the once prosperous population of dragonlings had been decimated. However, Harata was not the sole perpetrator of their demise. The majority perished through infighting. Of course, he had to concede that he had also slain a considerable number of dragonlings during this time. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself beneath a semi-transparent luminous barrier. Despite the extended duration, the barrier remained unchanged. With a display of brute force, Harata clenched his right claw and struck. The impact of his dragon fist collided with the barrier, producing a cracking sound. In that instant, Harata's expression contorted as his dragon arm emitted a mournful cry. Twisting unnaturally, instinctively, he recoiled several steps, his arm trembling uncontrollably as the scales on his dragon fist shattered, releasing streams of scalding crimson blood. As the blood dripped onto the ground, the tender earth emitted wisps of white smoke from the searing contact. How solid, Harata thought, feeling both dissatisfied and bemused. But I can endure. He shook his shoulders. Dragon clan magic, flame amplification. Dragon clan magic, dragon fire. Dragon language magic, blood boiling. Harata continuously cast auxiliary spells upon himself. His form ignited, the already massive physique swelled, and his muscles seemed to exult. A potent aura of draconic majesty radiated from him, enough to instill terror in any peculiar mundane creatures nearby. With a roar, Harata unleashed a torrent of searing light from his mouth directly at the barrier. The barrier turned a fiery red. Yet, Harata's expression grew increasingly grim, for the barrier showed no signs of yielding. He tensed his body and inhaled deeply, drawing in the fire elements that lingered in the air to replenish his energy and extend the duration of his dragon breath. However, this extension could not perfectly compensate for his depletion. Approximately 10 seconds later, Harata had to close his mouth, the flames extinguishing as he collapsed to the ground, creating a significant indentation in the earth beneath him. Why is it so resilient? Harata felt a mix of frustration and grudging admiration. Suddenly, a faint ethereal voice descended from above. Harata shuddered at the unexpected sound. He looked up to see the haze dissipating, revealing a large object resembling a flying saucer hovering in the air. Standing atop, it was a sinister golden dragon man, exuding a vague authority. Yet, it was not the fearsome aura of a dragon, merely the demeanor of a powerful being. Harata felt a chill run down his spine, not due to the other's strength, but rather from the unmistakable glint of greed in his eyes. A trace of moisture dripped from the corners of the being's mouth. Could he possibly intend to consume me? An incredulous thought crossed Harata's mind. Yet, it was unfathomable. Surely, he must be a golden dragon? Harata struggled to accept this. The dragon man before him was undoubtedly intertwined with the so-called benevolent golden dragons. Although Harata believed that all benevolent dragons were hypocritical, he had to admit that they possessed boundaries. Consuming their own kind was beyond the realm of normal benevolent dragons. Of course, with an abundance of dragons, anything was possible. It was inevitable that some deviants would emerge among the benevolent ones, such as himself or perhaps some ancient ancestor. Within Harata's draconic heritage, there were records of the infamous Silver Dragon King Daedon. Thousands of years ago, before he ascended to kingship, Daedon had transformed from a benevolent dragon into a fallen evil dragon that reveled in devouring his kin. At that time, when the benevolent dragons sought to cleanse their ranks, Daedon had retaliated, slaying many. He even utilized the flesh and blood of benevolent dragons to create the infamous Forbidden Tome, the 1,000 culinary arts of dragons. Subsequently, Daedon allied himself with the evil dragon goddess, offering the destruction of a small world as a sacrifice to the cosmic forbidden zone, the Abyss. Earning the favor of the Abyss, Harata inhaled deeply, refraining from further contemplation. "Noble elder," he began, "you flatter me. I am merely a humble dragonling, unworthy of your praise." At that moment, He adopted a courteous demeanor, as he could not afford to disregard the overwhelming power of his counterpart. Unfortunately, the sly grin on his face severely undermined his good attitude. "You should refer to me as father," Dale said with an enigmatic tone. In truth, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Harata's sly grin was quite unsettling. Harata was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he retorted with anger. "How dare you speak to me like that? Scoundrel, if you have the ability, come down and see if I don't strike you down." He struggled to contain his irritation at being addressed as a father figure. Yet, after speaking, he immediately regretted his impulsive outburst. "You and all of you flow with my noble blood," Dales explained, seemingly unfazed by Harata's rudeness. "Thus, you are indeed my children. I must admit, you have surprised me. Is that so?" Harata's demeanor shifted instantly as he tearfully exclaimed, "Wretched father, how I long for you." Dales, however, ignored Harata's plea, causing a heaviness to settle in Harata's heart. Perhaps there was indeed a blood connection, but he was certainly no benevolent father. Reflecting on the trials he faced since his birth, Harata understood that the perilous anomalies in this realm were orchestrated by this very father. There was undoubtedly malice behind Dale's intentions. Dales continued, "This trial has only just begun, and you have already slain several hundred of your kin, advancing to this level. You have even slain a true dragon." Harata rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain for the audacious father who, without pretense, laid bare his intentions. Yet, this also indicated an extraordinary level of confidence in the other party, rendering the child utterly powerless. Such innate talent surpassed that of an ordinary true dragon. Dales and Harata exchanged glances, their overwhelming possessiveness and jealousy erupting like a volcano. This time, Harata did not cower. Instead, he widened his eyes and grinned mischievously as he locked eyes with Dales. The more Dales observed, the more uncomfortable he felt, as if the tumult within him had turned to ice. However, this did not seem to be your limit. Dales awkwardly turned his head, feigning a casual smile. "Now, please continue to strive for perfection. Only thus shall you earn the right to survive, or perhaps even the chance to defy me." He burst into laughter. "My child. My future." Harata frowned, smirking at this insufferable father, who was undeniably neurotic. Suddenly, the previously impenetrable barrier that Harata had struggled to breach began to crack, like a splintering ice surface. From a distant aerial view, one would observe that the once enveloping Great Dome over the mountains was fracturing. Yet, a more colossal Great Dome emerged, overshadowing all the mountains. The vessel beneath Dales ascended slowly into the sky. The haze returned, engulfing Harata and drastically reducing his visibility. Harata stepped out of the original barrier into a newly revealed realm. He pressed forward without hesitation, and soon, faint yet distinct sounds of young dragons echoed in the wind, accompanied by a whiff of fresh blood that permeated the air. Altering his course, he rushed towards the source. Before long, he arrived at the edge of a pit, peering inside to find a lightly colored triceratops, bleeding profusely. The creature trembled, curled into a ball. Though Harata's appearance could not be compared to that of a true dragon, he possessed most of the abilities characteristic of them, including the formidable dragon might. This ability exerted a crushing dominance over lesser hybrid dragons, akin to a dimensional reduction strike. Chapter 7. The Great Chaos. Harata seized the triceratops and devoured it whole, his large frame allowing him to swallow such a diminutive creature effortlessly. Naturally, he took care to chew to avoid choking. After dispatching the triceratops, he continued his relentless hunt. Meanwhile, a furious brass dragon, several 100,000 meters away, stared blankly at a spot 3 meters above the ground. Like Hungta, he too was a true dragon, albeit appearing less robust. Not long ago, the brass dragon had been fixated on a translucent barrier in that very location. "I am free." Once the realization struck, the brass dragon erupted with joy. "This is wonderful. I shall seek my parents and flee this perilous place." Recalling the harrowing experiences of the past few days sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, true dragons, despite their nature, possessed a degree of self-control. Particularly among the benevolent dragons, their bloodlines inherently contained a semblance of kindness, granting them resistance against malevolence and evil. However, before he could escape, the encroaching haze thickened and surged into the brass dragon's body. The murderous intent surged within him like a stimulant, rapidly intensifying. His eyes turned increasingly crimson. "Damn this evil. It seeks to manipulate my will," he roared vehemently. Above this prison, mechanical eyes darted about, attempting to lock onto every young dragon. Beeping sounds emanated from the numerous mechanical eyes as they began to communicate. "I am Dales, your father. Within you flows my noble blood. For the next 10 days, You must fight with all your might to eliminate your fellow dragonlings, leaving only yourself to become the sole survivor. Otherwise, I shall end you and consume you whole. Dailies concluded with a hearty laugh. Strive to please me, and let us determine which offspring shall satisfy my expectations. Absurd. This is outrageous. Harata seethed. I am the great black true dragon. Although I do not comprehend the full extent of this situation, I shall be the last survivor. Among the mountains shrouded by the great dome, scattered true dragons with intelligence reacted with fear or intrigue. What do you take me for? Harata too heard Dailies' words. Instinctively filled with anger, accelerating his hunting efforts, he realized he was still too weak to defy Dailies. Thus, he was compelled to comply with him. Yet, this presented an opportunity. Given sufficient time and sustenance, he could rapidly grow stronger. When that time came, he would exact vengeance on those pitiful hatchlings and obliterate that evil dragon. Harata's body grew increasingly fervent, the bulge on his back enlarging, as if a living being was stirring within, reminiscent of a fetus. Meanwhile, a slightly chubby pure golden dragonling clenched her claws, glaring indignantly at the sky. Heresy! How dare you mix your filthy blood with my noble golden lineage? Her youthful voice rang out. However, Dailies offered no reply, nor did she expect one. It was merely a venting of frustration. You, who know nothing of the true dragon's might, shall inevitably fail in your schemes. Await the holy retribution that is soon to descend, for I shall be redeemed. With a profound statement, she turned away, joining the fray. Unbeknownst to her, a day had slipped by, and Harata's strength had significantly increased, now reaching the level of Bronze Tier 2. Moreover, he had acquired several one-star minor talent skills. Regrettably, these dragons seemed too feeble, or perhaps their inferior bloodlines were too numerous, preventing him from obtaining any extraordinary skills. Harata felt disheartened. Although he continuously accumulated weaker bloodline talents and advanced his level, he found the pace unsatisfactory. Time was not on his side. In the limited days ahead, achieving the power to confront his father seemed nearly impossible. With ample food, he could at most reach Bronze Tier 10 in 10 days. He could potentially engage in combat beyond his level, possibly challenging Golden Tier extraordinary beings. Yet Harata did not believe his father was merely a Golden Tier extraordinary being. It appeared that direct confrontation was not a viable option. I must devise an alternative strategy, he pondered, while Harata sought ways to save himself. The other intelligent dragonlings were not idle. Dailies' behavior made it evident that his intentions were far from benevolent. Oh ho ho, fools, continue your internecine conflict. I shall take my leave. In the west, beneath the barrier transformed into a wall of light, a six-legged, earth-toned hybrid dragon grinned wickedly. He is a sub-dragon endowed with the incomplete legacy of the dragon. However, unlike Harata, he does not possess a golden finger. Yet, he has other trump cards. Oh elemental forces of magic, heed my call. The six-legged young dragon murmurs softly. The earth element suspended in the air becomes animated. Subsequently, the soil beneath him turns soft, and he slowly sinks underground, vanishing from sight. 2-star magic, Earth Burrow. Indeed, the young dragon's trump card lies within the incomplete legacy of the dragon, which grants him access to several low-level spells. To his delight, among these spells is the life-preserving Earth Burrow. The intricacies of the dragon's legacy are indeed profound. In truth, the knowledge inscribed in some dragon legacies varies and does not necessarily manifest according to the dragon's will. Returning to the main topic, he has been diligently training of late, which has finally enabled him to master Earth Burrow. Once underground, the six-legged young dragon experiences a refreshing sensation akin to swimming in water. However, this comes at a cost. He feels his magical energy depleting rapidly. Should his magic falter and he fail to emerge from beneath the earth in time, he risks being suffocated or crushed by the very soil itself. Time is of the essence, and the young dragon presses onward. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts. The six-legged young dragon's eyes widen in alarm. There is a problem underground. He is utterly exasperated, having never anticipated that the barrier would also affect the subterranean realm. It seems there is no escape into the earth. My dear child, you are not the first young dragon to seek refuge underground. A voice suddenly resonates, startling the six-legged young dragon, causing him to tremble. Stammering, he struggles to articulate, I did not mean to flee. I merely wished to lie in ambush underground. As he speaks, he grows more convinced of his own words, his demeanor shifting to one of defiance, and even his trembling body regains composure. Yet, he realizes that lying in ambush underground is of little use. Instead, he resolves to wholeheartedly confront foes on the surface. Ignoring whether the voice believes his clumsy excuses, he swiftly ascends to the surface, dashing away without a backward glance. My dear child, strive for victory, strive to grow stronger. Weaklings have no right to exist in this world. The voice eerily trails after him. The young dragon nods earnestly, yes. I will certainly strive to become the dragon you deem worthy. His tone is laced with flattery as he seeks to curry favor with the voice. Very well. Let us wait and see, the voice replies, falling silent thereafter. The six-legged young dragon furrows his brow. It is not that he mourns the absence of the voice, but rather he feels the weight of its last words, imbued with a profound significance and tinged with disdain. Does it doubt my capability to be the sole survivor in 10 days? The young dragon involuntarily halts, a dark cloud of uncertainty shadowing his face. After a moment, he steels himself, determination etched upon his features. The victor shall be none but I. I do not fall short of true dragons. Here, the dragons are but younglings. Within this realm, I undoubtedly possess the chance to triumph. The six-legged young dragon continually bolsters his resolve. Suddenly, a series of dragon roars echoes from several dozen meters to his right. The six-legged young dragon swiftly turns and charges towards the sound. The slaughter begins. His eyes gleam with an even fiercer red. Chapter 8. The hostility of dragons. Time passes day by day. Only 4 days remain within the 10 days period set by the voice. The number of young dragons in the mountains dwindles. The surviving younglings are either cunning and treacherous or possess tremendous strength. Of course, there are also a few fortunate weaklings who manage to survive. Amidst the haze, a towering figure nearly 7 meters tall, adorned with a sinister grin, ambles along, carrying 2 writhing forms resembling massive meatballs. Each step sends tremors through the ground, producing a deep rumble. A fierce and savage aura permeates the air. Nearby creatures and even peculiar plants fall silent, striving to diminish their presence and avoid attracting the attention of this colossal beast. Several hundred meters away, within a thicket of dense grass, 3 young dragons lie in wait. They are a pure gold dragon, a 6-legged subdragon, and a black dragon resembling a skeletal figure. This unlikely assembly would seem extraordinary in any other context. For while gold dragons, black dragons, and subdragons are all dragons, they are fundamentally opposed. Typically, encounters between them result in combat or bitter partings. At this moment, their faces are etched with horror, their eyes betraying a myriad of emotions: fear, trepidation, and dread. Why is there such a monster in this forsaken place? The gold dragon youngling squeaks. Indeed, this must be a mistake. Aren't we all supposed to be younglings? What manner of youngling is this? Moreover, with it around, how can we hope to be the sole survivors? The black dragon youngling laments. Despite his youth, his voice carries a raspy timbre, reminiscent of an aged man with a sore throat. The 6-legged young dragon responds bitterly. I believe he is indeed a youngling, albeit one that has grown at an extraordinary pace. 3 days prior, he encountered this massive, grinning subdragon devouring a small companion during a hunt. He was terrified then, faced with such a giant, and felt utterly defeated. However, he would not submit easily, and so he fled, eventually crossing paths with the gold and black dragon younglings. At that moment, an idea struck him. While he alone could not defeat the colossal subdragon, perhaps together they stood a chance. Returning to the main point. The first time he encountered the gigantic subdragon, it stood at a modest 6 meters tall. Yet, just a few days later, it has approached 7 meters. This underscores the astonishing growth rate of the giant subdragon. The 6-legged young dragon is convinced that it is indeed a youngling, albeit one whose growth rate is alarmingly rapid. While the other young dragons remain diminutive, this one has already transformed into a youthful dragon, rapidly advancing towards the stature of a mature dragon. Growing quickly? That is an understatement. The black dragon youngling rolls his eyes. Are we, the noble true dragons, merely prey for this creature? The gold dragon youngling, with a serious expression, asserts, given the circumstances, all we can do is survive and find a way to defeat this giant. The 6-legged young dragon nods, but the black dragon youngling remains despondent. It is futile. He is far too powerful. He must be one of those legendary mutated dragons, which are believed to surpass all ordinary true dragons. Even if we unite, we stand no chance against him. The 6-legged young dragon continues to nod in agreement. The gold dragon youngling clenches his tiny claws, resolute. If we cannot prevail, we must unite with more intelligent young dragons. However, we must not rush into battle with this monster. Instead, we should buy time to grow stronger. Perhaps, if fortune smiles upon us, we may find salvation. The gold dragon youngling's words resonate with deeper meaning. Yet the 6-legged young dragon and the black dragon youngling regard the gold dragon's final statement with skepticism. They do not believe they will find redemption. Let us retreat quickly. We are too close. If we are discovered, we are doomed. The black dragon youngling urges, slowly backing away. Do not panic. The six-legged young dragon whispers. This giant will soon move on. It is best we wait. The black dragon youngling, however, remains unconvinced. However, the gene lone cub remained silent and motionless, compelling him to halt reluctantly. The six-legged young dragon was correct. The colossal subdragon had indeed departed swiftly. Within the castle adorned with grand screens, Dalyesi held a glass of red wine, leisurely observing the screen featuring Harata as the protagonist. It was truly astonishing how this little creature had grown so significantly in just a few days. Following the amalgamation of various experimental zones into a larger one and the commencement of a chaotic battle, Dalyesi had been keenly focused on Harata. He had not missed any of Harata's recent developments. Yet, it was precisely because he had witnessed Harata's growth firsthand that Dalyesi was even more astounded and satisfied. Only such an extraordinary dragon could facilitate my transformation. Dalyesi wore a peculiar smile. However, this did not seem to be your limit. Perhaps, I should utilize more of my own genes to create and clone additional dragon cubs to nourish you. Regrettably, the true dragon eggs accumulated over the recent years have already vanished. Dalyesi felt a pang of regret. The true dragon cubs in the experimental zone were not his own progeny. The benevolent dragon eggs were stolen, while the malevolent dragon eggs were either found or purchased. Malevolent dragons, as creatures, are not particularly attentive to their offspring. Provided there are connections and resources, acquiring malevolent dragon eggs remains quite feasible. Of course, the reproductive challenges faced by dragons are considerable. Thus, malevolent dragon eggs are scarce and cannot be found in abundance. Returning to the main topic, Dalyesi believed that for his own ambitions, he indeed needed to nourish Harata. However, I must exercise caution. I cannot allow this little cub to grow into a colossal beast. Dalyesi was not oblivious. If Harata were permitted to grow indefinitely, he feared his own fate would be utterly unpredictable and grim. Unbeknownst to Harata, he was about to be fed. Currently, he was preoccupied with hunting. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived atop a small hill. To the southwest of the hill, a snow-white young dragon was flapping its wings, pinning a limbless serpentine dragon beneath it. Subtle dragon pressure was subtly manifesting, intermingled with a slight chill that rendered the surrounding air frigid. The serpentine dragon faced death, yet could not resist. It instinctively trembled, resembling prey awaiting consumption. Although the white dragon clan was deemed inferior among the many true dragon species, they were still true dragons, a superior and extraordinary race, easily capable of dealing with these weaker dragon beasts. Chapter 9. The Bloodline of the White Dragon. He. Little darling, become my sustenance and a part of the magnificent true dragon. The white dragon cub cackled. She was a young female dragon. Her voice somewhat juvenile, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Roar. The white dragon cub emitted a piercing cry, channeling her dragon pressure through sound waves into the ears of the serpentine dragon, penetrating its mind. Bang. The serpentine dragon felt as though struck by a mighty hammer, immediately becoming dizzy, rolling its eyes back, and succumbing to unconsciousness. With a hint of triumph, the white dragon cub sank her teeth into the serpentine dragon's neck, snapping its vertebrae and sealing its fate. However, serpentine creatures possess remarkable vitality. Although consciousness was lost, their bodies did not immediately succumb. Instead, they writhed in a chaotic struggle. Boom. Just as the white dragon cub prepared to feast, a loud howl echoed from behind. The sound approached swiftly, and in an instant, it was upon her. The white dragon cub's expression froze, paralyzed by an unprecedented, formidable presence that enveloped her being, as if she were witnessing death himself, wielding a scythe, advancing towards her to claim her soul. Merely a beautiful white dragon. How dare you display arrogance? You can only bully these weaker beings. Harata's demeanor was one of wild abandon as he reached out, seizing the white dragon cub by the scruff of her neck and lifting her effortlessly. Oh. At this moment, the white dragon cub finally realized what was transpiring, panicking as she shrieked, "Let me go, let me go, I am a true dragon." Unfortunately, the insatiable Harata, having devoured countless dragons, had a heart of stone. How could he relinquish his meal? Faced with the inevitability of her fate, the white dragon cub was compelled to concede. "Almighty One, I am willing to submit. I shall be your servant. With a true dragon steed like me, you shall be the most magnificent of all." Harata scoffed with a sinister smile. "Foolish one, have you forgotten our dear father's intentions?" Oh no. The white dragon cub finally recalled that this was a bloody elimination contest, her voice filled with despair. Harata casually stuffed the white dragon cub into his gaping maw. Crunch crunch. "No, no, "Do not eat me. It hurts. Save me, great evil dragon mother." The white dragon cub's anguished cries, filled with desperation, sent chills down one's spine. Fortunately, this horrific sound soon faded. Gulp. Harata extended his tongue, licking the blood and flesh that had leaked from the corners of his mouth, and with a convulsive swallow, he consumed the last remnants of the white dragon cub. Devouring the white dragon, acquiring 3-star white dragon bloodline. Suddenly, a notification chimed in. Indeed, Harata was quite surprised. He had not anticipated such fortune this time. Obtaining the white dragon bloodline. Regrettably, this bloodline paled in comparison to that of the red dragon. However, recalling the white dragon's abilities, he understood. Nevertheless, despite the white dragon bloodline being inferior, its effects were still commendable. Harata felt his body stirring with newfound energy. Deep within his bloodline, a unique dragon heritage belonging to the white dragon clan was surging forth. Simultaneously, the elemental water and ice in the surrounding air resonated with him, granting him an innate command over the extraordinary abilities of water and ice. A hint of chill permeated Harata's aura, creating a paradoxical sensation akin to ice and fire coexisting. Ice-blue stripes began to emerge along the edges of his dragon scales. This inexplicable hue did not mar Harata's appearance. Rather, it enhanced his allure, akin to a delicate touch of makeup. Chapter 10. Ascension. Suddenly, 2 loud pops resounded. The 2 large bulges on Harata's back burst like water balloons, revealing 2 dark red dragon wings adorned with blue stripes that unfurled magnificently, obscuring the sky. A torrent of dark red blood gushed forth, splattering in all directions, including upon Harata himself. Harata's visage contorted, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Have I transformed into a perfect true dragon? Harata felt a surge of astonishment. Yet, he did not dare disbelieve, for he had sensed this impending transformation. Lowering his gaze, he seized the elegantly sprawled form of the serpentine dragon and tossed it into his mouth. 3 seconds later, devouring the serpentine dragon. Acquiring 1-star innate skill, burrowing. Harata frowned, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The bloodline innate skills he had recently acquired were rather commonplace, not even enabling him to triumph over Daliesi, let alone escape. However, if I cannot seize it, I shall create it myself. Now, Harata possessed 3 dragon legacies, those of the Jin Long, the Hong Long, and the Bai Long. These legacies were intricate, imbued with knowledge of extraordinary magic, yet their levels were not particularly high. However, even the most rudimentary magic, when cultivated to a profound level, can yield formidable results. Moreover, such magic can be layered to amplify its effects. At this moment, he is poised to learn various spells that will enhance his latent abilities and swiftness. Yes, as long as he conceals himself adequately and runs swiftly, even if he cannot overpower Dales, he can escape with ease. Harata takes a deep breath, and the dragon wings on his back begin to flap slowly, creating a powerful gust of wind. As Harata's colossal form stirs, it generates a fierce whirlwind. Gradually, the immense dragon lifts off the ground and ascends into the sky. This sensation is quite exhilarating. Harata's flapping speed surges dramatically as he shoots skyward. In his previous life, he had soared through the skies, but that was reliant on technological prowess. He himself had never flown. In this life, however, he is able to ascend through his own strength, which evokes a sense of novelty. He feels akin to a mischievous child frolicking in the heights. Numerous mechanical eyes hover in the sky, fixated on Harata, who has taken to the air, observing him intently. Soon, Harata reaches the apex of the barrier. Pressing his dragon visage against the luminous wall while gazing outward, he discovers that he is situated in a deep mountainous region, with a castle not far off. In the air beyond the barrier, several ordinary blue birds flit about freely. They lack intelligence, but are curious upon noticing the barrier, observing it intently. However, when Harata's cunningly grinning dragon face suddenly appears, it terrifies the birds, prompting them to flee in a panic. In their fright, some feathers are shed, floating gently to the ground above the barrier. How cowardly! Harata deeply scorns these birds, feeling no fault of his own. After some time of play, Harata grows weary of the amusement. Flying is something Dales can do as well. To think he could escape or defeat Dales this way is utterly impossible. With a thunderous sound, Harata plummets towards the earth. His speed accelerates rapidly, and he approaches the ground without any intention of halting. Fortunately, just 7 meters from the ground, he suddenly flaps his dragon wings, defying gravity, and hovers midair. Harata then flaps his wings once more, soaring into the distance. At this point, he is flying at low altitude. Although the terrain is mountainous and complex, his speed remains remarkable. It isn't long before he encounters a young dragon wandering in the mountains. Harata descends like a hunting eagle, seizing the young dragon. With another powerful flap of his wings, he ascends with his massive body, continuing his flight. Casually, he tosses the young dragon into his mouth, and Harata's grin widens. With the ability to fly, his agility has greatly increased. My hunting speed has surged significantly. Chapter 11. The Doom of the Six-Legged Young Dragon. A day later, in a muddy trench. A gray bear-like creature with a dragon's head is gnawing on a pile of unrecognizable flesh. This flesh is the pulverized remains of a young dragon beast. The gray bear is engrossed in its meal. Suddenly, from the ground behind it, a six-legged young dragon leaps forth. With a roar, before the gray bear can react. Its neck is bitten through. The sharp dragon teeth pierce the thick bear hide, shattering the bones of its neck, and blood flows from the six-legged young dragon's mouth. It is all too sudden. The gray bear is slain before it can respond. Once the six-legged young dragon realizes the bear is dead, it exhales in relief. The younglings in this area are becoming increasingly scarce. The six-legged young dragon reflects on the recent bloodshed in these mountains, where numerous lost lives lay scattered like discarded rags. It took considerable time to find this gray bear, which was no weakling, and the nutrients within its flesh are abundant. The six-legged young dragon wastes no time and begins to consume the bear's blood and flesh. A gentle breeze blows in from afar. The six-legged young dragon suddenly shudders, raising its bloodied head to gaze into the distance. It sees a swirling mist, and a pair of crimson giant eyes fixates on it, accompanied by a colossal red shadow pushing the eyes closer. Ah, why has this monster come? My luck is abysmal. The six-legged young dragon is terrified. It abandons its meal and hastily employs earth burrow, retreating underground. Moments later, the crimson Harata arrives nearby, his grinning dragon face twisted in ferocity. He casually scans the bloodied remains on the ground, focusing on the spot where the six-legged young dragon vanished. Dragon magic, acceleration. 1-star earth dive, 1-star burrowing technique. Harata plunges into the earth like a diving athlete, gracefully. With a resounding crash, dust billows, and the ground trembles. The solid earth transforms into a muddy mire, and Harata disappears without obstruction. Half a minute later, 100 meters away, the six-legged young dragon emerges from the ground, gasping for breath as it scrambles westward. Hurry, hurry. I refuse to be eaten. The survivor of this trial must be me. I absolutely will not die. The six-legged young dragon's will to survive is stronger than ever. Whether human or peculiar creature, when faced with peril, they either sink into despair or unleash terrifying power beyond the norm. Now, the six-legged young dragon is tapping into such power. The surrounding air shimmers with azure wind elements, enveloping the six-legged young dragon and significantly enhancing its speed. However, in the next instant, the ground beneath the six-legged young dragon erupts. A massive dragon leaps forth like a whale breaching the surface of the water. The six-legged young dragon barely comprehends what is happening before being struck in the abdomen by the dragon. Its stomach concaves, its back arches, and it is propelled into the sky, its eyes bulging in terror, resembling a ghastly specter. Blood spews from its mouth, mingled with bits of internal organs. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Harata extends his enormous dragon claw, seizing the six-legged young dragon midair. The six-legged young dragon trembles, attempting to resist. But the earlier impact has drained most of its life force. Now, it is utterly powerless to fight back. As time slips away, its life force dwindles perilously. Perhaps, it won't be long before it meets its end. Chapter 12. Dragon Island. Please, do not kill me. The six-legged young dragon pleads weakly. Harata's grin grows more pronounced, and without faltering, he brings the six-legged young dragon closer to his gaping maw. Oh no! The six-legged young dragon cries in despair, I do not wish to die. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to submit. Harata remains unmoved. He has no intention of gathering followers, as his own survival is fraught with challenges. How could he possibly take on the burden of others? I have secrets to share. Seeing Harata's indifference, the six-legged young dragon continues to plead. At this moment, it recalls its plans with the true dragon offspring. Finally, Harata pauses. I shall grant you half a minute. If you cannot persuade me, you will become a part of me. The six-legged young dragon appeared increasingly frail, yet upon the arrival of the instinct to survive and the hope of living, it became somewhat exhilarated, brimming with energy. Noble true dragon, a batch of intelligent and capable younglings, upon witnessing your formidable power, has decided to unite and conspire against you. Perhaps, to you, their actions are mere folly. The words of the six-legged young dragon intrigued Harata. He had not anticipated that even at this juncture, the little creature would take the time to flatter him. The six-legged young dragon continued, "My lord, I am willing to serve as your spy, infiltrating their ranks and devising ways to deliver them to you as sustenance." Harata rolled his eyes and with a casual flick, sent the six-legged young dragon soaring into the air. Taking a deep breath, Harata exerted a force that drew the young dragon toward his gaping maw. Why? The six-legged young dragon was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Harata rejected his goodwill. This was, of course, due to Harata's confidence. He believed that he need not resort to cunning schemes to subdue those wayward young dragons. His sole objective at present was to strive for greater strength. While hunting was indeed essential, he would not expend unnecessary effort seeking out those cunning, intelligent younglings. The less intelligent younglings were more abundant and easier to consume. Nevertheless, if fortune favored him and he chanced upon others, he would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. Within mere seconds, he devoured the six-legged young dragon. Devouring Subdragon. Acquired 2-star Earth Stealth. My descent capabilities are indeed becoming increasingly formidable. Glancing at the extraordinary ability acquired from the system, Harata felt a surge of emotion. However, this was still insufficient. This was far from enough. Harata soared 10 meters high into the sky, continuing his hunt. At this moment, he maintained a relatively restrained aura, refraining from unleashing his full power. He believed that such ostentation would hinder his hunting efforts, making it easy for nearby younglings to detect him and seek refuge, which was not acceptable. In the distant sea, there existed an island that, though barely visible, was actually concealed in other latitudes, silently drifting upon the water's surface. Though it was an island, its area was vast, resembling a continent. The environment was primitive, with towering mountains and immense green trees, interspersed with various magical beasts, dragon beasts, and true dragons. This was, indeed, the legendary Dragon Island, the stronghold of the lawful good dragons. Chapter 13. The Prophetic Dream in the Crimson Mist. Dozens of young dragons of various hues charged fiercely toward the hill ahead. A vague, dark red, blue-striped giant dragon, nearly 10 meters tall, loomed above with a sinister grin plastered across its face, exuding an aura of rampant terror that was almost palpable. "Little morsels, I welcome you to come forth." The giant dragon's grin deepened as it suddenly lunged toward the throng of young dragons. "Roar!" The young dragons defiantly shouted, unleashing various magical spells. 1-star magic, Fireball. 1-star magic, Poison Stream. 2-star magic, Swamp Trap. 3-star Bloodline Talent, Dragon Breath. The giant dragon dismissed their efforts with a mere flick of its enormous claw. The invisible, overwhelming force slicing through the air, shattering the myriad spells, and sending invisible shockwaves crashing toward the young dragons. With a series of sickening sounds, several young dragons were cleaved in two, their bodies tumbling to the ground as rich crimson blood gushed forth, staining the air a vivid red. The giant dragon, unstoppable, approached a blue young dragon, lifting it with its claw. The young dragon, panicking, struggled, but the giant dragon's strength was overwhelming, rendering it utterly helpless, as if it were being suppressed by an ancient mountain deity. What a splendid opportunity. The remaining young dragons, filled with hope, unleashed their abilities to attack the giant dragon. With a series of thuds, the young dragons were left dumbfounded. The giant dragon's body was akin to iron. Their assaults merely produced metallic clangs without inflicting any harm. The giant dragon casually tossed the young dragon into its mouth, gnawing relentlessly. Accompanied by a chorus of screams, blood splattered forth. The giant dragon's tail lashed out, sending the surrounding young dragons flying like baseballs, crashing onto the ground dozens of meters away. They cried out, their bodies battered and bruised, many visibly crushed and deformed. Their dragon bones shattered. "You are destined to be my meal." The grinning giant dragon leisurely approached, as if picking apples, scooping up the young dragons and stuffing them into its gaping maw. Please, don't eat me. The wicked dragon, the great dragon god, will not spare you. I do not wish to die. I wish to serve you as your weapon. Please do not kill me." The once valiant young dragons were now terrified, desperately pleading for their lives. Yet, the giant dragon showed no signs of hesitation. Soon, only one young dragon remained. It was a beautiful golden female dragon. However, the giant dragon had no intentions of showing mercy. It picked up the golden female dragon and slowly brought it to its mouth. The giant dragon had previously devoured hastily, leaving remnants of the young dragons it had not yet chewed thoroughly within its mouth, preventing the golden female dragon from being swallowed immediately. Yet, the delay only heightened the fear of the golden female dragon, for she could clearly see the gaping maw ready to devour her and the shattered remains of her comrades. "Mommy, why haven't you come?" The golden female dragon screamed in despair. "Oh no, my child." On a golden bed, a fair-haired beauty clad in a thin white gauze gown lay sleeping soundly, eyes closed in tranquil slumber. Suddenly, she convulsed, awakening in terror with a scream. Chapter 14. The golden dragon. With a loud crash, the tightly shut door of the room burst open. A young man with short purple hair and pointed ears, clad in a dark gray long coat, charged in, carrying an intense aura. "Vina, what is wrong?" The man's face was filled with urgency and concern as he rushed to the bed and embraced the golden-haired beauty. But she continued to tremble, unable to fully regain her composure. "Vina, do not fear. Stay calm. I am here," the man reassured her, soothing her for 3 minutes until her body finally stabilized. She grasped his hand with difficulty, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Paro, have you found our stolen child?" Paro froze upon hearing her words, observing his reaction. Vina weakly closed her eyes, filled with desolation. "I dreamt that our child was to be devoured by a monstrous dragon." As she spoke, her body began to convulse once more. "It is just a dream, a mere illusion," Paro shouted forcefully. "Vina, please calm down. Do not overthink." This time, however, Vina was not soothed. She suddenly opened her eyes, regarding Paro with a feverish intensity as she implored, "This is not an illusion. It is a profound connection between me and our child. This is no ordinary dream. It is a dire warning from the great dragon god. Paro, we cannot continue like this. Otherwise, our child is doomed. I must save our child. I cannot let the outcome mirror that of the dream." After uttering her words, she inexplicably summoned the strength to push Paro away. "Oh, elements of magic drifting through the realms, great beings in the unknown," Vina softly intoned. Paro, alarmed, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Do not act recklessly. Vina, you must remain calm. Do not do anything foolish." Kawina entirely disregarded Paro, continuing to implore, "I plead for your guidance. Sacrificing my millennia of life." Paro, in anguish, embraced Wayna. "Even as long-lived true dragons, we cannot squander our lifespans so recklessly." Suddenly, a peculiar, soft sound enveloped Wayna's body. Her vitality appeared to be siphoned away, plummeting at an alarming rate, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Yet, Wayna remained oblivious to her dire state. Her spirit uplifted as she exclaimed, "Paro, I feel it at last. I sense our child's location. That wretched thief cannot sever the bond between mother and child, no matter how well they conceal themselves. Quickly, take me away from Longdao. We must rescue our child together." Wayna urged fervently. "Alas, we are still young. Should our child be lost, we can have another," Paro sighed. Wayna's smile dimmed. "Paro, that is our child." Paro replied with a bittersweet smile, "I know. And I am acutely aware. But you are what matters most to me." Wayna fell silent upon hearing this. A thunderous roar echoed as golden luminescence radiated from Paro, transforming him into a figure of gold. An overwhelming majesty surged forth, akin to a tempest, expanding outward. Cracks sounded as Paro's form swelled with fervor, golden scales and monstrous claws emerging. With a roar, a robust golden dragon, over 20 meters in length, manifested before them, shattering nearby furniture and rendering the once opulent room dilapidated, the ceiling collapsing to reveal the azure sky. This was Paro's true form. Wayna, in her fragile state, remained unharmed, now cradled in Paro's grasp. Chapter 15. Concealment. With a resounding flap of its wings, the dragon stirred a tempest of air. The massive golden form soared into the distant heavens, a streak of gold against the sky. Unbeknownst to them, the deadline set by Dales had nearly arrived. The mountainous terrain, once cloaked in a barrier, now lay desolate. The numerous dragon hatchlings that had once thrived had disappeared, and the mist that had enveloped the land dissipated. The mechanical eyes hidden in the heavens became distinctly visible. At present, Harata, adorned in a myriad of colors, sat quietly upon a great mountain, towering nearly 9 meters tall. The transformation in his coloration was due to his recent consumption of more true dragon bloodlines, resulting in a dramatic metamorphosis. Harata now appeared unrecognizable, yet strangely perfect, possessing many innate traits of dragons. He considered himself a rainbow dragon, or perhaps a chaos dragon. A reminder, the previous, premonitory dream, represents but one of the infinite possibilities of the endless future. Time was slipping away. Harata murmured softly, directing a portion of his attention to his system. Name, Harata, Realm, Bronze level 10, Bloodline talent skills, 4 stars, Red Dragon Bloodline, Green Dragon Bloodline. 3 stars, White Dragon Bloodline, Incomplete Gold Dragon Bloodline. 3 stars, Steel Body. 2 stars, Rapid Recovery, mastery of invisibility, mastery of breath control, acceleration, fury, discover beauty, sharp claws. Strength, giant force, earth submersion, small achievement in phasing technique. Remaining upgrade points, 8. While these bloodline talents were indeed formidable, they did not possess the extraordinary capabilities necessary to vanquish Dales directly. Harata felt a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction. The talents were impressive enough to position him as a sovereign beneath the gods, yet he yearned for a power that would allow him to defeat Dales outright. Harata inhaled deeply, shifting his focus away from the system. You cunning little creatures have finally emerged, he observed, scanning the horizon. With the haze lifted and his newfound strength, he could see far beyond. In the distance, various true dragon hatchlings and sentient dragon beasts began to appear. Their numbers were scant, fewer than 10 in total. Had they remained hidden, Harata would have expended significant effort to uncover them. However, Dales might not have the same difficulty. Thus, as the trial approached its conclusion, they chose to reveal themselves. Harata felt a sense of gratitude as they gravitated toward him. Under normal circumstances, I might entertain playing with you, but for now, survival is paramount. Farewell. A hint of gravity shadowed Harata's smile. Dragon language magic, invisibility. The elements around him began to stir violently. Harata vanished in an instant. This was not the end. He continued onward. Dragon language magic, acceleration. Dragon language magic, earth escape technique. Dragon language magic, breath control. Dragon language magic, mimesis. 2 stars, earth submersion. 1 star, shrinking technique. 2 stars, phasing technique. 2 stars, breath control technique. Harata transformed into a magical Gatling gun, fervently bestowing upon himself extraordinary attributes. His presence, aura, even his life force, energy, and corporeal form began to fade away. Invisible to the naked eye, Harata swiftly descended into the mountain's depths, moving toward the distant horizon. Beep, beep, beep. Merely 3 seconds post-vanishing, the mechanical eyes reacted, emitting alarms and converging upon his last location. Invisible radar waves surged from the mechanical eyes, relentlessly scanning the sky and earth, attempting to locate the vanished Harata. Time passed second by second. Harata felt a twinge of anxiety, but fortunately, his invisibility power was indeed formidable. After half a minute, the mechanical eyes had yet to pinpoint his position. However, Harata did not entirely relax, for these mechanical eyes were trivial compared to his true adversary, Dales. If he could elude Dales, he would deem his endeavor a success. Of course, evading Dales and escaping this place were 2 distinct challenges, particularly with the barrier surrounding them. Fortunately, the expanse of this realm was vast enough to provide Harata with ample hiding space. The barrier could not last indefinitely. Harata believed that, given enough time, it would collapse of its own accord. Moreover, he was still young, at a stage of rapid growth and enhancement. If he could endure a little longer, he would inevitably acquire extraordinary power. At that point, he might not need to flee but could confront Dales directly, vanquishing that loathsome dragon's dragon father. Nevertheless, survival was a last resort. If possible, a direct ambush on Dales would suffice to eliminate this scoundrel. Harata, known for his fiery temperament, found a compelling thought bubbling uncontrollably from within. As this notion took root, it blossomed into a towering tree. After a brief moment of hesitation, a radiant smile illuminated Harata's face. Scoundrel, if the opportunity arises, let us take a chance. Ah, what is happening? Are these surveillance eyes malfunctioning? Hee hee. Could it be that our father is in trouble? Are we about to be liberated? The various hatchlings, daring to emerge from their hiding places, quickly discerned the situation of the mechanical eyes above. A plethora of conjectures surged uncontrollably to the forefront of the mind. However, these were merely the distant thoughts of the young dragons. The ones closer at hand understood the reason. They had witnessed the scene of Harata's disappearance. How could this formidable creature have vanished? At the foot of the mountain where Harata resided, 2 young dragons were present, a pure golden female dragon and a pale yellow crystal male dragon. At that moment, the crystal dragon spoke in confusion. They had seen Harata vanish, and the mechanical eye was frantically searching. I believe he intended to overturn the table, refusing to play along with that false dragon father, remarked the golden female dragon. The crystal dragon widened its eyes in astonishment. Surely not. Although I have never met that scoundrel father, his power must be formidable. Otherwise, how could he have acquired the dragon eggs of such noble true dragons like us? The golden female dragon replied meaningfully, that giant dragon child is no weakling either. He is undoubtedly among the elite of his youth. How could such a being submit entirely to the machinations of a false father like a docile dog? Chapter 16. The Wrathful Daily. This was indeed true. The crystal dragon nodded, Being a true dragon itself, it understood the pride inherent in their kind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the barrier. In an instant, the twisted and frenzied face of Daily S appeared, radiating a dark golden aura that altered the very sky. The barrier was non-existent for Daily S, offering him no hindrance whatsoever. "My child, cease your childish antics," Daily S proclaimed, towering in the sky as he surveyed the entire Shiliang. Though his tone seemed relaxed, the numerous young dragons felt a chill run down their spines. For Daily S's voice was laced with distortion and rage, instilling fear in their hearts. It was evident how unhinged and furious Daily S was over Harata's disappearance. "Stop hiding and come out quickly. I may pardon your mischievousness this once," Daily S continued. "According to my plan, you should swiftly devour the remaining young dragonlings. I have prepared ample rewards for you. Good child, I have arranged for you even stronger and more abundant sustenance. Do you not wish to partake?" As he spoke, Daily S's voice took on an ethereal quality, interlaced with an enchanting power. Harata, hidden underground, found Daily S's words oddly persuasive, and he felt an urge to comply with Daily S's will. However, realizing the insidious nature of the voice, Harata quickly snapped back to his senses, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the foolish thought. "You scoundrel, if you have the ability to capture me, then do so, otherwise, I will not emerge. Let your anger consume you." Harata chuckled slyly. Of course, for the sake of his safety, he would only think such thoughts and never utter them aloud. Otherwise, he would surely be locked onto by Daily S, bringing him misfortune. Listening to Daily S's voice, he comprehended the madness within. Once captured, his fate would be dire. Daily S abruptly closed his mouth, grinding his teeth, producing a series of eerie sounds. The already terrifying aura around him intensified as the sky darkened with swirling clouds, and flashes of electricity flickered around him. "Child, I give you one last chance. Come out immediately. This is my domain, and you cannot escape," he continued. "The barrier here is formidable. Even legendary beings cannot breach it in a short time. With your strength, there is no possibility of escape. I can find you. It will merely take some time. My time is precious, so I hope you do not waste it." Daily S seethed, then fell silent, closing his eyes as he began to wait. In the blink of an eye, half a minute passed. Daily S opened his eyes and mouth once more, unleashing a terrifying roar, his crimson irises now exposed. Crackling sounds emanated as Daily S's body began to swell. In an instant, he transformed into a slender golden dragon giant. Towering at 15 meters, his form radiating explosive magical energy, creating shockwaves that surged in all directions. What overwhelming power! This is undoubtedly that of a master level. From afar, a brass dragon trembled in fear. "That monstrous dragon child stands no chance against this villain," remarked the golden female dragon. "Alas, we are truly unfortunate," lamented a nearby blue dragon hatchling, its tone heavy with despair. "Elements of magic that drift between heaven and earth, heed my call." Daily S began to chant incantations. 2-star fire magic, scorching meteor. 3-star eye technique, golden eye. "You have forced my hand. Why do you not obey? I will ensure you regret this." Daily S threatened Harata, his eyes now glowing like 2 miniature suns. Simultaneously, flames erupted around him, morphing into various fireballs. Surrounded by these fireballs, Daily S appeared incredibly imposing, his eyes scanning the heavens like beams of light. The solid earth could not withstand the onslaught. Harata tensed, his body taut with anxiety. Soon, the golden light swept past him in a fleeting moment. Harata paused, realizing, "I am safe." His sinister grin intensified, though sadly, in this state, no one could perceive him. In contrast, Daily S's expression darkened further. "How could this be? I am a master-level extraordinary being. This young dragon is merely a bronze-level extraordinary creature. How could he evade my detection?" At this stage, Harata eluded his grasp, which left Daily S feeling begrudgingly frustrated. Yet, upon observing the surrounding barrier, he managed to regain a semblance of composure. Unless he possessed spatial magic to teleport away, he would remain trapped. Daily S suddenly raised his hand, waving it decisively. The massive fireballs transformed into blazing meteors, plummeting from the sky. The earth trembled violently as the fireballs detonated, unleashing searing heat. The soil either exploded or melted, creating deep craters. The terrain lay ravaged, with a nearby mountain shattered and collapsed. To mortals, this scene would appear miraculous, akin to an apocalypse. "My child, if you do not wish to come out, I shall force you. This is my domain. Accept your fate. Next, I will lay various magical formations to compress your area of movement. Awaiting you will be only defeat." Daily S roared, his voice echoing as more fireballs appeared. relentlessly bombarding the land. Harata ignored Daily S's threats, continuing to descend slowly, seeking refuge in deeper layers. However, the earth, under constant assault, became increasingly unstable, adversely affecting Harata's concealment abilities. He felt as if he were being crushed by the earth itself. With a sudden burst of speed, Harata darted towards the distance. Daily S was indeed powerful, yet he could not simultaneously assault the entirety of the Shiliang. As for setting up magical formations to confine his movements, this, of course, is also feasible. Harata cannot prevent it. However, it requires a considerable amount of time. Harata believes that while Dalyesi is preoccupied, his strength will undoubtedly increase further. Moreover, as he moves, the soil and stones around him gradually vanish, consumed by him. Chapter 17. Brothers, the appetite of a creature like a dragon is truly terrifying. Even by merely devouring soil and stones, it can continue to grow. Soil and stones are virtually inexhaustible. When consumed by Harata, they can be transformed into upgrade points. However, the nourishment they provide is rather inadequate, yielding far fewer upgrade points than when consuming the flesh and blood of extraordinary beings. Fortunately, the abundance of soil and stones allows Harata to accumulate a satisfactory amount over time. Father, please stop. You will kill us. Dalyesi was also shifting positions, resembling a madman, darting around and unleashing fireballs, bombarding the earth mercilessly. The young dragons nearby were terrified, their panicked cries echoing. With a deep breath, Dalyesi made the fireballs around him vanish. The trial continues. Next, you shall determine the sole survivor. Do not think of hiding. My mechanical eye will lock onto you and guide your opponent to your location, he stated with an air of suppression. Upon hearing this, the young dragons were left dumbfounded. No way. How can it be like this? In truth, this was not entirely bad. Battling that monstrous creature was the true embodiment of excess and despair. Facing off against relatively equal opponents would be far easier. This time, the victor shall be me. Once the young dragons regained their composure, they felt a flicker of excitement. Their original alliance began to crumble, turning them into adversaries. Hey, Harata, what do you intend to do? The cautious crystal young dragon, Ita, observed the golden female dragon. He sensed a hint of danger in his current predicament. The golden female dragon was fixated on him, and he felt as though she intended to devour him whole, which put him on high alert. Harata suddenly smiled brightly. Let us join forces to eliminate the others, and then we shall determine the victor. Ida paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. All right, let us go. Harata turned and walked towards the distance. Watching her unguarded back, Ida's expression turned dark and uncertain. To be honest, he felt an impulse to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to cooperate. Even if he eliminated Harata, he would still be in danger when facing the other young dragons. Moreover, there were many clever young dragons. It was possible that others would forge alliances as well. Ita, if you're worried, we can swear an oath. Harata's voice traveled back to him without her turning around. Yes, we swear. Ida responded without refusal. The risk of treacherous collaboration was indeed high. He could not fully commit to the battle. After all, if Harata lost control and launched a surprise attack on him, he would be in dire straits. This was an extraordinary world, and thus, oaths held significance. Those who violated their vows could be punished by inconceivable forces from beyond. Suddenly, a resounding howl echoed from afar. Harata, who was about to make the oath, abruptly looked towards the horizon. At an unknown moment, a glimmer of golden light appeared amidst the clouds, growing larger with the passage of time. The ground trembled as the immense energy descended upon the barrier. The young dragons, who were preparing for battle, were once again frightened. Dalyesi, what are you doing here? The golden light faded, revealing a panting golden dragon, Paloa. In his claws was the frail figure of Weina. This is my territory. Why are you here? You are not welcome. Dalyesi glared at Paloa with hostility. Paloa, our child is here. Weina's had emerged, her body radiating golden light. In an instant, she transformed into a golden dragon of around 18 meters in length. She was stunning, her figure graceful and exquisite. Any dragon or creature would be mesmerized upon seeing her. Father, mother, I am Harata. Please come save me. A tender voice echoed from afar. Wow, your parents are here? That's incredible. Harata, you are going to be saved. Ida realized at this moment, feeling exhilarated. Harata, our crystal dragon clan is closely related to your metallic dragon clan. You must not forget me. You should let your parents take me along. When we find my real parents, they will surely be grateful to you and your family. My child, I have finally found you. Weina's keen hearing allowed her to pinpoint Harata's voice despite the distance. likely due to the blood bond between them. Palua glared at Daliesi, his fury boiling. You hybrid abomination, you disgrace of the Golden Dragon clan. Why is my child with you? Speak, you wretched being. Daliesi trembled with rage, an overwhelming malice emanating from him. Palua, I am your true brother. We emerged from the same egg. We are siblings. Any dragon of the Golden Dragon clan has the right to look down upon me, the imperfect subdragon. But you do not. Daliesi roared, his voice filled with anguish. What brotherhood? I have no brother of your caliber. Associating with you is a disgrace, Palua replied coldly. Ha! Daliesi could not help but laugh maniacally. Palua grew increasingly agitated, his demeanor reflecting his displeasure with Daliesi's attitude. Abomination. Open the barrier and release my child. Then kneel and atone for your sins. Chapter 18. The duel. Palua, be quiet. Daliesi finally ceased his laughter. But he sternly reprimanded Palua. Do you think I am still the same as before? You shall not bully me as you did in the past. Very well. Before subduing the Golden Dragon clan, I shall deal with you first. Now, you shall witness my true strength. I shall trample your lofty dragon visage into the muck. Dales harbors a deep-seated loathing for Parlo. In their childhood, they cohabited on Longdao, yet Dales found no happiness. As a dragon beast within the realm of true dragons, he was subjected to profound discrimination. The exalted true dragons regarded him as a disgrace, often subjecting him to scorn and violence, including his elder brother, Parlo. From that moment onward, Dales vowed that he would make these haughty true dragons regret their disdain, aspiring to rise above them and demonstrate his prowess. To achieve this, he relentlessly sought strength. Upon hearing Dale's declaration, Parlo was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, mocking, "What grandiose claims you make, you wretch! Out of brotherly affection, I may tolerate your arrogance, but should you persist in this folly, I will assuredly take your life. My patience is not boundless." Dales retorted coldly, "Dare you challenge me? If you triumph, I shall return your daughter to you. What right do you have to compete with me?" Parlo dismissed him scornfully. "I possess the power to control your daughter's life," Dales asserted. Parlo fell silent. After a moment, he spoke, his tone laden with suppression. "Dales, you are playing with fire." Dales replied, "Your time is limited." Vina ceased her assault on the barrier, realizing her inability to breach it. She turned to Parlo, promising, "I cannot allow harm to come to our child, nor can you. Otherwise, I shall harbor hatred for you for eternity." Parlo nodded, glaring fiercely at Dales. "Very well. I accept your challenge. I am keen to witness how much a petty thief like you has grown, to believe you can defeat me." Dales scoffed, "Arrogant fool. Relying on your true dragon strength to look down on all. Do not forget, even the weakest humans can wield the power to slay dragons. And I am far superior to humans." He then demanded, "Swear that regardless of victory or defeat, you shall not expose my actions here, nor shall you kill me. Only then will I honor my promise and release your child." Dales was not a fool. He provided himself an escape route. Parlo regarded Dales with disdain, perceiving him as utterly inconsequential. Vina looked at Dales, pleading, "Brother, we can fulfill your demands, but you must not harm my child. She is your niece." Dales remained silent. Subsequently, Parlo began to swear his oath. Dales soared from within the barrier. "Vina, watch closely. I will undoubtedly defeat this despicable thief and rescue our child." Parlo declared confidently to Vina. She nodded, "I certainly believe in you." She stepped back, granting space for the two brothers, Dales and Parlo. With a roar, Dales charged forward. Wind magic, favor of the wind god. Earth magic, guardian of the earth. Dragon support magic, amplified magic, enhanced attack, dragon flame, slash, shatter. Dales possessed a multitude of spells. And this time, he did not conceal his strength but unleashed his full power, casting an array of spells instantaneously. In an instant, vibrant hues surrounded Dales, his speed surged, and golden flames enveloped him, encased in a rugged, earth-toned armor. Now fully armed, Dales resembled a demon god. Chapter 19. Fierce Battle. With a thunderous boom, Parlo's response was straightforward. He merely unleashed his magic, radiating a golden glow, transforming into a luminous dragon shimmering with metallic brilliance. "Dales, I shall make you aware that true dragons are invincible," Parlo declared, flapping his dragon wings and charging toward Dales. "True dragons are not invincible." Dales dismissed him, advancing to meet Parlo. In an instant, the two figures collided like two miniature suns, creating a tempestuous wave of magical energy that radiated outward, threatening to shred any weaker beings caught in the aftermath. Arc. Dale's dragon visage contorted as he felt immense pressure, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" Dales howled in madness, struggling to regain control and launch a fierce counterattack. A torrential storm of fire erupted, raining down upon Parlo in a relentless bombardment. Forbidden technique, blood sacrifice. Yet this was not the end. Dales persisted, igniting his own blood, a crimson smoke emanating from him, transforming him into a blood-soaked, scarlet dragon man. His aura surged once more. Dales, you have caught my attention, Parlo remarked, both surprised and perplexed. He understood that the blood sacrifice technique inflicted severe damage upon its user. He could not fathom why Dales would employ such a lethal gambit in a mere sparring match. Nevertheless, as a proud golden dragon, he refused to be intimidated by Dales. With a roar, Parlo unleashed an even more formidable force, the metallic sheen of his form intensifying to a blinding radiance. As the fiery rain from Dales struck him, it sparked peculiar small explosions upon impact. Yet, Parlo remained undeterred, for these assaults failed to breach his defenses. Dales lunged at Parlo, delivering a powerful punch. 2-star, Dragon Fist. A semi-transparent golden dragon surged forth from his fist, crashing into Parlo's body. With a resounding thud, Parlo's abdomen slightly concaved, his massive form retreating several meters. Dales, are you merely tickling me? Parlo scoffed, his dragon wings fluttering as he transformed into a golden burst that collided with Dales. Crack! Dales was sent flying, distinctly hearing the sound of his own bones cracking. Power! Power! I crave more power. Blood sacrifice! I will offer more of my blood. Dales, driven by fervor, gritted his teeth and shouted, his blood aura thickening. Yet, his dragon form seemed to wither visibly, losing substance at a shocking rate. However, the power he gained was indeed terrifying. With a swift motion, Dales soared back, landing another punch on Parlo's abdomen. Boom! Parlo was sent hurtling away at great speed. Ha ha! The victor is I. Dales relentlessly pursued, attacking Parlo without respite. Parlo resembled a large balloon, flung about by the relentless blows. Do not be so smug. The battle has only just begun. You have no idea of the greatness of true dragons, Parlo retorted, his frustration palpable. Within him, even more magical energies surged forth, and he began to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The two massive beings clashed fiercely, with dragon blood occasionally splattering onto the ground. The air within a radius of several hundred meters rippled and shifted in color. The ground, assaulted by the invisible aftershocks, was continuously cut, revealing fresh earth beneath. Goodness, this is exceedingly intense. Within the barrier, many young dragons watched in awe, their perceptions of the world being profoundly altered. Dales is truly formidable. Vina was equally astonished, never having anticipated that Dales could contend with Parlo to such an extent. Yet, Vina remained calm, gently calling out to her rushing daughter, "My child, do not worry. Your father is powerful, and Dales is no match for him." "Mother, I believe in father," Sherna replied. "Aunt, please help me." I'd also joined in. And upon hearing his words, Vina's expression stiffened. After a moment, she replied, "I will try my best." Yet, deep inside, she felt it was unlikely. From Darius's demeanor earlier, it was evident that he held great importance to these dragon hatchlings. On the other side, although the battle had not lasted long, both parties bore numerous injuries. Particularly, Darius appeared nearly skeletal, while Parlo only sustained superficial wounds. Another minute passed, and the tide of battle began to reveal a clear victor. At this moment, Parlo landed a punch squarely on Darius's abdomen. Darius coughed up blood and was sent flying once more. This time, he could not return. Parlo relentlessly pursued him. With a thud, Darius crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Parlo extended his right claw, seizing Darius's head and pressing down. The earth shattered under Parlo's immense strength, deepening the pit. Darius struggled painfully. However, he could not push Parlo away. His strength waned, and the forbidden technique, ritual blood, was proving to be a last resort, one he could not sustain for long. "Trash, do you still not recognize reality? You are simply no match for me. You have lost." Parlo spoke with arrogant confidence. "I hope you do not continue to make a fool of yourself." Darius, too exhausted to concede, ceased his struggles. Parlo released his grip, allowing Darius to breathe. "You have advanced to legend, haven't you?" Darius gasped, gazing at Parlo. Parlo smiled. "Isn't the outcome quite evident? In the recent battle, Darius had employed both combat skills and magic. Yet, Parlo had merely unleashed his magical power, dedicating himself to the fight with his dragon form, without resorting to magic. Darius, face the truth. A wretch like you can never triumph over me. Henceforth, you shall tremble beneath the shadow of the great, true dragon." Parlo continued to berate Darius. "If it were not for the fact that my child was in your clutches, I would have undoubtedly slain you." Darius's schemes had cost Vina dearly. Parlo's patience with him had reached its limits. Be quiet. This time was merely luck on your part. What are you so proud of? Darius, however, remained undeterred. Instead, his resolve hardened, bordering on stubbornness. I will break the shackles of my bloodline. I will surpass all true dragons. Parlo, just wait and see. Darius struggled to rise, soaring into the sky and entering the barrier. Parlo smirked silently, finding Darius's obstinate demeanor laughable. Chapter 20. The Opportunity of Harata. Parlo and Vina watched Darius fly into the barrier, showing no inclination to stop him. Darius's speed increased, and he arrived at Ciarna's location. Lucky little hatchling. You have a wonderful mother, Darius remarked meaningfully. He discerned Vina's poor condition and suspected that Parlo and Vina had come here at great cost. The modifications he had made it exceedingly difficult for him to utilize any peculiar extraordinary powers to locate Ciarna. In truth, Darius had never anticipated that the true parents of these dragon eggs would pay such a steep price to reclaim them. However, Vina surprised him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Ciarna sensed a hint of envy and jealousy in Darius's gaze and tone. Yet, she did not dwell on it, quickly dismissing it as her own misperception. How could a villain like Darius exhibit such emotions? She bravely met Darius's eyes and declared, "Enough with the chatter, let us go. It is you who shall go, not you all." Darius extended his gaunt claw and seized Ciarna. Though Darius was in poor condition, it was still effortless for him to subdue a young hatchling like her. "Oh no, I want to leave too. I do not wish to stay here," I cried out. Unable to contain himself, "Ciarna, help me. We are partners." He then turned to the golden dragon couple beyond the barrier. "Uncle, aunt, please help me. I beg you. I do not want to stay here. I will perish here." Before Vina and Parlo could respond, Darius, in a fit of rage, kicked out. With a thud, Ite was sent flying like a ball, landing over 20 meters away on the ground. Coughing, Ite struggled to catch his breath. He was in a pitiful state, his body broken and twisted. "Humph, ungrateful little wretch." Darius shot Ite a disdainful glance before turning to fly toward the barrier. Vina, with tears in her eyes, looked longingly at Ciarna. Ciarna was equally agitated, though Ite's plight left her feeling uneasy. Yet, Darius's resolute attitude left her with no choice. At this moment, self-preservation took precedence. Soon, Darius reached the edge of the barrier and casually tossed Ciarna out. With a whoosh, Vina lunged forward and embraced Ciarna. "Mother." Ciarna's eyes glistened with tears. Her past experiences in the trial zone had been perilous, and she had to remain strong. Now that she was with her parents, she felt secure enough to express her true nature. "I am so sorry, my dear. You have suffered." Vina wept. Darius observed the scene, feeling no emotion but growing increasingly furious. "Hurry and leave. You are not welcome here." "Darius, we shall certainly leave. We have no interest in this wretched place," Parlo retorted. Glaring at Darius, he too flew over, affectionately ruffling Ciarna's little head, saying, "Next, we will return to Longdao, a place of beauty and tranquility." Ciarna felt a flicker of anticipation, but her concern for Parlo's injuries lingered. "Father, do you hurt? Are you all right?" Parlo laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with his daughter. He tenderly replied, "I am perfectly fine, for a worthless wretch like Darius cannot harm me." The trio did not linger in idle chatter and soon soared away. Darius glared at their receding figures, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "Enjoy this fleeting moment of happiness while you can. Soon, I shall bring about your demise. Darius, do not force my hand. I have no desire to see my mother grieve. Thus, I shall restrain myself and refrain from committing any heinous acts that dragons cannot condone." Suddenly, Parlo's voice echoed in the air. Darius paused, but in the next moment, he shouted fiercely, "She will grieve? What a joke! She is a hypocritical dragon. My death would surely bring her joy. After all, she perceives me as her disgrace. Otherwise, why did she not protect me as a child? She can show kindness to unfamiliar innocent humans. She is renowned as a benevolent dragon, having rescued countless wretched souls, earning their respect. Yet, why would such a merciful being refuse to shield me? Damn it, I am her own child. How can she treat strangers better than me?" Darius seemed to question, yet also simply vent his frustrations. However, Parlo remained silent, for their family had already vanished from sight, completely distancing themselves from this place. "Wretch, you are nothing more than a bad seed." Yet, a soft, unfamiliar voice answered Darius. "You." Darius was taken aback. The earth behind him erupted simultaneously. A vague and colorful giant dragon, with a sinister grin, opened its massive jaws and lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Dales's thin neck. At that moment, Harata, who had been waiting for the opportunity, erupted into action. Chapter 21. The Achievement of Patricide. Harata's strength was formidable. However, despite Dales being severely weakened. He was not to be underestimated. A deafening boom echoed as Dales was knocked to the ground by Harata, his face pressed against the earth, creating a vast impression in the ground. With a fierce snap, Harata's sharp dragon teeth viciously pierced through the dragon scales on Dales's neck, causing a trickle of blood to spurt forth. Yet, when the dragon teeth made contact with Dales's bone, they failed to penetrate. Instead, Harata felt a sharp pain as his own teeth struck against the hard surface, causing his gums to bleed. "Beast, who gave you the audacity to attack me?" Dales roared in fury, for he was a master-level extraordinary being, possessing the power to obliterate cities. Yet now, he found his defenses breached by a mere fledgling dragon. "Die!" Dales bellowed, his emaciated form erupting with tremendous force. Harata's eyes widened as he sensed he was grappling with a colossal mountain of a creature that he could not subdue. Dragon language magic, violet entanglement. Dragon language magic, frostfall. Dragon language magic, dragonfire. Harata did not remain idle. He clung tightly to Dales, denying the wretched father any chance to escape. Simultaneously, a multitude of purple plants surged forth from all directions, coiling around like a swarm of enormous serpents. Harata's dragon wings flapped, unleashing a tangible frost that enveloped Dales, who felt his body constricting, the cold causing him to shudder and stiffen. However, what unnerved him most was Harata's jaws, which clamped down on his neck, exuding a fierce, blazing flame. This was indeed a three-pronged assault. 2-star support magic, flame immunity. Dales too was enhancing his own status. 1-star support magic, acceleration. 2-star earth magic, shockwave. Particularly the final shockwave was astoundingly sharp. In an instant, the ground erupted, and nearby plants were obliterated. Crack, crack. Even Harata's dragon body was fractured from the shock, a torrent of dragon blood gushing from within. Wretched spawn. While I may not be able to defeat Paro, you are certainly not one to provoke. Dales gasped for breath. Yet he found solace in the fact that Harata had delivered himself to him. He would become his possession. A sinister smile crept across Dales's face as he seized one of Harata's legs, pulling with such force that he left an indentation in the dragon flesh. 2-star cannon fist. He unleashed in rapid succession. Harata, undeterred by Dales's assault, clenched his dragon fist and charged toward Dales's head in a frenzied onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Harata's punches were incredibly swift, generating a flurry of afterimages. Each strike ruptured the air, producing sounds reminiscent of missile explosions. Trash, the victor can only be me, Harata snarled, his teeth grinding together. With a rip, he tore away a large chunk of flesh from Dales's neck and swallowed it whole. Dales could not suppress a cry of agony as his cervical vertebrae were laid bare. Yet, what he found even more unbearable was Harata's relentless barrage of punches. He was forced to raise a dragon claw to shield his head from the onslaught. Tap, tap, tap. Are you still so arrogant? Harata continued to pummel, resembling a dragon-shaped Gatling gun. The violent aftershocks enveloped Dales's dragon head and reverberated through the earth below. Poor earth. It trembled as if afflicted by an earthquake of unimaginable magnitude, cracking under the strain. Trash. Garbage. Waste. Resist me. Are you incapable? Harata cackled triumphantly, his expression a blend of madness and cruelty. But Dales could no longer hear Harata's taunts. He was dizzy, the pain overwhelming his senses. His struggles were rapidly waning, his already weakened body succumbing to exhaustion. Next, I shall grant you death. Harata halted his frenzied punches and pressed down on Dales's shoulder. How is this possible? Dales finally regained some clarity. However, his condition had plummeted to new depths. How could I die in such a senseless manner? This cannot be. I am destined to suppress the dragon race and ensure that those who discriminate against me regret their actions. Panic surged within Dales as he realized Harata was far more powerful than he had anticipated. The current Harata was undoubtedly comparable to a golden-tier extraordinary being. And not just any extraordinary being. Such a level of power indeed warranted the demise of a half-damaged master. Oh no, Dales did not wish to perish. He felt a surge of renewed strength, struggling with all his might. Harata, perched atop him, wobbled unsteadily. Why not just face your death quietly? Do you have any last wishes to fulfill in your next life? Harata was deeply irritated by Dales's refusal to accept his fate. Roaring, Harata inhaled deeply, aiming for the back of Dales's head, and opened his jaws wide. A fierce elemental magic began to swell, gathering from his limbs and vital organs into his throat. Radiant golden light, furious crimson flames, chilling white light, and sinister green luminescence all coalesced. From Harata's mouth erupted a substantial elemental beam, striking Dales's skull. This was dragon breath, and it was a fortified version derived from Harata's primary dragon lineage. Boom. The beam of dragon breath smashed into Dales's head, producing a deafening roar. Dales's already mangled skull shattered at a visible rate. I will not accept this. Dales managed to utter this final wish as his head was consumed by the four-colored dragon breath, turning into nothingness. The onslaught of dragon breath did not cease. It relentlessly penetrated deep into the earth, creating a pit 2 meters in diameter and 20 meters deep. At this point, Harata finally fell silent. Panting heavily, he slumped onto Dales's back. Although this bout of combat was incredibly brief, Harata's assault had been unprecedentedly terrifying. The toll it took on him was immense. Now, Harata felt as though his very essence had been drained, a profound emptiness enveloping his spirit. Yet, as he caught his breath, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. Chapter 22. Forbidden Technique, Blood Sacrifice. Come, let me see what you can offer me. Harata's smile deepened, radiating an air of wickedness. He lowered his head and began to feast. A series of faint yet unsettling sounds of tearing and chewing echoed in the air. Harata's remaining upgrade points began to soar rapidly. The energy within master-level dragon flesh was immensely potent. Merely a few bites could rival that of an entire young dragon. Perhaps, with this, I could ascend to true silver tier extraordinary status. In that case, my power would undoubtedly surge. Harata's excitement grew. What had transpired there? In the trial area? The young dragons gazed curiously from afar, though their vision paled in comparison to that of fully grown dragons. Unbeknownst to them, the formidable creature that governed their fates, Dales, had already met his demise at the hands of his kin, Harata. Approximately half an hour later, only 2/3 of Dales remained. With his increased size and power, Harata's appetite and eating speed had significantly escalated. However, the dragon bones of Dales proved too tough, causing Harata's dragon teeth to become chipped and damaged. To avoid injuring himself further, Harata began to dismantle the bones, swallowing them whole rather than chewing. To prevent choking, he enlarged his form, thereby accelerating his consumption rate. Beyond Dale's delectable flesh and blood, he also carried various possessions, including a storage ring. Harata's mood brightened considerably, yet he refrained from hastily examining Dale's legacy, focusing instead on his meal. Another hour passed. Devouring young dragon, acquiring 4-star forbidden technique, blood sacrifice. Remaining upgrade points, 980. To his dismay, he was still short. Upon seeing his upgrade points fall below 1,000, Harata felt a pang of disappointment. Had Dales not lost weight, he surely would have attained the silver rank. Nonetheless, he was not far off. Harata proceeded to review the 4-star forbidden technique, blood sacrifice. This technique was extraordinary and highly adaptable. Even a demigod could wield it effectively, unlocking immense potential. It had 2 primary effects. The first involved burning one's own blood to temporarily gain immense strength, an ability Dales had utilized in his battle against Pero. The second allowed the sacrifice of one's bloodline to gain temporary power, particularly advantageous for those with diverse bloodlines. Naturally, the higher the bloodline, the greater the power acquired through sacrifice. Conversely, those with inferior bloodlines would find their gains minimal. It was also worth noting that sacrificing one's mixed blood did not enhance one's lineage. While purging impurities to become a pure blood could be advantageous at times, it merely removed bloodlines without elevating them. If one's original bloodline was weak, becoming a pure blood would not yield significant benefits. Furthermore, this forbidden technique was challenging to master. Understanding its effects filled Harata with joy, as he realized he could usurp bloodlines. With his own elevated lineage, sacrificing it would undoubtedly amplify his strength, making it a formidable weapon he could wield repeatedly. Chapter 23. The New Sovereign. Harata lowered his head and continued to feast, this time on soil and stone. He resolved to fill the remaining upgrade points to swiftly ascend to the status of a silver-tier extraordinary being. Soon, darkness enveloped the land. Harata leaped from the depths of the pit. He had grown considerably, now appearing to be nearly 10 meters in length. Utilizing the dragon language magic, Shrink, Harata began to compress his dragon form, transforming into a little dragon over a meter long. In this state, he appeared slightly plump and adorable, reminiscent of the inherent cuteness found in many young creatures. Opening a blind box, Harata wore an expectant grin. He flicked his tongue, and a sapphire ring emerged. This was Dale's storage artifact. As a true dragon, Dales possessed a naturally occurring special area within him for storing items, which expanded with his strength. Legends spoke of ancient dragons from the first 3 generations being able to contain entire small worlds. Previously, Harata had stored the ring within himself for safekeeping, ensuring it was neither lost nor stolen. He unleashed his intangible psychic energy, enveloping the ring. With Dale's deceased, the ring was now ownerless, allowing Harata to easily seize control of it. His psychic energy transformed into a unique vision, penetrating the ring's interior. Had Dale still been alive, seizing it would have proven significantly more challenging. Returning to the matter at hand, the ring's space was vast, encompassing several hundred cubic meters. It contained numerous vials, clothing, and treasures. Among them was a stone imbued with magical elemental energy, known as magic crystal. This natural elemental jewel could assist extraordinary beings in their ascension. Lastly, a plethora of books lay within. Quite impressive. Had I known this, I would not have wasted time consuming soil. Harata suddenly recalled something, leaving him momentarily stunned and somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, he was alone in this place. It was time to depart and fully claim Dale's legacy. Harata gazed beyond the barrier. The fog had lifted, and with his formidable strength, the barrier no longer obscured his vision, allowing him to clearly see the castle not far away. Harata felt certain that more treasures awaited him in that location. Indeed, this land was now his. He had become the new master of this realm. What a stroke of fortune. Harata instinctively clenched his dragon claws, but there was one caveat. He needed to escape. Harata soon encountered a significant obstacle. The barrier remained intact, preventing his exit. This realization extinguished his joy. With a swift leap, the diminutive Harata soared towards the barrier. Cannon fist. Harata struck with his fist. Boom. The impact against the barrier echoed loudly. Harata's smile faltered as he instinctively took a step back. Breaking through by force was futile. However, such barriers required energy to maintain. With Dale's dead, it was unlikely anyone would provide the immense energy needed to uphold this vast barrier. He simply needed to wait. Harata cast a lingering gaze at the castle beyond the barrier before turning to take flight. During this waiting period, he intended to remain industrious, continuing to devour the world to grow stronger. He also had no intention of sparing the young dragons left in the trial area. However, Harata did not seek to eradicate them. Instead, he aimed to subjugate these young dragons. The territory left behind by Dales was substantial, and as a lone dragon, he could not manage it all alone. He required assistance. Additionally, these young dragons were still small. Allowing them to grow for a while would benefit him, whether for consumption or as allies. Chapter 24, The Fortunate. Not long after, Harata abruptly halted. The air was laced with the scent of fresh blood. Scanning the surroundings, he soon spotted a tattered crystalline young dragon lying not far away. Who had previously been kicked by Dales. Harata swiftly darted over, traversing several meters in mere steps to reach Ite's side, looking down upon him. Help me. Ite's mouth trembled slightly, emitting faint sounds reminiscent of a fly's buzz. Had Harata not possessed exceptional hearing, he would have failed to discern the plea. Ah, you're still alive? Harata was taken aback, gaining a newfound appreciation for the resilience of life and the vitality of dragonkind. However, Ite was unable to continue vocalizing. His breaths seemed to have ceased. He had evidently lapsed into a state of apparent death. For most beings, such a state would signify an irreversible end. Well, consider yourself fortunate. Harata's smile was radiant. Dragon language magic, healing spell. Harata's right eye widened like a flashlight, emitting an increasingly thick beam of green light that enveloped Ite entirely. Dragon language magic, blessing of the god of life. Dragon magic, iron will. Harata devoted himself wholeheartedly, continuously casting several low-level spells to enhance Ite's vitality and willpower. Indeed, Harata's proficiency in low-level dragon magic was impressive. However, when it came to higher-level spells, he struggled, requiring a longer incantation or preparation time. If you cannot survive, I shall reluctantly merge with you. Harata scrutinized Ite, sensing that despite his tattered appearance, there was a visceral beauty intertwined within the chaos. Were it not for Ite's diminutive size, which would hardly suffice for a meal, he would have certainly devoured him instead of expending effort to save him. The minutes swiftly passed, and after 3 elapsed, the green light in Harata's eyes faded. Ite, the young dragon, had stopped the bleeding, and signs of healing began to emerge. Even the fractured bones realigned on their own. His breathing became notably more pronounced. Harata smiled faintly, confident that Ite would survive, albeit he was disinclined to fully heal him at once. Of course, he was also incapable of doing so in a single effort. Low-level healing spells were, after all, limited in their efficacy. Moreover, the prolonged use of magic had left Harata weary. Rather than expend his energy, it would be more prudent to allow Ite to recuperate on his own. After all, these young dragons claimed to be his kin, yet in truth, they were hardly of any significance to him. Am I dead? Is this hell? Ite's spirit, dulled by death, struggled to awaken. He laboriously opened his eyes. Although he felt considerably better, He remained exceedingly weak. Even his vision was blurred. Little brother, this is not hell, but heaven. Congratulations, you are about to become a favored child of light, Harata declared with an air of authority. As time passed, Ait's consciousness sharpened, and his sight improved somewhat. He weakly turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. Ghost. Upon seeing Harata, Ait shrieked in terror, his body convulsing uncontrollably. With that movement, his wounds reopened, and blood began to flow anew. Harata was taken aback. Was he truly that frightening? Do you wish to perish? Harata glared at Ait, teeth clenched. Ironically, Harata's expression was perhaps even more terrifying. Yet, amidst the pain, Ait realized he had not died. I apologize, I am sorry, it was my mistake, I was just panicking. Ait admitted readily, feeling quite embarrassed, though he felt it was not entirely his fault. Harata's unsettling grin had been quite alarming, especially since he had just awakened and was still disoriented. Harata's smile faded, taking on a colder demeanor as he reluctantly commanded, "Little brat, spare me the nonsense. Swear your allegiance to me and become my subordinate." Hearing this, Ait promptly refused. "I, the great and proud true dragon, shall not submit." "Then it seems I will have to consume you raw," Harata replied with a hint of regret. In truth, he could have pursued a more persuasive approach, perhaps through intimidation or inducement, but that seemed overly complicated. Wait, please wait," Ait exclaimed, terrified, desperately attempting to halt Harata's next move. However, Harata was not the type to be easily deterred. With a thunderous roar, Harata's petite dragon form expanded dramatically, resembling swelling silver fungus. His massive claws seized Ait, methodically drawing him towards his mouth. No, please don't," Ait cried out in fear. "You saved me, right? It must be true." True dragons are known for their gratitude. Although true dragons vow never to submit, Ait argued that out of gratitude, serving Harata could be acceptable. Tearfully, Ait lamented, "I am willing to submit. I was merely speaking carelessly. I meant no offense." Harata's smile was unmistakable. He had recognized Ait's identity long ago. It was evident that Ait had survived thanks to Harata's intervention. Under normal circumstances, a true dragon would indeed refuse to submit. But this was not a normal situation. Harata paused his actions. Ait exhaled in relief and urgently continued to proclaim, "Great god of oaths, I, Ait, swear to become a subordinate of this powerful dragon from this moment forth, obeying his will and heeding his commands. Should I betray this oath, may I suffer a fate worse than death, being devoured alive and tormented by ancient demons for 10,000 years." Ait was resolute, delivering his oath with fervor. A string of murmurs, though faint, resonated from the unknown realms, barely audible to both Harata and Ait. Divine speech? Harata mused softly. As a dragon of lineage, he may not possess omniscience, yet he was aware of most evident and non-secretive knowledge. Upon hearing the murmurs, Harata understood that the oath had been fulfilled. "I shall graciously spare you." Harata reluctantly dropped Ait to the ground. Ait winced in pain, feeling as though he might faint, yet he stifled any cries. He had clearly noticed drool escaping from the corner of Harata's mouth, dripping onto the earth below. He feared that provoking Harata's annoyance might lead to his own consumption. "My lord, I thank you for your mercy. I shall take this to heart and strive to create wealth for you, compensating for my previous transgressions." Ait, unabashed, wore a sycophantic expression, resembling a puppy eager to please its master. Chapter 25. Mindset. "Then let me await the outcome." Harata smiled slightly, his demeanor unsettling. Ait felt a chill at this smile, attempting to change the subject. "My lord, that accursed Dales is searching for you. Is it wise for you to reveal yourself now?" This was both a question and a caution. He looked up towards the sky, where mechanical eyes continued to hover, monitoring the young dragons. Ait's emotions were conflicted. Harata's exposure would undoubtedly create complications, as he would surely be discovered. Yet, without Harata's intervention, Ait would have certainly perished. Any other young dragons encountering him would undoubtedly rejoice and swiftly eliminate him to reduce competition. Ait's condition was too dire for him to observe the unfolding events, unaware of Harata's triumph over Dales. In truth, the other young dragons, still relatively unharmed, had not witnessed Harata's victory over Dales. Their distance too great, and their realms too low to discern the event. Ha, worry not," Harata laughed triumphantly. "That wretch Dales has already been slain by me." Ait was stunned, and after a 5-second pause, he regained his senses, yet struggled to believe it. Dales was indeed formidable, a master within the ranks of experts. While Ait knew Dales had been injured previously, his weakened state still did not compare to that of a young dragon. Realizing this, Ait continued to gaze at Harata in disbelief. Was this fellow truly a young dragon? Ait suddenly recognized that Harata was not like them. Even if he were not a mere young dragon, but a youthful or even adolescent dragon, it was still inconceivable that he could have defeated Dales. Its thoughts were tumultuous. A physique of such magnitude among the Lungzu could only be comparable to a golden tier extraordinary being. The chasm between golden tier and master tier extraordinary beings remains vast. Without unparalleled extraordinary artifacts or transcendent 4-star bloodline talents, it is utterly impossible to engage in a head-on battle against a master. Do you doubt this? Although Ite refrained from voicing his skepticism, Harata, not being blind, could discern Ite's disbelief from his expression. Humph, you pitiful mundane dragon. Do not measure me with your ant-sized perspective, Harata disdainfully declared. I am not one of your kind. What you deem impossible is as effortless for me as drinking cool water. Indeed, great lord, you speak with undeniable wisdom, Ite acknowledged, suddenly finding profound truth in Harata's words. After all, such an outcome, while astonishing, was precisely why Harata could boldly emerge. Based on Dale's previous performance, had he discovered Harata, he would have undoubtedly attacked without hesitation. Goodness, my master is truly so formidable. Ite's emotions were complex. There ought not to be such a stark disparity among dragons. Yet, adopting a different mindset ignited excitement within him. A dragon of such raw strength truly deserved to be his master. The discontent of being forcibly enslaved dissipated entirely. In this universe, the law of survival dictated that the strong reign supreme, while the weak merely endure. Ite, too, admired strength. Very well, young one. Now, focus on your recovery, Harata instructed. Offering no pleasantries. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unleashed a torrent of magical winds, propelling his massive dragon form skyward. As you command, my lord. Ite replied respectfully, bowing his head as he bade Harata farewell. The mechanical eyes surrounding them subtly shifted, taking note of the scene. Harata paid them no mind, as these technological creations posed no threat to him. In fact, they held some value and utility. Once outside, he would seek to gain access to the mechanical eyes, aspiring to become their master and utilize them to survey his territory, safeguarding his possessions. A thought flickered in Harata's mind. Chapter 26. No respect. Harata raised his voice, reciting. Elements wandering between heaven and earth, heed my summons. Dragon language magic, convey my words across the void. Dales, that wretch, has already met his end at my hands. A resounding voice erupted from Harata, echoing outward in all directions. This was a type of auxiliary magic, enabling Harata's voice to be forcibly transmitted over great distances. To amplify the effect, Harata had meticulously chanted a spell, enhancing its potency. I, Harata, shall be the sole master of this domain. To the surviving young dragons, I grant you 5 minutes to swear fealty to me, the god of oaths, to pledge loyalty and become my vassals. After 5 minutes, I shall commence my hunt and devour those who yearn for freedom. With that, Harata fell silent, waiting. Such a magnificent display of authority, my lord, Ite mused, brimming with anticipation at the prospect of new allies. Up until now, he had been the sole vassal, which had felt somewhat awkward. Should the other crystal dragons learn of his submission to a different dragon, he would surely be scorned, perhaps even recorded in history as a source of shame. Yet, if more dragons swore fealty, he would no longer seem so conspicuous. Moments later, murmurs arose among the distant young dragons. Is this fellow speaking the truth? The nearer ones could indeed glimpse Harata's imposing form in the sky, while those farther away perceived only a blur. However, Harata's words reached them clearly. Dales was a master-tier extraordinary being who had previously clashed with the Golden Dragon, their battle seemingly capable of shattering the heavens. Such a powerful being could not have perished so easily. Humph. Even if what you say is true, do not expect the great true dragon to submit. You may be formidable, but I am no pushover. I shall conceal myself and witness your hunt. The multicolored dragon pondered, torn between the urge to submit and the desire to retain his independence. While many of the young dragons held complex thoughts, none immediately pledged allegiance upon hearing Harata's declaration. Unbeknownst to them, 3 minutes had slipped by. Harata's expression darkened, for he felt no oaths being sworn. He understood the hesitance of these young dragons. Had he been in their position, he too might have hesitated to submit. Yet, there was no room for what-ifs, especially as he was the one making the proclamation. Their lack of respect ignited a simmering frustration within him. Have I not devoured you swiftly, but rather attempted to coax you with kind words, leading you to believe I am accommodating and merciful? Harata's tone brimmed with suppressed rage, his latent dragon might radiating outward, enveloping a radius of 300 to 400 meters. Within this sphere, Ite felt a mental tremor, instinctively bowing his head and pressing his dragon visage to the ground. Oh dear, my master's mood seems quite foul. Ite, being somewhat astute, quickly deduced the cause. Had the surviving young dragons failed to pledge their loyalty? Realizing this, I too felt anger rise within him. How audacious! Why not join Harata and become his vassal, rather than face a fate worse than servitude? Chapter 27. Bloodline Fusion 5-Colored Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. However, I am a dragon of my word. I promised you 5 minutes, and I shall honor that promise. Harata maintained his composure, awaiting the outcome. On a small hill to the southwest, a black dragon, resembling a skeleton, found itself in a dire state, with a fresh gash marring its right leg. How can I resist in such a condition? My dragon heritage offers little to bolster my strength. It appears I have no choice but to submit. Furthermore, this creature has put an end to Dale's bloody trial. He is my savior. My submission is an act of gratitude. The black dragon cub, though feigning nobility, was merely afraid of death and sought a rationalization for its capitulation. Oh, exalted god of oaths! I, Henry the black dragon cub, hereby swear my allegiance. Shortly thereafter, Harata sensed this development from afar. His previously stormy countenance softened slightly, though he realized that within those 5 minutes, only one dragon had sworn loyalty. Before long, the 5 minutes elapsed entirely. Dragon language magic, golden eyes. Dragon language magic, enhanced vision. Dragon language magic, enhanced smell. Dragon language magic, enhanced hearing. Dragon language magic, extraordinary perception. In an instant, Harata's eyes transformed into a dazzling gold. With a bloodthirsty grin, he took flight. Moments later, he soared above a patch of crimson grass. Do you think you are me? Harata disdainfully roared. What a deluded little brat. He descended from the heavens, landing amidst the grass. With a thud, his massive form struck the ground, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to collapse, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that radiated outward. Surrounding vegetation was swept away like dust. Amidst the astonished gasps, a black dragon hatchling, adorned with hints of gold, emerged from the once dense underbrush. This black hatchling appeared more robust than the black dragon Hung Li, exuding an air of strength. He was propelled over 30 meters by the force of the wind, which felt like sharp blades slicing against him, causing him to grimace in pain. Mighty dragon, you have triumphed. I am willing to submit to you for 5 years. The sturdy black dragon feebly proclaimed. The deluded wretch had no right to continue living. Harata rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion that 5 years held any significance. He stepped forward, spanning over 10 meters in a mere stride, and then approached the strong black dragon, casting his shadow over the smaller creature. Towering above the black hatchling, he revealed a sinister smile. The intense pressure made the stout black dragon's scalp tingle, realizing that Harata intended to strike. He scrambled backward, pleading, "My lord, I am willing to serve you for 50 years, even 100. Let us discuss this." Yet, Harata did not respond. Instead, he extended his right claw and grasped the strong black dragon. The black dragon wished to resist, but the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Harata captured him effortlessly, as if snatching a duck. The grip was so powerful that the black dragon emitted peculiar, sorrowful cries. Ah, it hurts. The black dragon's eyes bulged as torrents of dragon blood streamed from his 7 orifices. He felt as if he would be crushed, his insides ready to burst forth. I was wrong. My lord, please grant me another chance. I am useful. I am a true dragon. The black dragon desperately implored. Harata casually tossed the black dragon into his maw. Accompanied by a few dreadful screams, the black dragon was utterly consumed. Devoured black dragon, harvested 4-star black dragon lineage. Fortune favored him this time. Harata was pleasantly surprised, as his system's plundering was typically random. The abilities possessed by true dragons were numerous, and acquiring a lineage was indeed a stroke of luck. In summary, not all true dragons could claim true dragon bloodlines. A promising start. May my good fortune persist. Harata unfurled his enormous dragon wings and soared into the sky, darting toward the horizon. The hunt continued. It must be said that these hatchlings were no match for Harata. Despite their utmost efforts to conceal themselves, they were ultimately exposed under his relentless pursuit. Unfortunately, Harata's hopes were dashed. His luck did not hold. The subsequent hatchlings did not yield a 4-star true dragon lineage. The trial area was vast. Even with Harata's formidable strength, he could explore only a limited expanse at a time, making it impossible to uncover all the hatchlings swiftly. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars. My lord, please do not consume me. I submit, I truly submit. I am willing to be your slave for 1,000 years. By a small lake, shrouded in dense white mist, Harata stood tall, with a blue hatchling in his right claw, who was groveling. We are all true dragons. Grant us some leniency, and do not be so unfeeling. 1,000 years is an eternity. To be your slave for a lifetime is cruel. If you do not offer a glimmer of hope, who would dare submit to you? The blue dragon attempted to reason with Harata, presenting conditions. This was not the first hatchling to employ such tactics. In fact, previous encounters had seen hatchlings submit, yet they had not fully surrendered, seeking to negotiate for greater freedom. For little ones have completely submitted to me, Harata mentioned casually before shoving the blue dragon into his mouth. Curse be you. One day, you too shall face a cruel fate, the blue dragon exclaimed in despair as he plummeted into the abyss of Harata's maw, shocked by his heartlessness. After negotiations failed, he was consumed without hesitation. An unprecedented surge of resentment and bitterness erupted within the blue dragon, who managed to utter a final word. Finally, it's over. Harata stretched, believing the blue dragon to be the last of his hunt, having scoured every corner. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, no hatchling had escaped his grasp. His earlier claim of 4 hatchlings have submitted was no jest. Aside from the crystal hatchling Ita and the black dragon Hung Li, 2 other hatchlings had completely surrendered upon sensing Harata's approach, kneeling in supplication for his mercy. These little ones were, after all, still children. Harata felt he should not be overly extreme. Thus, he allowed the hatchlings who had fully surrendered to remain. Devoured blue dragon, harvested 4-star blue dragon lineage. Harata smiled slightly, pleased with the outcome. Ding. 5-colored evil dragon lineage complete. Would you like to merge? Suddenly, another system notification appeared. Harata nodded in affirmation. Ding. Bloodline merging has commenced. Please wait, host. Harata waited eagerly. Approximately 10 seconds later. Ding. Bloodline merged into 6-star. Last of the 5-colored ancestral dragon lineage. The last of the 5-colored ancestral dragon bloodline carries the inherent traits: advanced draconic magic, dragon domain, and high-dimensional ancestral dragon might. With a pop and a crack, Harata's physical form underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 29. The Power of the Ancestral Dragon. My lord, I am deeply sorry. However, I will strive diligently to ensure I do not hold you back. Ita could detect the dissatisfaction in Harata's voice, realizing that it stemmed from their own inadequacies. Yet, he understood that it was not their fault. They were merely overshadowed by Harata's overwhelming strength. Ita expressed a complex mix of feelings in his mind. I too shall endeavor to improve. My lord, please do not be angry. Given a little time, I will undoubtedly grow stronger. Ah, my lord, you are truly magnificent, a reincarnation of the dragon god. The other hatchlings chimed in, some admitting fault while others praised Harata to curry favor. I want to see your actions, not mere words. As hatchlings, your vitality is at its peak. You must not become complacent. You should dedicate every moment to your training, Harata sternly declared, extending his 5 dragon heads to scrutinize the young dragons. The hatchlings trembled in response. Harata was unaware that the power of his sinister smile had far surpassed its former might. Despite the hatchlings' exposure to the legacy of dragons, they still found Harata intimidating. Harata had little time to engage further with these younglings. His expectations of them diminished with each passing moment. Instead, he preferred to focus on his own sustenance. Given his rapid growth, these seemingly noble true dragons and mutated subdragons were, in reality, nothing more than fodder, providing minimal substantial benefit to him. Current information: Host, Harata, Realm, Silver level 10, Bloodline talents, 6-star, last of the 5-colored ancestral dragon lineage, 4-star, Blood sacrifice, 3-star, Golden dragon lineage, Steel body, Gluttony, 2-star, Giant strength, Sharp claws, Aesthetic appreciation, Rapid healing, Elemental affinity, Invisibility, Etherealization, Breath control. Speed enhancement, remaining upgrade points, 1,500. This summarizes Harata's achievements over the past few days. The bloodline talents and skills need not be elaborated upon. The essence of the matter lies primarily in the realm and balance, which have seen the most significant enhancement ever since he transformed into the Wuzmo Dai Zulong. Harata's capacity for consumption has surged dramatically, nearly threatening to devour the very heavens and earth, thereby granting him a plethora of upgrade points. Naturally, soil and stone are relatively inexpensive. Logically, it would be improbable for him to accumulate such a vast amount of upgrade points in a mere 5 days, elevating his realm to Bain Shurji. Indeed, this is the case. Relying solely on the system for upgrades, his money could not possibly reach such heights. It is worth noting that each level within the Bain realm requires 1,000 upgrade points. As one progresses to the Huangjin realm, each advancement demands 10,000 upgrade points. Such a monumental quantity of upgrade points would not be easily obtained, even if Harata were to consume several mountains. The reason he has managed to ascend so many levels is, in fact, due to the influence of the Liuxing. Modai was Zulong Shuedo. This ancestral dragon lineage is extraordinarily formidable. Even in a state of mere existence, reaching adulthood would naturally elevate Harata to the status of a demigod. Should Harata exert even a modicum of effort, the likelihood of his ascension to divinity exceeds that of other demigods by more than tenfold. Moreover, at lower realms, the effects of this ancestral dragon lineage are even more astonishing. Harata feels that with each breath he takes, his strength and magical prowess augment, often within the span of a single minute. Under the dual influence of the bloodline system, he effortlessly attained Bain Shurji. Simultaneously, while his Bain Shurji did not result in a physical growth of 5 or 6 meters, its actual worth far surpasses that of the past. He perceives that, in a comparable realm, he could easily overpower dozens of his former selves. In summary, Harata's combat power has experienced an extraordinary surge. Regrettably, due to the absence of formidable opponents, he remains unaware of the true extent of his strength. Chapter 30. The Shattering of the Barrier. However, there exists an entity that can serve as a rough gauge of his combat prowess. Harata's 5 dragon heads, having shifted from numerous juvenile dragons, gazed skyward at the barrier. Reputed to be impervious to legendary-level extraordinary beings for a brief period. Dragon language magic, power amplification. Dragon language magic, attack doubling. Dragon language magic, breath enhancement. Harata's 5 heads, 5 mouths, began to utter indistinct murmurs simultaneously. A multitude of simple yet direct buffs frantically accumulated upon Harata. The colorful dragon scales adorning his body shimmered brilliantly. After approximately 4 seconds, Harata's red dragon head opened wide, revealing its inner maw reminiscent of the Lieko Nu. A torrid blaze erupted forth, transforming into a spiraling column of flame, akin to a drilling bit, surging towards the sky. With a resounding boom, accompanied by a deafening roar, the flame column collided with the barrier. The luminous wall formed by the barrier glowed a fiery red. It was as though 2 bulls were engaged in a fierce struggle. Exerting all their might, the flame column, under pressure, cracked at its edges, releasing a cascade of fire that rained down from the heavens. From a distance, it appeared as though fire rained from the sky. The surrounding landscape, with a diameter of 1,000 meters, was painted in crimson. Upon striking the ground, the soil and stones emitted a crisp, sizzling sound, transforming into charred earth, with some areas melting into fiery pits. Quickly, take cover. Samaran's face contorted. Her usual calm demeanor was now fraught with unease. She sensed a profound threat emanating from the fiery rain. Should she inadvertently be touched by the flames, even if she were not instantly obliterated, she would undoubtedly suffer severe burns. 1-star magic, earth escape technique. The 6-clawed subdragon Weber descended, merging with the soil. Our leader has gone too far. Brothers and sisters, we must intensify our efforts, for even if the leader graciously spares us, if we lack the strength, we could still fall victim to this inexplicable aftershock. I'd expressed with a sense of urgency, yet his movements were swift. Dragon language magic, flame immunity. Dragon language magic, water shield. I'd exerted himself to bestow 2 minor buffs upon himself. Boom. A fragment of the fiery rain struck the water shield, instantly causing a significant portion to evaporate in a flash of intense heat. Let us unite. The black dragon Henry approached. Indeed, let us join forces, Samaran concurred. Not all dragons possess the ability to burrow underground. Unfortunately, among them, only Weber had the capability to seek refuge beneath the earth. 1-star magic, earthquake technique. Dragon language magic, earth shield. Samaran cracked the ground beneath her feet, creating a large opening. Ite, Henry, and Samaran hurriedly dove into the crevice. Henry, wielding control over the earth element, placed a lid atop the opening. Though they had merely employed minor spells, the exertion left the dragons panting heavily, primarily from fear. Hey, make some room. Suddenly, the soil behind Ite softened as Weber squeezed in. What are you doing? I complained. This space is far too small. Accommodating 3 is already a challenge. If the space is limited, let us expand it, Weber replied with unyielding logic. 1-star magic, earth thorns. Weber unleashed his magical power, causing the surrounding soil to surge upward, transforming into massive spikes. This creation effectively shielded the earth shield, providing an additional layer of protection. Concurrently, the displaced soil indeed enlarged the space. From the outset, we should have collaborated. Your attempt to burrow away was entirely unnecessary, Henry remarked sarcastically, casting a glance at Weber. Though Weber felt awkward at the comment, he maintained a facade of indifference. The young dragons needed to evade the fiery rain, yet Harata remained unaffected. Some of the fiery rain that fell upon him caused no harm whatsoever. The barrier above, impacted by the dragon's breath, bulged outward significantly. Dragon language magic, shape-shifting. Dragon language magic, dragon flame sword. Harata's remaining 4 dragon heads were not idle. They harmoniously layered 2 additional buffs. Instantly, the dragon's breath, resembling a drill, transformed into a massive crimson sword. An intense penetrating force emanated from its tip, significantly enhancing Harata's attacking capabilities. With a crack, the barrier finally succumbed, resembling shattered glass as it fractured. Dragon language magic, dragon fire. Harata pressed on, unleashing a torrent of flames from his remaining dragon heads. These flames enveloped the dragon flame sword, intensifying its blaze and causing it to grow in size, now measuring several hundred meters in length. As if it were destined to connect the skies with the earth, the sight from afar was nothing short of magnificent. Chapter 31. Faluo Fortress with a thunderous roar. The barrier could no longer withstand the pressure and began to disintegrate. This chain reaction led to the entire barrier collapsing. Endless translucent shards cascaded down like feathers from the heavens. Yet, before they could touch the ground, they melted away like snowflakes, transforming into a fine, shimmering dust that merged with the air. Harata closed his mouth. However, the dragon flame sword did not vanish. Instead, it surged skyward, penetrating the higher layers of the cloud sea. Perhaps having slipped from Harata's control, the magical elements contained within the dragon flame sword became exceedingly unstable. In the blink of an eye, it erupted. The brilliant flames transformed into a radiant red sun, shattering the cloud sea within a 10,000-meter radius into nothingness. From the ground, it appeared as though a vast hole had been blasted open in the sky. However, this observation is only relevant to the nearby creatures. Those further away do not perceive the vast chasm in the same manner. As distance increases, what appears to be a grand abyss diminishes into insignificance when viewed against the expanse of the sky. Furthermore, the flames are akin to ephemeral beings, unable to sustain themselves, vanishing within 5 seconds. Yet, the residual warmth lingers, transforming into a gentle breeze that drifts into the distance. "You few, hasten to my castle," commanded a white-headed figure of Harata, gazing down at the 4 fledgling dragons who had taken refuge below. With a swift motion of his wings, Harata ascended, his entire being transforming into a radiant arc as he soared away. Perhaps finding tranquility, Harata's imposing aura diminished. He lacked the former fierce majesty. Now, he appeared merely as a formidable silver-tier Julong. A touch of humility can be quite commendable. Harata felt no aversion towards his current state. To unleash his draconic might recklessly is akin to a glaring bulb in the night, far too ostentatious. Moreover, such displays could easily reveal his true strength to foes. Presently, while his demeanor was authentic, anyone who took his reality at face value would be deemed a fool. "Is it over?" Ait and the others, upon hearing Harata's words, slowly emerged from their hiding place. Their sluggish pace meant that by the time they appeared, Harata had already flown far beyond their sight. Truly, he was a colossal monster. Though Henry had long known of Harata's extraordinary prowess, he remained awestruck by his display. "Our leader must surely be at least a level 5 master," remarked Sama with a knowing tone. "Though the barrier has weakened somewhat, it remains formidable. A typical master would struggle to breach it. What do you think? How much power did our leader just employ?" inquired Weber, the reticent 6-clawed hatchling. Ait, Sama, and Henry fell silent at his question. "Perhaps our leader is comparable to a legend," Ait jested. "Legends are a level most true dragons cannot attain, even in maturity." Sama shook his head vigorously. "That should be impossible. Even if our leader is extraordinary, he cannot be that extraordinary. Remember, he is just a fledgling dragon, barely a month old." I concurred with Sama. "Indeed, it should be impossible. Our leader is likely around level 9. Nonetheless, that is still terrifying." Henry, observing the hatchlings, began to delve into Harata's true strength. Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, "Enough of the idle talk. Let us hasten after him. Our leader's power is beyond our comprehension. We must focus on ourselves. Dragons of his caliber do not play by the rules, and our weakness could render us mere cannon fodder, meeting an untimely demise." The castle of Darius is known as Falu Castle. Within, there are no flesh and blood servants, only mechanical dragonfolk, guards. Furthermore, both the interior and exterior of Falu Castle are adorned with various magical arrays and barriers. While the mechanical dragonfolk lack strength, the magical formations here are even more potent than those in the trial area, showing little sign of weakening. This is quite intriguing. Harata hovered above Falu Castle, his arrival invigorating its defenses, causing an array of magical lights to emanate, repelling and obstructing him. Concurrently, the mechanical dragonfolk within brandished an assortment of technological weaponry, such as laser cannons, to assault Harata. However, he was remarkably powerful. These retaliatory strikes failed to breach his scales, instead eliciting an excited smile from him. This presented an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Yet, forcing his way inside would undoubtedly result in significant damage to Through Castle. Thus, he restrained his restless spirit. With his 10 eyes narrowed, Harata fell into deep contemplation. In truth, he focused his attention on the dragon heritage. The last of the 5-colored ancestral dragons possessed various forms of dragon heritage, including ancient and comprehensive knowledge. However, the term last of the 5-colored ancestral dragons actually refers to a third generation. Subsequent dragons are not considered ancestral. They thrived millions, even tens of millions, of years ago. In this modern era, aside from a few deified ancestral dragons, those of extraordinary caliber have seemingly vanished, presumed extinct. Consequently, the heritage possessed by these ancestral dragons has become increasingly outdated. Nevertheless, while time progresses and everything evolves, this does not render ancient knowledge entirely obsolete. In fact, the wisdom from bygone eras may hold greater value in today's world, as the magical elements once flourished, giving rise to more resplendent, extraordinary civilizations. About half a minute later, Harata's dragon eyes widened in revelation. Dragon language magic, element extraction technique. All 5 of Harata's mouths opened simultaneously, directed towards Through Castle. An inexplicable force erupted forth. In an instant, various magical elements present in the air from all directions were drawn in and consumed by him. Even with the magical barrier's interference, the magical elements within the castle were gradually siphoned away. This rendered the barriers attempting to impede him increasingly feeble. Harata discovered a gentle method to address the magical barriers within the ancient dragon heritage, altering the environment to deprive the barriers of their energy. After extracting the magical elements from the vicinity surrounding Through Castle, the barriers would inevitably weaken. However, completely dismantling them would prove challenging, as he noticed some magical arrays within the castle could autonomously draw from the elements in the air to replenish their consumption. Of course, depleting all the magical elements in the surrounding air is also a means of resolution. Yet, Harata was currently incapable of achieving this, as elements from even more distant areas would continually flow in to replenish them. Thus, complete extraction was perpetually unattainable. What he could accomplish was merely a temporary weakening of the nearby magical elements. Additionally, Harata's current element extraction technique was only suitable for this small castle. The vast expanse of the area resulted in insufficient concentration of extraction power, making it appear dispersed. Approximately half an hour later, Harata closed his mouth. At this moment, the magical brilliance above Through Castle had dimmed significantly. Even the mechanical dragonfolk had collapsed into heaps of scrap metal upon the ground. Though they were robots, their energy source had been the magical elements. Harata's element extraction technique proved formidable. He could forcibly drain not only these robots, but even the magical energy of living beings. Unfortunately, the robots appeared to lack the ability to regenerate their energy autonomously. Finally, it was complete. Harata closed his mouth and began to descend from the sky slowly. The remnants of the magical barrier still held some resistance, yet it was no match for Harata. As he descended, his colossal form gradually diminished. Although Through Castle is large compared to humans, it is relatively small for a dragon of Harata's magnitude. To avoid discomfort, it was prudent for him to reduce his size. Chapter 32, Lavish Waste. Dragon Language Magic, Golden Eyes. Dragon Language Magic, Vision Amplification. Dragon Language Magic, X-ray Vision. Dragon Language Magic, Mental Probe. As he descended into the castle, Harata's numerous dragon eyes gleamed with golden light. He utilized his multifaceted vision to survey his surroundings. Originally, there existed a magical barrier that obstructed his vision, making it challenging to penetrate the sturdy walls and the earth. However, now that the array had been dismantled, there was no way to entirely hinder Harata. Although Harata had augmented himself with numerous buffs, he could only perceive a vague outline of his surroundings. The perpetual, enigmatic smile on his face gradually morphed into one of astonishment and regret. He discovered that within the Through Castle were a plethora of laboratories, an abundance of experimental apparatus, and a diverse collection of books. Notably, in the underground, there lay a vast expanse filled with various dragon eggs, the flesh and blood of unknown creatures, and many bizarre dragon-blooded beings confined within. This place should not merely be termed a castle. It would be more aptly named an evil experiment zone. Even a cursory observation sent shivers down Harata's spine, for the scene was undeniably sinister. Dales could undoubtedly be classified as a madman. To get to the point, these items might hold great value for the researchers, yet for Harata, they were of little worth. After all, he had no interest in conducting research. What he truly favored was tangible wealth. Harata swiftly moved to an expansive study. He casually picked up a book and found it filled predominantly with knowledge pertaining to genetics. How foolish. What use is there in such research? With that time, one could far better devote oneself to crafting extraordinary artifacts to enhance one's strength or learn more magic. Harata regarded Dales's collectibles with disdain and turned to leave. Half a minute later, he arrived at a chamber resembling a bedroom. Who in their right mind keeps a diary? Harata continued to scoff, yet his hand, seemingly of its own volition, reached for the diary resting on the nightstand. Flipping through its pages, Harata's 5 pairs of dragon eyes fixated intently. It must be said that although Dales was no ordinary individual, his diary enlightened Harata to many truths. For instance, Dales harbored a deep-seated hatred for true dragons due to the discrimination he faced from them. Thus, he devoted himself to rigorous training to grow stronger. However, as a sub-dragon, he was constrained by limitations. Upon reaching mastery, he felt he had hit a ceiling. Unwilling to remain stagnant, he resorted to unconventional methods of training. The trial zone where Harata had previously been was where Dales sought to cultivate the strongest physical form for himself. Indeed, Dales had researched peculiar techniques that allowed him to usurp the bodies of his offspring to attain rebirth. Such a notion was indeed audacious, and Harata couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. While Dales's actions were undeniably inhumane, they showcased remarkable ingenuity. Had it not been for the interference of this cheating dragon escaping, Dales would surely have succeeded. He placed the diary into his mouth, stowing it within his innate storage space. Harata continued to wander, even taking a moment to alter the permissions of the magical barrier's mechanical dragon servants. Henceforth, even if the magical barrier's mechanical dragon servants were restored to their original state, they would no longer pose a threat to him. Ultimately, Harata stored away the research equipment and tomes, contemplating their potential resale in future ventures. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in the basement. Observing the biological experiments, he hesitated briefly before opening his mouth to unleash an overwhelming allure, consuming all the experimental subjects. At this moment, the entirety of Fa Luo Castle felt desolate. Yet, Harata's spirit was immensely satisfied. This endeavor could be considered a modest windfall. Moreover, the true treasure lay in the dominion of this land. Harata returned to the surface just as Ite, Sama, Henry, and Wybite, the 4 young dragons, arrived. Simultaneously, the magical elemental energies he had siphoned began to replenish. The magical barrier of Fa Luo Castle commenced its restoration. The young dragons gathered before Harata. "Master, congratulations on becoming the true dragon lord of this realm," Ite said, filled with envy. He too desired a piece of territory, but alas, he was now at Harata's mercy. Not even his own life was his to command. "Fool, don't disturb me unless necessary," Harata replied, casting a glance at the young dragons before unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. He intended to survey his domain. Harata retrieved a rudimentary map from his mouth, a small item acquired from Fa Luo Castle. According to the map, his location was the Longya Valley of Luo Mo Mountain. Luo Mo Mountain is renowned as one of the 7 major mountain ranges of Alpha Star, sprawling across a vast area, surrounded by various kingdoms and empires of numerous races. Longya Valley, covering approximately 1,000 miles, indeed appeared vast. Yet, in the grand scheme of Luo Mo Mountain, it was but a drop in the ocean. I wonder if there are any local delicacies to be found in Longya Valley? Harata thought as he stowed the map away, observing the environment above and below. He noted that Longya Valley was devoid of intelligent beings, primarily inhabited by various magical beasts and wild animals. Looking further underground, he discovered some rare ores. What a treasure trove! How wasteful of Dales! Harata lamented. If only Dales had organized a group to explore Longya Valley and mine its minerals, he could have amassed a fortune. At this thought, Harata paused. "Fool, I too have squandered opportunities." His 5 dragon faces froze momentarily. Since arriving in this world, his existence had revolved around combat, frenzied consumption, and little else. "I possess so many bloodline talents and skills, all brimming with potential. Yet my utilization of them has been rather crude." Harata frowned, realizing that he had not fully harnessed his bloodline talents. He primarily relied on his formidable magical prowess and raw physicality for brute force. "If I could deeply develop my bloodline skills, unearthing their unique traits, and truly master them, my strength would surely ascend to new heights." The thought stirred excitement within Harata. Yet, in the next instant, he became contemplative. Oh, but this endeavor would certainly require considerable time for quiet reflection. Harata frowned, pondering. With this time, wouldn't it be better to indulge in feasting and revelry? How simple and direct. Chapter 33. Immunity to toxicity. Humph. Wasting potential is the true squandering. Harata's 5 dragon heads could not suppress a derisive snort. He felt irritated by his previous juvenile thoughts. Unleashing sheer power across the universe was the most exhilarating pursuit. Any bizarre techniques could go to hell. If anyone disagreed with me, let them try to defeat me, forcing me to realize my choices were erroneous. The smile on Harata's dragon face radiated brilliantly. A 1,000-mile radius may indeed seem vast to ordinary individuals and weaker extraordinary beings. Yet for Harata, who could fly and possessed great strength, it was hardly significant. He flew leisurely, reaching the western edge of Longya Valley in less than an hour. A deep, winding river traversed the mountains, dividing the peaks. This river also marked the boundary of Longya Valley. The environment of Luomo Mountain was largely uniform, characterized by numerous hills adorned with a variety of flora. For creatures unfamiliar with this area, distinguishing between them would prove challenging. Harata descended from the sky, landing atop a 20-meter-high hill. At this moment, his stature measured approximately 3 meters. Thus, this small hill was spared from undue pressure. In midair, several peculiar white birds fluttered by before landing cautiously on the riverbank to drink. Suddenly, a few long, yellowish-green serpents erupted from the water. Their elongated bodies exuded elasticity and resilience, and in that deadly instant, Harata beheld a breathtaking beauty. He swallowed reflexively. The white birds reacted with remarkable speed, launching themselves skyward. Yet, from the jungle on the shore, additional green serpents appeared as if propelled by springs, soaring into the air with their gaping, fang-filled mouths aimed directly at the birds. Accompanied by a few piercing screams, the birds were seized, struggling in vain against the overwhelming weight of the serpents, ultimately plummeting to the ground. A chilling scene unfolded as more serpents emerged from the surrounding waters and vegetation, their numbers vast and colors vibrant, with faint magical fluctuations indicating their extraordinary nature. Their stealth was formidable. Without an active pursuit, even the most perceptive of extraordinary beings would find it challenging to detect them. They were ferocious, akin to ravenous dogs, vying for the fallen birds. The disparity in numbers was stark, and in an instant, the birds were stripped of their feathers. Simultaneously, beneath the mountain behind Harata, the vegetation trembled slightly before a massive azure-patterned python, thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long, emerged. Like a locomotive, it charged towards Harata. Despite its immense girth, it moved with astonishing speed and possessed peculiar abilities. The plants at Harata's feet suddenly elongated, transforming into monstrous vines that ensnared his legs. Ordinary extraordinary beings would surely succumb to despair in such a predicament, yet Harata was far from ordinary. Ah, how I relish these delightful morsels delivered to my doorstep. He mused. His green dragon head pivoted as if teleporting and gaped wide. To his horror, this head expanded violently, growing to the size of a tractor. From a distance, Harata appeared grotesque, while the python, seemingly oblivious, leapt directly into his cavernous mouth. The startled serpent thrashed in terror, yet was powerless to halt its descent. Witnessing helplessly as it entered the abyss of Harata's maw, Harata consumed the python as one might slurp noodles, swallowing it whole. Devoured forest venomous python, acquired 2-star, toxic immunity. To Harata's astonishment, this ability appeared quite advantageous. The Zulong species was indeed perfect, endowed with toxic immunity. However, Harata welcomed the prospect of an even more formidable immunity. With his numerous dragon heads, he surveyed the surroundings. Here, serpents were abundant, predominantly forest venomous pythons. This is quite a delectable feast. Perhaps I can elevate this toxic immunity to an extraordinary level all at once. Harata grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 34. Incarnate as a calamity. Harata vanished from his spot, reappearing in the high sky hundreds of meters away. His form began to swell, returning to its normal size. His 5 heads focused on the mountains and rivers in all directions. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous gravitational force erupted, transforming into 5 small black holes that began to devour everything around them. First, the air, followed by the myriad plants and debris on the ground. Ultimately, the river water and the mountains began to fracture, rising toward Harata. The mixed sizes of magical serpents in the forest swayed in confusion, unable to comprehend their predicament or why they were being drawn skyward. Aside from the magical serpents, few other creatures remained. for any other beings arriving here would be swiftly overwhelmed and consumed by the serpents. However, beings like Harata posed a dire threat to the serpentine horde, transforming them into mere sustenance. Suddenly, a massive wave erupted from the river as a 20-meter-long dark azure python surfaced, exuding a formidable magical presence that petrified the smaller serpents nearby. It was a golden-tier extraordinary being. Yet, even as it debuted as a protagonist, it found itself bewildered, as its body was also being drawn into the sky alongside the receding water. Upon seeing the source of the gravitational pull, it realized it was Harata, the five-headed rainbow dragon. The python was perplexed. It sensed Harata's magical fluctuations and might to be merely silver tier, far inferior to its own. Yet, it also sensed a power that transcended silver tier, adding to its confusion. Harata had not fully unleashed his magical pressure, creating an air of contradiction. The giant python opened its mouth, revealing pure black fangs, and let out a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of purple-blue poisonous mist, intent on vanquishing Harata. The onslaught continued as other formidable giant snakes displayed their unique abilities. Some spat venom and toxic mist, while others attempted to flee from the gravitational pull. Be silent, all of you. The ancient, primal supremacy of the Zulong's might swept over the area. In an instant, all was still. Both giant and small serpents succumbed to a stupor, their eyes glazed over. Devoured water poison snake, acquired 1 star, venomous fangs. Devoured oil green magical serpent, acquired 1 star, toxic immunity. Remaining upgrade points, 2900. Remaining upgrade points, 2915. Devoured mountain river giant python, acquired 2 star, resilience. Remaining upgrade points, 2955. Devoured poison snake, acquired 1 star, toxic immunity. Harata's system continually refreshed, and although none exceeded 2 stars, the myriad minor bloodline talents emerged and seamlessly integrated into his being. However, due to the lowly nature of these bloodline talents and the high pedigree of the dragon lineage, no overt signs of evolution manifested in his form. Harata's voracious appetite was truly earth-shattering. Before long, the nearby mountains had been stripped of several hundred square meters, revealing fresh, barren earth. It might take a long time for new green plants to flourish in this cleared expanse. Harata shifted slightly and continued his consumption. Where he passed, the land was cleaner than if swept by a vacuum. The mountains were visibly denuded at an astonishing pace. Given more time, Harata would undoubtedly expand this desolation to an absurd extent. What was happening? On a mountaintop several miles away, a pig-headed creature curiously observed the scene. Due to the distance, it could not discern Harata's figure, but could see 5 chaotic tentacle-like appendages being drawn into the sky, thrashing wildly. Was it a calamity? Or perhaps some treasure? The pig-headed creature was filled with curiosity. I must go take a look. Unaware of the ancient wisdom that curiosity killed the cat, it leaped, gliding down the mountain like a balloon. The situation on Luama Mountain was exceedingly complex. Pure-blooded humans were indeed rare, yet many intelligent non-human monsters thrived in abundance. In this realm, one can encounter a plethora of fantastical creatures such as goblins, chimeras, serpentmen, minotaurs, medusas, and centaurs. However, within the confines of Longyagu, they are conspicuously absent or exceedingly rare, with some perhaps having strayed in or come to haunt. Something seems to be drifting closer. In the jungle, numerous small wooden houses have been constructed among the branches of towering trees, where brown squirrels, approximately 20 centimeters in height, perch anxiously, gazing at the ominous phenomena wrought by Harata in the distance. Certain particularly unique magical beasts, despite their diminutive size, possess the ability to articulate the universal language, showcasing a higher level of intelligence. In truth, most magical creatures, upon growing strong, also see an enhancement in their wisdom. Viewed from this perspective, the world appears quite equitable. We must hasten our retreat. The sight is terrifying, and given our small stature, we could easily be swept into the skies. Yet, our home is here. If we flee, we would lose everything. The multitude of squirrels engages in fervent discussion, all seized by fear, yet they possess the self-awareness to refrain from rushing toward the spectacle. Nonetheless, some squirrels, particularly those with a strong attachment to their home, are reluctant to abandon their abode and escape. Suddenly, a voice imbued with authority resonates from nearby, silencing the chattering squirrels instantaneously. Turning to look, they behold a portly squirrel adorned with a golden crown and wielding a jeweled scepter. Behind it stands a small wooden palace. "Your Majesty," the squirrels exclaim, resembling impoverished subjects who have just encountered their sovereign, bowing in reverence. The Squirrel King, shaking his belly, gravely commands, Evacuate this place at once. Once tranquility is restored, we shall return. As you command, they respond, acknowledging the king's extraordinary authority. Shortly thereafter, one squirrel exclaims, "Goodness, is that a dragon?" Meanwhile, by the riverside, a robust werewolf, towering over 2 meters, stands agape behind a great tree, cautiously observing a colossal, colorful dragon, devouring everything in its path from a distance of 1,000 meters. Certain intelligent monsters linger nearby, making them more susceptible to witnessing Harata. Meanwhile, creatures devoid of wisdom instinctively flee from the impending disaster that Harata represents. At this moment, many serpentine monsters are hastily retreating. This particular creature, sporting 5 heads, is not a typical dragon. Its insatiable appetite is astonishing. My heavens, what a monstrous creature! The werewolf muses. Surely, no dragons dwell here? Is it a newcomer? This is the domain of the serpent clan. Does it not fear provoking the legendary serpent king? The werewolf grows increasingly anxious, his legs trembling as he involuntarily steps back. I must flee, otherwise I will surely be consumed, he realizes, hastening his retreat. Oblivious to the terror he instills in the sentient beings around him, Harata senses a reduction in the number of snakes. Upon closer inspection, he observes them fleeing gracefully into the distance. Do not leave, he calls out. Even if you wish to escape, you cannot. Harata accelerates his movement, pursuing the serpents. However, his speed renders his consumption power less focused, resulting in merely leaving the mountains significantly diminished rather than entirely devoured. Yet, this is of little consequence. Harata's primary target is the serpents, while the flora and soil are incidental. Whether consumed entirely is of no importance. Quickly flee. This monster is gaining speed. Yet Harata's transformation sends the already terrified creatures into a frenzy. They rush away in panic. As time passes, Harata distances himself from Long Yagu, perhaps due to good fortune, as he has yet to encounter any formidable adversaries. Thus far, all creatures he has encountered are easily devoured. Simultaneously, his reputation spreads with terrifying rapidity. As many intelligent natives become aware of a dragon of gluttony and a mobile calamity of consumption in their vicinity, these titles are bestowed upon him by the fortunate few who manage to escape his jaws. Hundreds of miles away, there stands a colossal tree, towering over 1,000 meters, resembling a mountain from afar. Midway up the trunk, a thick emerald vine is entwined. Suddenly, the vine begins to stir. The immense tree quivers slightly, shedding a considerable amount of bark and revealing a smooth surface. With a resonant hiss, a gigantic emerald serpent bursts forth from the dense foliage, hanging in midair. Upon closer inspection, one realizes that this is indeed an enormous serpent's head, while the emerald vine is its body. I sense my kin perishing, the serpent intones, its throat vibrating as it emits a gravelly voice. The emerald serpent lowers its head, descending to the ground. It is exceedingly long, certainly exceeding 100 meters, and incredibly heavy. Upon landing, the earth sinks beneath its weight. Yet, it moves with surprising grace, akin to a surging river, rushing forth with tremendous force, obliterating anything in its path and leaving a deep trench as evidence of its passage. The sheer size and ferocity of this serpent create a tremendous disturbance, visible from afar as the forest is cleaved apart. In the hills, a dilapidated village exists, not inhabited by humans, but by diminutive, grotesque goblins. Although goblins possess some intelligence and can speak, they are devious and filthy, lacking in wisdom. What is that sound? Suddenly, a goblin warrior, wielding a bone club, looks skeptically into the distance. "Kawa, you must be mistaken. There is no sound," retorts another goblin in the vicinity, dismissing the warrior's concerns. However, as soon as the words leave his mouth, a faint rumble echoes in the air, growing increasingly louder with the passage of time. What is that? The expressions of the goblins shift dramatically, filled with dread. It cannot be mistaken. An elder goblin, seasoned and knowledgeable, has identified the source of the sound. This is terrible. It should be asleep. It is not yet time for it to feed. Are we to be devoured? More goblins, realizing the implications, begin to shout in despair. I have always said this place is unsafe. We are far too close to the great Emerald Serpent King. Olma, the goblin warrior, glowers at the elder goblin, who begrudgingly serves as their village chief. The goblin chief replies curtly, "This place may be dangerous, but other places are equally perilous. Here, at least we are familiar. But should we flee elsewhere, we risk total annihilation. The monsters of Roma Mountain are far too numerous. For such feeble goblins as us, there is no safe refuge." The goblins fall into a solemn silence upon hearing these words. The goblin village chief continued, "Everyone, let us flee. We shall return after the Emerald Serpent King, Wu-Er-Ma, has finished his meal. In truth, he need not have spoken. Goblins were already scattering in all directions. One could not help but wonder how many goblins would survive this time. Great Goblin God, grant me deliverance. The Goblin clan cannot do without me. With a fervent prayer, the Goblin chief also took flight. Whether or not goblins possessed deities was of little consequence. The rumbling grew ever closer, and at this moment, one could barely make out the colossal form of the Emerald Serpent King, Wu-Er-Ma. Witnessing such a behemoth up close was a harrowing experience. Contrary to the goblin's fears, Wu-Er-Ma did not pause to feast. Instead, he surged past the goblin village, racing into the distance. The goblins, who had not fled far, were left in stunned disbelief. Oh yes, splendid. Ha ha ha, we have survived. From now on, call me the fortunate goblin. I am surely the hope of our kind. Once the multitude of goblins regained their senses, they erupted into jubilation, some even weeping tears of joy. Chapter 36. The tension builds. A spectacle was about to unfold. In the sky, numerous creatures resembling women, yet possessing the limbs of birds and gray wings akin to eagles, eagerly fixated on the Emerald Serpent King, Wu-Er-Ma. They were the Harpy, known for capturing various males to engage in adult games. The males they targeted typically met a grim fate. Upon discovering Wu-Er-Ma's emergence, they excitedly followed at a prudent distance to avoid his wrath. Almost an hour slipped by unnoticed. The sky darkened ominously, leaving one to ponder whether it was merely overcast or simply nightfall. What is that ghastly thing? The Harpies, trailing Wu-Er-Ma, gazed ahead in confusion. They beheld 5 elongated appendages reaching skyward, wildly thrashing about. With a roar, Wu-Er-Ma opened his maw, revealing elongated fangs dripping with venom, accompanied by a cloud of green toxic mist that erupted forth. The chaos did not cease there. Plants in the vicinity, as if animated by some sinister force, extended towards Wu-Er-Ma's massive form, soon forming a suit of armor crafted from foliage. This verdant armor continuously emanated a faint green fog, a toxic miasma. In an instant, the area within a several thousand-meter radius became shrouded in a dense haze. Within this noxious domain, any living creature succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Flesh and blood dissolved as if frozen, revealing bare bones beneath. This is my domain. The creatures here are my sustenance. The serpents are my kin. Who dares to hunt in my territory? Wu-Er-Ma's keen vision detected the presence of the intruder before the Harpies, who remained oblivious to Harata's existence. Boom, boom. Wu-Er-Ma accelerated fiercely. Oh, the Serpent King Wu-Er-Ma is upon us. A thrilling spectacle awaits. The Harpies exulted, certain that this unfamiliar dragon would meet its demise. Wu-Er-Ma was a transcendent master, having previously vanquished an adult green dragon. Beyond the Harpies, intelligent beings also lingered, their excitement palpable. May they both perish. Not far off, perched upon a grand tree, stood a green-haired beauty with pointed ears, clad in a short attire of verdant leaves that accentuated her slim waist and long legs. She bore a wooden bow adorned with delicate white flowers on her back. Her name was Xiana, a proud forest elf. The elven kin were a formidable race. Yet in this world teeming with powerful entities, such as the 5-headed monster dragon and the Emerald Serpent King, they were but prey. Previously, Wu-Er-Ma had devoured many of Xiana's kin. Thus, the Emerald Serpent King was an adversary to all indigenous life in the land, and should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Harata, though newly arrived, appeared to be no benign presence either. Now that 2 monstrous beings faced off, Xiana naturally wished for their mutual destruction. With a swift motion, Harata closed his mouth. He was perceptive and, given that Wu-Er-Ma displayed no intention of concealment, had likely spotted the uninvited guest from afar. Chapter 37. My oversight. Who would have thought that this wretched place's serpent had such formidable backing? Harata marveled. Yet, as he regarded the oncoming Wu-Er-Ma, a thrill coursed through him. Excellent. A serpent of such strength is certainly worth tasting. The massive serpent Wu-Er-Ma was evidently extraordinary. Perhaps he could glean fascinating bloodline abilities from this creature. Besides, the Dragon Tooth Valley felt too insignificant. Slaying this beast and claiming dominion over this territory would be splendid. An intense greed radiated from his 10 dragon eyes. Harata harbored no desire for peaceful coexistence. The notion of seeking tranquility now seemed utterly absurd. However, he soon found himself in a stupor, as did Wu-Er-Ma. When their gazes met, both beheld the reflections of covetousness and avarice in one another's eyes. Ha ha! What an arrogant dragon! How audacious! Wu-Er-Ma erupted into laughter, his admiration evident as he proclaimed, I acknowledge your prowess. Should you choose to submit to me, I shall graciously overlook your transgressions. Uffed. Harata rolled his eyes in disdain. What a fanciful notion. In the brief exchange, Wu-Erma had already closed the distance. Oh, young one, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Remember to tread carefully in your next life. Do not presume invincibility simply because you are a dragon. I have consumed many arrogant fools like you. Wu-Erma regarded him with contempt, recognizing that Harata's true realm was not high, indicative of his youth. With a thunderous roar, Wu-Erma reared back and lunged toward Harata. I have never feasted upon a serpent of your size. Harata did not flinch. Rather, his fighting spirit ignited. Cannon fist. Harata clenched his right claw and struck downwards. A resounding explosion echoed as dragon fist met air, igniting flames that transformed his strike into a fiery onslaught. In the next heartbeat, the flame-laden fist collided with Wu-Erma's enormous head, which appeared to dwarf Harata's entire body. The impact seemed insignificant to Wu-Erma. As a mighty serpent, he was clearly proficient in close combat and possessed immense strength. Naturally, he was also well-versed in the toxins inherent to his kind. As Wu-Erma approached Harata, the toxic mist he exhaled began to seep into Harata's flesh. What a foolhardy young dragon. Your kind's innate arrogance has led to countless hardships. Yet you remain oblivious to the lessons of the past. Wu-Erma reveled in his triumph, envisioning Harata succumbing to poison or being crushed beneath his weight. However, in the next instant, the massive serpent's expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a thunderous crash, Wu-Erma had yet to react as his colossal form plummeted to the ground like a fallen boulder. The unfortunate earth bore the brunt of such brutality, erupting into a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter. What has happened to me? Wu-Erma felt dazed, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. The impact on his head caused a visibly swelling bump, evoking a sensation akin to transforming into a unicorn snake. Wu-Erma was not merely suffering from a concussion inflicted by Harata, but was also startled by the formidable power he possessed. Am I dreaming? The many extraordinary beings surrounding him were equally astonished. The Emerald Serpent King Wu-Erma couldn't possibly lose like this, could he? This is inconceivable. It should not be so. Despite Wu-Erma's imposing presence, why was he so swiftly defeated? Gasps of disbelief arose from every direction. Everyone was aware of Harata's strength. Yet none anticipated he would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, due to their greater familiarity with the local tyrant, the Emerald Serpent King Wu-Erma, their confidence in him was heightened. They believed that the outcome for the outsider Harata would likely end with him being devoured by Wu-Erma. It was this preconceived notion that made the sight of Wu-Erma sprawled on the ground after a single blow even more difficult to accept. This fellow, though stronger than Daily Sea, seemed not to be as formidable as anticipated. Harata looked down upon Wu-Erma, nonchalantly shaking his right arm, producing a series of cracking sounds. It appears my expectations have been dashed once again. Perhaps only a legend is worthy of being my opponent. Harata felt a pang of regret, yearning to witness the true extent of his ultimate power. After a moment, Wu-Erma finally regained his senses. The confusion faded, replaced by an overwhelming fury. He propped himself up, reaching for the sky, appearing like a colossal pillar from a distance. I was careless. Wu-Erma gritted his teeth and declared. Upon first encountering Harata, he had discerned that Harata's true level was far beneath his own. Although Harata displayed power exceeding that of the silver rank while devouring the Earth's essence, it was not uncommon for creatures like dragons to possess strength far beyond their apparent realm. Wu-Erma had mentally prepared himself, treating Harata as a first or second-tier extraordinary master, which was indeed cautious. However, he did not anticipate that his caution would prove insufficient. His perspective was too narrow. The power Harata wielded far exceeded his imagination. You despicable little dragon, you concealed your strength and caught me off guard. Alas, that is still insufficient. Prepare to face my wrath. You shall encounter true terror, a cataclysmic disaster that could obliterate cities. Wu-Erma declared fervently, an indescribable surge of immense magical energy emanating from within him, causing his plant armor to grow heavier. 3-star magic, Wrath of the Forest. 2-star magic, Blessing of the Mountain God. 3-star magic, Favor of the Wind God. His already massive form began to swell slightly, with grotesque muscles bulging beneath his skin. Wu-Erma was indeed serious now, frantically applying several buffs to himself, surrounding himself with winds as his body transformed into a muscular serpent. So it was my oversight. The previously startled onlookers regained their composure upon witnessing this transformation. The earnest Serpent King would undoubtedly surpass his former self. This would surely be a clash of titans. Harata sneered. Your hidden power is insufficient to rival a legend. Struggle, wretched creature, and exert yourself to please me. I shall grant you the ultimate eternal slumber. After uttering a few taunting remarks, Harata launched himself toward Wuerma. This time, he did not apply any buffs. He merely employed the raw, elemental power of his physical form. Even without utilizing various magical skills, the elemental magic enhanced his corporeal strength significantly. However, this enhancement paled in comparison to the direct application of magical abilities. Utterly shameless, Wuerma seethed at Harata's arrogance. He roared, swinging his enormous serpent tail to strike the sky. With a thunderous boom, the heavens seemed to tear apart, and the air exploded into a green tempest that surged in all directions. The serpent tail was unstoppable, colliding with the approaching Harata. The two forces clashed once more with a resounding impact. The serpent tail rebounded like a basketball, sending Harata back several meters. Yet, in the next instant, Harata retaliated. Wuerma did not falter. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of venomous arrows. Harata, however, did not dodge, shattering the poisonous projectiles and advancing towards Wuerma. Let us engage in a close-quarters battle that ignites my fervor. Harata grinned with an enigmatic smile, infused with intense excitement. A contest of physical strength? Wuerma too smiled, albeit coldly. Very well, I shall make you regret this. Chapter 38, Wuerma's Trump Card. Wuerma believed that his physical form was on par with a true dragon, perhaps even superior. He was confident that he could easily suppress even the most formidable masters who specialized in flesh. The immense magical creatures possessed a physique that was indeed blessed by nature. The two combatants, one large and one small, collided fiercely. The violent aftermath transformed into a tempest, spreading in all directions. The earth and flora were shattered by the shockwaves, scattering debris far and wide. Such a cacophony is unbearable. The forest spirit Xiana couldn't help but cover her ears. This fierce battle of master-level extraordinary beings was perilous for the weaker onlookers. Whizzing sounds filled the air as Xiana began to retreat. Yet her expression was filled with anticipation. At this moment, she sincerely believed that Harata and Wuerma would mutually destroy each other. Simultaneously, more powerful extraordinary beings from afar had gathered, most of them being magic serpents. How was the battle faring? On the other side, a corpulent pig-headed man observed the fray. Feeling utterly bewildered and unable to discern the clash between the dragon and the serpent. 3-star magic, art of all-encompassing nature. Suddenly, Wuerma shouted. The earth erupted with a deafening roar as the surrounding flora seemed to come to life, clawing and thrashing, uprooting their roots from the ground and advancing toward the battlefield. They intended to swarm Harata. Have they transformed into tree monsters? The pig-headed man was taken aback, retreating as far as possible from the mutated plants. Fortunately, these entities were currently fixated on Harata, ignoring the weaker onlookers. In truth, even the many magic serpents gathering from afar disregarded them. Observing these revolting serpents up close was rather intriguing. The spirit Xia Na felt a complex mix of emotions as she watched the magic serpents pass by. In the past, they, non-serpent beings, would have been hunted by these magic serpents upon entering this territory. Here, they had to be exceedingly cautious. The abundance and variety of magic serpents in this region were overwhelming, almost ubiquitous. Whether in the earth, grass, or leaves, serpents could be lurking anywhere. Thus, this territory of the Emerald Serpent King was also referred to by some outsiders as the Emerald Serpent Forest. The battle raged on. The aftermath wreaked increasing havoc upon the world. The area within a 1,000-meter radius transformed into a chaotic whirlpool. Moreover, as Harata and Wuerma fought, they did not remain stationary but continually shifted positions. In the blink of an eye, they had moved a kilometer away, causing even greater destruction. From a distance, this scene was filled with explosive energy. Like ancient titans locked in fierce combat, an overwhelming sense of awe permeates the air. Both parties sustain injuries, particularly Wuerma, whose seemingly indestructible colossal form is intermittently spouting blood, staining the ground beneath. This crimson fluid, though akin to human blood in hue, harbors a toxic potency. Anything that comes into contact with it begins to dissolve, akin to the effects of sulfuric acid. Suddenly, Xiana clutches her head in agony, her body swaying precariously. What is happening to me? Her lips silently transform to a dark purplish hue, her once fair skin now a ghastly pallor. Ah, it's venomous. Meanwhile, an unknown transcendent being wails in despair. Poison? Xiana pauses momentarily, but in the next instant, realization dawns upon her. Her expression shifting dramatically as she recalls that the Emerald Serpent King is indeed a venomous serpent. In that moment, she dares not gaze further, with all her might. She retreats into the distance. In truth, this is merely a residual effect of the snake's venom, while the true threat resides with Harata. Yet, Harata remains unaffected, lively and vigorous as ever. Previously, Harata had voraciously consumed numerous serpents, thus achieving a remarkable poison immunity of 4 stars. Additionally, he possesses 3 stars, venomous fangs, and 3 stars, serpent bloodline. In summary, the venom currently afflicting Urma holds little potency against Harata. Time swiftly elapses, and in the blink of an eye, for minutes have passed. Dragon language magic, power amplification. 2 stars, cannon fist. Ancestral dragon might. Harata suddenly unleashes a terrifying aura that makes all beings feel as though the heavens are collapsing. Urma, though battered, remains formidable. Yet his body stiffens. From his enormous serpentine eyes, one can discern his pupils dilating, his consciousness fading. You little brat, I've had enough of this. At this moment, Harata becomes serious. With a resounding boom, an unprecedented cannon-like explosion erupts, shaking the clouds high above and creating a vast chasm in the air. The terrifying dragon fist, capable of distorting space and shattering the atmosphere with its overwhelming force, descends upon Urma's abdomen. Even before the dragon fist makes contact, the plant-like armor on the serpent's belly shatters instantaneously, and the flesh beneath violently collapses and then bursts. Urma's massive form is sent hurtling away uncontrollably. The sound of destruction echoes as towering trees, like paper, splinter into fragments. Urma soars over 1,000 meters before crashing into a mountain, finally coming to a halt. Yet, the mountain suffers a grievous fate, crumbling under the impact. Dragon language magic, gluttony. Harata opens 5 mouths, unleashing an unprecedented gravitational pull. Magical serpents, tree monsters, earth, and even toxic mists are consumed. In less than 10 seconds, a radius of 1,500 meters is cleared of all but Urma. The previously ravaged earth is now utterly stripped bare. Hiss, how can this be? Perhaps it is the distance, or perhaps a grudging adaptation. At this moment, Urma finally regains his wits under the oppressive might of the ancestral dragon. However, turmoil brews within. This should not be. How can you be so powerful? You are merely a silver-tier, transcendent being. Moreover, why does my venom, which even legendary beings cannot endure, have no effect on you? It is unjust, utterly unjust. Urma screams in agony. Alas, Urma is lost. This time, he has truly been defeated. Although there are few spectators nearby, there are those at a distance who bear witness. Given Urma's enormous size, his dire state is visible even from afar. The edge of Luoma Mountain witnesses the fall of one ruler and the rise of another. Comparatively, I find myself favoring Urma, for this unfamiliar dragon is truly capable of consuming. Should he claim this territory, he would likely devour us all in one fell swoop, potentially consuming the very earth and sky, inflicting catastrophic harm on the environment, rendering it uninhabitable for life in the immediate future. It feels like a dream. The sentiments of all are complex. Harata, however, thinks little of this and willingly approaches Urma. The ancestral dragon might descends upon Urma like a colossal mountain. In that moment, Urma feels himself reduced to an ant, while Harata transforms into a great dragon obscuring the heavens. An instinctive terror envelopes him. A suppression of bloodline hierarchy, a dimensional strike against the essence of life itself. You have barely managed to amuse me, Harata remarks with a smile. Upon hearing such lofty words, Urma, despite the crushing weight of the ancestral dragon might, cannot suppress his fury. This rage swells, causing him to forget the ancestral dragon's might. Unforgivable. I am the Emerald Serpent King, a true calamity. Urma hisses through gritted teeth. What do you take me for? Who do you think you are? Tell me, who do you believe yourself to be? What right do you have to look down upon me? Harata falls silent at Urma's interrogation. After a brief pause, he responds, Fool. If you believe I am mistaken, then defeat me. If you cannot defeat me, then follow my wishes. The vanquished have no right to demand so much. With great effort, Urma raises his head and straightens his upper body, declaring, Very well, I shall defeat you and show you my true power. Harata, astonished, asks, You still possess strength? Urma tilts his gaze towards the sun in the sky, answering obliquely, Do you know? Within a radius of 3,000 miles, there are 300,000 of my subjects. Even farther afield, there are countless more. Collectively, they number around 10 million. Harata finds himself puzzled by Urma's words, yet cannot deny their apparent significance. Although most of them are mere ordinary black iron tier magical beasts. Urma continues, But do you understand how powerful they become when all their strength is combined? Harata opens his mouth to respond, but Urma rudely interrupts him. Unfortunately, I cannot achieve that. Harata rolls his eyes. Foolish one. What do you truly mean? Do you not realize that my time is precious? Yet, I can still gather a portion of their strength. A sly smile creeps across Uerma's serpentine face, mirroring Harata's own. With a thunderous roar, Uerma unexpectedly unleashes an even more formidable aura, as inexplicable magical elements surge from all directions, infiltrating his being. This amplifies Uerma's power. Harata turns his head, scrutinizing the source of these magical elements, realizing they emanate from numerous magical serpents. Unbelievable. Harata is truly taken aback. Ha ha ha. Uerma revels in his newfound strength, laughter bursting forth, infused with deep green magical energy, forming a tempest that radiates outward. Rocks and earth shatter under the impact of this sonic storm. Centered around Uerma, the ground is stripped of a thick layer, creating an ever-expanding shallow pit. Harata gasps. While his body remains intact, he is forced backward by the force of the onslaught. Chapter 39. The Demise of the Emerald Serpent King. Dragon Language Magic. Comprehensive Enhancement. This time, Harata has only added a single layer of buff, yet this layer enhances him in every aspect. You have finally made me feel a sense of danger. Ha ha ha. Harata cackles as he charges back. Arrogant little dragon, I could still devour you whole. Uerma roars with bloodshot eyes, his massive form colliding once more with Harata. A tremendous roar, far surpassing anything from the past, erupted from the void. The shockwaves transformed into a tempest of razor-sharp blades, scattering into the distance, mingled with splashes of blood that drifted away. This time, both Harata and Uerma suffered grievous injuries. The Dragon Language Magic, Dragon Flame Sword. High above, a colossal sword engulfed in flames descended from the heavens. Shatter. Uerma raised his tail and struck. With unimaginable force, he shattered the dragon flame sword into scattered embers. Yet, his serpent tail was not unscathed. A significant portion of it lay broken. Dragon Language Magic, Great Fireball Technique. Dragon Language Magic, Frost Storm. Dragon Language Magic, Dark Swamp. Harata appeared as a radiant spectrum, darting around Uerma in the sky, occasionally engaging in close combat. With each clash, blood and shredded flesh splattered in all directions. Simultaneously, his 5 dragon heads unleashed a barrage of various spells. These spells, though inherently counteractive, harmonized in this moment, coalescing into a massive light screen that enveloped the battlefield, bombarding Uerma relentlessly. In mere seconds, the earth began to dissolve, forming an ever-growing pit. Even the sky seemed to fragment, crackling with thunder. Uerma, now significantly more powerful, found himself battered and bruised, his flesh ravaged in many places, exposing his serpentine bones. How could this be? This was impossible. I have achieved legendary strength. How can you still contend with me? I should be effortlessly subduing you. The more they fought, the more severe his injuries became. However, the wounds of the flesh paled in comparison to the psychological blows Uerma endured. He was now engaged in a desperate, life-or-death struggle. His power reached unprecedented heights. Yet even so, he could not suppress Harata. Harata resembled an unfathomable abyss. Just when Uerma thought he had the upper hand, Harata unleashed even greater power. This depth of strength left Uerma feeling disheartened and uneasy. Yet, Harata did not possess the ease Uerma imagined. At this moment, his once resplendent dragon scales dulled. Many shattered, and the stench of dragon blood slowly seeped from his wounds. Harata could no longer fully resist the serpent's venom, and each encounter with Uerma sent waves of pain through his bones and organs. However, these injuries were not fatal, thus he appeared fiercely courageous. Dragon Language Magic, Dragon Flame Sword, Frost Blade, Thunder Spear, Emerald Staff. Harata unleashed new techniques. His claws amassed immense magical energy, transforming into a blazing fire sword and a chilling blue ice sword. His legs too were armed, grasping spears of lightning and wooden pillars. These 4 weapons were manifestations of magical power, representing the essence of the 5-colored ancestor dragon. Harata did not possess profound combat skills with cold weapons, yet his strength and speed were formidable. Even random swings generated cataclysmic power. Roar. Uerma sensed an overwhelming danger. Roar. Harata bellowed several times, using ancestor dragon might to suppress Uerma's mental resolve. Then, Harata's 5 mouths opened simultaneously, unleashing 5 colors of dragon breath. Uerma was hurled backward, numerous massive gashes appearing on his body. Harata, seizing the advantage, pressed closely against Uerma's colossal form, continuing his assault. The dragon flame sword sliced through Uerma's neck, severing his trachea. The frost blade vertically cleaved through Uerma's elongated abdomen, spilling his entrails. The emerald staff and thunder spear plunged into Uerma's eyes, delving deep into his brain. Regrettably, you have lost. Thus, you shall become my sustenance. A sinister smile bloomed across Harata's 5 dragon faces, reminiscent of flowers, albeit ones that were far from beautiful and rather macabre. Naturally, Wu-Er-Ma, in such a state, could not prevent Harata. Chapter 40. The Life and Death Gamble of the Pig-Headed Man and the Sacred Golden Skin. Healing Technique. Rapid Recovery. Detoxification Technique. Once Harata observed Wu-Er-Ma's life force waning, he dissolved the magical constructs of the 4 weapons and began to heal himself. Of course, the act of healing did not hinder his appetite. Harata descended upon Wu-Er-Ma's head, his 5 mouths resembling ravenous wolf pups, eagerly tearing into him. However, unbeknownst to him, from the tattered tip of his tail, a 1-meter-long emerald snake silently emerged. Hissing, it cast a vengeful glance at the dragon, devouring its head before vanishing underground as if by teleportation. Ah, it has finally ended. The Emerald Snake King has been utterly defeated. The emergence of a new sovereign will undoubtedly birth new rules. This dragon is too terrifying. I have resolved to flee to another realm to seek my fortune. The few onlookers, upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, eagerly retreated, intent on spreading the word of Harata's exploits among the extraordinary. However, 2 reckless souls remained, approaching the feasting dragon. Strangely, these 2 were a young and beautiful elf and a tall, corpulent pig-headed man. Even more bizarrely, the elf was slung over the pig-headed man's shoulder, wrapped in large green leaves, resembling a silkworm cocoon. Curse that pig-headed man. What do you intend to do? The elf, Sha-Na, spoke with great difficulty. Her condition was dire, for she had been captured by the pig-headed man. How I loathe this. It's all because I was poisoned. Otherwise, this wicked pig-headed man would never have succeeded in capturing me. Sha-Na's heart brimmed with regret. Earlier, as she attempted to retreat, she encountered this pig-headed man. Their relationship was typically hostile. Under normal circumstances, they would have fought. This time was no exception. Now, Sha-Na was utterly despondent, resigned to her fate. She even contemplated suicide. Falling into the clutches of this vile pig-headed man would spell disaster for the elf. Moreover, a beautiful woman captured by a monstrous entity would face an even grimmer fate, a life worse than death. Humph. The pig-headed man snorted with arrogance, declaring, "Fortunate elf. You speak too much. From now on, you need only to watch." A fervent madness flickered in the pig-headed man's eyes. "You madman, what do you intend?" Sha-Na felt no honor in her situation and could sense the direction in which the pig-headed man was taking her. "Do you wish to die? What is your meaning?" "That is a dragon that devours all," Sha-Na incessantly inquired. Yet the pig-headed man showed no intention of answering her. As they drew closer to the battlefield, Sha-Na's condition worsened, for although the battle had ended, toxins lingered in the air. With each breath, she inadvertently inhaled more toxic fumes. Indeed, the pig-headed man was also succumbing to the poison, yet his tough skin allowed him to endure, still managing to move. They continued to advance step by step. Although the battle had ceased, Harata had stabilized, his terrifying aura significantly diminished. However, even a fraction of his residual power was enough to unsettle the weak. The closer they drew, the more intense this discomfort became. However, the pig-headed man advanced step by step, seemingly in a frenzied state. The pressure mounted. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and sweat streamed from his body, emitting an unpleasant odor that nearly made Sha-Na retch. The 5 heads of Harata incessantly gnawed at one another, the long and robust body of the Wu-Er-Ma disappearing at a visibly rapid pace. Approximately 3 minutes later, the pig-headed man, bearing Sha-Na upon his back, reached a distance of over 30 meters behind Harata. With a thud, the pig-headed man appeared to have reached his limit, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to his knees. "O great true dragon, you are akin to a calamity upon all beings." Despite his exhaustion, the pig-headed man's face radiated exhilaration, his eyes ablaze as he fervently shouted praises. His voice, raspy and tinged with madness, resembled that of a zealot extolling Harata, the newly appointed sovereign of the Emerald Serpent Forest. "I, Pig-head Man Jabba, humbly present this offering to you. Please permit this lowly being to become your loyal follower. I vow that your will shall be my very life, and I shall fulfill your commands without hesitation. I beseech you, accept me." Sha-Na was not dead. She was merely too weak to utter a word, her eyes wide with shock as disbelief washed over her. She had never imagined that Jabba would consider her as a sacrifice for the terrifying dragon, Harata. Yet, she could not help but regard Jabba with newfound respect, for such an act required extraordinary courage. A misstep could lead to becoming a meal for the malevolent dragon. At that moment, Jabba lowered his head, pressing his face against the ground, remaining motionless and silent, as if surrendering his fate. I gamble my life, he thought. O great pighead god, please grant me your blessing, that I may succeed. Though Jabba outwardly remained silent, his heart fervently prayed. Should he win this gamble, he would no longer be merely a lowly pighead man. He would embark on a path of strength belonging solely to him. The despicable pighead minister and those contemptible swine who had cast him out of the tribe, along with the rogues who had bullied and scorned him, Jabba had suffered greatly. He was the son of the former minister of the pighead tribe, destined to inherit the position himself. Yet a treacherous pighead had usurped his role and banished him. Without the tribe or the support of friends and family, he was left to fend for himself in the treacherous Luoma mountain, a daunting endeavor indeed. However, it was precisely because of his hardships that he craved power, strength, wealth, and beauty, yearning to reclaim all that was rightfully his. This time, he wagered his life, seeking to rise dramatically with the aid of Harata. He aspired to bring glory to his clan and make those who had scorned and harmed him regret their actions. Harata, however, paid Jabba no mind, wholly absorbed in his feast. After approximately 5 minutes, he had consumed half of the Uarma. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his attention. His red dragon head froze as it stared at the golden object entwined within the serpent meat. He extended his head and bit it out, discovering it was a piece of golden skin, emanating a faint aura of divine dragon might, adorned with various mysterious patterns that hinted at a connection to the dragon deities. Could this possibly be the hide of a golden dragon god? The four heads of Harata, who had been devouring their meal, paused to observe. 10 seconds elapsed as they scrutinized the peculiar energy enveloping the golden skin, obscuring its details. However, it was also possible that the skin held no secrets. Perhaps it was merely a fragment of a divine dragon's hide. He decided to store it away for future study, or, if necessary, consume it raw. After all, it was the skin of a divine dragon. One could only wonder what bloodline abilities or skills it might bestow upon him. Harata swallowed the golden skin in one gulp, storing it within his innate spatial storage. He then resumed consuming the remains of the Uarma, his pace quickening. Remaining upgrade points, 7,900. Remaining upgrade points, 8,000. Harata's upgrade points surged dramatically. Although he had yet to activate any extraordinary enhancements, he sensed his strength growing, drawing ever closer to reaching the first level of gold. Moreover, a slight drowsiness emerged from the depths of his being. Perhaps it was time for slumber, he mused, realizing that dragons undergo periods of sleep at every stage of their lives. This slumber would lead to a tremendous boost in power and size. Harata felt the urge to enter a deep sleep, transitioning from a young dragon to a youthful adolescent dragon. Despite his current immense size, he was still merely a young dragon. This distinction set him apart from other true dragons, diverging from the conventional evolutionary patterns of contemporary true dragons. Yet, he possessed an extraordinary advantage that defied norms. Indeed, this advantage was likely rooted in his ancestral dragon lineage, which varied significantly from that of modern true dragons, particularly in terms of size. In ancient times, the progenitor dragons, even in their infancy, were far larger than today's juvenile or even adolescent dragons. As they matured, their size and strength became all the more exaggerated, especially for certain progenitor dragons renowned for their physical might, which resulted in colossal forms. Harata's ancestral dragon legacy contained records of dragons so immense they rivaled islands or even continents. Of course, other ancient races exhibited similar traits, and some dragon gods were even more terrifying, their natural forms comparable to small worlds or planets. It was perplexing why such fearsome beings from ancient times had become rare species in the modern era, even after cataclysmic battles that shook entire planets and star systems. Questions swirled in Harata's mind, and even the dragon heritage could not provide answers. He resolved to seek knowledge on these matters when the opportunity arose. If clarity remained elusive, so be it. While curiosity stirred within him, it paled in comparison to his desire for strength. Time flew by, and soon the entirety of the Uarma was consumed. Devoured Titan Emerald Python. Acquired 4-star, Bloodline Slave Mark. Remaining upgrade points, 9,100. Harata could not stifle a yawn, his fatigue intensifying. He was eager to succumb to slumber. Yet the newly acquired, Bloodline Slave Mark, invigorated him. He focused intently on the information regarding this skill, and in the next moment, astonishment flooded his features. My goodness, this is extraordinary, Harata murmured in disbelief. At that moment, he understood that the method by which the Uarma had harnessed the powers of numerous serpents to enhance its strength was none other than this, Bloodline Slave Mark. As the name suggests, this skill could enslave beings, and even more alarmingly, This enslavement was deeply rooted in the very essence of their bloodlines. In the future, the descendants of the enslaved, along with their progeny, shall be interconnected by the shui mai nuin, transforming into subservience akin to their ancestral forebears. Such a notion evokes sheer terror. Moreover, the most alarming aspect lies within the hands of the master of the shui mai nuin, who can share a fragment of this enslavement's power. One can imagine that, should the number of enslaved grow sufficiently, it may not be impossible for mortal beings to slay deities. However, this premise hinges upon the master's ability to withstand the weight of such power. Failure to do so would result in catastrophic consequences. This ability may yield mediocre results for the inept, yet for those of extraordinary resilience, it becomes a divine skill. A sinister smile blossomed on the face of the individual, akin to a flower unfurling, revealing a terrifying grin. To fully harness the potential of this skill, I require time and the establishment of a formidable force. A thought swiftly emerged within Harata's mind. Indeed, let us build a nation, to be named Longua. This nation must thrive, for only then can it attract not mere servants, but rather, citizens who willingly join. Initially, however, one might resort to deceit, forcibly laying the foundations of the nation. Harata's resolve crystallized promptly. He turned to gaze at the kneeling, pig-headed Zaba, along with the tormented elf, Shauna. Upon seeing Shauna, a spark ignited in Harata's mind. Despite Shauna's disheveled state, poisoned and lacking her usual luster, the skill of Fa heightened his appreciation for beauty to unprecedented levels. Certainly, the primary factor remained Shauna's undeniable beauty. In his previous life, he had encountered many stunning individuals, yet in this existence, surrounded by Guai Wu, Shauna emerged as the first captivating beauty he had encountered. His aesthetic sensibilities from his past life profoundly influenced his present, although Fa instilled in him a love for all beings. The impact of human-like, Zhong Sheng, was the most potent. Gazing intently at the lovely maiden, Harata hastily diverted his attention towards Zaba. The enchantment of beauty stirred within him, almost compelling him to act immediately. Yet, his insatiable pursuit of power took precedence. Dragon language magic, memory transmission. The white dragon head spoke softly. Dragon language magic, personality modification. Immediately thereafter, the blue dragon head also uttered its incantation. The four eyes of these two dragon heads enveloped Zaba, imbued with profound psychic energy. Interwoven with Harata's prior knowledge, such as Xixiang Pinda and Fa Gue. Pure benevolence is insufficient. As citizens of Longua, harmony and camaraderie must prevail amongst compatriots, yet against external foes, all means must be employed without hesitation. Harata appeared to recall something. As his red dragon head cast its gaze upon Zaba, what is transpiring? Shauna's eyes widened in astonishment as she observed Zaba. Due to their proximity, she witnessed Zaba beginning to exhibit peculiarities. A sense of tranquility, a subtle aura of enlightenment, began to emanate from the coarse and filthy Zaba. Ultimately, combined with the shui mai nuin, Harata's green dragon head also exerted its influence. Suddenly, Zaba, in a nervous tone, uttered several terms that appeared enigmatic to Shauna. While respectfully exclaiming, "Your Majesty," Harata's smile turned sinister. Had he succeeded? It seemed plausible, for the pig was indeed weak. Thus, the next step would be to cultivate a large number of compliant citizens. Establishing a nation is a tedious endeavor, requiring not only an understanding of public sentiment, but also the implementation of laws for citizens to abide by. Such matters cannot be accomplished by a single dragon alone. Even with numerous assistants, considerable time would be required. As Harata pondered, a shiver ran down his spine. He then conceived a sudden idea: to forcibly transform the initial batch of citizens into law-abiding individuals, thereby laying a solid foundation. With the assistance of these citizens, he could then gradually expand his nation. Furthermore, his nation would reflect the essence of his homeland from his previous life. Such a societal structure would undoubtedly be well received in this world. In summary, Harata aimed to first establish a thriving small nation, subsequently attracting those dissatisfied with their circumstances to join Longua and quietly implanting the shui mai nuin within them. Indeed, it is all beings. Harata's ambition was insatiable, embracing a philosophy of universal love. As long as one possesses wisdom, he would dare to recruit them. Naturally, this comes with the stipulation of adherence to his laws. Should they refuse, he would resort to his previous methods, forcibly transforming these charming individuals into compliant citizens. As for manipulating their wills and altering their personalities, Harata remained indifferent. In such a peculiar universe, mere survival for the weak is a feat in itself. Morality is a luxury. I do this for your sake. My nation will ensure your survival, and perhaps even an enhanced existence, Harata murmured. Chapter 42, Reflection and a Narrow Vision. Simultaneously, visions of his future as emperor, surrounded by boundless wealth, loyal subordinates, and exquisite beauties, danced in Harata's mind. Although his primary objective remained the pursuit of power, relishing the journey towards it was equally delightful. In truth, enslaving intelligent beings also holds an advantage, the collection of faith. With sufficient belief, one may ascend to divinity. Though such a divine state may bear flaws, it is undeniably simpler than achieving godhood independently. But this notion is flawed. In fact, the mindless beasts and monsters that reproduce prolifically can also be enslaved. While they lack intellect and cannot yield faith, they are nonetheless worthy of power acquisition. Suddenly, Harata shook his head, rousing himself from his musings. Initially, he had only considered the utility and potential of enslaving intelligent beings. However, upon reflection, he recognized that mindless creatures could also serve a purpose. After all, his primary aim is to acquire the power of these subservients. And both intelligent and mindless beings possess such power. Furthermore, this approach would conserve his energy. Intelligent beings require modification, while mindless monsters do not. Ultimately, whether or not intelligent beings are altered does not impede his quest for power. However, in terms of nation building, it is indeed preferable to initially cultivate a batch of compliant citizens. Exhausted, Harata felt overwhelmed, his mind muddled. The thought of rapidly reproducing monsters led him to consider formidable creatures akin to Chongzu Mu Chao, whose reproductive rates rivaled the rainfall. If given the chance, he would seize it. The true goal of enslaving beings, even the world itself, represents Harata's authentic ambition. Having shattered the confines of his initial vision, he now aspired to forge a greater one. With newfound clarity, Harata set his plans into motion, focusing his attention on Shauna. Dragon language magic, detoxification, healing. Harata first tended to Shauna's injuries, then prepared the enslavement mark, seeking to modify her personality and instill the true path of peace. Evil dragon, you are a soul-manipulating criminal, Shauna exclaimed furiously as soon as she regained her composure. She was no fool. Upon witnessing Zaba's transformation, she began to formulate her own theories. Now, under the attention of Harata, she felt a wave of panic and indignation. The forest spirits, despite their nature, were generally agreeable, cherishing freedom and the essence of nature. However, Harata's actions had obliterated Zaba's soul, constructing a compliant marionette in its place. This was something Shauna could not accept. Child, do not resist, Harata remarked nonchalantly, for you cannot truly oppose. Accept your fate, and devise a way to bring your kin here to become part of the Dragon Kingdom. His 10 dragon eyes swept over Shauna. In an instant, her expression of fury vanished, replaced by sincere reverence. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your redemption. My previous obstinacy deserves the gravest of punishments. Shauna knelt before Harata, emulating Zaba. At that moment, she comprehended Harata's will entirely and felt the beautiful essence of the Dragon Kingdom. Her submission was genuine. Ignorance is no sin, Harata nodded. He unfurled his dragon wings and ascended into the sky. Dragon tongue magic, acceleration. Dragon tongue magic, leap of thunder. Dragon tongue magic, flame jet. Dragon tongue magic, exhilaration. Dragon tongue magic, mental revitalization. Harata was enhancing himself, augmenting his speed to such an extent that he resembled a streak of lightning cloaked in fire, traversing thousands of meters in an instant. Finally, he invigorated himself, dispelling any drowsiness. First, he would scour the area within 5,000 miles, then return to Faluo Fortress for a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he would radiate the glory of the Dragon Kingdom across a vast expanse. There was no urgency for what lay beyond. Harata's 5 dragon heads surveyed the surroundings, their gaze piercing through the heavens and spanning dozens, even hundreds of miles. Within this range, most creatures scanned by his gaze were marked with the bloodline slave mark, receiving knowledge of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, familiarity breeds ease. With Harata's immense power, most nearby beings were beneath the golden level. Such entities could be influenced by a mere glance, allowing him to transmit his art into their very being. However, given the vastness of the area and the multitude of targets, complete transformation was unfeasible. Fortunately, he could still manage to alter the majority. Chapter 43. From the Kingdom of Monsters. From this moment onward, we are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The great dragon Harata is our sovereign. On certain grand trees within the jungle, squirrels of all sizes, ages, and shapes gathered. Among them, a portly squirrel adorned with a crown fervently shouted, "Long live His Majesty Harata, eternal and immortal." Surrounding him, a throng of fluffy squirrels echoed his proclamation. This seemed to serve as a prelude, as similar shouts of His Majesty Harata resonated from various corners of the jungle. When these once divergent beings unified in thought as citizens, the previously blood-soaked and violent jungle transformed into a realm of harmony and friendship. To the far east of Longya Valley lay a colossal entity known as the Monster Kingdom. This nation was composed of non-human creatures, vast in territory and abundant in strength. Surrounding the Monster Kingdom were numerous human realms, with humans scattered across the world in abundance. At present, humans constituted the most populous intelligent race in this realm. With such numbers, many prodigies emerged, some even ascending to divinity. This allowed a small yet formidable segment of humanity to become one of the world's overlords. However, due to their excessive numbers, unification proved elusive, resulting in fragmented governance. Dispersed humans were perceived as easy prey by other races. Though the Monster Kingdom was encircled by human realms, it remained formidable, instilling fear in the neighboring human kingdoms. While Harata busied himself with nation-building, a long procession of pure-blood humans, beastmen, and other beings emerged from the Monster Kingdom, entering the deep mountains. Their numbers were impressive, nearing 10,000, yet they appeared ragged and emaciated, resembling refugees. Above and around them, crimson bats hovered, their predatory gaze fixed upon the group. Should anyone lag or cause trouble, these blood-red bats would descend en masse, draining the life from their victims and leaving them as desiccated corpses. If they continued on their path without deviation, they would inevitably arrive at Longya Valley. Indeed, 2 days later, they stepped into Longya Valley, precisely heading towards Falua Fortress. At that moment, a bat adorned with a golden leg ring and a sapphire necklace flew to the front of the procession and landed. Upon touching the ground, it transformed into a stunning red-haired beauty clad in a short red dress that revealed her delicate legs. She slightly parted her crimson lips and licked the corner of her mouth, revealing sharp fangs. "How peculiar! Why can't I reach Lord Dailysea?" she pondered. "Is this venture doomed to fail?" She produced a white crystal tablet, a magical communication device displaying a myriad of texts. Upon reading the words on the device, her brow furrowed, her mood evidently sour and displeased. "Hee, Miss Siwayer, perhaps Lord Dailysea's research has reached a critical juncture," leaving him no time to reply. With a flutter, another blood-red bat landed beside Siwayer, transforming into a handsome young man with pale skin but striking red eyes, dressed in a sleek black suit. He bore the air of a noble. Siwayer sighed, "I hope so. I wonder if Lord Dailysea has concocted an even more exquisite blood beverage." The handsome youth casually shifted the topic, reminiscing about the delightful blood beverage he had previously presented to the Earl, claiming it was so exceptional that even the purest virgin blood paled in comparison. "I nearly lost control. It was akin to divine blood. This time, we have toiled diligently to deliver so many blood slaves. Surely, Lord Dailysea will grant us some blood beverages in return." The youth's tone brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 44. The Desperate Connie. Such thoughts are beneath us and shameful. "We are noble bloodsuckers," Siwayer scolded the handsome youth, unimpressed by his yearning. Upon hearing this, Connie chuckled. Yet his smile was laced with sarcasm and coldness. "You are the Earl's woman, naturally entitled to hold yourself in high regard. You have undoubtedly tasted the blood beverages sent by Lord Dailysea, perhaps even too many. Perhaps my insatiable craving for exquisite delicacies has become tiresome to you," Connie remarked. Siwayer's expression darkened. "Silence. Do you presume to understand my relationship with the Earl?" Connie continued to smile. "Of course, I have no right to speculate. Miss Siwayer, please forgive me. I merely yearn to savor that exquisite blood." Acknowledging Connie's tact, Siwayer softened her demeanor slightly. "Connie, I shall strive to secure everything you desire." Connie promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, beautiful miss." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the rear of the procession. Connie turned to see chaos unfolding among the ranks. "Miss Siwayer, I shall attend to these useless blood slaves," Connie remarked, as a pair of crimson, fleshy wings sprouted from his back. He gracefully ascended into the sky. Returning to the rear, "Noble lord, I beseech you, grant me respite. I am utterly exhausted. I can scarcely move. Indeed, I am parched and famished. I am on the brink of death. My child has already fainted. He can endure no longer. Why am I so unfortunate?" Clad in rags, resembling a beggar in their misery, the wretched souls knelt helplessly on the ground, fervently pleading. Among them were the elderly, children, and women. One particularly distressed woman cradled a 2- or 3-year-old boy, weeping incessantly. Her voice, strained by thirst, had become hoarse. This scene unfolded as a tragic tableau of human suffering. Those around them, though similarly burdened, could still muster the strength to endure, numbly observing the plight before them. Various torments had drained their emotions, rendering them indifferent. They lacked the energy for sympathy and were devoid of the will to resist. A cacophony of hissing filled the air as numerous sanguine bats circled overhead, their red eyes brimming with bloodlust and apathy. As their wings flapped, they stirred a chill wind, producing a series of unsettling flutters. Wretched humans, rise and move. Otherwise, we shall drain your blood and transform you into mere husks, one bat declared ominously. Why waste words with them, Captain? Let us simply drain them dry, another suggested. Indeed, what audacity grants them the courage to bargain? These scraps are our sustenance, inexhaustible in supply. If they perish, we shall capture a fresh batch from the human realm. The surrounding sanguine bats chimed in, their words instilling instinctive fear and trembling in the hearts of many. Very well, in our lives. Perhaps death is the only mercy left for us, the woman with the child lamented, closing her eyes in despair, ready to embrace her fate. She could no longer endure such agony, seeing no glimmer of hope. At that moment, her spirit had withered entirely. Perhaps death is preferable. I have had enough. A leader among them, resigned to his fate, began to succumb to despair. Cursed bloodsuckers, I curse you to bear children without eyes. You vile creatures. I refuse to be your blood bag or your meal. I am human. Mark my words. You shall one day face the wrath of benevolent deities who will rend your souls apart. Some voiced their outrage, while others charged forward, attempting to retaliate. Chapter 45. Bloodsuckers, how audacious of you, wretched scum, to dare defy us. Upon witnessing someone attempt to strike back, the bloodsuckers were incensed. A peculiar red light emanating from their bodies, transforming the very atmosphere into a pale crimson hue. Ah, cease this. Carney descended with an imposing aura. At that moment, both bloodsuckers and humans involuntarily cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. Lord Carney, why do you hinder us? The bloodsuckers are far superior to the humans. After all, the bloodsuckers are extraordinary beings, while humans are mostly mere mortals, with few possessing any extraordinary abilities. They cannot withstand the overwhelming presence of formidable beings. In a moment of tension, the bloodsuckers felt both fear and grievance at Carney's intervention. They perceived no wrongdoing in their actions. Monster, do not presume this will intimidate me. Die. At that instant, a gaunt man, previously immobilized by fear, suddenly leaped to his feet, his face contorted with madness as he charged at Carney. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. Kill him. Yet, a rebellious thought emerged in their minds. Why do you resist me? With a mere glance, Carney unleashed a crimson light upon the man. In an instant, the man's chest was pierced, as effortlessly as stabbing through tofu. He froze, his body rigid. Yet his face remained twisted in a fierce expression, brimming with murderous intent. But in the next moment, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Carney inhaled deeply, a strange allure emanating from him. The copious blood spilling from the fallen man's chest rose into the air, coalescing into a red stream that flowed into Carney's mouth. The bloodsuckers present could hardly suppress their saliva. Blood was an irresistible temptation for them, invoking an instinctual desire to drink deeply. Ah, it has failed. But perhaps death is preferable, the so-called blood slaves lamented, disappointment etched on their faces. Yet, within some, a peculiar envy flickered to life. Kill me, you cursed monster. If you can, end my life. An elderly man with white hair raised his head defiantly, cursing Carney. Garbage, you are nothing but refuse. Indeed, you are trash. If you have the power, kill us. Laughter erupted from the crowd, emboldened by their desperation. So, you are not so formidable after all. Why endure? They had reached a breaking point, undeterred by Carney's display of power. Realizing their fate, they unleashed their fury in defiance. Although they could have taken their own lives, the courage required for such an act was scarce. Even if they desired death, few possessed the will to end their own existence. Nevertheless, the thrill of cursing the bloodsuckers before being slain felt invigorating, as if their souls were elevated in that moment. Enough. Carney had yet to utter another word when the bloodsuckers erupted in anger. You lowly blood slaves dare insult the exalted bloodsuckers? I shall ensure you regret ever entering this world. Bah! The woman holding the child laughed heartily, spitting at the bloodsuckers. Cough, cough. Carney cleared his throat gently, his authority growing ever more formidable. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, trembling even more violently, unable to muster the strength to move. A chilling mist of blood began to seep from their pores, their bodies visibly withering. The blood mist flowed toward Carney, entering his nostrils. Do not seek death. Your actions complicate matters for me. You are the very goods desired by Lord Dales. Carney's tone was filled with exasperation. Under normal circumstances, he would have consumed these blasphemous wretches who dared to insult him. However, many had perished along the way, and if he were to eliminate another group now, the quantity of goods would be insufficient. Although a slight reduction would likely not displease Dales, a flawless transaction would undoubtedly earn his favor. Conversely, if this endeavor failed and Dales, or the nobleman behind him, demanded accountability, punishment would surely follow. Sigh, today I am in a good mood. I shall pardon your transgressions. Moreover, I shall exhibit great mercy and provide you with a morsel of food. Carney's words astonished the bloodsuckers and left the crowd feeling as if they were in a dream. As blood slaves, they were acutely aware that in the eyes of the bloodsuckers, they possessed not the slightest shred of human rights. In the past, within the realm of Gwaiwu, these blood slaves were subjected to unrestrained beatings, brutal killings, and drained of their lifeblood without a second thought. Before anyone could regain their composure, Connie ascended into the air, accompanied by an array of flatbreads, loaves, and water pouches cascading down from above, landing amidst the crowd. Connie swiftly maneuvered through the throng, and wherever he flew, resources rained down. Am I dreaming? The people were indeed taken aback. Oh, splendid. However, as they regained their senses, they began to scramble for the food. Not only that, but the resentment they originally harbored towards the bloodthirsty beings began to wane, replaced by a flicker of gratitude emerging from the depths of their hearts. The frenzy for food caused them to view fellow suffering souls as rivals, even as foes. In the blink of an eye, many were struck down, blood spilling on the ground. Do not fight. If anyone is killed or severely injured, I shall prohibit you from eating, Connie's voice echoed. This threat proved effective, as the previously tumultuous crowd gradually calmed. Increase your pace. We are not far from our destination. And you shall soon be liberated, Connie continued. Although these were merely simple words, smiles appeared on the faces of the people, as if a glimmer of hope for the future had ignited within them. Ah, Lord Connie is indeed benevolent. As the crowd cheered, the nearby bloodthirsty beings appeared quite displeased. Connie's actions made them feel as though he had fallen from grace. As exalted bloodthirsty beings, why should they concern themselves with the thoughts of these mere mortals? Nonetheless, Connie remained one of the highest and most formidable bloodthirsty beings present. The ordinary bloodthirsty beings had no right to voice their opinions. With the provision of food, the people's vitality surged, and their pace quickened significantly. Chapter 46. The transformation pool. Half a day later, Faluo Fortress came into view. Surrounding the fortress, numerous mechanical eyes flitted through the air, taking particular notice of the approaching group. As they spotted the distant procession, they became highly vigilant. With a flurry of movement, the mechanical eyes zoomed in, fixated on their target. Inside Faluo Fortress, a vast, once empty chamber now housed a massive pool occupying 2/3 of the space. At the center of the pool, a peculiar circular machine gradually emitted a strange but wondrous blood. Perhaps within 5 hours, this empty pool would transform into a blood pool. On the western edge of the pool, Harata, who had returned and was not in slumber, was diligently carving mysterious ancient dragon patterns along the pool's edge. At the entrance, for young dragons observed Harata's industriousness with a sense of indifference and idleness. Your Majesty, what purpose does the construction of this transformation pool serve? 8 whispered. Beside him, Sama replied curtly, of course, it is to produce dragon descendants. The so-called dragon descendants are special beings that have mutated through the enhancement of dragon blood, endowed with the powers of great dragons and exhibiting obedience. The transformation pool is a treasure capable of mass-producing dragon descendants. Weibo furrowed his brow. Couldn't we simply bestow a touch of dragon blood upon a fortunate few? Constructing such a vast transformation pool seems impractical. Furthermore, is the cloned dragon blood truly effective? Sama was uncertain, yet as Harata had undertaken this endeavor, he surely possessed confidence. It will undoubtedly succeed. To be honest, this method is quite convenient. It can continually produce dragon descendants, and eventually, we shall establish a formidable army of dragon descendants. The Dragon Kingdom shall become immensely powerful, potentially evolving into a world-class empire. Harata smiled, for Sama's words resonated deeply within him. Not long ago, he had swept across an area of 4,000 to 5,000 miles before returning to Faluo Fortress, preparing for slumber. Of course, he also spared a moment to transmit the laws and regulations of the Dragon Kingdom to the 4 young dragons and quietly imprinted the bloodline slave mark upon them. However, he refrained from altering the personalities of the young dragons. In Harata's eyes, true dragons still possessed a degree of draconic authority. Returning to the matter at hand, he conceived a novel idea. He believed his current subjects were weak, and that the majority of his future subjects would likely remain weak as well. Furthermore, he could not afford to spend all his time bestowing bloodline slave marks. To conserve time and energy, he envisioned constructing a unique transformation pool. This transformation pool would incorporate bloodline slave marks. In the future, when citizens approached to receive his dragon blood and powers, the bloodline marks would automatically merge into their bodies. However, the transformation pool was indeed a vast reservoir. The sheer volume of dragon blood he would need to release was beyond his capacity. At that moment, he recalled certain legacies left by Daily C, particularly the cloning machine. A new idea emerged. If his dragon blood was insufficient, why not employ machinery to clone it? Nevertheless, the cloning technology left behind by Daily C was not flawless. It could only barely replicate certain organs of great dragons. Cloning primal dragons, however, was beyond its capabilities, resulting in low-quality imitations. Yet, this would suffice. He decided to construct a modified version of the transformation pool to test its efficacy. If successful, he would implement it nationwide. Harata mused. Although the entire nation had yet to undergo transformation, he sensed that dragon descendants would inevitably proliferate. After all, this presented a remarkable opportunity for those who were powerless and would otherwise be easily slain. How could they possibly forego such a chance? As for becoming dragon descendants and betraying their original race, for most who could not survive, it was hardly a concern. Chapter 47. A peculiar misunderstanding. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Harata busied himself with the construction of the transformation pool, the four young dragons observed from the sidelines when a faint alarm sounded from afar. Something's amiss. Let us go take a look. Let us hope it's some foolish trash coming to meet its demise. The young dragons became exhilarated. Their time spent here was either training or observing Harata, which had grown quite monotonous and dull. There were hardly any creatures nearby to entertain them or pass the time. Regardless, whether they were human children or young dragons, their vivacity made it impossible for them to act with the restraint befitting their status. With eager anticipation, they dashed forth. Harata paid little heed to their antics. However, the fatigue that had been staving off for 2 days suddenly assailed him, prompting an involuntary yawn. Tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Just a bit longer, Harata urged himself to remain alert. Having begun the task, he was determined to see it through. He had no intention of abandoning it midway. The young dragons assessed the situation and arrived at the entrance. Connie Siwayer and the other bloodthirsty beings, along with the people, had gathered at the gate. Why have you lowly beings and inferior bloodthirsty creatures come here? The black dragon hatchling, Hungly, leaped forth, brimming with arrogance and disdain. The other young dragons shared a similar demeanor. The pride of the dragon race was etched into their very blood. Even when confronting legendary humans, these weaker dragons retained an inexplicable confidence. To Harata, this was a sign of their failure to recognize reality, still basking in the bygone era of dragon prosperity. Indeed, in ancient times, the dragon race was immensely affluent, reigning supreme in the cosmos. That was an age exclusively for dragons, with other races merely playing supporting roles. I am Siwayer, representing Count Botelli of the Monster Kingdom to fulfill the agreed-upon transaction with Lord Daily C. Siwayer proactively approached the front to negotiate with the young dragons. She scrutinized them thoroughly and smiled as she inquired, "You are the subordinates of Lord Daily C, are you not? How enviable it is that he possesses such reliable and promising subordinates." The young dragons, however, were perplexed by her words. Wasn't Daily C already dead? How could there still be a Count Bertolai to negotiate with? Seeing the confusion on the young dragons' faces, Siwayer could not help but urge, "Please inform Lord Daily C to spare some time for us." The young dragons exchanged glances before breaking into uncontrollable laughter. How amusing. Lord Daily C. These fellows are still unaware of the truth. Siwayer furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Connie also stepped forward, feeling the same unease. He spoke solemnly, "Esteemed dragons, we represent the great Count Bertolai. Regardless of whether you are true dragons or precious subordinates of Lord Daily C, you have no right to treat us with such disdain." H struggled to contain his laughter as he looked at them in astonishment. "You are utterly foolish. That old monster Daily C was killed long ago. This is now the territory of our dragon kingdom. You may leave." This was unbelievable. Connie instinctively found it hard to accept. Daily C was immensely powerful, a master among masters. How could such a formidable being simply perish? Yet, in the next moment, Connie froze. Recently, a colossal golden dragon had seemingly visited this place. Could it be that Lord Daily C was defeated by this sudden appearance of the golden dragon? Connie pondered in shock. The golden dragon Palo had not concealed its presence. Nearby powers that were well-informed had indeed received some news about Palo. However, the details between Palo and Dali C remained unclear to them. Si Weier had also contemplated the matter of the golden dragon and the disappearance of Dali C. She scrutinized the 4 young dragons again and glanced towards Pharaoh Castle, asking, "Is it true that Lord Dali C is dead?" Her previous tone, which had been quite polite and respectful, now turned cold and ominous. 8. Oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it is true. Would you like me to swear an oath?" "I see." Si Weier turned her gaze to Connie, who also looked back at her. The many bloodthirsty fiends behind them grinned wickedly as they drifted forward. 8. Sama, Henry, and Webbit suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. After silently exchanging glances, Si Weier and Connie simultaneously unleashed their imposing auras. The young dragons were taken aback, instinctively retreating. Since Lord Dali C was no more, as his allies, it was imperative for them to protect his legacy. Si Weier advanced slowly towards the young dragons, her smile turning bloodthirsty. "Greedy little dragonlings. How vile it is that you have taken advantage of the unclaimed Dragon-Tooth Valley. It is necessary for me to punish you so that you may understand the dire consequences of greed." In Si Weier's eyes, Dali C had been slain by the golden dragon, and now, with Dragon-Tooth Valley unclaimed, the surviving young dragons had usurped it as their own. Connie also laughed. His grin dark and greedy. "Adorable little dragonlings, you shall henceforth serve as the blood slaves of our bloodthirsty clan." Connie felt fortunate. Although he had not obtained the coveted blood beverage from Dali C, capturing the young dragons of Dragon-Tooth Valley would suffice. Chapter 48. The Fallen Young Dragons. "Have you all lost your minds?" Henry gritted his teeth. "Do you wish to be annihilated by the great His Majesty Harata? I have changed my mind. I want you all dead." 8 also seethed with anger. "Mechanical servants." Sama shouted directly. Boom, boom. Within Pharaoh Castle, numerous mechanical dragonlings burst forth, wielding various laser guns and cannons. Too weak. Connie charged forward, his body exploding into dozens of large bats, rushing towards the young dragons. "Attack! Attack! Kill them!" 8 bellowed. The young dragons, aware of their own weakness, had no intention of fighting back. Instead, they hastily retreated as Connie made his move. The mechanical dragonlings obeyed eagerly, each one ready to fire their weapons. With a flurry of whistling sounds, a barrage of blue lasers shot forth. Roar! The multitude of bats transformed by Connie roared in fury, releasing waves of crimson energy. The lasers collided with the waves, seemingly sinking into a quagmire, their speed drastically reduced. Connie advanced effortlessly, weaving through the web of lasers. "Hee, little dragon, don't think you can escape." Originally remaining stationary, Si Weier vanished without a sound. 3 seconds later, she reappeared behind 8 as if teleporting, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. The intoxicating scent of her presence and her warm breath brushed against 8's ear. Startled, 8 gasped. More terrifying was the sight of Si Weier opening her mouth to reveal 4 sharp, elongated fangs, sinking them into the artery at the side of 8's neck. Compared to Connie and Si Weier, the young dragons were vastly inferior. Even the dragon scales, which were impervious to ordinary iron bars, were easily pierced. The sharp fangs embedded deeply into 8's flesh and veins. Si Weier, like a beggar parched for blood, desperately drained him. 8 could only let out a groan before rolling his eyes, and his head drooped lifelessly. As time passed, 8's body began to wither. However, Si Weier desired a long-lasting blood pouch. Thus, after nearly draining 8 to the brink of death, she quickly released her grip. This scene was too sudden and swift. The young dragons were entirely caught off guard. "Damn bloodthirsty fiends, die!" Sama reacted and charged at Si Weier. Hee, Si Weier chuckled sweetly, tossing 8 aside and retreating a couple of steps to avoid Sama's assault. Simultaneously, Connie's multitude of bats finally reached their destination, eagerly surrounding Webbit and Henry, completely encircling the 2 feeble young dragons. "Ah, it hurts. Don't bite me." They were undoubtedly golden-tier extraordinary beings. They had underestimated their opponents. "Great His Majesty Harata, come save me. I am about to be devoured by these damned, bloodthirsty fiends." Henry and Webbit struggled desperately, but the bats were too powerful for them to escape. Hee. Poor little dragonlings, your scent is truly sweet. The bloodline within you contains benefits that astonish even me. I believe that by consuming more true dragon blood, I can surely break through my bloodline limits and transform into a master-level bloodthirsty fiend, some bats exclaimed with fervor and excitement. "Connie, do not go too far. We must spare their lives so that we may raise them, allowing us to enjoy the delightful dragon blood for an extended period," Si Weier interjected distractedly. Swish, swish. Waves of lasers continued to shoot towards them. At this moment, The mechanical dragonlings persisted in their assault. However, due to the young dragons holding them back, they hesitated, unwilling to recklessly obliterate everything in their path for fear of harming their administrator. Yes, the young dragons were the administrators. The true master of the mechanical dragonlings was Harata. 2-star magic, blood shield. Siwei remained calm, standing her ground as 2 blood-red wings burst forth from her back, shielding her from the lasers. Nevertheless, the lasers were indeed powerful. The blood-red wings were dented and bleeding, emanating white smoke mixed with the scent of flesh. However, this was not fatal for Siwei. Alas, all had failed. Now, only Sama remained unbroken, yet she too was frightened. She had come to terms with reality, realizing that Kai and Siwei were beyond the reach of her juvenile dragons. Even with the assistance of mechanical dragonlings, it was futile. Sama ceased her entanglement and refrained from attempting to rescue her comrades, swiftly retreating to the safety of Fa Luo Fortress. The mechanical dragonlings, though not particularly formidable, were shielded by the outer magical barrier of the fortress, which could indeed withstand the enemy's onslaught. Let the juvenile dragons witness the might of our bloodthirsty kin. Meanwhile, the weaker, yet nameless bloodsuckers were not idle. They charged forward, emitting crimson light from their mouths and eyes, unleashing a barrage upon the mechanical dragonlings. The intelligence of the mechanical dragonlings was still lacking. In mere seconds, several were toppled. However, being of iron and steel, they were not easily destroyed. Simultaneously, they targeted the bloodsuckers, ensuring the safety of Sama, the last surviving dragon, as she retreated. At that moment, numerous larger cannons emerged from the walls of Fa Luo Fortress, causing Siwei to frown and Ka to feel a surge of apprehension as energy rippled through the air. These magical cannons posed a terrifying threat, capable of challenging the extraordinary masters with their 3-star artifacts. Retreat, Siwei commanded, kicking Ai away into the distance. Haha, we've captured him. A few cunning bloodsuckers approached, seizing the unconscious Ai, licking their lips in delight. Their eyes grew increasingly red, almost bleeding with hunger, as drool cascaded from their mouths. In that moment, they resembled savage beasts more than sentient beings. Control your desires, Siwei exclaimed, transforming into a streak of crimson light that shot towards them. The bloodsuckers, startled by her enchanting voice, nodded fervently in deference. In any realm, hierarchy exists, and the bloodsuckers were no exception. Even the higher-ranking bloodsuckers held the power of life and death over the lower ones. Often, the lesser bloodsuckers were not much nobler than the blood slaves they preyed upon. With a rumble, within the span of mere words, several magical cannons finished charging atop Fa Luo Fortress, unleashing deep blue beams of light upon the battlefield at astonishing speed. Those bloodsuckers who had not retreated were obliterated instantly, with the ground beneath melting into gaping pits several meters wide. Yet, at the center of these craters, an untouched area remained, where Kai and Henry stood unscathed. Hee, Kai cackled, her voice brimming with pride. A few cannons adjusted their aim towards her, yet more targeted the distant throng of bloodsuckers. Damn bloodsuckers, return my comrades, or I shall annihilate you. Sama glared fiercely at Kai from within the fortress. If you have the ability, then kill me, Kai provocatively retorted, unaffected by the threat. Sama gritted her teeth in frustration, but held back from issuing an attack command. Observing this, Kai felt even more triumphant. Miss Siwei, you are far too cowardly. As we hold these juvenile dragons hostage, even their terrifying magical cannons pose no threat to us. Kai further taunted Siwei. Indeed, Kai was formidable, daring, and audacious. She had captured 2 dragons. How splendid. With so many dragons, surely we can savor some of their blood. She laughed heartily. In the distance, bloodsuckers monitoring the crowd abandoned their human prey and charged forth, their numbers swelling to several hundred, obscuring the sky. The very air turned a pale red. Sama seemed to sense an opportunity and bared her teeth. Attack. With 3 thunderous booms, 3 laser beams shot forth, piercing through the swarm of bats. Accompanied by a series of anguished cries, over 20 bloodsuckers were obliterated, blood splattering everywhere, though much was vaporized by the lasers. Oh. Feasting on kin as an appetizer is not too shabby. The surviving bloodsuckers, undeterred, greedily lapped up the scattered blood. It was truly a chaotic spectacle. Disperse, you fools. Siwei shouted impatiently. She bore no anger towards Kai, for she had witnessed such impotent rage far too often. You little ones are doomed. Fa Luo Fortress cannot protect you. Siwei addressed Sama nonchalantly. Sama was infuriated. She knew well that Fa Luo Fortress was not invincible. Given enough time, Even golden-tier extraordinary beings could breach its defenses. However, this did not warrant the bloodsuckers' disdain for their dragons. After all, the true backing of the bloodsuckers was their sovereign. Harata, foolish bloodsuckers, enough with the idle chatter. Hand over my comrades, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift death. Sama glared menacingly at Siwei, having realized that she was the true leader of the bloodsuckers. Siwei sighed in exasperation. Why can you not see reality? Luo Fortress cannot shield you. Give us a little time, and it will be shattered. When that happens, you will be captured. Surrender now, and I may grant you some dignity. Just as Sama and the bloodsuckers faced off, the humans who had been driven here by the bloodsuckers grew perplexed. Are they fighting? How did this come to be? They wondered. Initially, upon seeing the juvenile dragons, they presumed the two factions were allies, as both were monstrous beings. Yet, after only a few exchanges, they had begun to clash. When the realization dawned, joy surged among the crowd, for they found the spectacle of dogs biting dogs thrilling. As they witnessed bloodsuckers falling, excitement mounted. When the bloodsuckers abandoned them to engage in battle, the atmosphere shifted dramatically among the humans. Hey, the bloodsuckers have left. A man cautiously observed. We must flee. A shout erupted from the crowd 5 seconds later. Instantly, a mass of people surged forth, racing into the distance. Damn bloodsuckers. Once I escape, I shall seek vengeance. Some expressed gratitude towards the juvenile dragons, proclaiming that without them, they would have had no opportunity to escape. Thankfully, they had managed to procure some sustenance earlier, for otherwise, even if given the chance, most would lack the strength to flee. As they ran, some grumbled. With a rumble and crackle, the once white cloud sea in the sky silently turned gray. Lightning rampaged through the clouds, occasionally crackling against the air, producing a series of deafening booms. My lady Siwei, the blood slaves have fled. The bloodsuckers were not blind. They quickly sensed the humans' movements. One bloodsucker glanced at Siwei with uncertainty. Siwei dismissed the concern. Let them flee. The worthless blood slaves are of no value. Moreover, with Lord de Lycée dead, they are even less valuable, and no one will want them. Our primary objective now is to breach Luo Fortress and capture those juvenile dragons. Siwei's focus shifted entirely to Sama within the fortress. As if recalling something delightful, Siwei felt a transparent droplet of saliva escape from the corner of her mouth. Ah, you are right, she said. The bloodthirsty vampire, who had previously questioned her, suddenly appeared enlightened upon hearing her words. He realized he was indeed a lowly bloodsucker, so petty in his demeanor. At such a moment, he should focus on the young dragon of Faller Castle. As for those blood slaves, their absence mattered little. After all, in the Count's territory, there were many more blood slaves to indulge in. Suddenly, Sama, filled with rage and embarrassment, froze. A look of deep fear etched across his face. What was happening? The bloodsuckers watching this scene were perplexed. Were they frightened? Surely they were, considering her diminutive size. Defeat seemed inevitable for her. Ha ha ha, we actually scared a true dragon. They chuckled with glee. The bloodsuckers became increasingly exhilarated. In comparison to the dragon clan, they were mere trifles. A true dragon was a figure of great import. Rare and not to be trifled with. The true dragon regarded them with disdain, towering above them, unyielding. The bloodsuckers were compelled to retract their claws, expressing reverence and showcasing their own weakness. Now, the balance of power had shifted between the true dragon and the bloodsuckers. A series of footsteps echoed from deep within Faller Castle. Sama, what are you up to? You are truly driving me mad. A youthful voice, laced with irritation, emerged from behind Sama. Another young dragon? Siwei and the others were taken aback and elated. With this, 5 dragon hatchlings had emerged. Let us enslave them and train them as blood cattle, Connie shouted maniacally. The thunder in the sky grew increasingly thunderous, and the clouds darkened ominously. The atmosphere became somber and humid, as if an unprecedented storm was brewing. Finally, the transformation pool had been completed, and Harata, with 5 heads, arrived, appearing rather diminutive, thus rendering his voice youthful. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Sama knelt with a thud to the ground. She did not wish to appear so subservient. But Harata was far too terrifying. She could not withstand his wrath. Chapter 50. Is it amusing? Harata passed by Sama and crossed the threshold, stepping outside Faller Castle. He surveyed the chaotic landscape and the bloodsuckers, filled with murderous intent and greedy anticipation, and could not help but frown. He had just established his dominion, and yet, unwise challengers were already at his doorstep. Was this a provocation? Did they not regard him seriously? This realization only fueled Harata's rage further. However, despite his fury and fatigue, the peculiar smile on his face remained eternal, showing no signs of fading. Ha ha ha, This is actually a mutated dragon hatchling, and its strength is commendable, reaching the silver level 10. Yet, the number of fools was overwhelming. As Harata's anger surged, Connie, the bloodsucker, liberated Henry and Weber, reverting them to their human forms. Henry and Weber appeared, rolling their eyes as they collapsed to the ground. They had also been drained of a substantial amount of blood and had lost consciousness. Their bodies significantly weakened. However, Connie, having consumed so much dragon blood, exuded a newfound vigor. Yet, in that moment, he was not concerned about his strength. His focus was solely on Harata. Clutching his stomach with one hand and pointing at Harata with the other, Connie erupted into hysterical laughter. A silver-level dragon king? Aha! I can't take it. Cough, cough, cough. Even so, Connie continued to laugh despite his coughing fit. It's truly a case of the monkeys claiming kingship in the absence of the tiger. A mere hatchling establishing a kingdom? A silver-level hatchling declaring itself king? I can't take it anymore. With a sudden crash, Connie knelt and repeatedly struck his head against the ground, attempting to alleviate his laughter through pain. Ahahaha, Lord Connie is absolutely right. It's utterly hilarious. I can't take it anymore. Whoa. This young dragon is going to make me die from laughter. Someone save me. I am so scared. To follow the crowd is the despicable trait of the cowardly. After Connie led the mockery, the other bloodsuckers joined in with their sarcastic laughter. Some laughed so hard they tumbled to the ground. Enough of this nonsense. Let us launch a strong assault. Siwei too was laughing, but she maintained her composure. Sama had lifted her head, a look of pity on her face. You pitiful fools. You are doomed. Even a god might not save you. Sama seemed to foresee the tragic fate awaiting these impudent bloodsuckers. With a thunderous roar that had never been heard before, the heavens rumbled. The earth seemed to tremble slightly. The once laughing bloodsuckers were startled. More bloodsuckers fell to the ground, stunned. What is happening? Connie, being one of the stronger bloodsuckers, despite being startled, managed to regain his composure. It must be natural, he thought. Siwei paid little mind to these events. Harata's 10 nostrils exhaled scorching white vapor. The might of the ancestor dragon, in the next instant. An unprecedented aura of terror emanated from Harata, radiating outward in a diameter of 100,000 meters. The very fabric of the world was affected. The stormy skies, filled with dark clouds and flashing lightning, erupted, creating a vast void. From a distance, it appeared as if a massive hole had been torn in the sky. Yet, surrounding this void, even more lightning danced, resembling a swarm of serpentine bolts, roaring and writhing together. What is this? Connie was struck dumb, frozen in place. How could this be? Siwei's legs trembled, and she dropped to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. The remaining bloodsuckers were in a worse state, their eyes rolling back as they fell unconscious, succumbing to the overwhelming force. Not only here, but even those fleeing in the distance were similarly overwhelmed by the might of the ancestor dragon. Fools, is this amusing to you? Harata swayed his 5 dragon heads, advancing step by step toward Connie. Perhaps due to his anger, Harata's neck elongated. As he drew closer, the pressure on Connie intensified. I must be dreaming. Connie could not believe this. He could not accept reality. This was impossible. You are merely a young dragon. How could you possess such strength? You are the epitome of a silver-level extraordinary being. Am I amusing? Harata stood before Connie, lifting his foot to kick him in the chest. The impact was so forceful that Connie's chest caved in, blood gushing forth as he fell, shattering the ground beneath him. Harata followed up, placing his foot on Connie's abdomen. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Connie coughed up blood mixed with his innards. I must be dreaming, Connie muttered, appearing dazed, stubbornly murmuring. Strangely, a smile crept upon his lips. Harata raised his foot, then stomped down again. In the next moment, he lifted his foot once more, repeating the process. Bang, crack, bang. Crack, bang, crack. A rhythmic series of sounds reverberated throughout the land. As a bloodsucker, Connie possessed remarkable vitality. Even when subjected to such trampling, he did not perish on the spot. It seemed that as long as he was not reduced to ashes or drained dry, he would stubbornly cling to life. Keep laughing. Will you? You certainly have the audacity to mock me, to keep laughing. What are you even? How could you be so blind? Chapter 51, The Lowly Undying Form. Listening to the chilling inquiries and the torment endured by Connie, both Siwei and Sama were filled with dread. After all, Sama was a dragon of her own, so she was somewhat overlooked by Harata's ancestral dragon might. My heavens, this is truly terrifying. Sama silently shrank her neck and covered her fragile heart. Siwei trembled even more violently. We were all mistaken. Dales was not slain by that unfamiliar golden dragon. Or rather, these young dragons did not seize the opportunity. Siwei was overwhelmed with despair and regret. How wretched. Why am I so unfortunate? It's over. I'm doomed. Damn it, move. Siweier was unwilling to meet her demise, and even more unwilling to be crushed by Harata. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, her body refused to obey. Who can save me? My lord, I do not wish to die. Woe is me, I am still young. A naturally born superior bloodsucker with the potential to ascend to the ranks of a master. Cursed dragon, why do you play the fool? You are so powerful, show it. This is all your fault. If you hadn't been so secretive, we wouldn't have been tempted. Siweier silently pleaded and cursed Harata. She did not believe she was in the wrong. The true villain was Harata, the shameless, cunning dragon. The ground beneath Harata's feet continued to crack and sink. Connie was becoming more and more entrenched and fragmented. After approximately 2 minutes, Harata finally came to a halt. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, Harata's fury subsided slightly. Harata stepped forward. Noble Dragon King, this is all a misunderstanding. Siweier shivered as Harata approached her. Gathering all her strength, she exclaimed, this was all Connie's doing. I had no part in it. Please grant me an opportunity for recompense. Harata extended his right claw and struck Siweier's head. With a resounding crack, she uncontrollably transformed back into her original form, the blood-colored bat. I am a noble of the monster kingdom. Siweier felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Although she had reverted to her true form, she was still able to speak. I am also the beloved of the Count of the Monster Kingdom. Noble Dragon King. Spare me, I beseech you. The Count will surely compensate you. If you kill me, the Monster Kingdom will revolt. It is truly not worth making an enemy of the Monster Kingdom over someone as insignificant as me. Siweier spared no effort in her desperate plea for survival, even degrading herself. You are beautiful. Harata's white dragon head spoke. Siweier was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly remembered that dragons are often quite lustful. She quickly posed alluringly, her tone becoming coy. Your Majesty, if you desire, I can become your possession. The implication behind her words was profound. Siweier felt a surge of triumph and satisfaction within her. She believed she had secured her position. Perhaps she could even become the consort of this powerful dragon king. To say she was not moved would be a lie. From Harata's perspective, Siweier was indeed a great beauty. Even in her transformed state, which was unacceptable to humans, he could still sense her profound beauty. However, in comparison to power, it was hardly significant. Harata indulged his desire for power, suppressing any trivial lustful thoughts. What he sought was far more sublime. Harata's words sent chills down Siweier's spine. With a swift motion, the red dragon had elongated its neck and completely devoured the still unresponsive Siweier. Accompanied by a series of blood-curdling screams, Siweier was crushed and swallowed whole by Harata. Devouring bloodsucker. Acquiring 3 stars, bloodsucker bloodline. Although this bloodline was rated 3 stars, it was rather common among such tiers. Nonetheless, in this universe, bloodlines held significance. Yet, effort and perseverance were equally indispensable. This nature could enable ordinary mortals, devoid of bloodlines, to break through their limits and become formidable beings that surpassed those of noble blood. Gluttony. Harata's many heads gazed in various directions, their mouths opening wide, releasing an irresistible allure. Many bloodsuckers, who had fallen into a faint nearby, were drawn in and consumed. He abandoned those further away. Instead, his 10 dragon eyes continuously radiated eerie power, beginning to impart knowledge and reshape personalities. Ultimately, they also bestowed the bloodline slave seal upon the individuals. Currently, Harata would not consume humans. Otherwise, the great river crab god would deliver a devastating dimensional retribution, erasing him from existence. Devouring bloodsucker, acquiring 1-star bloodsucker bloodline. Devouring bloodsucker, acquiring 1-star blood tooth. Devouring bloodsucker, acquiring 2-star blood clone. Devouring bloodsucker, acquiring 1-star blood shadow stealth technique. Devouring bloodsucker, acquiring 2-star bloodsucker bloodline. A series of bloodline talent skills were acquired. However, the most numerous among them was the bloodsucker bloodline. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for collecting the fragments of the bloodsucker bloodline, synthesizing 4-star bloodsucker king bloodline. The 4-star bloodsucker king bloodline comes with special traits: blood clone, lowly undying form, bloodthirst, blood poison, bloodline offspring creation, blood control, lowly undying form, lacking fatal weaknesses. As long as the majority of the blood and flesh remains, one can recover to their former state. This 4-star bloodline brought a glimmer of excitement to Harata. Particularly, the inclusion of the lowly undying form thrilled him. What fortunate luck! The undying form of the bloodsucker is not particularly prestigious, for the defensive capabilities of these bloodsuckers are rather lacking, and their strength is also subpar. Even weaklings with an undying form can still be exhausted or sealed. However, When the undying form merges with the formidable ancestral dragon body, the resulting effect transcends mere arithmetic. I forgive your transgressions. In the future, when eradicating the Bloodsucker clan or annihilating the Monster Kingdom, I shall endeavor to be swift and precise, minimizing their suffering. Harata wore a duplicitous smile. He was quite petty. While Seawayer and Connie's arrival had granted him numerous benefits, it did not absolve the Bloodsuckers of their faults. In truth, these were merely excuses. Harata primarily sought to expand his territory and elevate the Bloodsucker King bloodline. He believed that elevating the Bloodsucker King bloodline would further enhance the undying form. If the undying form could reach the level of blood rebirth, that would be truly magnificent. Chapter 52, Slumber and Development. Harata could not resist yawning again. I must enter a state of slumber. Continuing to endure would undoubtedly be detrimental to my health, he murmured. Upon seeing the battle concluded, Sama rushed out. Your Majesty, congratulations on the complete annihilation of the enemy. Your power truly astonishes even dragons, and your Majesty instills fear in all beings. Despite the flattery, Harata remained unenthused. He replied tersely, Next, I shall sleep for a while. I need you all to manage the nearby area diligently and avoid causing any major disturbances. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties and not disappoint you. Sama replied with a slight bow. May you enjoy your slumber and experience tremendous growth and strength. She envied him, wishing for a chance to slumber as well, as that would significantly enhance her own power. Unfortunately, as an ordinary true dragon, she could not rival Harata's extraordinary potential. Having only recently hatched, it was impossible for her to evolve from a young dragon to an adolescent dragon. Dragon language magic, healing spell. Dragon language magic, iron will. Harata performed healing on the 3 little dragons who had fainted from blood loss twice more. The young dragons possess insufficient levels, and as they are merely suffering from excessive blood loss, they can be easily cured. The dragon language spell, Earth Escape. Beneath Harata's feet, the ground became soft, and his body began to sink. Within 3 seconds, he completely vanished from sight. Harata intended to slumber beneath the earth. Although he was not entirely defenseless during his slumber, it posed certain inconveniences. If an unknown formidable foe were to arrive, his predicament would be dire. Hiding within the mysterious and solid earth indeed offered a greater sense of security. Accompanied by a few groans, the once unconscious young dragons opened their eyes. What has happened to me? Exclaimed Ait, the bloodthirsty one, upon awakening, still feeling rather bewildered. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled the events that had transpired, resembling a startled tiger with wide eyes filled with tension and fury. However, upon surveying his surroundings, confusion washed over him. The others, Wyboat and Henry, were experiencing similar sentiments. Where are the enemies? Henry asked blankly. Sama approached, urging them to regain their spirits, stating, the enemies have already been dealt with by His Majesty Harata. The young dragons suddenly comprehended the situation. Yet, Ait remained incensed, vowing, damn that bloodsucker. Once I come of age, I shall eradicate you wretches. Sama interrupted their outbursts, resolutely asserting, enough with the idle chatter. Rise at once and organize those humans not far from here. This is His Majesty's command. To prevent the young dragons from being unruly, Sama added, even though Harata is not present, you must still show respect. The young dragons nodded obediently, understood. A multitude of young dragons, accompanied by an array of mechanical servants, made their way towards the still unconscious humans. Establishing a nation is quite troublesome. And now we must also take on the role of administrators, which complicates matters further. I wish to focus on my training, one of them mused. The nature of dragons is inherently rebellious, and perhaps their youth contributes to their volatile dispositions. Just moments ago, Henry had been respectful, but now he couldn't help but voice his frustrations. Mortals are so feeble, caring for them could lead to losses. His Majesty's actions are more benevolent than those of a deity, Wyboat quietly agreed, feeling similarly burdened. Moreover, at times, he felt that as an invincible dragon, it was somewhat disgraceful to subjugate these weak humans. If we must subjugate, it should be those more formidable, such as dragonkin, half-dragons, or minotaurs, he pondered. Fool. With the dragon transformation pool, even the most wretched can swiftly become powerful, Ait reminded them. And this is merely the beginning of our busyness. Once we find our footing and higher-ups emerge, we shall enjoy the leisurely benefits of our citizens' support, Sama added. Henry nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Wyboat redirected the conversation. What should our next course of action be? Being young dragons, we lack experience in nation building. As for the endless legacy of dragons, it is mostly filled with various legends and knowledge of extraordinary magic. With Within the knowledge bestowed upon me by His Majesty, there are indeed some insights, Sama said with a knowing smile. The other dragons turned to her expectantly. According to His Majesty's intent, I believe our first task must be to ensure a steady food supply. Fort Pharaoh still has some provisions stored, which should suffice for a time. Additionally, we can utilize magic to catalyze seeds and cultivate plants. The second task is to construct shelters for our citizens. Once these two goals are achieved, our dragon nation will be relatively stable. Subsequently, we can gradually develop other aspects, such as commerce, industry, and factories. It was evident that Sama had aspirations for the future. With her explanation, Ait, Henry, and Wyboat felt a newfound clarity regarding their path ahead. Moreover, the dragon transformation pool would soon be put to use, enabling the creation of more extraordinary beings, which would be immensely beneficial. At that point, whether it was cultivating food or building homes, there would be ample manpower. Ait expressed his opinion. In fact, with mechanical servants alongside the people, we do have a labor force. In conclusion, while the 2 points Sama mentioned pose challenges and require time, they are certainly achievable. Ait summarized, let us begin promptly and strive for swift completion. If we can construct a royal city before His Majesty awakens, that would be truly splendid. Perhaps His Majesty will reward us with valuable gifts. Ait's final words invigorated the young dragons. Harata was immensely powerful, and even a mere token of his generosity could lead to their newfound wealth. At the very least, it would be splendid to showcase themselves before Harata. While the young dragons envisioned their future, Harata had returned to his original size, curling up and closing his eyes. He was exceedingly weary, and his slumber came swiftly, soon accompanied by a series of soft snores. However, although he was asleep, his magic continued to operate instinctively, and his colossal form kept sinking. During this process, the magical elements hidden within the soil were instinctively absorbed by him. With the nourishment gained, combined with Harata's own accumulation, his already enormous physique continued to grow. The ethereal presence of the ancestral dragon shimmered upon his surface, while the surrounding soil and stones were crushed by the overwhelming pressure. If this were on the surface, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar, yet the thick earth concealed Harata's anomalies. A new transformation began to unfold. All the blood within Harata rejoiced and simmered with energy. The latent knowledge of inheritance lying dormant within his veins gradually merged with his soul. As he absorbed this knowledge, Harata's spirit and consciousness began to silently ascend. He experienced a transcendent sensation as if being enlightened in a dream. Harata continued to sink, and the speed of his descent only intensified. The magical elements that pervaded the world rushed to embrace him, actively merging into his being. His ancestral dragon aura and the magical elements within him surged at an exaggerated pace. In less than 10 minutes, he successfully advanced to Golden Level 1. However, the rise in Harata's power did not cease there. It continued unabated, though the elevation of his realm was not as swift as before. Instead, the growth of his physical form was distinctly evident. It seemed that the magical elements focused most of their attention on his corporeal body. Additionally, Harata's system seized this opportunity to accrue benefits. The balance displayed on the system steadily increased. This growth, though not rapid, was characterized by its persistence and continuity. Time passed gradually. The sun in the sky descended unnoticed, and darkness began to envelop the world. Yet, Harata persisted in his descent. The geological matter he now encountered had become exceedingly hard, slightly diminishing his speed. Nevertheless, he showed no indications of halting. Strangely, the temperature underground began to rise. As time progressed, it climbed higher and higher. The earthly material became solidified, imparting a petrified sensation. Soon, daylight broke again, and Harata finally penetrated the hard geological layers, arriving in a region of fiery red where the ground flowed gently. The temperature here soared to unprecedented heights, capable of melting even steel. This was unmistakably magma. Upon reaching this place, Harata was enveloped by magma. However, the despairing heat that surrounded him did not melt his dragon scales upon contact. Instead, as time elapsed, the colorful scales glowed a brilliant red, radiating splendor. In truth, magma is also a form of energy, infused with the elemental magic of fire. While Harata slumbered, he required energy. As long as he could endure it, he could absorb the turbulent energy present in the magma. Harata's body resembled a black hole, instinctively drawing in the surrounding heat, which was formidable, yet his appetite was even more terrifying. The magma around him visibly merged into his being at an astonishing rate. From a distance, it appeared as though Harata had transformed into a great vortex of magma. At Faluo Fort, the atmosphere thrived with activity. A multitude of individuals fervently wielded tools, excavating the land and leveling the uneven ground. Further away, many others were felling trees, shaping them into various forms and transporting them. Henry, Wyboat, and Ide, accompanied by a legion of mechanical servants, were dispersed throughout the area, assisting the populace with their tasks. The scene exuded a sense of harmony. They were engaged in construction. It must be noted that Harata's actions, though lacking in humanity, had drastically altered people's perceptions and characters, unifying them in purpose. Now, as they built, everyone worked in concert, with little room for deceit or mischief. Amidst the clamor, anguished cries of pain echoed, accompanied by desperate pleas for salvation from Lord Sama. "I regret this. I do not wish to become a dragonborn. Please, save me." Yet, amidst the turmoil, a voice emerged resolute. "I will persevere. I refuse to remain ordinary. I will become extraordinary, no longer a weakling at the mercy of others." Inside Faluo Fort, a chorus of screams and roars reverberated. Sama, the young dragon, was ushering robust individuals into the dragon transformation pool, initiating their conversion into dragonborn. Although the pool had been well modified by Harata, the process of being forcibly transformed from human to dragonborn, tainted by dragon blood, was akin to a painful rebirth. Those of weaker will soon found themselves crying out for Sama to rescue them, while a significant portion displayed remarkable resilience, enduring the torment. Sama observed coldly from the periphery of the transformation pool. Neither the pleas for mercy nor the displays of courage stirred her resolve. As phenomena unfolded, certain bodies began to swell, with various dragon scales emerging beneath their skin. Their human faces morphed into dragon visages, and elongated, powerful tails burst forth from behind. They emitted primal roars that reverberated with strength, causing the vast chamber to tremble. Clearly, these individuals had successfully transformed into dragonborn. However, among the crowd, a few individuals failed to exhibit any dragon traits, instead dissolving into the dragon blood of the transformation pool like melting snowmen, signifying their demise due to failed transformation. Excellent. Excellent. The success rate stands at approximately 90%, Sama remarked with a sudden smile. With more preparation and training to enhance their willpower, that rate might even reach 100%. However, time was of the essence, and some sacrifices were acceptable. Chapter 54, The Bloodthirsty Count Bertley. 5 minutes later, the dragon transformation operation concluded entirely. 7 individuals, akin to lizard men, yet truly rainbow dragonborn, emerged from the transformation pool. Harata's dragon blood was too mixed, along with the traits of their lineage, resulting in these dragonborn possessing some of Harata's characteristics. The force they wielded was formidable. One robust dragonborn, reminiscent of a green giant, clenched his fists and tentatively struck the air, producing explosive bursts that echoed ominously. The other dragonborn, equally excited, began to move. Their every action infused with power, causing the air around them to ripple violently. The chamber trembled once more. Fortunately, Faluo Fort was extraordinary, protected by numerous magical barriers. Even the materials used to construct the fort were remarkably sturdy. While these newly transformed dragonborn surpassed mere mortals, they were yet unqualified to damage the fort. Sama scrutinized the new dragonborn, noting their significant strength, with most surpassing the 5th level of black iron. This degree of enhancement stirred a mix of envy and admiration within her for the potency of Harata's dragon blood. She realized that her own matured dragon blood could barely compare to the effects of Harata's current blood. Unbeknownst to her, the dragon blood present was of inferior quality. Otherwise, she would have eagerly sought Harata's favor for a share of it. High-purity dragon blood offers a considerable enhancement even to ordinary true dragons, she mused. Suddenly, one dragonborn knelt, weeping profusely in gratitude to Harata, acknowledging that it was Harata who had transformed them into such formidable beings, liberating them from the clutches of bloodthirsty demons. He was deeply moved by Harata's benevolent system for the newly established dragon kingdom. Long live His Majesty Harata. I, Jack, vow to serve him with unwavering loyalty henceforth. His Majesty is exceedingly generous and compassionate. He embodies justice and kindness. I perceive Harata as a benevolent deity, descending into this earthly realm to save all souls. The dragonborn buzzed with fervent discussions, their reverence for Harata reaching unprecedented heights. Sama noted their sincere expressions, filled with genuine emotion, yet this devotion resembled that of legendary zealots. Enough, you may all depart. The construction of the Dragon Kingdom is merely beginning. It is now your turn to contribute, Sama proclaimed, exuding her true dragon's aura with an air of authority. However, her young age rendered her voice somewhat juvenile, which undermined her attempts at imposing authority. Nevertheless, the Dragonborn showed her respect, recognizing her as a direct subordinate of Harata. Yes, Lady Sama. The Dragonborn responded respectfully before exiting. Sama gazed at the transformation pool. Previously, it had been filled to the brim with dragon blood, but now only half remained. Clearly, the recent transformations had drained considerable energy from the pool. However, as time progressed, the blood within the pool began to visibly replenish, evidently due to the operation of the cloning mechanism. Since there is surplus, let us continue. The more Dragonborn we have, the mightier the dragon kingdom becomes. Eventually, we young dragons will not need to labor ourselves, Sama whispered to herself. Moreover, these Dragonborn are blank slates, lacking the dragon heritage we possess. Yet, they are inherently gifted. With proper training, they too can become powerful magical dragon warriors. Sama slowly exited the chamber, contemplating the prospects of instructing them in various magical arts and combat techniques. The legacy of dragons was indeed a treasure trove. Now, Sama had accumulated a wealth of low-level magical techniques in her mind, though her ability to utilize them effectively was limited. Fortunately, conveying detailed information to the Dragonborn, allowing them to practice independently, would suffice. Time continues to elapse. The surroundings of Faluobeo are undergoing increasingly significant changes. The crowd of Loni is growing ever larger. 3 days later, a series of simple yet naturally verdant wooden cottages emerge, like stars encircling Faluobeo. In the more distant reaches, new fields appear. The Kingdom of Monsters. Bloodwing territory, the castle of the Blood Count. Numerous crimson bats flutter freely in the sky, and a subtle metallic scent of blood lingers in the air. The clouds above seem tainted with blood, turning a pale shade of crimson. At the pinnacle of the castle of the Blood Count, there lies a dark and spacious room. The floor and walls are adorned with ancient blood-red patterns. The windows, completely blocked by dark crimson curtains, allow not a single ray of sunlight to enter. At the very center of the room sits a coffin crafted from blood-red wood, encrusted with various gold and silver jewels, exuding an eerie opulence. Suddenly, with a creak, the coffin lid opens on its own. An elderly nobleman with white hair rises from within. His eyes glow a fierce red, and he carries an aura of decay. Yet there is a faint undercurrent of fresh vitality. Such a presence evokes a sense of contradiction. Seawayer. The hoarse and aged voice of the nobleman reverberates throughout the empty chamber. My lord, Miss Seawayer has gone to Longya Valley and has yet to return. A low, gravelly male voice responds from outside the door. It has been so many days. She ought to be back, Count Bertolai murmurs softly. The presence outside remains silent, making no interjections. Porter, contact Seawayer and find out what is amiss, Bertolai commands shortly thereafter. As you wish, my esteemed master, Porter replies from outside. A day later, the area surrounding Faluobeo has transformed into a small town. The laboring populace has finally found some respite. Mechanical eyes lazily soar through the skies, while mechanical dragonlings patrol the streets. Now, the thoroughfares bustle with life, radiating vitality, far from resembling a newly established town. Is this the royal city of the Dragon Kingdom? It appears rather rudimentary, one traveler muses. Indeed, it is quite simple, merely a skeletal framework. Yet therein lies abundant opportunity, for the potential for growth is immense. Oh, is that a rainbow Longi? It looks truly magnificent. I wonder when it will be my turn to undergo dragon transformation? A distant traveler contemplates the city. Though the Dragon Kingdom is newly founded, its reputation has spread rapidly, especially among those living nearby who are the first to hear the news. Their curiosity is piqued, and coupled with the extraordinary beauty of the Dragon Kingdom's policies, it has sparked a strong desire in some to come and see for themselves. Around the royal city, citizens wielding farming tools cultivate the fields. A half-beast man with a foxtail and a few whiskers cautiously approaches a frail middle-aged farmer who is planting rice seedlings. Curiously, he inquires, "Hey there, friend, is the Dragon Kingdom truly as wonderful as they say? From what I understand, it is a nation built by evil dragons. Aren't you afraid of being devoured by them?" The farmer, upon hearing this, glares in disbelief. What nonsense! His Majesty is not an evil dragon. He is the kindest of dragons and would never indiscriminately consume his subjects. Do you know? His Majesty clears land, spreading holy light. He purifies evil, allowing the innocent and weak to survive. He even battled the Titan Python and vanquished it, liberating the surrounding 5,000 miles. He has enacted unprecedented national policies, establishing equality among all beings, creating the dragon transformation pool, and allowing all to become dragons. He has transformed a hellish world into a paradise. He is the true light of the world. The farmer fervently extols Harata's virtues, recounting his deeds in grandiose terms. The half-beast man, feeling somewhat awkward, realizes that the farmer's words are akin to a song. Yet, upon reflecting on the tales within, he cannot help but feel astonished. His earlier malice gives way to guilt, and he hastily apologizes. "My apologies. I was mistaken. Please do not be angry." Having been touched by Harata's benevolence, the farmer is easy to converse with. Noticing the half-beast man's remorse, he lets go of his previous irritation. He sizes up the half-beast man. "Are you here to join the Dragon Kingdom? If so, you ought to hurry." In these early days of nation building, the true dragon has issued many welfare policies, such as free houses and fields. If one has sufficient aptitude, they can even enter the dragon transformation pool for free and become a lonie. In the future, it may be too late to take advantage of these opportunities. The farmer's expression shifts to one of envy. He too desires to enter the dragon transformation pool and evolve into a lonie. Unfortunately, his body has been ravaged by those bloodthirsty fiends, rendering him unfit for transformation, and he has temporarily been excluded. Indeed, there is only one dragon transformation pool, while the citizens are numerous. Though not all citizens wish to undergo transformation, a majority do. Thus, competition arises, necessitating a queue. The half-beast man quickly shakes his head. "I merely came to take a look." "Thank you for your explanation, friend." The farmer feels a mix of disappointment and frustration. However, as a proper citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he refrains from imposing. "I understand your concerns. You might first visit the royal city and make your decision later. Perhaps this so-called Dragon Kingdom is genuinely wonderful and not merely boastful." The half-beast man is stirred by these words. In truth, he has already witnessed some of the Dragon Kingdom's conditions along the way. Yet, this sudden emergence of the Dragon Kingdom, combined with its citizens fervently defending it, feels surreal to him. Nevertheless, he conceals his inner feelings and maintains a harmless smile. "Thank you. I will consider it carefully." Not only the farmer, but citizens throughout the royal city are also spreading tales of Harata's deeds. This burgeoning reputation elevates Harata's stature, and all who hear of it cannot help but be awestruck. For Harata's national policies are truly unprecedented in this world. Chapter 56. Uninvited guests within Faluobeo, for young dragons stand proudly in the conference room. Their surroundings illuminated by various projections depicting scenes from the royal city, flourishing in vitality. "I must say, our esteemed sovereign possesses remarkable prowess," remarks Sama, her expression filled with admiration. "Indeed, without a doubt, His Majesty is destined to be the benevolent dragon who ascends to divinity," Weber interjects confidently. Henry winks at Sama. "Sama, you possess the remarkable ability to write biographies and compose poetry. I must say, you have done an exceptional job." Indeed, the glorious tales of Harata circulating near the royal city are the fruits of Sama's labor. Sama modestly smiles. "My abilities are rather commonplace. It is primarily due to His Majesty's extraordinary nature." Henry nods in agreement. "That is certainly true." 8 interjects. "Now, we can finally relax. Once His Majesty awakens, we shall undoubtedly be rewarded, especially you, Sama. Your biographies will surely be immortalized in history." Clearing her throat, Sama smiles, feeling quite proud, believing she will certainly earn Harata's favor. However, she remains restrained, suppressing her inner excitement. Eagerly shifting the topic, she warns everyone, "This is not the time to let our guard down. I must remind you that the Dragon Kingdom has attracted the attention of powerful neighboring forces. We now have uninvited guests approaching. If we do not seize this moment, the beauty before us may vanish like a mirage." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone grew solemn. They indeed perceived the presence of some clandestine figures investigating the situation in Longwa. Nevertheless, the reputation of Harata remained formidable, especially after vanquishing the 2 terrifying entities known as Dali Si Wu Er Ma. His infamy became even more fearsome, deterring many outsiders from acting recklessly. However, the emergence of a brand new kingdom significantly influenced the surrounding major powers. After all, the resources of heaven and earth are finite. For Longwa to rise, it inevitably must encroach upon the wealth of its neighboring territories. Simultaneously, the policies and systems of Longwa are remarkably commendable, leaving distant observers incredulous. Yet, it is precisely this allure that renders Longwa even more enticing. Both the inhabitants of Longwa and those from abroad firmly believe that once the circumstances of Longwa are disseminated, a multitude of entities will surely be drawn to join. In recent times, we must refrain from venturing out. I cautioned everyone. Otherwise, if some foolishly bold individual were to strike, we would be in dire straits. The other young dragons nodded in agreement. Furthermore, We must devise a means to deliver some magical communication devices to other regions of Longwa, establishing contact with those citizens. Sama recalled another matter. Weboat furrowed his brow. We lack sufficient magical communication devices, and the citizens in other regions are rather dispersed, making contact challenging. I stated, this matter should be entrusted to the Great Majesty. We have already done enough. I hold dear my master, Lord Bertley. The investigation you commissioned has been largely clarified. Mr. Dalisi has perished. Longya Valley is occupied by the 5-colored dragons of Harata. Some days ago, Miss Seaway Air led blood slaves to Faluo Fortress, clashing with the young dragons under Harata's command, after which she completely vanished. Numerous lowly bloodthirsty vampires have also entirely disappeared. According to my calculations, Miss Seaway Air and her companions have been annihilated. However, those despicable blood slaves remain and have joined Longwa, becoming subjects of Harata. Yet, I sense that these blood slaves have become peculiar. Despite the admirable policies of Longwa, it should not allow these wretched beings, once enslaved by bloodthirsty vampires, to so swiftly integrate and be regarded as part of Longwa. Even more bizarre is that citizens from other regions of Longwa exhibit a similar phenomenon. They inexplicably harbor an unprecedented sense of belonging to Longwa. My master, you must be acutely aware that the monstrous races residing in Luoma Mountain are notoriously unruly and savage. In such a brief period, they have inexplicably transformed. I sense there is certainly something amiss. Perhaps the legendary 5-headed dragon Harata has orchestrated some nefarious scheme. Moreover, the death of the Emerald Serpent King Yuerma is indeed authentic. Ultimately, I must concede that while the enigmatic Harata may appear peculiar, he truly possesses commendable qualities. Especially considering he has constructed the legendary dragon transformation pool, allowing numerous citizens to transform into dragon descendants. Perhaps, if given more time, this realm of Longwa could indeed enable all beings to become dragons. Frankly, I find myself envious. Perhaps I should discreetly disguise myself and usurp the power of the dragon transformation pool to become a dragon descendant. In a narrow alley behind Faluo Fortress, a middle-aged man, bearing a rusted iron sword, swiftly sent a lengthy message using a magical communication device. He was none other than the bloodthirsty Count, Bertley's direct blood descendant Bilson. A day prior, far away in the Monster Kingdom, Bertley sensed something amiss with Seaway Air, and upon realizing that Dalisi was similarly in trouble, he dispatched Bilson to investigate. Bilson exhaled sharply, his expression contorting in madness as he glared fiercely at Faluo Fortress. Damn the wicked dragon, why have you appeared so late? Had you come sooner, I would not have had to surrender to that ancient monster Bertley to prolong my life. Bilson, once a human master nearing the end of his lifespan, was unwilling to embrace death, fearing it immensely. To survive, he sold his soul, becoming a blood descendant of the bloodthirsty Count Bertley. The nature of a blood descendant is akin to that of a dragon descendant created by dragons. However, the control exerted by the blood master over the blood descendant is formidable, even extending to their life and death. Nevertheless, Bilson is a transcendent master, a peak-level 10th-tier master. Such immense power has allowed him to break some constraints of being a blood descendant. The control of his master, the bloodthirsty Count Bertley, has diminished significantly. Yet, even with this reduction, he remains unsatisfied and still bound by another. As a 10th-tier master, Bilson was once a figure of great stature, filled with pride. To become a servant of a bloodthirsty count was not something he accepted willingly. Yet, in his quest for survival, he endured. However, upon learning that Harata can freely transform individuals into dragon descendants, his mentality crumbled. After all, compared to the blood descendants of the bloodthirsty count, dragon descendants appear more liberated and potent. Bilson now deeply regrets becoming a blood descendant. Regret, however, cannot alter the present reality. Even if he were to continue his transformation into a dragon descendant, he would still be unable to fully escape the influence of the bloodthirsty count. This lamentable outcome weighs heavily on Bilson, leading him to harbor resentment towards the innocent and oblivious King Harata. In Bilson's view, had Harata appeared sooner, his fate would not have been so tragic. Chapter 57. The war is about to begin. A fierce, murderous intent pervaded Bilson's mind, his eyes turning crimson. Deep within him surged an intense desire for blood. At that moment, a dragon descendant over 2 meters tall, wielding a long knife, walked nearby. He was the city's latest dragon guard. Before eliminating Harata, let us collect some interest first. Bilson revealed a sinister smile. In an instant, Bilson transformed into a streak of red light, darting towards the dragon descendant. Bilson's strength was overwhelming. The dragon descendant, newly transformed into a transcendent being, barely had time to react before losing consciousness and vanishing without a trace. Only a streak of bloodlight surged forth at incredible speed, racing beyond the town's confines. Beep, beep. The mechanical eyes high above emitted a faint alarm. Several mechanical eyes had locked onto the bloodlight. Yet the speed was too rapid for them to keep pace or capture clearly. What is happening? Nearby citizens noticed the unusual behavior of the mechanical eyes, filled with confusion. A transcendent being has violated the laws of the royal city. Sama's voice resonated from numerous mechanical eyes. Citizens, please remain calm and do not panic. She first soothed the apprehensive populace, then eagerly maneuvered the mechanical dragonlings and mechanical eyes toward the direction the bloodlight had fled. Damn it! How dare they attack the dragon descendants of Longhua? Such audacity! Within Faluo Fortress, numerous young dragons seethed with anger. They had not anticipated that after just stabilizing and heightening their vigilance, an intruder would cause chaos. Following the investigations of the mechanical eyes, they learned that an enemy had abducted a dragon descendant. Despite their fury, a sense of terror loomed within them. Given the enemy's speed, they were evidently formidable, beyond their capacity to confront. In truth, deploying mechanical eyes and dragonlings was not intended to eliminate the enemy or rescue the dragon descendant. It was merely for show. What shall we do? I wore a look of urgency. If we do not provide a reasonable explanation, the recently stabilized royal city will undoubtedly erupt into chaos. Sama inhaled deeply, first concealing the message and then heightening his vigilance. Beyond that, all they could do was pray for His Majesty Harata to awaken swiftly. Weber nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. However, based on the characteristics of a true dragon, the initial slumber would not last long. His Majesty would undoubtedly awaken soon. This statement offered a modicum of reassurance to the other young dragons. To the north of the royal city lay a dilapidated grove. Once, the environment here was picturesque, but now it was pockmarked and the formerly towering trees had mostly disappeared, leaving behind a multitude of roots and stumps. To construct the royal city, Sama and his companions had unwittingly caused suffering to these innocent plants. Approximately a minute later, a beam of crimson light descended from the heavens, plunging into a sunken pit of earth. With a splat, Bilson casually discarded the unconscious dragon descendant onto the ground. He lifted his gaze towards the royal city, a look of confusion crossing his face. Had they been discovered? Yet, why did His Majesty Harata not react? Did he care little for the fate of this dragon descendant? Or was he not present in the Faluo Fortress? Of course, the more likely scenario was that Harata had sustained grave injuries while battling the Emerald Serpent King, Ulma, and had yet to recover. The thought quickened Bilson's heartbeat. Sama and the young dragons were not foolish. They certainly would not carelessly divulge the news of Harata's slumber. Let us first savor the appetizer. Bilson lowered his gaze to the dragon descendant beside him and remarked, "Next, we shall test Harata's reactions. If he displays any signs of abnormality, then I shall." Bilson's face broke into a maddened smile. He bent down, clasping the neck of the dragon descendant, and sank his teeth into it. Though the bloodline and the original human form were closely intertwined, the dragon descendant possessed many traits of a vampire, such as a thirst for blood and remarkable vitality with rapid recovery. Alas, perhaps due to Bilson's lack of finesse, the formerly unconscious dragon descendant jolted awake in pain. Instinctively, the dragon descendant struggled, attempting to escape. Yet, Bilson's strength was overwhelming. No matter how hard the dragon descendant fought, escape was impossible. And pushing Bilson away was even more so. I had just begun to live a good life, and I have yet to pledge my allegiance to the Dragon King. I have not even had the chance to pursue the widow next door. I do not wish to die. The once divine eyes of the dragon descendant dimmed over time, tears beginning to flow from the corners. Crack, crack, the dragon descendant's body began to wither. The life force contained within its flesh and blood was being drained away. After approximately 10 seconds, Bilson raised his head and tossed the emaciated dragon descendant to the ground. A look of satisfaction adorned his face, evidently pleased with the blood he had consumed. With a leap, Bilson ascended into the sky, intending to head towards the royal city. However, the next moment, his momentum abruptly ceased. What a nuisance, Bilson could not help but mutter, but his body obediently produced the buzzing device. It was, astonishingly, a magical communicator. Bloodthirsty Count, Bilson, set aside your current task. Return to the territory immediately. War is about to commence. Upon reading this message, Bilson was taken aback. War? Is my lord the Count summoning all his subordinates to attack this insignificant land? Bilson, my lord, it is merely a small dragon kingdom. There is no need to mobilize such forces. Give me a little time, and I can undoubtedly annihilate this dragon kingdom and capture those dragons to present to you as gifts. Bloodthirsty Count. What nonsense are you spouting, Bilson? When did I say I intended to attack the Dragon Kingdom? The war I speak of is between the Monster Kingdom and the neighboring humans, the Firewheel Kingdom. Bilson felt a wave of embarrassment and uncertainty wash over him. Typically, he had no aversion to war. In fact, he relished it, for it allowed him to indulge in unrestricted killing and bloodshed. However, this did not extend to the Firewheel Kingdom, as it was his homeland. Regardless of his transformation, regardless of how desperate and deranged he had become to survive, he still harbored feelings for his homeland. It was the place he had lived for many years and the land he had once fiercely protected in his youth. Now, it was home to his descendants, friends, and family. Should war break out between the two nations, the Firewheel Kingdom would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, and many of his descendants and friends would likely perish. Indeed, the Monster Kingdom was terrifying and not something the Firewheel Kingdom could contend with. The thought of blending into the Monster Kingdom and waging war against his homeland as a butcher was something he found hard to accept. Bilson, my esteemed lord, how could this war have started? Is there a misunderstanding? Though he understood in his heart, he still found it difficult to accept and foolishly inquired further. Chapter 58. The King of Monsters, Sean. Bloodthirsty Count. Bilson, how could I possibly be mistaken? This is an order personally issued by His Supreme Majesty Sean, the King of the Monster Kingdom, not long ago. His Majesty places great importance on this battle, and I recently contacted some acquaintances who informed me that they are also gathering their subordinates to attack the Firewheel Kingdom. As he spoke, Bloodthirsty Count Bertley seemed to realize something, and he quickly sent another message. Bloodthirsty Count. Bilson, you were once human. Is that why you hesitate to strike against humanity? Count Bertley was unaware that Bilson was from the Firewheel Kingdom. Bilson had covertly allied with him, concealing his true identity. Had he openly allied with Count Bertley, the Firewheel Kingdom would have undoubtedly been enraged, as this would be a profound act of betrayal and disgrace. At that moment, Bilson's descendants would face judgment. Bilson found himself at a loss for words. Normally, he would indeed wish to avoid harming humans. Perhaps out of hesitation, he did not respond immediately, which allowed Bertley to perceive his thoughts. Bloodthirsty Count. Bilson, it was I who granted you youth. You have become a blood descendant, a member of the Bloodsucker clan. Now, it is time for you to contribute. Bilson wore a self-deprecating expression. He had already sacrificed so much in the past. Bloodthirsty Count. Bilson, do not make things difficult for me. I have given you dignity, and you must cherish it. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures. Remember, I can bestow upon you grace, but I can also reclaim it. This was a threat. Bilson instinctively sensed a crisis. The power of Count Bertley pulsed within him. Now seemingly restless. Damn monster, Bilson gritted his teeth. Rapidly, he replied, Bilson, my esteemed lord, you need not worry. I would never defy you. In the conflict between life and homeland, Bilson chose his own life. Bloodthirsty Count. If that is the case, return swiftly. I require your strength. This war will be monumental. Even legends may perish, and masters are not safe. If the two of us, peak masters, join forces, we may barely possess the means to defend ourselves against legends. Apologies, my homeland. Bilson cast a deep glance at the magical communicator before turning and racing towards the Monster Kingdom. Not long ago, in the Monster Kingdom, within the royal city, the royal palace, and the back garden, a giant, towering dozens of meters high with a golden-striped tiger head, gazed silently at the vibrant flowers. Adorned with an ancient golden crown and clad in a robe patterned with black and white stripes reminiscent of a tiger, his pale hair cascaded naturally over his shoulders and back. He exuded an aura of inherent authority, merely standing there like a mountain, making nearby creatures feel breathless. Behind him stood an elderly goat-headed man dressed in white robes, hunched with age. The chin was adorned with a long, white beard. They were none other than Sean, the formidable king of the Monster Kingdom, and his trusted advisor, Jinda. Jinda, we have both grown old, Sean spoke, his voice raspy and aged. He coughed softly, and Jinda responded, Your Majesty, I may indeed be old, but you have not aged at all. Should you break through and ascend to the epic tier, you would surely gain a substantial extension of life. Upon hearing this, Sean fell silent. After a moment, with a melancholic tone, he asked, Do you believe I can break through? Jinda smiled. You are the invincible king of monsters. Of course, you can. Sean chuckled, though his laughter was laced with irony. Jinda furrowed his brow, puzzled by the king's demeanor. Jinda, you overestimate me. After reaching the pinnacle of level 10 in the legendary tier, I have been stuck. 5 centuries have passed, and I still cannot surpass this barrier. Sean's words left Jinda astounded. Sean continued, Now, I feel the twilight of my existence. The Grim Reaper's minions are drawing near. I am nearing death. As he spoke the last words, his body trembled. Clearly, even a king of such high stature could not face death with indifference. Your Majesty, do not despair. I believe you can break through. Jinda could only offer comfort. Under normal circumstances, I would not be able to break through. Shan seemed resigned. However, I do have an unusual method worth trying, but it requires your assistance. Shan, who had been wallowing in self-pity, suddenly pivoted, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Jinda, you will help me, won't you? A silent roar enveloped Shan, infused with an overwhelming aura of a king that suppressed the entire room. Jinda swiftly knelt, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his back drenched in perspiration. He exclaimed, Your Majesty, I will certainly assist you. Excellent, Shan replied, clearly pleased with Jinda's response. With a wave of his hand, a piece of golden parchment appeared before Jinda. His eyes widened as he scrutinized the golden skin, sensing the divine aura emanating from it. Indeed, he recognized it as a fragment likely belonging to a demigod. This is a shard of dragon skin from a demigod-level golden dragon king, Shan began to explain. Legend has it that this golden dragon king concealed the location of his treasure within this parchment, dividing it into 5 pieces and scattering them across the continent of Luoma Mountain. Countless individuals have sought to gather this treasure map to claim the riches of the demigod. I have been fortunate enough to acquire 3 pieces, but the remaining 2 have eluded me. Jinda, you are the most formidable diviner among the masters of monsters. One of the few extraordinary diviners on this continent. With your abilities, coupled with this golden skin as a medium, you should be able to divine the whereabouts of the remaining pieces. Upon hearing this, Jinda understood Shan's intent. Shan aimed to utilize the treasure of the Golden Dragon King to ascend to the epic tier. It was indeed a commendable method, as such a treasure could not only elevate Shan to epic status, but perhaps even to demigod. Yet, Jinda felt a pang of anguish. Throughout history, many powerful diviners had existed, yet none had successfully gathered all 5 pieces. This revealed the limitations of divination. Moreover, divining information related to deities was perilous and fraught with terrifying backlash. Truthfully, he, as an old man, was reluctant to engage in such dangerous endeavors. However, Shan's unwavering resolve left him no room for refusal. Otherwise, not only would he face his demise, but his loved ones could also fall victim to Shan's wrath. It seems my life is forfeit here, Jinda lamented, faced with the choice of his own death or that of his entire family. He pondered for 2 seconds before decisively choosing the former. Not long after, Shan strolled alone through the rear garden. On either side of the path stood 2 rows of unknown giants clad in crimson armor, concealing their flesh. Jinda deserves a grand burial, and his family must be treated well, Shan stated calmly. Furthermore, the entire kingdom shall mobilize for war against the Firewheel Kingdom. I intend to conquer it in the shortest time possible. Shan's emotions were complex. His loyal minister had not disappointed him, sacrificing his life to fulfill Shan's aspirations. Yet, Jinda's divination had proven imprecise, yielding only vague information. For instance, one of the golden pieces resided within the Firewheel Kingdom. Thus, Shan had no choice but to conquer it before continuing his search. While such a strategy involved significant mobilization, the pursuit of the demigod's treasure was worth the effort. Additionally, summon Princess Loasi of the Flying Tiger Knights. I have a task for her. Without pausing, Shan continued. Obey, Great Majesty, replied the nearest armored giant, bowing slightly. Subsequently, Shan's commands spread rapidly across the kingdom. The monster kingdom began to stir. In recent years, it had enjoyed a semblance of peace, refraining from recklessly engaging with surrounding powers. Yet, the citizens, primarily composed of monsters, were not the type to remain docile. Shan's declaration of war excited those who had previously found life mundane. Monsters, as extraordinary beings, possessed formidable combat capabilities, making the monster kingdom a land of warriors. The numbers of various vassals and slaves had also increased, contributing to the kingdom's military might, albeit as expendable foot soldiers. Approximately half an hour later, a stunning female giant clad in a purple gold steel battle dress, revealing her long legs and slender waist, strode into the palace. The monster warriors stationed at the palace gates, who had been scattered along the pathways, bowed respectfully upon her arrival. We pay our respects, Your Highness. Loasi ignored the guards and hastened to meet Shan. Father, she called with a smile. Upon seeing Loasi, Shan could not help but smile back. Although they were both giants, their appearances were markedly different. Shan resembled a beast man, while Loasi bore a closer resemblance to an ordinary human woman. They hardly resembled a typical father-daughter pair. However, one must not judge solely by appearances. The extraordinary beings in this universe were indeed remarkable, with shape-shifting abilities that were boundless. In essence, neither Loasi nor Sean appeared in their original forms. "Loasi, my proud child, you have finally arrived." Sean approached her and affectionately ruffled her hair. Had anyone else dared to touch Loasi's head, she would have obliterated them. Yet, Sean was no outsider. Loasi cherished the gesture, closing her eyes in enjoyment. "Father, why have you summoned me?" Loasi inquired directly, having learned of the kingdom's impending war against humanity. She was not averse to this notion. Rather, like many other monsters, she felt a surge of anticipation. If possible, she desired to take the lead, commanding her flying tiger knights to unleash havoc. Sean understood his child well. He could discern that Loasi was not entirely pleased with his decision. However, he remained unfazed and chuckled as he said, "Within the mountains of Loma, there exists a 5-headed rainbow dragon that possesses a piece of golden skin. I require you to venture forth and retrieve this golden skin." He continued, "Do not underestimate the Dragon Kingdom merely because it lies adjacent to the Monster Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is relatively small and has a brief history, which means that only the peripheral forces of the Monster Kingdom possess some knowledge of it. In the core regions of the Monster Kingdom, information regarding the Dragon Kingdom has yet to circulate. In short, Sean is still unaware of the matters concerning the Dragon Kingdom, Harata. The golden skin that Sean has tasked Los with acquiring is evidently the 5th piece of a treasure map, divined by the Left Minister, Jean Da. Of course, if the adversary proves too formidable, then a gentle and amicable approach must be employed to obtain the golden skin." Sean seemed to have contemplated something, hastily adding, "Los, be cautious. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, do not hesitate to concede or flee. Your life is of utmost importance." Chapter 60. The Awakened Dragon King. In the Dragon Kingdom, on the outskirts of the royal city, lies the place where Sin vanquished the Dragonborn. 2 mechanical dragonlings and 3 mechanical eyes surrounded the area. The cameras recorded the scene and transmitted it to Falua Fort, allowing the 4 young dragons to observe. Sama scrutinized the remains of the Dragonborn before stating, "It appears they were slain by a bloodthirsty vampire." 8, infuriated, exclaimed, "Damn those bloodthirsty vampires, how dare they return? Do they not fear that His Majesty, the Dragon King, will annihilate their kind?" Since being bullied by Ka Ni and Siwei, 8 had developed a severe disdain for bloodthirsty vampires. Particularly now, as other factions had yet to stir, the resurrected bloodthirsty vampire clan had audaciously re-emerged to cause chaos. The 4 of them had exerted considerable effort to manage the royal city, and now, with the disturbance, they felt a surge of fresh anger. Consequently, the young dragons had nearly come to regard the bloodthirsty vampires as their sworn enemies. Where has this unfamiliar vampire fled? Is it still nearby? Will it continue its machinations? Moreover, is it the sole one? Though the bloodthirsty vampire clan may have been lacking in strength, their numbers were still considerable, especially with their bloodline descendants and blood slaves. A series of questions spilled from Sami's lips, leaving 8, Hung Li, and Wei Bo to speechless. They possessed no answers. However, they all understood one thing: trouble was brewing, and the royal city was in peril. Beneath the royal city, buried within the boundless mire of earth, the once turbulent magma whirlpool created by Harata had quietly vanished. In its place emerged a colossal dragon with 5 heads, coiled and with eyes shut. Perhaps having rested sufficiently, it slowly lifted its eyelids, revealing golden pupils. A brilliant white radiance erupted from within, enveloping its form. With a flash, the white light dissipated, and astonishingly, the original colorful dragon was nowhere to be found. Above the royal city, the white light materialized, encasing Harata, who stretched his body vigorously, yawning. The sound of cracking bones echoed, reminiscent of firecrackers. As the light gradually faded, Harata, now fully stretched, appeared no less than 25 meters in length. A dragon of such magnitude hovering in the sky was unmistakable. The citizens and visitors within the royal city immediately noticed Harata's presence. "This is His Majesty. Praise the deities. I have beheld the most magnificent sovereign. Truly. His Majesty is immense and exudes authority, still as resplendent as ever. All hail His Majesty. May he reign for eternity. Fools, His Majesty is eternal and indestructible. A mere billion years is nothing. You insult the greatness of our sovereign." Once the citizens regained their composure, they fervently bowed, instinctively expressing their reverence. Yet, the lack of prior rehearsal rendered the scene somewhat chaotic. However, the visitors remained utterly astonished, and their astonishment stemmed from 2 aspects. Firstly, Harata's size far exceeded the legends, and secondly, the citizens' reactions were genuine yet peculiar. The Dragon Kingdom was indeed a fearsome realm. Yet, the audacity of these citizens was remarkable. Before such a revered Dragon King, they merely bowed in respect. Other monarchs typically demanded their subjects to kneel or prostrate themselves. Many visitors murmured to themselves, though some citizens, grateful to Harata, knelt in homage, uncertain of how else to convey their emotions. Harata paid no mind to the citizens' failure to fully kneel, for this was part of the will he imparted to them. The young dragons of Sama performed admirably. Harata gazed down upon the entire royal city, his many dragon eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. All hail His Majesty, may his reign be eternal. At that moment, even the visitors, once outsiders, joined the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in their exclamations. The entire royal city appeared to resonate in harmonious unity. Chapter 61, Selflessness and Delegation. Ah, my revered sovereign, you have finally awakened. Your Majesty, we have been wronged. The vile, bloodthirsty vampires have slain your subjects. And it seems other factions harbor ill intentions, encroaching upon our Dragon Kingdom. This is an affront to your Majesty. We must eradicate them. The young dragons within Falua Fort, upon realizing the situation, rushed out in a frenzy, fervently shouting curses at the so-called enemies. Their enthusiasm was both terrifying and astonishing. The current majesty of Harata was undoubtedly legendary, and his rapid growth was truly remarkable. Eight's heart was tumultuous. Although he had been repeatedly astonished by Harata's prowess, he still struggled to adapt to the reality before him, feeling envy and resentment. The other young dragons shared similar sentiments. Is this not the ancestral dragon thought to be extinct? Sama's gaze grew distant as ancient memories flickered in her mind. The time of the ancestral dragon is far too distant. Even some of the weaker true dragons today have never heard of it. This is truly inconceivable. What manner of sorcery did Dalyesi employ? He merely cloned and modified a batch of young dragons, yet somehow produced the legendary ancestral dragon? Such a being, upon maturity, is akin to a demigod. Dalyesi, this wicked dragon, is unworthy of creating such a magnificent entity. Sama mused, her feelings complex. Bloodthirsty vampires? Mere scum. Truly despicable creatures. Though the distance was great, Harata had already heard the words of the four young dragons. He descended from the heavens, his stature gradually diminishing until he reached a height of over 3 meters, at which point he finally came to a halt. Simultaneously, he landed at the entrance of the castle. His white dragon had addressed the citizens, saying, "My dear subjects, there is no need for such a grand display. Please, return to your own affairs. The Dragon Kingdom has only just begun its construction. It is not merely my home as a dragon, but the home of all our citizens. I hope you will work swiftly to make the Dragon Kingdom prosper." A resounding roar of agreement echoed from the fervent citizens, who shouted with all their might. Sama approached and said, "Your Majesty, congratulations on your remarkable increase in strength. Your light of benevolence will surely illuminate the entire world." Harata rolled his eyes and replied, "Spare me the pleasantries. Tell me the recent developments." Sama nodded, aware that time was of the essence. The significant matters of the Dragon Kingdom were not many. Within a minute, Sama had conveyed nearly all the pertinent information. "Well done," Harata commended without hesitation. Sama modestly responded, "It is merely our duty." Harata replied, "Do not be so humble. What is yours. There is no need to hide or deny it. However, you must continue to strive for excellence. I will grant you authority, allowing you to pursue your ambitions freely. The wealth you acquire during this process will belong to you. Understand that this land is rich in resources. With proper development, both the citizens and you will become immensely wealthy. As for me, I seek only the elevation of all, so that the Dragon Kingdom can become unparalleled in strength. Of course, I must remind you not to be greedy. I, your Dragon King, will be like a sword of light and justice, hovering over all of you. Whenever you act recklessly and harm the Dragon Kingdom, I will not hesitate to take your head." Harata shared his thoughts with the young dragons. Yet, he was not entirely selfless. He simply held little regard for the interests of the Dragon Kingdom. Nonetheless, this approach appeared to the young dragons as an incredible act of selfless devotion. Regardless of the era, ancient, modern, or future, those in power rarely exhibit such benevolence. Chapter 62, The Doom of Bilson. However, Harata was not genuinely so kind-hearted. Observing the wide-eyed young dragons who admired him, Harata rolled his eyes multiple times, a sly smile revealing a hint of both exasperation and pride. "Oh, to have these creatures so enthralled, I must say I have a talent for persuasion." Yet, this was of little consequence. At this juncture, Harata took a slight step back. With a flick of his wings, he invoked a 2-star magic, blood clone. Suddenly, blood orbs began to erupt from his dragon wings. As they struck the ground, they bounced and transformed into a multitude of crimson, five-headed dragons. While their size did not compare to the usual Harata, each still exceeded 5 meters in length, exuding a strong metallic scent. "Your Majesty, what is this?" the young dragons inquired, confused, instinctively stepping back to clear the space. Within mere seconds, over 30 blood-red, five-headed dragons had materialized. At last, Harata came to a halt. The numerous blood-red, five-headed dragons exchanged glances before unfurling their wings and eagerly ascending into the sky, shooting off in all directions. "I aim to popularize the dragon transformation pool. The dragon kingdom is neither vast nor small, and relying solely on myself would require considerable time. Thus, I must employ my clones to assist," Harata finally explained. However, Sama and the other young dragons felt that Harata's words were not directed at them, but rather a monologue. Even more confusing was that just as Harata finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. "Is that spatial magic? Instantaneous movement?" Weber questioned uncertainly. 8 nodded in agreement. "It is evident." Henry clenched his claws in excitement, stating, "This slumber has not only allowed your Majesty to grow in size, but seemingly gifted you with other extraordinary abilities. Spatial magic is rare in any realm, exceedingly difficult to master, and possessing formidable power. Even true dragons find it challenging to learn." Soon, they would return to the territory of the Count. High above, a red light streaked past. Bilson, of the bloodline, murmured expressionlessly. Although he had yet to reach his destination, he was nearing it. Yet, the presence of bloodthirsty creatures lingered in the area. They prowled like greedy hunters, rushing towards any living creature that bore blood. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these bloodthirsty beings, while hunting, were also heading towards the Count's territory, just as Bilson was. It seemed these filthy little creatures had also been summoned by Bertley, Bilson thought, though he had only glimpsed a fragment. It was enough for Bilson to envision the broader situation within the monstrous kingdom. Suddenly, a large white orb of light appeared a kilometer ahead. "What is this?" Bilson gasped. His flight abruptly halted, suspended in midair. "Is it a treasure?" Nearby bloodthirsty creatures also took notice of the luminous orb. He, let us go take a look. Whether it be a treasure or some peculiar object, it must be drained of blood now that it has entered the domain of my bloodthirsty kin." Numerous creatures soared towards it. As the glowing orb dissipated, it revealed a colorful five-headed dragon, none other than Harata, who had mysteriously vanished from the entrance of Pharaoh Castle. His abilities were astonishing. Although Bilson had fled far ahead, the residual traces on the dragon's corpse, coupled with his exceptional senses and vision, allowed him to potentially identify Bilson as the assailant. "Though I did not observe the dragon south remains up close, my power is too formidable. I can see even from a distance. Moreover, the dragon's body lies close to Pharaoh Castle, which is not far at all." "King Harata of the Dragon Kingdom?" Bilson paused, taken aback at the unexpected encounter. "You wretched brat, having slain my subjects, do you think you can simply escape? Do you take me for a fool?" Harata sneered, gliding towards him at a leisurely pace. Bilson also smiled, albeit coldly, his gaze assessing Harata. "And what of your subjects? If you provoke me further, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well." Bilson felt no fear. He was immensely powerful, nearing legendary status. Harata had previously displayed strength akin to a level 10 master. Thus, their strengths were nearly equal. However, dragons are inherently formidable, capable of easily overcoming challenges of higher tiers. In terms of their respective realms, humans are vastly inferior to dragons. Yet, mere struggle and flight remain within Bilson's capabilities. Moreover, this was his territory. If he bought himself a little time, reinforcements would surely arrive. With this thought, Bilson felt a surge of eagerness, quietly retrieving a magical communicator to send a message to Count Bertley. "You have truly surprised me," Harata acknowledged, recognizing Bilson's audacity. However, when he saw Bilson brandishing the magical communicator, his smile turned frigid. "What? Is this newly crowned Dragon King so easily dismissed?" In an instant, Harata vanished. With a deafening crash, Bilson, still in the air, was abruptly brought down to the earth, landing with such force that the thick soil exploded into a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter. What on earth just happened? Bierson lay foolishly in the large pit. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his abdomen had exploded, revealing several insides. In the high place where Bierson once resided, instead stood Harata, the Dragon King. Had I been attacked? Harata's assault was both swift and ferocious. It took Bierson a few moments to regain his senses. The pain from his injuries began to seep into his mind, causing him to grimace in agony, his face contorted. How could this be? How could you possess such power? Clearly, when dealing with the Emerald Serpent King, you suffered a heavy toll. This should not be the case. Could it be that you have advanced again? Bjerson found it impossible to calm himself. Initially, he thought he could contend with Harata, but now he realized he was utterly unqualified. What had just transpired? The nearby bloodsuckers were also stunned, hesitant to approach any closer. Although they were bloodthirsty and fierce, they could discern the immense strength of both Harata and Bjerson. Retreat. The astute bloodsuckers, upon coming to their senses, hastily turned to flee. Harata vanished once more. You have disappointed me. Harata's voice resonated before Bjerson. Harata had assumed Bjerson's arrogance indicated formidable strength. Yet who would have guessed that Bjerson could not withstand even a single blow? Bjerson struggled to lift his head, only to discover that Harata had approached him. He trembled as his body quaked, his teeth grinding uncontrollably. Chapter 63, A Surge in Power. I was wrong. I apologize for my earlier arrogance and ignorance. I beseech you, Dragon King, to spare me. At this moment, Bjerson had fully grasped the reality. He was certainly no match for Harata. In fact, even fleeing seemed impossible. He was utterly doomed. Damn it, truly damn it. This is undoubtedly a legendary dragon. Such a powerful creature, hiding its true self, playing the fool, is truly perverse. Although he appeared compliant on the surface, Bjerson's heart was filled with rage and despair. According to his understanding of dragons, they were arrogant, dismissive of all, and did not conceal their strength. A dragon like Harata, who concealed its power, was indeed an anomaly. Knowing your error is a start, Harata nodded, advising him to remember it in his next life. Harata had no intention of sparing Bjerson, recognizing him as a bloodline, controlled by other bloodsuckers. A worthless being marked by the imprint of stronger foes held no interest for Harata. Moreover, he was currently too powerful. A 10th-level master was not indispensable to him. Bjerson's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. Despite his previously battered state, he abruptly rose and knelt at Harata's feet. This posture caused him to leak even more of his essence. My lord, I am willing to submit. I am a 10th-level master and quite useful. Hearing Harata's words, Bjerson nearly lost his mind, struggling to comprehend. After all, Harata had previously subdued numerous mortals. Wasn't a transcendent being of such strength more deserving? Dragon language magic, dragon's fire. Roar. Harata, uninterested in further discourse with Bjerson, eagerly opened his red dragon mouth, unleashing terrifying flames that could dissolve the earth. Bjerson was engulfed in flames, suffering unprecedented agony. Why? I curse you to an untimely demise. I do not wish to die. Yet, Bjerson, being a master and a bloodline, possessed a vitality far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Thus, he was not instantly annihilated. He transformed into a being of fire, struggling in his last moments. For seconds later, Bjerson was reduced to ashes. Dragon's fire dissipated. A breeze came, sweeping away the black ashes Bjerson had become. However, remnants remained, such as a half-melted iron sword and 2 spatial rings. Harata casually devoured the iron sword and picked up the rings. His mental energy surged, enveloping the spatial rings. Oh, this fellow is quite affluent. Harata was taken aback, discovering considerable wealth within the spatial rings. It must be said, Bjerson truly lived up to the title of an established master. Storing the rings within his being, Harata ascended, flying towards the Bloodwing domain of the Monster Kingdom. His 5 heads oriented in all directions, slowly parting their jaws. An inexplicable allure emanated. What is happening? A bloodsucker, retreating from over 10,000 meters away, was dumbfounded. He felt a powerful force tugging at him from behind. Despite his vigorous struggles, he was pulled back. In various directions, other bloodsuckers and inexplicable monstrous beings were similarly drawn by the gravitational pull. While humans enjoy the protection of the river crab god, you non-human monsters do not. A cruel smile graced Harata's lips. In confronting the bloodsuckers, he had no intention of enslaving them. After all, he required their bloodline to enhance his low-level undead body. Host, Harata, Realm, Golden Level 5, Bloodline Talent Skills, 6-star, Last Generation 5-color Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. 4-star, Bloodsucker King Bloodline, Poison Immunity, Blood Sacrifice, Bloodline Slave Mark, Group Teleportation. Aurora Instantaneous Movement, remaining upgrade points, 31,000. This time of slumber proved fortuitous. Not only significantly elevating my level and conserving 50,000 upgrade points, but also acquiring 2 formidable spatial magic items. Even my upgrade points have increased considerably. It seems I shall soon ascend to the rank of Transcendent Master. Harata glanced at his virtual information page, his mood markedly uplifted. System, allocate upgrade points. Ding. Transcendent Realm 3. Upgrade points -30,000. Current, Transcendent Realm, Golden Level 8. Remaining upgrade points, 1,000. accompanied by a series of system notifications. Harata's magical power began to surge dramatically. In fact, his physique also expanded, though due to the fixed, shrinking technique, the change was not outwardly apparent. I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to obliterate the monster kingdom? Harata pondered curiously. Yes, for this wave, he planned to strike hard. Although eating while flying was not as swift as being fully devoted, Harata's foundation was too solid. Even without full concentration, he could still unleash astonishing speed. Approximately half an hour later, Harata reached the edge of the Bloodwing domain of the Monster Kingdom. The territory of the Bloodsucker clan appeared quite distinctive, with bat-like creatures ubiquitous. Other types of beings looked feeble and emaciated, resembling pitiful creatures drained of half their blood. Dragon language magic, vision amplification. Dragon language magic, golden eyes. Dragon language magic, eye of the mind. Harata cast a cursory glance around before shifting his gaze towards the more distant expanse. His sight projected forth like light, penetrating through everything in its path, effortlessly traversing over 1,000 miles. The domain of the Bloodsucker Count was indeed vast. However, why did most of these bloodsuckers flock towards the Count's castle? After observing the state of this realm, Harata felt quite perplexed. He was unaware that the Monster Kingdom was on the verge of war with the Firewheel Kingdom. Fortunately, he soon learned of it. As news of the impending conflict was impossible to conceal, the information had spread entirely. Unless one were deaf, they could hear it all. Not to mention, Harata had quite keen hearing. Even without the ear buff, he could perceive commotion from dozens of miles away. Arriving early is not as favorable as arriving just in time. Harata felt a deep sense of emotion, remarking that your gathering has made it considerably easier for me to confront you. I must express my gratitude for the gifts bestowed by war. Having uttered these words, Harata vanished into thin air. 4-star magic, group teleportation. However, although it is termed group teleportation, it is indeed feasible to transport a single individual as well. The other recently acquired ability, Aurora Shift, enables rapid short-distance teleportation, which is particularly suited for close combat rather than traversing vast distances. Above the castle of the Bloodthirsty Count, a colossal flying vessel resembling a bat hovered ominously. Bloodthirsty ghouls flocked from all directions, guided by several officers as they boarded the aircraft. Meanwhile, Bertilai, the leader, remained in the dining hall of his castle, leisurely enjoying his meal. Raising a goblet filled with crimson liquid to his lips, he savored a sip and remarked with satisfaction. How much longer until we gather the first batch of bloodthirsty ghouls? The territory was teeming with these creatures, and given the urgency of the situation, Bertilai decided to assemble an elite group for immediate deployment to the battlefield, planning to gradually summon the remaining bloodthirsty ghouls thereafter. Naturally, to prevent any opportunistic attacks from mysterious foes, it was essential to leave a reliable contingent behind to safeguard the territory. The steward, Boat, interjected, "My lord. It will likely take another 2 hours to fully staff the bloodthirsty aircraft." Bertilai frowned, finding the pace somewhat sluggish. Yet, in the next moment, he relaxed, confidently declaring, "However, there's little to be done. After all, there is but one bloodthirsty aircraft, and my territory lies too far from the kingdom of Firewheel." Bertilai seemed poised to continue, but his hand holding the goblet suddenly trembled violently. With a resounding crash, the goblet shattered, spilling the blood-red liquid onto the floor and splattering some onto Bertelli's garments. Boat gasped in shock and quickly retrieved a napkin to assist Bertilai in cleaning himself. The expression on Bertelli's face was peculiar, a blend of astonishment and disbelief. After a moment, he struggled to articulate, "That old coot, Bjersen, is gone. How could a level 10 master simply cease to exist?" Boat froze, aware of Bjersen's prowess, having served Bertilai for some time. Chapter 64, The Crumbling Bloodthirsty Count. Bertilai was at a loss. Had he not merely dispatched Bjersen to investigate the situation? Moreover, it had been only a brief while since their last communication. The man had vanished without a trace, leaving Bertilai feeling nauseous. Additionally, there were no formidable beings in the vicinity capable of causing the silent demise of a transcendent master. Could it be the legendary Wudo Longwang? Once Boat regained his composure, he ventured a conjecture. Bertilai shook his head, dismissing the notion that the Dragon King could have slain Bjersen. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated outside, shaking the very earth and making it difficult for anyone within the castle of the Bloodthirsty Count to remain steady. What is happening? Bertilai was startled once more. Peering out the window, he was met with a sight that left him dumbfounded. The bloodthirsty aircraft that had previously hovered in the sky had vanished, replaced by a horrifying conflagration that obliterated the clouds, its violent shockwaves radiating uncontrollably in all directions. Many nearby bloodthirsty ghouls, caught off guard, were consumed by the flames and vanished without a trace. The magical barriers surrounding the castle of the bloodthirsty count activated automatically, shielding it from the cataclysmic explosion. Am I dreaming? Bertili murmured in disbelief. If he was not mistaken, his aircraft had just exploded. Such a magnitude of explosion could have claimed his life as well. As for the subordinates he had summoned, they were likely weaker than he was. Consequently, Bertili could vividly envision the grim fate awaiting his elite forces. Boat clutched his chest. Bewildered. Why did this occur? Had the aircraft malfunctioned? Yet its safety had undergone numerous tests, proving to be exceptionally stable. Alas, the mightiest treasure of the Bloodwing territory had been obliterated? Good heavens, my barren father had boarded the aircraft early. Had I arrived sooner, I too would have perished. From a distance, a multitude of bloodthirsty ghouls gazed in awe at the explosion. In contrast, nearby blood slaves, distinct from the ghouls, looked momentarily stunned before erupting into ecstatic cheers. What a splendid sight. Those accursed bloodthirsty ghouls have received their just desserts. Thank you, unknown deity. My family, my friends. You may now rest in peace. A gust of wind emanated from the heart of the explosion, drawing the surrounding flames inward, creating the illusion of a vortex consuming the inferno. Scattered debris from the aircraft, along with bodies, were likewise drawn in, as even the undamaged flora and fauna of the land were siphoned away. What is happening? Within a diameter of 100,000 meters, the onlooking bloodthirsty ghouls were petrified with fear. Regardless of their strength, they were uncontrollably drawn toward the great whirlpool. The aircraft had certainly not exploded due to a malfunction. Bertelli's eyes reddened, a sinister glow emanating from him. He leaped, his aged form soaring through the window into the open air. What manner of fiend are you? This is my Bloodwing territory, and you dare to instigate chaos before my very eyes. I will ensure your demise, and that of your kin and kindred. Bertelli's fury was uncontainable. The inexplicable death of Bierson, coupled with the loss of his treasured, bloodthirsty aircraft, dealt a crushing blow to him. Without those two pillars of support, he felt certain that he would meet a dismal end in the forthcoming war. Yet, even in the face of such grievous setbacks, he refrained from breaking through the magical barrier. The vortex visibly shrank at an observable pace as it had nearly exhausted its capacity for consumption. The castle, shielded by the magical barrier, remained impervious to the chaos for the time being. As the whirlpool ultimately vanished, a colorful five-headed dragon, measuring approximately 32 meters, emerged in the distance. This time, Harata had returned to its original size, coupled with its recent upgrade. It now appeared even larger than when it first emerged from the molten depths. Remaining upgrade points, 8,000. With this acquisition, the aircraft had proven valuable, though the recent explosion had rendered most of the bloodthirsty ghouls incapacitated. Harata let out a satisfied burp. Dragon, 5 heads, are you Harata? Upon witnessing Harata's form, Bertili stood frozen. Weren't you merely 10 meters tall? Curse that Bierson, what sort of intelligence was he gathering? Is he blind? The disparity is simply too great. Though Bertelli's anger simmered intensely, he dared not show his teeth to Harata. Based on his understanding of dragonkind, Harata, in its current manifestation, was at the very least a legendary powerhouse. Although he sensed that Harata's true level was merely golden level 8, he immediately concluded that it was a cunning ruse. Fool, you have far too many questions. In your next life, perhaps you should consult your mother. As Harata descended from the skies, with a resounding crash, its massive, colorful form landed atop the Count's castle, exerting immense pressure that caused the structure to sink. However, the magical barrier here was far more potent than that of Daily Cease Faluo Castle. Harata's strike failed to shatter the barrier, revealing itself to be rather resilient. With a cold smirk, Harata raised his right claw into a fist. 2-star, cannon fist. The dragon fist descended from the heavens, crashing upon the barrier. With a deafening roar, the entire barrier caved in significantly, causing the towering Earl's castle to collapse by a considerable portion. The ground beneath the castle fractured and expanded. The extraordinary beings within the castle, regardless of their strength, were violently shaken by the aftermath, spitting blood in response. Ah, please stop. Noble Dragon King, I implore you to remain calm. Bertli cried out in a state of panic. However, Harata paid no heed, preparing to unleash another blow with his dragon fist. Your Majesty, I am willing to compensate for the previous affronts by that wretched Seawearer and the despicable bloodline of Bilson. Both were mere misunderstandings. I had no knowledge of them. Please grant me an opportunity, Bertli pleaded desperately. Upon witnessing Harata's might, he comprehended that Bilson was likely slain by Harata, to absolve both parties of their grievances. Bertli shamelessly shifted all blame onto his deceased lover and the bloodline. Porter, quickly seek assistance, call upon the kingdom. Bertley cunningly transmitted a message to Porter, his steward, to request aid. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed. The area surrounding the Earl's castle resembled a relentless bombardment from meteors. The ground cracked like a spider's web. The structures within suffered even more devastation, collapsing entirely into ruins. Bertley coughed up blood again, his body unable to maintain its human form. With a thud, he transformed into a frail, elderly bat. Click, click. To Bertley's despair, the seemingly indestructible magical barrier began to fracture. Harata descended unimpeded before Bertley, causing the ground beneath him to explode once more. Your Majesty, please remain calm. I am the Earl of the Monster Kingdom. Should you slay me, you will surely incur the wrath of King Sean of the monsters. It is hardly worth provoking the entire Monster Kingdom over such a trivial matter concerning a mere individual. Bertley stammered. Facing the colossal dragon Harata up close was overwhelming. He felt as if confronting an epic tale. Harata's sinister grin twisted into something peculiar. Bertley's words struck a familiar chord. It seemed someone had uttered the same to him not long ago. Harata nonchalantly extended his massive claw, seizing Bertley. Oh no, why? Bertley sank into utter despair, perplexed as to why Harata was intent on his demise. Was it not merely a minor dispute? Besides, he had always been the one at a disadvantage. Harata had not suffered at all. Desperate to survive, Bertley thrashed about, his body melting into liquid, attempting to escape through the gaps in Harata's claws. Dragon language magic, freeze. The white dragon's head flickered with a glimmer of icy blue light. An inexplicable chill enveloped Bertley as his blood began to freeze. The red dragon's maw opened wide, and Bertley helplessly watched as he was drawn toward the gaping maw. Perhaps it was some innate trait, but as he neared the red dragon's head, he felt an unexpected warmth. It was rather comforting. Suddenly, Harata's movements came to an abrupt halt. All 5 of his dragons turned their gaze toward the western sky. The sea of clouds dissipated silently, revealing a vast opening in the sky. Following this, a white pillar of light, 10,000 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, striking the earth. Fortunately, the light seemed to possess no lethal properties, sparing the ground from devastation. A large-scale teleportation, Harata remarked softly. Is this reinforcements? The already doomed Bertley was momentarily taken aback, perplexed that his plea for assistance had been answered so swiftly. He recalled that the kingdom's support was never this prompt. Yet, despite his confusion, he could not suppress the surge of joy within. Chapter 65, Dragon and Tiger Clash. The pillar of light gradually dissipated, revealing a legion of blue giant tigers adorned with sturdy, earthy yellow armor, towering between 7 to 8 meters tall and measuring around 14 to 15 meters in length. Upon their backs sat imposing tiger women. Although these tiger women were covered in fur, their stature was undeniably regal, standing tall and proud. In the eyes of a benevolent dragon, these women were exceptional warriors, a rare breed. Among the tiger horde was an enormous flying tiger, over 10 meters tall and 20 meters long, upon which rode a woman of considerable height, reminiscent of an ordinary human, but more robust. She was none other than Los. After receiving a mission from King Sean of the monsters, she eagerly rallied her flying tiger knights, utilizing the power of the teleportation array to traverse hundreds of thousands of miles to the edge of Luoma Mountain. Such a level of teleportation required immense magical energy, only affordable by someone as wealthy as Los, with the monster kingdom being relatively affluent. An ordinary noble like Bertley, the bloodthirsty earl, could hardly justify such an extravagant means of travel. Naturally, had it been a solo venture or involving only a few individuals, Bertley might have managed it. Here lay the territory of Bertley, the bloodthirsty earl. Los surveyed her surroundings. How curious, what has transpired here? Harata's earlier assault had caused minor disruptions to the land, easily noticeable to the discerning eye. Suddenly, Los froze, her gaze falling upon the imposing 5-colored dragons. I cannot believe my luck is so fortuitous. Los's expression was complex. She had not anticipated encountering her target so soon upon her arrival at Luoma Mountain. It seemed destiny favored her. Yet, her demeanor swiftly hardened. You, Val Dragon, have overstepped your bounds. This is the territory of the Monster Kingdom. Even as a member of the Dragon Clan, you cannot act so arrogantly. With a thunderous roar, Los erupted, summoning a tempest of dark clouds and lightning that manifested as a colossal, illusory purple tiger, roaring fiercely, as if a floodgate had been opened. The surrounding giant tigers and tiger warrior women unleashed their might in unison. Their formation was intriguing, appearing as if they were interlinked. At that moment, their combined fury created an even more terrifying force. The air within 100,000 meters wilted under their pressure. Good heavens, what is happening in the Bloodwing territory today? Dozens of miles away, the unfortunate bloodthirsty creatures were on the verge of collapse due to the unfolding chaos. They had believed distance would ensure their safety. Yet they were met with the overwhelming might of the tigers, as if the world were ending. The sheer aura sent shivers through them, nearly causing them to faint. The Flying Tiger Knights? Princess Los? At the same time, the powerless Bertley, unable to resist any longer, managed to utter, huff. In the next instant, he took a deep breath and cried out, "Noble princess, please save me." However, just as Bertley finished speaking, darkness enveloped him. Strange, pillar-like objects charged toward him. "Oh!" Bertley screamed in agony, his voice filled with terror. Even a mere insignificant character should refrain from speaking, Harata's green dragon head remarked disdainfully. Crack, crack. Harata's red dragon head gently chewed, crimson blood oozing from between his fangs, cascading down his dazzling chin and dripping onto the ground. Devouring bloodthirsty creatures. Plundering two-star bloodthirsty creature bloodlines. You have gone too far. The actions of Harata rendered Luas unable to endure any longer. Was this not a provocation against the monster kingdom? With a fierce roar, Luas commanded the massive tiger beneath her to charge forward. The remaining Flying Tiger Knights remained still. Yet a strand of mysterious silk began to emanate from their bodies, weaving into a grand net that ensnared Luas. A battle formation? The commander could harness this to concentrate the soldiers' strength, thus amplifying their power. Harata remarked that such formations were of considerable rank, capable of turning the tide by accumulating strength and defeating the mighty. In a mere moment, Luas and the Flying Tiger surged toward Harata. The Flying Tiger lifted its enormous paw for a strike, unleashing a force so potent that the air shattered, creating a tempest capable of tearing steel asunder. The gust struck Harata first. The colorful dragon scales resonated with a sound akin to chimes, yet showed no signs of shattering. With a sudden release of draconic power, Harata unleashed the terrifying Zulon Wei, a display of might never before seen. Even in that fleeting moment, it was enough to leave Luas and the Flying Tiger momentarily dazed. Harata raised his right claw and struck the Flying Tiger on its massive face. The resounding clap twisted and dented its visage, and with a subsequent surge of force, the creature was sent sprawling. Die! Luas, quick to react, leapt from the back of the tiger to avoid being swept away. Simultaneously, she drew a tiger-headed blade from her spatial ring and aimed a downward slash. The blade glimmered, sending forth a crescent arc of light. With a draconic incantation, she invoked a comprehensive enhancement. Let me experience a greater crisis, and let you witness the full might of the ancestor dragon. Harata, undeterred, charged forward without evasion, his 5 heads lunging in unison. The blade's light shattered upon impact, and the dragon's head collided with the blade's edge, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal clashing. The confrontation did not relent. Harata tightened his claws and struck with a dragon's punch. His wings stirred slightly, unleashing an indescribable tempest. Harata resembled a muscular deity, unyielding and relentless, wielding his seemingly indestructible rainbow-scaled form as a weapon. Each of his movements carried the devastating force to split the air and thunder through the sky, causing the earth to crumble unbeknownst to him. Luas, bewildered by such ferocious tactics, drew forth another tiger-headed blade to parry Harata's onslaught. At the same moment, the previously launched Flying Tiger, its mouth now missing a tooth, returned with a vengeance, its eyes ablaze with indignation. It had not anticipated being struck so brutally. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Flying Tiger and Luas, in perfect synchrony, launched a combined assault against Harata. The other Flying Tiger Knights, previously lagging behind, swiftly formed a massive encirclement, enclosing Harata. Battle formation, gravity reversal, tenfold. They unleashed their collective power, augmenting the gravitational pull of the earth upon Harata. In an instant, he sank, his legs embedded in the ground. The previously relentless assault was abruptly interrupted, and Harata felt an immense burden as if an island had landed upon his back. Were it not for his extraordinary physique and magical protection, he might have been crushed by this gravity. Impressive, you lot. This should suffice to vanquish most legends below level 6, wouldn't you say? Harata gasped, hardly managing to speak. Now it is my turn. Yet Luas had no intention of conversing. She feared Harata had adjusted to the newfound gravity. Indeed, the unexpected weight bore down with the greatest effect. Seizing the opportunity, Luas closed in, her dual blades transforming into radiant light, gliding smoothly toward Harata's red and blue dragon heads. Simultaneously, the massive Flying Tiger inhaled deeply before unleashing a powerful breath attack. A robust purple beam erupting from its jaws and striking Harata in the abdomen. The impact forced Halatas' colossal form uncontrollably backward into the earth. Luas' hands trembled violently. The once weightless tiger-headed blades now felt unbearably heavy, as if they were beyond her grasp. A closer inspection revealed chips along the blade's edge, along with traces of dragon blood. The formidable defense was terrifying, causing Luas considerable distress. Halatas' strength and resilience exceeded her expectations. Their previous assaults had been unreserved, yet they had merely succeeded in toppling him to the ground, inflicting only minor wounds. Marvelous! Halata bellowed with delight, rising slowly. His red and blue dragon neck bore 2 gashes, and a large, charred wound marred his belly. Yet, after a couple of breaths, the injuries vanished. Luas's brows quivered uncontrollably, instinctively retreating several steps away from Halata. The flying tiger, too, sensing the threat, cautiously stepped back. "You lot have stirred my dragon blood a little," Halata declared, his tone dripping with disdain. This was inevitable. This bout had relied predominantly on brute strength and physicality, with his magic, spells, and skills remaining largely unused. Therefore, he had not exerted his full potential, viewing this as merely a warm-up. Such a display of overwhelming prowess, capable of unnerving even legendary warriors, inflated Halata's ego. Luas gritted her teeth, filled with indignation at Halata's arrogance, her rage igniting further. The malevolent dragon Luas wished to utter something, yet Halata vanished into thin air. 4 stars, Aurora teleportation. "Your Highness, be cautious," the surrounding tiger female knights shouted, their voices tinged with concern. Luas sensed their apprehension. Enough chatter. Prepare to revel in the joy of being struck. Halata's voice emerged from behind Luas. As she opened her mouth to respond, she was abruptly sent flying. Halata pursued relentlessly, this time employing the Aurora teleportation ability to traverse the battlefield. This movement was unaffected by gravity and far swifter than before. Luas could scarcely react, unable to counterattack or defend herself effectively. However, this teleportation consumed considerable energy, limiting Halata's endurance. With colossal dragon fists resembling a Gatling gun, they rained down upon Luas. "Ah!" she cried in pain, her armor instinctively conjuring a small magical barrier to envelop her. The extraordinary properties of her armor provided formidable defense, yet it was merely that, defense. Halata flickered in and out of visibility, initially grounded, then soaring into the air, and finally appearing beside Luas. Dazed and confused, she could scarcely discern Halata's form. Feeling like a mere punching bag, tossed about at will, the magical barrier continued to cave in and tremble. Within its confines, Luasi felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of her mouth. Indeed, the magical barrier was not invincible. With sufficient force, it could be shattered or at least produce an effect akin to striking a cow across the mountain. This was dire. The defensive capabilities of her armor could not withstand much longer. Luasi's heart sank as she sensed the rapid depletion and internal damage of her armor. A towering Fehu rushed in, eager to assist Luasi. However, the elusive Halata was too swift for the Fehu to catch. The surrounding Tigress Knights could no longer bear to watch. They endeavored to alter the formation's characteristics to provide Luasi with buffs. Yet, despite their efforts, Luasi remained the target of relentless assault. "I've had enough of this," Halata thought, though he initially found pleasure in battering such a beautiful warrior. However, as time wore on, he grew weary of the spectacle. Thus, he shifted his attack strategy. With a fearsome display of power, he unleashed the breaths of 5 dragons: red, white, green, black, and blue. The colossal heads opened their jaws, releasing a concentrated burst of 5-colored aurora in all directions. The red aurora effortlessly breached Luasi's magical barrier, inflicting devastating damage upon her corporeal form. Though her flesh was torn asunder, her bones revealed an extraordinary strength not inherent to Luasi, barely managing to resist the dragon's breath. Yet, her body lacked the strength to remain grounded, sending her hurtling away. Fortunately, during this process, her injuries did not worsen. Instead, Luasi consciously leveraged the force to distance herself from Halata. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 beams of aurora wreaked havoc. The Fehu was instantaneously severed in twain, and the formation of Tigress Knights suffered a similar fate. With a series of ghastly sounds, many Tigress Knights were left shattered, their blood gushing forth and staining the earth. Retreat. The formation was broken, and the surviving Tigress Knights chose not to remain stubbornly in the fray. They skillfully withdrew. Yet Halata was relentless. As the 5-colored aurora continued to wreak havoc, the ground was cleaved open like a cake, leaving deep, gaping wounds. Although the Tigress Knights were formidable, they paled in comparison to Luasi. In a mere 5 seconds, Harata ceased his onslaught of light. The once lively Tigress Knights and Feihu now lay scattered across the fragmented landscape, silenced and reverted to their original forms. The Tigress's true form resembled that of the Feihu, albeit slightly smaller. This species was known as the Manhuang Linghu, inherently intelligent. The larger, less intelligent steed, the Feihu, was referred to as the Feitianhou. They coexisted as the closest allies of the Manhuang Linghu. Additionally, some powerful Feitianhou could evolve into Manhuang Linghu through various enhancements, resulting in even greater strength. Harata's maw emitted a gravitational pull, drawing the remnants toward him. The system began to vibrate with incessant notifications as he devoured the fallen, devoured Manhuang Linghu. Acquired 2-star Manhuang Linghu bloodline. Were it not for the protective power bestowed by her father, Luosi would have undoubtedly perished moments ago. As the leader of the Feihu Knight Brigade, she soared thousands of meters before finally coming to a halt, breathless. From her storage space, she retrieved a vial of potion and consumed it. Within 3 seconds, her wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, granting her the opportunity to survey the battlefield. Before her lay the horrifying scene of Harata consuming her Feihu Knights. Luosi was rendered speechless. The Feihu Knight Brigade was her meticulously assembled guard, and she shared a profound bond with its members. Often, she did not perceive herself as a princess. Rather, she viewed herself as a warrior, a comrade to each member of the Feihu Knight Brigade. They were like sisters, and thus, the depth of Luosi's emotions for her knights was evident. Silent tears streamed from her eyes, her face reflecting profound sorrow. Ah, the vile dragon. After 5 seconds, Luosi's delicate features contorted with the most venomous of hatred and murderous intent, uncontrolled and pouring forth. In that moment, she resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Suddenly, she retaliated with a swift strike. Clang! Harata, who had been at a distance, appeared behind Luosi just in time for her blade to strike his heart. The hardened dragon scales resisted for but a moment before giving way. The long sword sought to penetrate further, but was halted by the dense muscle and sinew within. You fool! Harata sneered with 5 faces, raising a claw to deliver a resounding slap. This time, it was Luosi who was sent reeling, her neck elongated and body flung backward. Harata leaped forward, relentless. Die! Luosi, dazed and with a ringing in her ears, instinctively counterattacked, drawing upon her extensive combat experience. Harata did not evade. He allowed Luosi to strike him as he focused on delivering blows to her. Despite the mysterious power protecting Luosi, which temporarily prevented Harata from inflicting fatal damage, such a safeguard could not last indefinitely. With a little more time, he was certain he could end her. Harata understood Luosi's situation well, yet in the next instant, he opened all 5 mouths, targeting her. This wretch was not worthy of him wasting too much time. Harata was prepared to unleash his full strength. 5 Dragon Cycle, Dragon Breath. The 5-colored aurora erupted, striking Luosi squarely in the abdomen. She was propelled backward, soaring into the sky. Luosi struggled fiercely, but the force of the dragon breath was overwhelming and swift. The air behind her became solidified, pressing down upon her, rendering her unable to regain her footing. She felt as if she were being attacked from both sides. What horrified Luosi further was the fusion of the 5-colored aurora. The dragon breath was coalescing into a frenzied, spinning, 5-colored drill. The vibrations echoed as Luosi's insides began to disintegrate, her bones crumbling at an alarming rate. In mere moments, she was propelled skyward, engulfed in the 5-colored aurora, which resembled a pillar of light connecting the heavens and the earth. I refuse to perish here, Luosi, a stubborn woman, defiantly proclaimed. Even as her own strength faltered, the dual blades she had firmly grasped slipped from her grasp. Explode, she uttered with fierce determination, a hint of regret lingering on her face. As her words faded, the tiger-headed blade, positioned close to the 5-colored drill of dragon breath, detonated like a nuclear fusion, unleashing boundless purple light. Harata was formidable, his dragon form virtually indestructible, a natural 3 to 4-star extraordinary artifact. Common legends would struggle to breach such defenses. Thus, the formidable nature of the Hatudo is accentuated. This Hatudo is, at the very least, a 4-star extraordinary artifact. The extraordinary energy contained within such artifacts is truly terrifying. Particularly, the terrifying method of a singular, all-encompassing detonation is most fearsome. Even the Wuzlongshi, which aims to pierce the heavens, was shattered in the explosion. Initially powerless to resist, Luosi finally found a moment to breathe. She took advantage of the explosive aftermath to ascend to greater heights. Healing spells, blood-replenishing spells, rapid regeneration spells, and elemental restoration spells, Luosi continuously buffed herself. Simultaneously, she managed to free a hand to retrieve a brand new potion, which she then consumed. Her fragmented body swiftly began to mend. However, such rapid recovery was a result of substantial investment, especially the potions she had used, which were also 3 to 4-star extraordinary elixirs, were exceedingly rare and costly. In this instance, Luosi truly felt the weight of her losses, rapidly transforming from a wealthy heiress into a destitute refugee. Suddenly, Harata charged forward, ready to press the attack with renewed vigor. "Stop. I concede." Luosi suppressed her murderous intent and fury, surrendering with a dark expression. Yet, seemingly intimidated by Harata, she dared not approach him, continuously retreating to avoid giving him the opportunity to close in. As a legendary princess, such humiliation and distress were unbearable. However, Harata was simply too powerful. She was no match for him, and continuing the fight held no meaning. At this moment, she finally recalled the admonitions of the Monster King Zion before her departure. Yet, despite her attempts at friendliness, Harata continued his relentless pursuit. "Are you insane? I am the princess of the Monster Kingdom. My father is comparable to an epic-level powerhouse." Gazing at Harata's 5 deranged dragon faces, even Luosi, despite her legendary status, felt a chill run down her spine. Harata, undeterred, continued his charge, the distance between them closing at a terrifying speed. In fact, had Harata employed Aurora Blink, he could have instantly caught up with Luosi. However, the energy consumption of this technique was considerable, and the previous use of Jijuang Longxi had already drained him significantly. As such, Harata felt somewhat weak and resolved to conserve energy, knowing he was in enemy territory. If he became too weakened, it was likely that the opponent could turn the tide against him. "You, just wait." Luosi resigned herself completely, pulling out a piece of white crystal. Teleportation crystal? Upon seeing the object in Luosi's hand, Harata instantly recognized its name. This was a precious item, a means of escape. Once Luosi crushed it, she could vanish and be transported thousands of miles away. "Fool, you are indeed wealthy. I can no longer afford to conserve energy." Harata felt utterly helpless. However, just as Harata prepared to use Aurora Blink, all 5 of his faces froze momentarily. With a sudden burst, a long, black tail emerged from Luosi's chest, playfully shaking off the residual blood of the savage spirit tiger. Luosi's hand trembled, and the intact teleportation crystal fell to the ground. "Oh dear, my esteemed Dragon King. Under your cunning schemes, we have finally slain the Grand Princess of the Monster Kingdom, the future King Luosi." A sultry, enchanting voice emerged from behind Luosi. This voice was astonishing, infused with a heavy dose of alluring pheromones, evoking instinctual fantasies in the listener. It was an irresistible charm that transcended gender. Despite Luosi being gravely wounded and on the brink of death, her fair face flushed with color, as if she were suddenly shy. Harata's eyes widened, and the heart of the strong he had suppressed within himself was provoked, erupting like a dormant volcano after 10,000 years. A vast amount of heated air escaped from Harata's nostrils as his dragon face contorted in fierce struggle. He was wrestling with the burgeoning heart of the strong. "Fool, you are indeed a Diyuan Mema." Harata gritted his teeth. Although the presence was behind Luosi, Harata's keen perception allowed him to discern the true form of the entity. "My esteemed majesty, you may call me Wynier." Behind Luosi stood a petite figure resembling a normal-sized woman. She was mature, with small, curved horns adorning her head, appearing both dainty and charming. Clad in a snug black dress, her alluring figure was unmistakably captivating. Behind her were a pair of bat-like black wings and a long, dark tail that wrapped around Luosi's back, penetrating her heart and emerging before her. Suddenly, as Wynier taunted Harata, an overwhelming force surged from within Luosi, far surpassing her previous power. "Zion, you truly indulge in your affection for Wynier." Her complexion changed dramatically, and her body uncontrollably flew away. During this chaotic moment, her large tail snapped in half, spewing forth demonic blood. The remnants of the tail within Luosi disintegrated at a visible speed, vanishing completely. "I, the child of Zion. Who dares to lay a hand on me?" A resonant and domineering roar echoed from within Luosi. Following this, an ethereal, translucent, golden tiger with 6 pairs of wings materialized out of thin air, expanding at an exaggerated speed. Within 3 seconds, the golden tiger reached over 100 meters in height. An overwhelming aura of dominance transformed into a pale yellow storm, compressing in all directions. "Oh, how it pains me. My majestic majesty, I am injured." Wynier, who had been thrust away, silently approached Harata, appearing delicate and alluring. While she stated facts, her innate charm radiated throughout, making it seem as though she was playfully flirting. "Fool, get away from me." The red, blue, and green dragon heads turned to glare at Wynier, gritting their teeth. "Who the hell is your majesty? I am not a dragon who is in a position to engage in your schemes." Despite not recognizing the Diyuan Meima, Harata felt a strange sense of camaraderie from Wynier's earlier assistance. He could not help but feel averse. Did he need her help? Moreover, the Diyuan was a malevolent force, a terrifying disaster zone within the multiverse, recklessly eroding much of the universe, with the destruction of lives and worlds as its purpose. Diyuan demons were merely the pawns created by the abyss. In short, Diyuan demons were the natural enemies of the majority of beings in the universe. Although Harata and the abyss might seem compatible, he was not yet prepared to ally with it. Wynier let out a melodious call, sweetly proclaiming, "You are indeed my majesty. Have you forgotten our recent moments together, plotting the demise of that little wretch Luasi? Fool, this is absurd." Harata rolled his eyes. "Evil dragon, how dare you consort with Diyuan demons?" Zion's massive lion head turned toward him. Simultaneously, a series of divine lights erupted from within Luasi. Her shattered heart began to heal. "Father, I have disappointed you. I have ruined everything." Luasi felt a wave of guilt beneath the colossal golden tiger. Zion descended from afar, projecting a clone that came at a significant cost. "Child, do not be saddened. It is merely the enemy's vile and cowardly actions." Sean was, in truth, unaware of the battle's circumstances. However, instinctively, he sought to protect his offspring, deriding the enemy and attempting to suppress them. He responded to Ross with a glance towards Harata and Wynier, declaring, "I shall ensure your utter demise." With a thunderous roar, Sean leaped into the air, raising his colossal right claw to strike downwards. At first glance, this motion appeared slow and languid, yet throughout the process, the massive tiger claw continuously expanded, soon encompassing a radius of 100 miles. Everything beneath it felt as though it were being oppressed by divine might, experiencing a dimensional suppression. Furthermore, the space under the claw became rigid, as time seemed to decelerate. With his formidable strength, he sought to suppress the very fabric of space, nullifying certain spatial movement spells. This strike possessed an epic level of lethality. Wynier furrowed her brow, appearing distressed as she felt an intangible pressure enveloping her, rendering her body sluggish and immobile. Meanwhile, other teleportation attempts were rendered futile. "My esteemed majesty, we must join forces to withstand this blow and survive," Wynier quickly conveyed telepathically. "Please do not resist. I shall grant you greater power." Before Harata could respond, Wynier's enchanting gaze transformed into a more captivating allure. Ensnared by her charm, Harata's 5 dragon heads flushed crimson. "4-star magic, beast blood boiling. You shameless woman." Harata awkwardly recoiled, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished. His dragon blood surged within him, igniting a terrifying power. Ancestral dragon's might, Harata's power surged uncontrollably. This was indeed an unorthodox support skill. He managed only to utter a quip before swiftly opening his mouth and tilting his head to unleash a breath attack. 5-color rotation. Dragon breath soared far beyond the previous 5-color aurora, striking the center of the tiger claw. Chapter 69, Blood Ignition. A series of piercing friction sounds echoed as the descending tiger claw was momentarily halted by the drill. Gradually, a hole began to form, and as time passed, it widened further. "How is this possible?" Ross, observing the scene, was left in shock. "Humph," Sean scoffed, addressing Ross. "Do not underestimate your father." The overshadowing tiger claw seemed to recoil uncontrollably, diminishing in size. Yet, as it shrank, its weightiness and potency intensified. The 5-color aurora drill shattered like glass. Harata found himself plummeting uncontrollably to the ground, the immense pressure from the tiger claw causing his draconic form to crack, blood spilling forth. Gritting his teeth, Harata struggled fiercely but found himself unable to break free. "It appears I must fight with all my might," he resolved, his 10 dragon eyes widening in determination. The group teleportation spell was nearly impossible to cast under the claw's oppressive force, and the effects of the aurora's instantaneous movement were diminished. Moreover, the vast range of Sean's attack made short-distance teleportation nearly impossible. Thus, this escape route through spatial magic was effectively nullified. Yet, he still held a trump card. For instance, 4-star, Blood Sacrifice, Dragon Domain. Initially, he believed that with Wynier's assistance, he could afford to wait, but now he had no choice but to utilize it. Wynier was also struck down, suffering even more than Harata. While Harata had toughened skin and muscle, she was much more fragile. In an instant, her flesh and blood seemed to explode under the pressure, leaving only the hardest magical bones intact. Despite her dire state, she remained alive. Am I to lose this fragment of my being? Veneer mused, seemingly unfazed, glancing towards her neighbor Harata, lamenting that this young dragon might perish here. Yet, she considered it advantageous. His death would signify the absence of a formidable demigod in Alpha Star's future, a boon for her invasion from the abyss. Veneer had descended into this world with the intent of internally undermining Alpha Star. However, due to her limited strength, she could only engage in minor disruptions to weaken it. Previously, she had aimed to sow discord, inciting animosity between the freshly minted Dragon King and the King of Monsters. Suddenly, Veneer was taken aback as she witnessed Harata's body igniting, releasing a terrifying crimson flame. Contrary to expectations of his impending demise, he surged upwards to collide with the Tiger Claw. 4-star, Blood Sacrifice, First Stage, Blood Ignition. Harata roared, his blood fire intensifying, unleashing a terrifying power. The oppressive Tiger Claw was once more halted, unable to descend, and even began to retract. Yet, this power came at a cost. Harata's already battered flesh became even more shredded, his bones and sinews beginning to disintegrate. This is impossible. Sean could no longer maintain his composure. This should not be. I am the King of Monsters. You, this vile dragon, must perish. As he spoke, he intensified his assault. However, this was merely a projection, and the energy was limited. With a crack, the Tiger Claw began to fracture under the strain. Chapter 70. I shall remember you. I have, indeed, met my defeat. Sean's voice fell into despondence. In an instant, the shattered claw erupted into fragments, scattering in all directions. The explosive force sent Harata plummeting, his massive form crashing onto the fragmented earth. The once proud ground crumbled and collapsed, transforming into a vast pit measuring several 100,000 meters in diameter, with Harata lying at its center. He now appeared utterly wretched. His body reduced to little more than skin and bone from the burning blood, the red and white dragon head barely intact. The remaining 3 dragon heads were tattered, revealing exposed bone, and many of his dragon eyes were missing. Furthermore, his dragon wings, chest, and abdomen were riddled with wounds, with internal organs starkly visible. Yet Harata erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Am I now worthy of challenging an epic-level powerhouse? Harata finally gauged his own strength, and his reaction was indeed exaggerated. Even he could hardly contain his pride at this unexpected turnaround. Veneer felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, Sean has fallen. The once mighty Sean had lost a claw, his body appearing frilier and more diminutive, even less imposing than Ross. For such a Sean to possess master-level combat prowess would be a miracle. Harata rose, and during this process, the effects of his bloodthirsty vampire king bloodline activated, manifesting the low-level undying body. Fresh flesh began to regenerate at a visible pace. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he could not recover instantaneously, particularly his shattered dragon bones, which would take longer to mend. Harata estimated that it would take him an hour to fully recuperate. With Sean's suppressive power over space dissipated, Harata was once again able to teleport. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Be cautious. Sean nervously positioned himself in front of Los. Yet to their astonishment, Harata did not advance to attack. My esteemed majesty, what are your intentions? It turned out that Harata had teleported directly in front of Veneer. Veneer, somewhat perplexed, gently inquired. Although she resembled a skeletal creature, her voice was irresistibly alluring. Moreover, her constitution was extraordinary. Strange and peculiar flesh was sprouting from her skeletal body. Although this growth was not nearly as rapid as Harata's, given a day or two, she could undoubtedly fully recover. Should she acquire any unusual healing substances, her recovery would be expedited even further. Fool, I detest demons like you. Harata seized Veneer and threw her into the still relatively intact maw of the green dragon. The last ancestral dragon, king of the dragon kingdom. Harata, I shall remember you. Veneer's voice echoed, imbued with profound and bewildered anger. Regardless of the circumstances, she had previously assisted Harata. His current brutality towards her was utterly despicable. The sound of her skeletal form being ground to pieces by the dragon's teeth echoed as she was swallowed whole. Fool, you better remember me in your next life, otherwise I shall disdain you. Harata rolled his eyes, dismissing Veneer's threat with indifference. A new skill, Devour Abyssal Succubus, Plunder Beast Blood Frenzy, surged into Harata's being, evoking a complex mix of emotions. Beast Blood Frenzy was rather unrefined. The stronger the Seiyu, the more formidable the skill became. Furthermore, it would curiously amplify Seiyu, making it particularly suitable for those of a lascivious nature. How amusing, Harata chuckled awkwardly. This skill was indeed potent, yet he instinctively rejected it, believing himself to be an indomitable dragon, unaffected by the allure of women. Their charms would only hinder his ascension. Nevertheless, faced with the reality, he resolved to accept it, thinking that it would be best to utilize it sparingly in the future. Harata then raised his gaze towards the legendary father-daughter duo, Sean and Los. In truth, while Harata dealt with Veneer, Los and Sean had contemplated retreating. However, they sensed that a portion of Harata's attention was fixated upon them. They instinctively felt that any movement on their part could provoke Harata's wrath. Yet, Sean, in truth, did not wish to flee. As Harata's gaze approached, he spoke gravely. "Wretched dragon, your power barely qualifies to stand on equal footing with me." Harata teleported a short distance away. "You possess a piece of gold hide, do you not?" Sean continued. Initially, Harata, who preferred to remain taciturn and desired to eliminate his opponent swiftly, restrained his eager body, intrigued by Sean's knowledge. "How do you know?" he inquired. "What is the significance of the gold hide?" Sean elaborated. "How I know is of little consequence. What matters is that the gold hide is a treasure map belonging to a mysterious demigod, the Golden Dragon King, scattered across this continent. Collecting 5 pieces of gold hide will reveal the location of the treasure and grant access to the wealth of this demigod." Upon hearing this, Harata's eyes gleamed with avarice. This was an immense fortune. Though Sean did not explicitly state that he possessed any gold hide, Harata instinctively sensed that this formidable old man held such a treasure. Sean, having aged and gained experience, found Harata's demeanor quite disconcerting. These accursed dragons are truly greedy. They cannot resist the temptation of treasure, Sean thought with irritation. Yet outwardly he remarked, "Wretched dragon, curb your malevolence. Remember, you are merely barely qualified to stand equal to me." Harata, however, remained unfazed and unthreatened. He understood that without exerting all his might, it would be challenging to defeat Sean's true form. Yet, given some time, he was confident he could easily vanquish his opponent. Sean sighed, recognizing Harata's intentions, which were not entirely concealed. He scrutinized Harata and stated, "To tell you the truth, I have already uncovered all the clues to the gold hides. I myself possess 3 pieces of gold hide. Now, if we were to cooperate, how about jointly exploring the treasure of the demigod Golden Dragon King?" Sean sensed that Harata would be a formidable adversary, and killing him would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, in pursuit of his goals, he chose to ally with Harata. As for the kingdom of Firewheel, if it could withstand the onslaught of his monster kingdom, Sean might even consider inviting them to join. "Killing you and extracting the whereabouts of the gold hides will allow me to attain the treasure," Harata remarked with a meaningful tone. "Ha ha ha." Sean couldn't help but laugh. "Wretched dragon, did you think me so naive?" Harata rolled his eyes, calling him foolish. "It is you who are foolish. Today, you must agree to my terms. Otherwise, I shall expose the treasure and offer the gold hides to those epic-level powerhouses. Then we shall see how you fare." Harata was taken aback. How had the tables turned on him? Los gazed in awe at Sean's figure, feeling that he was simultaneously mad and domineering in that moment. "Fool, you are truly impressive," Harata conceded with a reluctant thumbs up. "Very well, let us form an alliance." Sean smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Now, let us swear that until the treasure is uncovered, we shall coexist peacefully, and that this information must not be leaked. As for the final division of the treasure, that will depend on our own capabilities. Furthermore, we shall not prohibit competition for it." Sean's final words ignited a spark of excitement in Harata. He thought to himself, "Given my rapid growth, I may very well overpower this fellow when the treasure is unveiled and seize all the riches. Sharing would not be friendly." Sean, likewise, mused, "With my strength, combined with the power of the monster kingdom, I will undoubtedly gain the upper hand during the final treasure hunt. Indeed, if all goes well, I might even eliminate this wretched dragon and seize that tiny territory of Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 72. The Deal. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, each possessing extraordinary confidence regarding the ultimate treasure. Since the terms had been agreed upon, it was time to formalize their oath. However, as formidable beings, the binding power of oaths, while significant, was not infallible. Some powerful individuals could exploit loopholes. Thus, Harata supplemented their agreement with a contract. This document possessed a mysterious binding force. Now, with the oath and contract combined, the resulting constraint was formidable indeed. Additionally, Harata had not forgotten Los. He ensured that she was included in this alliance. Otherwise, should Los indiscriminately discuss the treasure, it could lead to dire consequences. "Your Majesty Harata, the final piece of gold hide lies within the neighboring kingdom of Firewheel, and I am preparing to wage war against them. To save time, I hope you will lend your assistance, For you wish to obtain the treasure swiftly, do you not? Sean and Harata had exchanged basic information about one another. Though this knowledge was not particularly crucial, what mattered most was that Sean had ulterior motives. Harata immediately shook his head. I am injured. You should handle this. If you take action personally, the kingdom of Firewheel will surely be defeated. Moreover, I have taken a liking to the Bloodwing. Please grant it to me first. Sean's expression darkened. Did Harata truly consider him blind? He had observed Harata's wounds healing rapidly. Finding excuses was one thing, but he could have at least chosen a more reasonable one. Furthermore, Harata's reluctance to assist earlier and then his demand for territory was utterly excessive. Wretched dragon. You are being overly ambitious. In a moment of keen observation, Luosi, who had been silently taking in everything, suddenly interjected. Harata boldly declared, we are allies bound by affection. I merely request a small territory. Sean, filled with rage, retorted with a sarcastic smile. Oh, you acknowledge our alliance, do you? Can you not assist me in waging war? Moreover, this would serve your own interests. Harata, exhibiting shamelessness, insisted, I do not care, I simply want it. Luosi, known for her fiery temper, lost her desire for negotiation upon witnessing Harata's arrogance. She turned to Sean and said, Father, let us return. Whether he is here or not is inconsequential. Our monster kingdom is more than capable of annihilating the Huoluan kingdom. Sean sighed, understanding that while the monster kingdom could easily suppress the Huoluan kingdom, the latter was merely one faction among humanity, possessing its own circle of friends and family. In times of adversity, the Huoluan kingdom would undoubtedly seek assistance. This reality could alter the course of war. At this juncture, having a formidable ally like Harata could mitigate unforeseen complications. Sean fell into contemplation, appearing somewhat indecisive. Luosi felt disheartened, and an incredulous thought crossed her mind. She could hardly believe, you cannot truly be considering agreeing to his terms, can you? Moments later, Sean nodded and addressed Harata. The Bloodwing territory is yours, but you must participate in the conflict. This condition transformed Harata's cunning smirk into a radiant grin. Although he could not seize it without effort, this arrangement was still satisfactory. He eagerly nodded. Yes, I shall provide support, and when necessary, I can intervene personally. You two can leave my territory now. Harata, displaying his insatiable greed, began to expel the father and daughter duo immediately after reaching an agreement. He showed no intention of monitoring them. After his words, he swiftly took flight, eager to hunt the bloodthirsty vampires and plunder the local specialties of the Bloodwing territory, aiming to elevate his 4-star bloodthirsty vampire king bloodline to 5-star and master level. Hee, Your Majesty Sean, I shall deliver a grand surprise to you. The mischievous Harata wore a sly expression. Chapter 73. The divergence between the king and the princess. Once Harata was out of sight, Luosi glared at Sean in anger. Father, why did you agree to him? We do not need to endure such humiliation. Due to this matter, Luosi, who once held respect for Sean, began to harbor discontent towards her father. In reality, most other monsters would likely feel the same if they were to learn of this situation. Sean casually replied, It is only a temporary concession. Once the war concludes and I ascend to the epic realm, it will be his demise. Child, you must remember that fleeting honor and disgrace mean little. Only enduring strength holds true significance. The royal lineage must possess sufficient pride and glory. But if one were to treat these ephemeral notions as the foundation of their existence, it would be a grave error. Sean imparted his wisdom to Luosi. I refuse to accept this, father. You have disappointed me greatly. Luosi shouted in fury, turning away to retrieve the lost teleportation crystal before flying off without hesitation. Child, if you disagree with my perspective, then strive to become stronger and claim the throne for yourself, Sean said helplessly, watching Luosi depart while shaking his head. If you become powerful enough, you may indeed live according to your own will. However, your current strength is insufficient for such indulgence. Sean was confident and somewhat self-centered. He felt that Luosi, as an heir, was lacking. He desired an heir who understood both restraint and boldness. Pure recklessness could not endure, while mere caution, though sustainable, would strip away the essence of being a monster. Thus, he reflected, I cannot afford to perish. I must ascend and prolong my life. These children are far too young. Sean lamented, his voice tinged with deep longing. The epic level had eluded him for much of his life, becoming an obsession. Unfortunately, the challenge of advancing from a bloodline below 5 stars to an epic level warrior was daunting. Even the exceptionally gifted Sean found himself stymied. Ordinary beings such as true dragons and titan giants faced similar obstacles. Simply put, upon reaching the epic level, The advantages conferred by ordinary bloodlines diminished significantly compared to their lower ranks. However, this was to be expected. The epic level was the closest existence to the divine. In certain lesser realms, an epic could be regarded as a deity. Sean dispelled his projection, concluding matters in the Bloodwing territory. The Monster King now focused entirely on confronting the Huoluan kingdom. Father is truly aging. He no longer possesses the imposing presence of his youth. Should he fail to ascend to the epic level this time, perhaps he should abdicate. An inept Monster King cannot instill fear in neighboring nations nor command the fierce monsters under his dominion. Meanwhile, Luasi was restless. She felt a sense of self-importance, believing herself to be exceptional while perceiving her father as having deteriorated. She aspired to replace him, upholding the glory and dignity of the royal lineage. Luasi moved swiftly, covering great distances in an instant. The land surrounding the bloodthirsty Count's fortress, marred by recent horrific battles, lay in ruins, with the majority of creatures within suffering greatly from the aftermath. Only the areas beyond 100 miles remained relatively unscathed. Chapter 74. As monsters. One should not be hypocritical. A series of booming sounds echoed from afar. Luasi turned her gaze to see a massive black hole floating in the sky, recklessly exerting its gravitational pull, within a radius of several dozen miles. The bloodthirsty vampires were drawn into the black hole as if they were iron filings magnetized by a magnet, being consumed by the void. Strangely, this black hole seemed to target only the bloodthirsty vampires, leaving the ordinary blood slaves unaffected. Of course, certain beings with high concentrations of energy were also drawn in. Oh, how terrifying. Help me. What is this? Where is the Count? Monsters are coming. Please save us. The bloodthirsty vampires, ensnared by the black hole's pull, cried out in despair. Hearing their wretched howls, the surrounding blood slaves beamed with delight. This was undoubtedly the great god of light punishing evil and rewarding good. Followers of the god of light among the humans shouted with fervor, "The divine has not forgotten humanity. They have always been watching over us. Come, everyone. Let us praise the great god of light." Suddenly, strange gazes erupted from the black hole, scanning the surrounding 100 miles in an instant. Nonsense. The god of light is a false deity. We should praise the Dragon King instead. Just as they were about to spread faith in the god of light, their thoughts shifted in an instant. Thank you, benevolent Dragon King. Let us adhere to the law and build a paradise-like world in this hellish realm. Reform and openness shall let the glory of the Dragon Kingdom shine upon the entire world. Let all beings be equal. Let all beings be like dragons. Ha ha. This is the true deity. The blood slaves began to shout. Harata had instantly transformed these nameless, pitiful blood slaves into his own subjects. Unfortunately, these blood slaves were far too weak. Even their cries could not reach distant creatures. Evil dragon, what are you doing? Luasi shouted through gritted teeth upon witnessing Harata transform into a black hole, devouring the bloodthirsty vampires. With a slight tremor, the black hole emitted a burst of blood light, flying towards Luasi. As the light dissipated, it revealed Harata's blood clone. He scrutinized Luasi from head to toe and inquired, "Why haven't you left yet, trash?" Luasi chuckled coldly. "What? Is it unacceptable for your ally to remain here?" Harata smiled. Logically, it should not be permissible. However, out of respect for your father, Sean, I will allow you to stay temporarily. Had he not been concerned about completely inciting Sean's wrath, he would have undoubtedly devoured Luasi or inscribed upon her the bloodline slave mark. Speaking of which, what exactly is your purpose? Harata asked curiously. It was then that Luasi recalled her true objective and hastily replied, "Wretched dragon, cease your prattle. The bloodthirsty vampires here are, by extension, your subjects. How can you consume them?" Upon hearing this, Harata rolled his eyes. "Well, the body of a blood clone is entirely crimson," he retorted with irritation. "Why should I not consume them? In my presence, all beings are equal. Do not speak of them. Even the divine would not escape my appetite. Moreover, this world is inherently fair. They are permitted to feast upon the blood of all living things. And if I consume them, is that not a perfect cycle?" Luasi opened her mouth to argue but found herself unable to utter a sound, for Harata was indeed correct. "What is it, little girl? Are you feeling pained?" Harata began to mock Luasi sarcastically. "Are you truly a monster? Is this not a common occurrence in your realm of beasts? Must my status as a newcomer render me unacceptable to you? As an ally, I must express my disdain for your hypocrisy and remind you that as a monster, you ought not to apply double standards, nor should you insist on your own reasoning while disregarding that of others." Harata spoke with great satisfaction. Luasi could not help but scowl. She merely sought to obstruct Harata's arrogance, yet this had spiraled into an unwarranted debate. "Humph, Loasi, feeling quite displeased, abruptly raised her hand and clawed at Harata. Swiftly, her fingertips unleashed a barrage of purple-golden crescent blades. The blood clone was not particularly formidable, and before Harata could react, it was disassembled into fragments. "Trash, you really are something," he muttered. A terrifying roar reverberated from the distant black hole. "My apologies, it was an accident," Loasi exclaimed, her eyes bleeding as she spoke, blood streaming from her mouth, nose, and ears. Yet she seemed unfazed, offering a disingenuous apology while innocently questioning. "Why is your clone so weak? My strength is hardly significant." The tone and demeanor were utterly different from her previous self. A white crystal materialized silently in Loasi's hand, and with a slight exertion, it shattered into pieces. A burst of white light enveloped Loasi's colossal form, warping the surrounding space. Her figure became indistinct. A white-blue breath of the white dragon erupted from the black hole, striking Loasi's location. However, at the moment of impact, Loasi vanished like an illusion. The ground exploded upon the arrival of the breath of the white dragon, releasing a torrent of icy air. The terrain within a 10-mile radius froze at a visible speed, transforming into a landscape of uneven ice mounds. "Trash, to kill a mere clone, you resorted to a teleportation crystal? How extravagant of you. And do you not find the slight backlash from the contract uncomfortable?" Loasi mused. "You foolish beast, are you out of your mind? I even forgot to take the teleportation crystal when I left earlier." Harata gritted his teeth. While this was a trivial matter, he shared Loasi's stinginess. Yet the demise of a clone intensified Harata's murderous intent towards Loasi tenfold. Nonetheless, due to the existence of Sean, bound by their contract, he refrained from pursuing her. He was a dragon of exceptional integrity. Since they had agreed to coexist peacefully before the treasure hunt, he would strive to maintain that peace, especially in light of his insufficient strength. With a thunderous roar, Harata increased his power, causing the black hole to expand fivefold. Its potency surged correspondingly. The bloodthirsty vampires within a 100-mile radius had no time to react before being drawn into the void. Devouring bloodthirsty vampires, acquiring 1-star bloodthirsty vampire bloodline. Devouring bloodthirsty vampires, acquiring 2-star blood shadow stealth technique. Devouring bloodthirsty vampires, acquiring 3-star blood burst giant technique. Devouring bloodthirsty vampires, acquiring 2-star bloodthirsty vampire bloodline. The continuous chime of system notifications echoed in Harata's mind. A plethora of new bloodline skills integrated into his being, rapidly enhancing his control over blood. However, his fascination with blood also escalated. Fortunately, the suppression of the 6-star, last-generation 5-colored ancestor dragon bloodline rendered him indifferent to it. Harata's rate of consumption was akin to a natural disaster. Before long, the bloodthirsty vampires in the area had been completely eradicated. He promptly employed a group teleportation technique to transport himself 100 miles away to unfamiliar territory, repeating his previous tactics. The grand bats of the Bloodwing domain visibly shrank in size. Although the territory of account was not insignificant, it was not overwhelmingly vast either. From Harata's understanding, the Bloodwing domain spanned approximately 5,000 miles, comparable to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom not long ago. Additionally, Harata released several blood clones to various directions to create dragon transformation pools. Regrettably, he lacked sufficient cloning machinery. Fortunately, the expansive territory of the Bloodwing domain contained similar resources. Without hesitation, Harata utilized them. Ultimately, his undead form endowed his flesh with formidable regenerative capabilities. Should his cloning machinery prove inadequate in the future, he planned to transform his flesh into a blood-producing machine to replenish the consumption of the dragon transformation pools. Harata possessed some knowledge of biological modification techniques, passed down from the true dragon heritage. Naturally, the legacy of Dales was paramount. Dales was particularly adept at these techniques, and Harata, with a casual glance, could manage to apply them. As time flew by, more than a day had elapsed. The bloodthirsty vampires of the Bloodwing domain had been nearly devoured. Yet, Harata did not relent. Instead, he soared to surrounding regions to continue his hunt. The bloodthirsty vampires, being sentient, had begun to spread word of the upheaval in the bloodthirsty Count's fortress, and as time passed, news of Harata's consumption of the bloodthirsty vampires also circulated. In this world, despite its antiquated and primitive nature, extraordinary beings thrived. A magical communication device could relay distant events to all. In summary, some bloodthirsty vampires, having learned of Harata's hunting endeavors, fled the Bloodwing domain. Harata was not one to waste food. He sought to consume these charming creatures whenever possible. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty vampires were relatively weak. Even if they managed to escape, Harata could still catch up. However, Harata's monstrous presence wreaked havoc in the territories of neighboring creatures, causing great alarm among them. Had it not been for the intervention of their superiors, the king, during their plea for aid, they might have succumbed to the urge to flee. King of monsters, Harata, rein yourself in. The Bloodwing domain is yours, the rest belongs to me. In midair, Harata, who had originally resembled a black hole, reverted to his normal form. A diminutive magical communication device floating before his white dragon head. Below him hovered a gray eagle man of approximately 15 meters in height. This was Count Onyx of the Eagle Demon Domain, one of the neighbors of the Bloodwing domain, in the Kingdom of Monsters. The position of Count was not hereditary, but rather based on genuine strength. Any individual who ascended to the realm of the extraordinary master qualified to become a Count and receive protection from the Kingdom of Monsters. However, although Onyx is an extraordinary master, he remains filled with trepidation when confronted by the colossal monstrosity, Harata. It feels as though he is facing an arch-nemesis. Subjected to a dimensional blow, this predicament is indeed a source of embarrassment for the extraordinary master. Onyx's heart is heavy with bitterness. What a grim task this is. Why has this formidable figure come to me? Upon reflecting on this, Onyx's emotions become a convoluted mix of fear, complaint, honor, and joy. Indeed, while this is a daunting undertaking, it is fortunate to have caught the attention of His Majesty. Nobles like the Count are unworthy of direct contact with the King of Monsters. Only dukes and princes possess the means to reach Sean. Lesser nobles, when faced with insurmountable challenges, must report to their higher-ranking counterparts. If the great nobles cannot resolve the issue, it will swiftly escalate to even higher authorities. Now, this minor noble finds himself fortuitously connected to Sean. Harata, however, is exceedingly timid. He murmurs, "I did not intend to invade. I merely came to hunt the small morsels that fled. We are allies in peaceful coexistence." Perhaps due to his size, his throat has evolved, and the remnants of his youthful, milky voice have vanished. Upon catching sight of Sean's message, he cannot help but scoff. Under normal circumstances, Onyx would be infuriated by Harata's words, but now he trembles uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He thinks, how dare this monstrous creature show such disrespect to His Majesty? Who exactly is he? All right, I shall take my leave, Harata says, his smile tinged with profound resignation. He is not afraid of Sean. He is merely nearing the completion of his task. Perhaps remnants of the Bloodsucker clan linger in the vicinity, but their numbers are certainly dwindling. Farewell, esteemed Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Onyx bows respectfully. However, in the next moment, he turns and flees with astonishing speed, leaving Harata momentarily stunned. Hey, great bird, you forgot the magical communicator. Harata calls out, glancing at the communicator before raising his voice in reminder. His Majesty instructed me to deliver the communicator to you. Onyx, without looking back, responds faintly, his voice dwindling as his figure shrinks until he vanishes from sight. What a coward. Is it necessary to run so fast? Do you think I would devour you? Harata rolls his eyes in exasperation, feeling that Onyx is overly timid. After making this remark, he uses his mental powers to tuck the magical communicator into the crevices of his brow scales, raising his 5 dragon heads. He gazes deeply in all directions. This way, it allows these little devils a bit of time to develop. Perhaps they might regain their strength, and when that time comes, my lineage could ascend to the level of 6 stars. A notion arises in Harata's mind, recalling the recent notification from the system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accumulation of 4-star Bloodsucker King bloodline, transforming it into 5-star Bloodsucker Ancestor bloodline. 5-star Bloodsucker Ancestor bloodline. One retains original abilities and characteristics, with effects significantly enhanced. 2. The effect of low-level Undying Body is increased tenfold with further development. It can evolve into intermediate Undying Body, Blood Rebirth. 3. Increases the power of resurrection, if killed to the point of obliteration, with no remnants left. The host can randomly resurrect perfectly from an extraordinary creature possessing their bloodline. Ha ha ha. The sense of security is truly overwhelming. Those adorable enemies surely do not realize that I possess this resurrection ability, right? When they believe they have slain me, I will swiftly return, and upon their realization, they will undoubtedly weep in astonishment. Harata's spirit rejoices wildly. Chapter 76, National War, the Opening Blow. It must be said that the power of the 5-star Bloodsucker Ancestor bloodline is indeed formidable. In terms of vitality, it far surpasses the last of the 5-color ancestral dragons. However, in terms of combat prowess, The last of the 5-color ancestral dragons could easily suppress an equal-level bloodsucker ancestor. Henceforth, I must create more dragon transformation pools. The power of the bloodsucker ancestor must be utilized with discretion. Harata contemplates. Otherwise, if others become aware of the abilities of the bloodsucker ancestor, they will surely target me specifically. If I were to be sealed or subjected to some peculiar attack, it would spell disaster. As for obliterating all extraordinary beings related to my bloodline, that task seems exceedingly difficult. After the initial exhilaration, Harata reflects upon the matter. Whoosh, Harata disappears without a trace. Shortly thereafter, his massive form materializes deep within the remnants of the Bloodsucker Earl's castle. System, allocate points for upgrades. Harata prepares to joy on joy, intending to expend the upgrade points accumulated from the Bloodwing territory. Ding dong, Extraordinary Realm Level 2. Ding dong, upgrade points -20,000. Current, Extraordinary Realm, Golden Level 10. Remaining upgrade points, 50,000. Harata's magical essence begins to swell dramatically, and his already vast dragon form expands with resounding cracks. Unfortunately, he still requires an additional 50,000 upgrade points to advance to the status of an extraordinary master. A hint of regret crosses Harata's smiling face. Although he has leveled up twice, significantly enhancing his strength, he still lacks the confidence to eliminate the Monster King Sean. Now, even after his upgrade, he barely surpasses the state he was in not long ago when he was beast-blooded, only managing to equate to his condition after blood ignition. Sean's projection can likely unleash an attack equivalent to the full power of his true form. However, to be candid, Sean's true form possesses a sustained output and explosive capacity that undoubtedly exceeds that of the projection. Moreover, who knows if Sean has any peculiar trump cards to bolster his combat prowess. Therefore, it would be prudent to advance to Level 1 Extraordinary Master for greater assurance. Gluttony. Harata begins to consume the earth. However, to avoid causing a collapse in the area he is devouring, he dives straight down. He seeks to reach the depths of the earth to locate magma. This substance is highly heated, energy-dense, and easily ingested. Harata's experience in consumption has become increasingly refined. Unbeknownst to him, his ability, Gluttony, has inexplicably reached 4 stars. Just as Harata embarks on his journey towards master level, a terrifying beast tide, composed of various monsters, surges towards the borders of the Firewheel Kingdom from the Monster Kingdom. My goodness, the Monster Kingdom has truly gone to war. The intelligence department has not erred. How infuriating. Why is this the reality? I do not wish to engage in battle. I have just enlisted, and I am still young. I will perish. At the border, a seemingly endless translucent white wall, magical barrier, constructed by numerous human soldiers, stands firm. This defense is a blend of old and new, indicating that the Firewheel Kingdom had received prior warnings regarding the Monster Kingdom's impending assault and made some preparations. Of course, this is primarily because the Monster Kingdom has not concealed its movements. However, it is also possible that their actions were so conspicuous that they could not be hidden. As a neighboring kingdom to the Monster Kingdom, the Firewheel Kingdom remains vigilant, aware of the looming threat of this malevolent realm. After all, those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Thus, their response is timely. Yet, the overwhelming force of the beast tide remains daunting. Upon witnessing the approaching tide, many human soldiers are taken aback, and some, paralyzed by fear, crumble under the pressure. Stay calm, roars the seasoned human general, Simmons. His voice resonates with fervor. Hearing this rallying cry, the weaker soldiers instinctively ignite with fervor, transforming into a fierce and courageous force. Soon, within 3 minutes, the beast tide reaches the defensive line. Fire the cannons. Launch the arrows. Activate the traps. The magical legion prepares to cast spells. The venerable human general, Zamengsi, issued commands with remarkable composure. The human army, akin to a colossal machine, commenced its operations, unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying might instantaneously. The brilliance of magic burst forth, and the protective magical barrier of the nation exhibited a blatant double standard. Human assaults effortlessly penetrated the barrier without causing any damage, while the monsters' attacks were thwarted. Behind this barrier, humans launched audacious attacks with reckless abandon. The monsters, dazzled by the magical radiance, were swiftly obliterated before they could react. Vast pools of crimson stained the earth, and within mere seconds, thousands of monsters met their demise. However, from the rear, a relentless tide of remaining monsters surged forward, their screams and roars echoing with unrestrained fervor. The extraordinary advantage of the humans failed to intimidate them. Instead, the unique fragrance wafting from the approaching humans left many monster enthusiasts drooling. The monsters at the forefront were clearly mere cannon fodder, while those behind appeared far more imposing, clad in various armors and wielding an array of extraordinary artifacts. "Ah, humans, your doom approaches," roared a black subdragon towering over 10 meters, exuding an aura of brutality as it charged forward. "Ah, Lord Feek is terrifying. Help me, my leg is broken." The monsters positioned before the black dragon were either crushed beneath its weight or sent flying. The pitiful little minions, in a state of panic, scrambled to clear a path, fearing to impede the advance of the black dragon. Soon, Feek reached the forefront, resembling a wild bull as it charged ahead. Fire! Fire! The humans facing Feek experienced a tremendous impact, their voices raised in desperate encouragement as they unleashed their extraordinary weapons with all their might. Among them, several magical cannons were aimed at Feek. With a thunderous roar, blue laser beams struck Feek, causing it to howl in pain as it was forced back, each step shattering the ground beneath it. After retreating a dozen steps, it finally came to a halt, revealing several gaping wounds from which blood flowed profusely. "Curse you humans! Your attacks inflict great pain." Feek trembled with rage. "Ha ha ha, we can win. Our Hualuan kingdom fears not the monster kingdom." Witnessing this scene, the humans were moved to tears, their voices hoarse from shouting. To repel a creature as formidable as Feek invigorated the spirits of the human forces. "Do not be so conceited, humans." Feek, infuriated, fumed. "If it weren't for my thick skin, I would be too ashamed to face you. What are you waiting for? Are you enjoying my misfortune?" Feek scolded the humans, then turned to survey the surroundings. "What does this mean?" The commanding General Zamengsi was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from the front lines of the beast tide, shaking the very heavens and earth. Previously inconspicuous and somewhat diminutive monsters transformed into astonishing giants, revealing themselves as extraordinary masters. Ah, how could it be that the venerable General Zamengsi and the human army were so stunned by this unforeseen development? They never anticipated that the monster kingdom would deploy such formidable figures so early in the conflict. Shouldn't a standard war begin with tentative exchanges before the true experts enter the fray? After all, great figures tend to value their lives more and are concerned about their reputation. Despair washed over Zamengsi as he realized the monster kingdom's opening gambit had caught them completely off guard. The number of skilled combatants arriving at the border was limited, as mobilizing troops required time. Chapter 77. The Death of the Veteran 2-Star Magic, Black Magic Fist. 3-Star Combat Technique, Earth Shockwave. 2-Star Combat Technique, Fireball Technique. 4-Star Magic, Vizier Rift. The monster masters, upon emerging, wasted no time in launching their attacks. Boom. The protective barrier of the Hualuan kingdom barely held for an instant before shattering over 1,000 meters. The humans nearby, unprepared, were torn apart by the resulting shockwave. Nonetheless, the kingdom's barrier proved remarkably adaptable. The breach did not compromise other sections of the barrier. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" roared the black dragon Feek, exhilarated. Leading a horde of monsters, he surged through the gap in the barrier, breaching the territory of the Hualuan kingdom. "I shall not allow you wretched monsters to prevail." Zamengsi, undeterred, erupted with a formidable presence, suggesting he was a level 10 master. However, perhaps due to age or a subpar cultivation system, his might seemed somewhat diminished, rendering him incapable of fighting above his level. Fortunately, he had soldiers at his side. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Activate the Hualuan battle formation. The humans faced their foes without fear, declaring their eternal existence. Many middle-aged veterans shouted hoarsely, utilizing a battle formation akin to that of the Fehu Knights. They pooled their strength together, dedicating it to Zamengsi. Soon, Zamengsi gathered his troops, forming a wall of humanity to block the incoming beast tide from the breach in the protective barrier. The remaining inexperienced soldiers stayed behind, wielding extraordinary weapons to launch their assaults. "Humans, cease your futile struggles. You are destined to be our prey. Kill! 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 Overwhelm them, and let these inferior races understand the might of our monsters." The many monster masters who had breached the protective barrier surged forward recklessly. Ah, abomination! Zamengsi brandished a long spear, standing resolutely at the forefront of the beast tide. With a resounding roar, Zamengsi ignited, rapidly growing into a giant over 100 meters tall, exuding an aura surpassing level 2 legendary pressure that suppressed the entire battlefield. Ah, it's so hot, so scorching. The smaller monsters, taken by surprise, were reduced to ashes before they could react. "Behold, humans, witness the monster kingdom's battle formation." Feek grinned menacingly. The multitude of monsters behind him exuded a dark aura, enveloping the various monster masters. Another wave of legendary might descended upon the battlefield. However, the boost the monster masters received was not as substantial as Zamenxi's. This could be attributed to the battle formation's lack of cohesion and insufficient coordination, compounded by the sheer number of monster masters diluting the formation's power. Yet, the monsters outnumbered the humans significantly. Die, die, die. Zamenxi remained undaunted, raising his spear to charge forward. The monster masters had no intention of retreating either, roaring. Tear him apart. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of both sides produced an indescribable cacophony. The sky darkened with storm clouds, lightning flashing as the earth trembled. The damage to the protective barrier gradually increased as the beast tide surged forward, engulfing the humans within mere seconds and crossing the human defensive line into the territory of the Hualuan kingdom. Hualuan, ignite. For the kingdom, what is death? Zamenxi struggled on, every movement unleashing flashes of spear light, decimating swathes of monsters around him. However, the monsters were relentless in their advance. In an instant, new monsters surged forth. It felt as if he were trapped in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the more powerless he became. My granddaughter Aisha, I may not return. Do not be sad, nor mourn. You must feel proud of me. In that moment, the image of a little girl appeared in Zamenxi's mind. In an instant, the silhouette vanished, replaced by an indomitable fighting spirit, fierce and unyielding in the face of death. It's over. We are doomed, a young human soldier lamented, fear gripping his heart. Please, spare me. My flesh is unappetizing. The ranks of young soldiers, overwhelmed by the beast tide, crumbled under the pressure, turning to flee in desperation. Yet, escape was futile, for monstrous entities surrounded them. As long as they managed to hold their formation, they resembled a shard of ice amidst a flickering flame, able to endure. But once they scattered, they became akin to shards of ice cast into molten lava, easily consumed and reduced to naught. However, the seasoned veterans, like Zamenxi, stood resolute, maintaining their battle formation and engaging the creatures with calm ferocity. Burn, burn for the kingdom, eternal and undying. They roared, their voices imbued with sorrow. The new recruits were their descendants. Their demise would be a source of shame and failure for the veterans. Yet, they would soon accompany them. Fear not, young ones. Your elders are here, Zamenxi thought. In the next moment, all the human veterans ignited, transforming into towering giants of flame, standing out amidst the beastly horde. With a deafening roar, they unleashed a furious counterattack, waves of fire engulfing the battlefield, turning the earth crimson and molten. However, after unleashing a few devastating strikes, these fiery giants flickered and extinguished, becoming mere ashes. The bodies of the veterans faded as well. They had sacrificed their very lives for a fleeting surge of power. Yet, this sacrifice bore fruit, as the beast tide was momentarily disrupted. The kingdom of Firewheels is not yours to invade, Zamenxi thought, though his massive frame felt heavy with despair. What are you so proud of? The beast masters sneered. Though some had fallen in the skirmish, their numbers remained formidable, and soon, the subsequent wave of beasts surged forward. How long can you hinder us? Black Yalongfeek mocked. Burn my soul, sacrifice all. Great fire god, grant me strength. Zamenxi sensed his impending demise and knew he could not halt the beast tide. Yet, he began to burn his very soul, allowing himself to become unbound. This act was indeed ruthless. Such a death would leave no trace in the next life, rendering him utterly void. Have you lost your mind? The Beastmasters, seasoned in battle, felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Wait for it. They glared at Zamenxi before hastily retreating. With a thunderous explosion, Zamenxi's despondent form erupted into a vast torrent of fiery liquid, flowing like water and sealing the breach in the protective barrier. Stay away. This madman, they exclaimed, laughter mingling with awe. Human, you have earned my respect. I must concede that true warriors exist among your kind. Most beasts howled in agony, while some, like deranged admirers, fervently praised Zamenxi. Half a minute later, the beast tide halted, as though a river had been severed. We are doomed. How shall the army pass? A two-headed lion monster lamented. Find another place to breach, another creature suggested. You lot are a bunch of wastrels. You've squandered too much time. A cold female voice descended from above, heralding the arrival of Princess Loasi. Your Highness, the once menacing beasts bowed respectfully, showing their deference. They dared not retort to Loasi's criticisms. Chapter 78, The Legend of Monsters, The Entrance. There was no choice. Loasi's formidable strength and high status commanded respect, even from the wildest of beasts. With a rumble, Loasi ignored the surrounding creatures, unleashing a terrifying aura that hinted at her legendary power. She drew forth two pristine tiger head knives. 4-star combat skill, sky-rending slash. With a powerful swing, she released 2 fearsome violet blades toward the distant protective barrier. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, a gash nearly 10,000 meters long was cleaved into the barrier, extinguishing even the flames summoned by Zemengsi. Truly remarkable. As expected of the Grand Princess, legends spoke of Luasi's ability to fight beyond her rank, having slain beasts of levels 5 and 6. Have you heard? A furtive creature whispered cautiously. Heard what? Its companion inquired. It is said that Princess Luasi's flying tiger knights were annihilated. Is that true? It must be. Or else the flying tiger knights would have arrived by now. Who did it? It seems to be a newly risen dragon king from next door. What's even more terrifying is that our sovereign appears to have taken no major action to eliminate this audacious dragon king. Luasi, possessing keen hearing and perception, sensed something awry in the gazes of certain beasts. Attack! We must seize the kingdom of firewheels in the shortest time possible, reminding those feeble creatures surrounding us of the invincibility and might of the monster kingdom. Without further thought, Luasi proclaimed with pride. Roar! Luasi was quite popular. As soon as her words fell, a multitude of beasts echoed her rallying cry. The ground trembled with the advancing beast tide, each movement resonating like thunder. Luasi did not linger, eager to move to other locations to dismantle the remaining protective barriers. Shortly after her departure, a pangolin soared high above the monster kingdom. Though not large, standing at merely 3 meters, it radiated an overwhelming aura that commanded respect. This was indeed a legendary beast. Your Majesty, you seem anxious. We have only just begun, yet you command the surrounding count-level beasts to assault. And now, you order us dukes to act personally. How troublesome. I wish not to engage so soon. The pangolin quickly flew closer, grumbling as it went. But perhaps a taste would not be amiss. It has been long since I feasted to my heart's content. The 2-legged sheep in my territory are far too few. Even a legendary being like me must ration my meals. As it spoke, drool dripped from its mouth, its eyes gleaming with a terrifying crimson light. Before long, the pangolin crossed the border and delved deep into the kingdom of firewheels. Yet the tale did not end there. Soon legendary monsters from the monster kingdom soared into the skies, some alone, others in groups, leading their elite companions. The most exaggerated sight, however, was that of the low-level monsters, pouring into the kingdom of firewheels like an unending tide. In the rear, beams of white light, characteristic of transportation arrays, cascaded from the heavens. Each appearance of this transport light heralded the arrival of throngs of beasts. To expedite their advance, the monster king Shan had expended great resources to summon distant monsters. Though the beasts seemed uncivilized, they were undeniably multifaceted. Among them are formidable creatures possessing spatial magic and the power of transportation, laboring tirelessly under Shan's command to transport the monster soldiers. Chapter 79, The Tragedy of Humanity. The Warren Domain, a territory ruled by the current king of the Firewheel's younger brother, Bishiosi, lies in close proximity to the monster kingdom. Just beyond the national border is the Warren Domain. Due to an expanding range of threats, what was once a concentrated tide of beasts is now dispersing, merging into the vastness of the land. The earth is dotted with numerous villages, small towns, and fields. What event has transpired near the border? Has war begun? In the fields, a hunchbacked old farmer gazes suspiciously towards the direction of the border. Here, only a few dozen miles lie between him and the boundary. The legendary battle that recently took place has sent ripples of commotion, reaching even this far, leaving the human populace acutely aware of the turmoil. The old farmer hopes that the veteran General Simons can vanquish the invaders. Beside the old farmer stands a middle-aged man, their resemblance unmistakable, clearly of father and son. Upon hearing the old farmer's words, the farmer chuckles confidently, affirming that General Simons is indeed a renowned general of the kingdom. Under his leadership, humans have successfully repelled those vile monsters countless times. The middle-aged man nods in agreement, adding that he recently witnessed reinforcements heading towards the border. The defensive forces at the border are indeed formidable, ensuring the kingdom's triumph. Suddenly, a faint cacophony emerges from the distance. What is that sound? The old farmer gazes into the horizon, puzzled. Is a dark cloud approaching? The middle-aged man squints into the sky and sees a vast swarm of black rapidly approaching. The once faint sound of cawing grows louder. Something is amiss. The old farmer's expression shifts from surprise to fear. Could they all be monsters? Why have these creatures come here? An unimaginable thought crosses the old farmer's mind. Indeed, they are monsters. We must hurry home to warn the villagers to take cover. The middle-aged man, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently grasps the old farmer's hand and rushes towards a nearby village. Monsters are not to be trifled with. A truth even the most ignorant mortals understand. Shika, don't worry about me. You are swift. Go back and warn the villagers while I hide here, the old farmer insists. Feeling like a burden to his son, he breaks free from his son's grasp. Shika stares at the old farmer, bewildered. Father. The old farmer, impatient, retorts. What are you waiting for? Hurry back to the village. Your wife and children are still at home. Shika opens his mouth to respond. You must find a good hiding spot. Once it is safe, I will come for you. He follows the old farmer's plan, sprinting ahead. Be safe, my child. The old farmer encourages from behind. The old farmer then crouches into a nearby ditch, covering himself with dirt. The cawing grows increasingly closer. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the creatures are akin to crows, but magnified 100-fold, the death birds. Their ability to fly allows them to arrive swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they hover above the old farmer's hiding place. The old farmer, anxiously closing his eyes, feigns death. The cacophony gradually fades, becoming faint. The old farmer breathes a sigh of relief. It seems I have survived. He slowly opens his eyes, but what he sees before him leaves him utterly dumbfounded. Hee. Old man, are you still happy? Caw, caw. You thought you could escape the gaze of our death birds, didn't you? Such a naive mortal. Enough of this chatter. Let us take him to meet death. 5 or 6 death birds, having landed unnoticed around the old farmer, become frenzied upon seeing his startled expression, speaking human words to mock him. Oh no. The old farmer cries in despair. I relish your screams, and in such moments, enjoying your flesh and blood is even more delightful. The death bird stretches its neck, piercing the old farmer with its sharp beak. The beak, akin to a dagger, effortlessly punctures the old farmer's body, letting his blood flow freely. Let us indulge together. We are all fond of old meat. The other death birds eagerly join in. Stabbing away. Accompanied by a series of chilling screams, the old farmer soon falls silent. With the old farmer dealt with, the death birds hasten towards the nearby village. Help! Monsters! I would willingly become your slave. Please spare me. The village now resembles a hell on earth. A dense swarm of death birds descends, wreaking havoc, burning, killing, and plundering at will. The villagers, mere ordinary mortals, find themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught of the death birds. The scene is one of a unilateral massacre, with the elderly, children, and the young alike reduced to mere food. As time passes, this small village is not alone. In various directions, other human settlements face the same horrific slaughter. The monsters, with exaggerated speed, ravage the land for miles upon miles, up to thousands and tens of thousands of miles. At the heart of the Warren domain lies a grand and prosperous city named Kyrxy. Intelligence Bureau. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm sounds like the cacophony of a bustling marketplace, echoing wildly. Philtown has been attacked by savage beastmen. Hell Village has been slaughtered by the Minotaur clan. Baron Harmon is dead. The national border has completely collapsed, and the Warren domain is now directly adjacent to the Monster Kingdom, facing the monstrous tide head-on. Urgent calls for aid are made. We must request reinforcements. At this rate, the entire Warren domain will soon fall, marking a catastrophic loss for the kingdom, heralding our doom. General Simons has also lost contact. I fear they have been annihilated. The intelligence officers stationed here are overwhelmed, as if confronted by an onslaught of chaotic intelligence reports. They are far from composed. One bad piece of news after another arrives, each sending shivers down their spines, enough to shake the kingdom to its core. The portly head of the Intelligence Bureau, Deegan, panics and rushes out, soaring into the sky to the entrance of the tallest building in the heart of Kyrxy. A vague yet evocative female voice emanates from within. This is the private paradise of Prince Bishosi. Director Deegan, what brings you here? At the entrance of the paradise, imposing armored warriors regard Deegan with suspicion upon his arrival. One particularly tall man, over 2 meters and exuding an air of arrogance, questions him rudely. Why are you flying around recklessly? You should know that flying in Kyrxy is prohibited unless there is critical military intelligence. I could have you reported to His Highness and have your position revoked. Humph. Deegan, you are utterly incompetent. This man, named Lei Hong, is the captain of Bishiosi's personal guard and possesses mastery-level prowess. He had previously been reprimanded by Deegan during a forceful abduction of a maiden, leading to a deep-seated animosity towards Deegan. Now, he seizes every opportunity to make trouble for him. Deegan's face darkens, even at this critical moment. These individuals continue to obstruct him, which is utterly intolerable. Enough of this nonsense. I demand to see His Highness. Deegan glares. No. We absolutely cannot allow you to disturb His Highness's enjoyment, Lei Hong states with righteous indignation. The surrounding armored warriors, quick to act, converge upon Deegan, blocking his path. Deegan stands there in shock, utterly flabbergasted. 5 seconds later, get the hell out of my way. I must see His Highness Bishosi. The overweight Deegan shouts impatiently. The monster kingdom has attacked. The national defense line has been breached. What are you fools doing? Chapter 80. The incompetent Prince Bixius upon hearing the news. Lehing could not help but burst into laughter. Although he regarded the old man Simmons with disdain, he could not deny that the old fellow possessed a certain acumen. With him around, how could the defenses possibly falter? It seems our intelligence chief has also begun to fabricate falsehoods. Oh, my Lord Deegan, if you wish to resign, just say so. Why concoct such deceitful information? Deegan gritted his teeth, his plump face contorting with rage. I swear, the monster kingdom has truly invaded, and they have breached our defenses. Numerous towns surrounding us have already fallen, and countless humans have been mercilessly slaughtered by these beasts. Upon hearing Deegan's claim, Lei Hung furrowed his brow. How is that even possible? He was aware that the monster kingdom had declared war, but it was just the beginning of hostilities. How could they have breached the gates so swiftly? It felt like a dream. Get out of my way. Deegan could no longer contain his frustration and pushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers blocking his path were shoved aside. Deegan nimbly reached the entrance and flung open the grand doors, revealing a vast assembly hall filled with dazzling, provocatively dressed women of various kinds, half-orcs, fox-girls, elves, and mermaids. At the center of this spectacle was a young man with a pale complexion, exuding a sense of debauchery as he reveled among the women. He was none other than Prince Bixius. Your Highness, a grave situation arises. The army of the monster kingdom has invaded the Warren domain. Deegan shouted. Huh. Bixius, his eyes glazed with intoxication, turned to look at Deegan and frowned. You fat fool. What brings you here? Your presence frightens my dear ladies. Hee hee. Indeed, I am quite startled. This is my first encounter with such an obese human. Does he perhaps have the bloodline of a pig-headed creature? The surrounding beauties teased, casting playful glances at Deegan. Deegan's face darkened further, and he gritted his teeth. Your Highness, did you not hear me? I said, the monster kingdom has invaded. Bixius jolted at this revelation, pushing aside the women beside him. Is that true? Deegan nodded fervently. I swear, it is absolutely true. This wave of the monster kingdom is formidable beyond previous skirmishes. Bixius nodded in understanding. Very well, let us depart. Deegan smiled, feeling that his mission was accomplished. My beauties, you have heard, right? However, to Deegan's astonishment, Bixius turned to the gathered women and shouted, those disgusting monsters are upon us. We must flee, or else we shall be devoured. Deegan was left dumbfounded, stammering, Your Highness, you wish to escape? He had come with the intention of urging Bixius to command the army and defend against the monstrous forces, not to inform him to flee. Despite Bixius' notorious reputation, he possessed legendary strength. In Deegan's eyes, a person of such power should not fear mere monsters. Yet, the reality was that even the powerful feared the creatures. Upon hearing of the invasion, Bixius was unhesitatingly ready to take his entourage and leave this den of troubles. Unaware of Deegan's unrealistic expectations, he replied, Of course. Monsters are terrifying. How could a noble prince such as I engage in battle personally? But there are countless subjects here. Deegan protested. Bixius replied nonchalantly, Subjects are mere expendables. If they happen to perish, my brother, the king, can simply grant me a new fief. Deegan could not accept this, exclaiming, Allowing the monster kingdom to invade our territory is a tremendous blow to the entire realm. As a member of the royal family, you must protect your kingdom. Bixius retorted with conviction, As long as the royal line remains, we can always rebuild. Now, Deegan, stop your prattling and prepare the teleportation array. I must return to the capital. It is the safest place. Lei Hung, unwavering in his support for Bixius, stepped forward. Your Highness, rest assured. I have already arranged for our swift departure from this treacherous place. As a member of the esteemed royal family, you must remain in a secure position while those lowly subordinates defend the realm on your behalf. The women chimed in. Oh, how terrifying. We truly should leave. Your Highness, let us depart. There is nothing worth salvaging here. After all, even if we have nothing, you will provide us with everything we need, correct? Honestly, I wish to see what these monsters look like. Their sweet and radiant appearances filled the air with delightful chatter, akin to melodious music rather than noise. Bixius, enveloped in their soft embrace, could not help but indulge further. He grinned widely, his hands wandering over the voluptuous forms before him. My beauties, if you wish to earn my favor, you must demonstrate your worth. Oh dear, Your Highness, you are so insufferable, one of the girls teased, blushing from the attention. Bixius laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Deegan watched this scene in solemn silence. After a moment, Bixius seemed to recall something important. Shifting his gaze from the women to Deegan, he pondered, since our defenses have crumbled, does that imply Simmons has met his end? Deegan nodded solemnly. Bixius sighed. What a pity. Go fetch Simmons' granddaughter, Aisha. From this moment forward, I shall protect and cherish her, showing her what true happiness is. His words dripped with ambiguity, stirring unsettling emotions within him as he thought of the young girl. Deegan's corpulent frame trembled slightly, his voice heavy with restraint. Your Highness, Simmons is a hero of the kingdom. Bixius replied, I know. Otherwise, why would I offer her my kindness? Deegan's body shook more violently, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. His cautious eyes began to redden. He could not allow the tragic fate of a hero to unfold, one that involved bloodshed and tears. He could no longer contain himself. Just as Deegan was about to explode, a savage roar echoed across the skies of City Chelsea, accompanied by two overwhelming legendary presences descending upon the city. The city trembled violently under the weight of this power. A semicircular magical barrier activated automatically, shielding the entire city and blocking the legendary pressure. Unfortunately, this unexpected blow came too suddenly. The barrier was deployed too late. In an instant, the densely packed men within the city collapsed, rolling their eyes back as they fell into unconsciousness. The weaker extraordinary beings swayed unsteadily, appearing utterly wretched. In that fleeting moment, the once bustling city Chelsea fell into silence. Deegan dashed outside to gaze at the sky, where two 30-meter-tall pure black giant apes smiled menacingly, resembling deities of destruction, dominating the clouds above the city. The twin ape dukes of the monster kingdom. Deegan exclaimed, his voice sharp with alarm. His composure shattered, revealing his evident panic. As the chief of intelligence, he was well aware of much surrounding information, particularly regarding the renowned legendary figures. Chapter 81. The Combined Giant Ape. Debian, damn it. Why have legendary monsters arrived? Deegan exclaimed. Protect me, you must safeguard my life. Otherwise, I shall have your heads. Bixius's reaction was far from composed. Upon recognizing the enemy, he became frantic and began to shout. Your Highness, come with me. We must teleport immediately. Lei Hung was also in a state of panic. For the nature of a master is often reflected in their servants. If someone is legendary, as by Xiao Si displayed such incompetence, then Lei Hung's performance could hardly be expected to excel. Humph, if you intend to leave, do so quickly. The Gemini Ape Duke is a terrifying presence, especially since they can merge and unleash a power far surpassing that of their individual forms. The Jin could not refrain from interjecting, having reached a point of utter despair regarding Bai Xiao Si. The onslaught from the monstrous kingdom was indeed formidable, and now they had resorted to employing legends. The situation had escalated to a cataclysmic level, which he could scarcely endure. Coupled with their own inadequacies, it seemed that surrender was the only option. Naturally, Bai Xiao Si would not refuse, even displaying an eagerness to proceed. At that moment, he was too indifferent to the enchanting beauties who had captivated him, rendered dazed by the overwhelming presence of the Gemini Ape Duke. Brother, let us merge and breach this place directly. I can sense a rather insubstantial human legend among them. The flesh of such a being must be extraordinarily delectable, declared Dabai, the elder of the Gemini Ape Duke, to his younger brother Duandian, of course. Did not hesitate to agree. With a resounding clap, the brothers, having communicated their intentions, eagerly collided with one another. At the moment of contact, an enigmatic energy was released, transforming their bodies into a liquid-like state. Water mingles with water, inevitably merging together. Then, a dark light erupted. 2 seconds later, the radiance dissipated. The Gemini Ape Duke brothers vanished, replaced by a towering figure of a black muscular giant ape, Dabayan, towering between 50 to 60 meters. With a fierce roar, the muscular giant ape struck its chest with great force, producing a sound akin to thunderous drumming. Without hesitation, he descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing down upon the city's protective barrier. With a thunderous boom, the barrier buckled and caved in as if it were a balloon being punctured. Your Highness, do not fear. Our city's barrier can withstand even a legend and will not be breached in a short time. You have ample time to escape. De Jin reassured by Xiao Si, though his mind raced to summon distant reinforcements. Only through such means could they hope to save the city swiftly. De Jin produced a magical communicator, adeptly sending a message. Your Highness, flee. Time is running out. Yet, Lei Hung was already pulling Bai Xiao Si towards the teleportation zone. At that moment, Bai Xiao Si was oblivious to De Jin's words. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound fell from the heavens. De Jin froze, staring blankly at the protective barrier, which was now showing fissures that rapidly expanded. How could this be? The military estimated it could withstand a full-powered strike from a legend for several minutes. Even half an hour, he exclaimed in disbelief. "Ah, it's over," cried Lei Heng in despair. Jin was jolted back to reality by that cry, and a realization struck him. His eyes turned crimson, almost as if possessed, as he glared at Lei Heng's retreating figure. "Lei Heng, you scoundrel! How much of the energy crystals for the barrier did you hoard?" Lei Heng, relying on his position as Bai Xiuxi's confidant, had been reckless. He often bullied others and collected beauties for Bai Xiuxi, and at times even siphoned off official wealth. Just recently, Jin's informants had uncovered Lei Heng's dealings with the energy crystals of the barrier. Lei Heng had become cunning, and Jin had failed to grasp the situation immediately. Previously, Lei Heng had only taken a small portion, which seemed inconsequential, thus he had not rushed to confront him. He had been gathering evidence to eliminate Lei Heng in one fell swoop. However, such actions now left Jin trembling with fear. He felt he had miscalculated. "I only took a little. I never expected the enemy would arrive so soon. I was even planning to return the energy crystals when I heard about the impending battle yesterday," Lei Heng replied instinctively. "Damn it!" Jin erupted in anger. "Lei Heng, you beast. While Bai Xiuxi may be useless, he understands that your actions could lead to the destruction of Chelsea City. This is not merely a loss. You have also betrayed me, the prince." With a resounding crash, in the brief span of those two sentences, the protective barrier in the sky was utterly shattered. The enormous black ape descended, landing upon the densely populated ground filled with buildings. With another thunderous crash, the earth trembled, and thousands within the vicinity were instantly killed or injured. "Run! The monster has come." The remaining humans, not yet paralyzed by fear of the giant ape Debayan, instinctively fled. "Human legend, come face me." Debayan paid no mind to the feeble humans, his massive eyes fixated on Bai Xiuxi. "Get away. I refuse to fight a monster like you." Bai Xiuxi trembled, his voice rising in a desperate scream as he broke free from Lei Heng and shot into the distance. Support magic, acceleration. Defense magic, water shield. Defense magic, earth armor. In the midst of this chaos, Bai Xiuxi desperately cast spells to enhance his speed and defense. "Your Highness, take me with you. I am your loyal hound." Lei Heng reached out, his eyes pleading as he watched Bai Xiuxi dart away. However, this sycophant, who had aided Bai Xiuxi in his pursuits of beauty, found that Bai Xiuxi showed no sign of hesitation. With a rumble, Lei Heng suddenly experienced a ringing in his ears as a thunderous sound erupted behind him. "Oh no, why is it coming for me? Why not kill that fat pig Jin instead?" Lei Heng protested vehemently, turning with all his might to escape. But a colossal, black, furry hand reached out and seized him. "Human legend, you cannot escape," Debayan declared, casually tossing Lei Heng into his mouth. His expression was a blend of savagery and exhilaration. His speed was astonishing. Even obstacles could not impede his momentum. With a thunderous crash, the city was cleaved beneath the immense form of Debayan, carving a deep gash through Chelsea City. Chapter 82, Bai Xiuxi, the legend who stunned the beasts. Truly a wretched legend. You are the greatest disgrace among our legendary beings. Today, I shall annihilate you and restore true glory to legends. Debayan seethed with fury. 3-star magic, super fury. With a resounding boom, Debayan's body appeared to explode, swelling to twice its size, transforming him into a colossal entity over 100 meters tall. He then took a step forward, shooting forth like a high-speed meteor. In an instant, he traversed over 1,000 meters, positioning himself directly behind Bai Xiuxi. A powerful shockwave manifested as a storm, enveloping Bai Xiuxi. Debayan then clenched his fist and struck. Bai Xiuxi trembled, gripped by an unprecedented terror. He opened his mouth, attempting to plead for mercy. But Debayan's assault was too swift. Before he could utter a word, the massive black fist collided with his body. With a sickening sound, Bai Xiuxi spat blood and was sent flying like a bolt of light, crashing into the city wall hundreds of thousands of meters away. In a city of such magnitude, the walls were formidable, impervious to even the most powerful assaults from a master. Yet, the strength that Bai Xiuxi possessed far surpassed that of a mere master. The wall could only withstand the impact for a fleeting moment before being breached, creating a sizable hole. He continued to soar, eventually landing 15,000 meters beyond the city, where he created a crater that slowly began to fill with groundwater. Cough, cough, cough. How terrifying. Why must I engage in battle with such a monster? I refuse to fight. I am of royal blood. You commoners, come and protect me at once. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family. Bai Xiuxi's spine has already shattered, his innards cracked, and oozing copious amounts of blood. It is only due to his legendary vitality that he is still alive. Otherwise, he would surely be dead by now. In this moment, he weeps profusely, struggling incessantly. Whoosh. Derbian swoops in. Despite his enlarged form, he has not become cumbersome. On the contrary, he has grown swifter and more agile. In merely 5 seconds, he effortlessly traverses hundreds of thousands of meters and arrives at the edge of a freshly formed puddle. Truly pathetic. Seeing you in such a state ignites my fury. What right do you, such garbage, have to ascend to legend? You are unworthy even of the title of master. Humanity has truly fallen into decay. With a modicum of resources, they grant them to those in high positions, utterly lacking in discernment. Derbian rants furiously as he extends his massive claw, seizing the feeble, half-dead Bai Xiuxi. Crack. Derbian's grip is merciless. Bai Xiuxi, already in a dire predicament, cannot help but spit blood once more. His once vibrant vitality is rapidly waning. Ah, it hurts. It truly hurts. Bai Xiuxi cries out in anguish. Spare me. Spare me. I will not flee. I promise I will not escape. Silence. I command you to perish bravely by my hand. Derbian bellows, revealing a level of madness that is quite shocking. Bai Xiuxi is momentarily stunned. Yet the unrelenting agony prevents him from maintaining composure. Tears stream down his face as he implores, I am Prince Bai Xiuxi of the Horluan Kingdom. My brother is King Lei Deng the Ninth. Do not kill me. I can be your captive. You can demand ransom from my brother, whether it be land or treasury. I will comply. Moreover, I can act as a traitor, assisting you in the downfall of my own kingdom. Bai Xiuxi's loyalty is truly remarkable. Before Derbian can respond, Bai Xiuxi unwittingly offers up his own kingdom. Chapter 83. Revenge from the King of Horluan. Do you know the whereabouts of the golden dragon skin? A scornful smile spreads across Derbian's grotesque face. Bai Xiuxi has shattered his worldview. He believes Bai Xiuxi to be inferior even to the human soldiers guarding the borders, far beneath the esteemed General Simons, who has battled with the Monster Kingdom for many years and has earned a measure of respect from Derbian. Golden dragon skin? Bai Xiuxi pauses, lost in thought. It seems it is no longer in existence. Derbian, observant and astute, discerns the outcome from Bai Xiuxi's expression. Whoosh. Before Bai Xiuxi can react, Derbian discards him into the maw of a bloodthirsty beast. Ah, you wretched Bai Xiuxi. He screams, his voice filled with confusion and resentment. He harbors an unprecedented hatred for Derbian, feeling that he has been treated unjustly. He merely wished to inquire, even if he truly had no knowledge of its whereabouts. Could they not continue the discussion? After all, he is a prince of the Horluan Kingdom. His influence is significant. If he so desired, he could likely locate it. However, such endeavors require time, and unfortunately, Bai Xiuxi has none left. He soon loses consciousness, succumbing to his untimely demise. The burdens are heavy and the journey long. Yet I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task bestowed upon me by His Majesty. Derbian turns and hastens toward Chulsi City. During this process, his energy wanes slightly, and his form begins to distort. With a sudden flurry, Derbian splits into two, becoming the brothers Da, Bai, and Dawen. Their combined technique is indeed powerful, but its duration is limited. Otherwise, they would pay a heavy price. Although they have only utilized it briefly, the vitality of the brothers has started to dwindle. They swiftly produce various magical crystals and flesh, consuming them to replenish their earlier losses. Time is of the essence. We must thoroughly scour this city, Dawen states. Indeed. Let us divide our efforts, each taking our fair share, Bai adds. Flee. Accelerate. Hurry. At the city's edge, numerous extraordinary beings are racing in a frenzy. Yet, compared to the numerous unconscious commoners, they are vastly inferior. Abandoning so many weaklings poses no moral dilemma for these extraordinary beings. After all, there exists a clear hierarchy between the extraordinary and the mundane. It is simply impossible to expect them to fight to the death for the sake of mere mortals. And they possess little awareness of this truth. Boom. The colossal ape descends upon Chulsi City once more. Roar. They unleash their mighty jaws, their eyes wide, continually emitting waves of black light. In the blink of an eye, many extraordinary beings who had just approached the city's edge are obliterated. The city walls, the earth, and the structures are reduced to rubble, leaving behind craters in their wake. Why have they returned so swiftly? The human extraordinary beings are left in sheer astonishment. Are we to believe that His Highness Bai Xiuxi is a worthless failure? Regardless, he is still a legend. How could he have squandered so little time? The surviving and conscious humans are utterly bewildered. Many vocally express their outrage, deeming Bai Xiuxi to be utterly incompetent. Across the street, Aisha, do not fear. Uncle Deegan will lead you to safety. The rotund Deegan carries a beautiful girl of about 10 years old, rushing forward without a care. I am not afraid. Aisha replies softly, Uncle, thank you for rescuing me at this moment. However, I am not worthy of such devotion. Had you not wasted your time on me, you might have already escaped. Aisha feels both touched and sorrowful. Whoosh. Boom. A beam of black light streaks toward them, landing nearby and causing the earth to erupt. Humph. Armor of the earth. Deegan grits his teeth, summoning his earthy-colored armor to shield both himself and Aisha. Yet the residual shockwave from the explosion sends him tumbling. Fortunately, his preemptive defense prevents them from suffering serious injury, and he continues to flee with vigor. Uncle, put me down. Aisha insists, her voice resolute. She does not wish to be a burden. Deegan roars with determination, be silent. I am not like that wretched Bai Xiuxi, nor am I the useless Lei Hong. While I may not be able to protect Chulsi City, I can certainly safeguard you. Your father was my dear brother, and your mother was my dream lover. Your grandfather and grandmother were among my most revered elders. Now that they are gone, you are all I have left. How could I possibly abandon you? However, Aisha thinks to herself, it is precisely because they are gone that I do not wish to remain here. What meaning is there in a world without them? She weakly closes her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Half a day later, in the capital of the Hualuan Kingdom, within the royal palace. My brother Bai Xiuxi is a hopeless case. He is lazy, corrupt, and oppressive, bullying the weak while favoring the powerful. I entrusted him with the guardianship of our borders, and he has failed miserably. In the end, he has brought ruin upon both himself and our kingdom, incurring grievous losses. To date, in a short span of time, 18 major cities have been obliterated. Countless villages have also been lost. Rough estimates suggest that nearly 10 million of my subjects have perished, and we have lost 30 to 40,000 miles of territory. Additionally, numerous formidable monsters have invaded our kingdom, wreaking havoc. The Hualuan Kingdom now stands on the brink of collapse. King Lei Deng IX sits upon the throne, his face a mask of shame and fury. Below, numerous prominent figures in the royal city, including nobles and dignitaries, stood in agitation. Some appeared fearful, while others were filled with anger. Regardless of their emotions, Hughes remained my younger brother, my dearest sibling. The 9th generation of Leiden, with gritted teeth, proclaimed, Since the monster kingdom dares to slay my brother, I will ensure that this so-called monster king understands the depths of anguish and regrets instigating this war. The king's more righteous ministers were rendered speechless. However, the rigid class structure of this world made it difficult to act, despite their displeasure. They dared not confront the fiery monarch of the Firewheel Kingdom. A day later, in the central region of Hualuan, Los descended upon a small city, from which a significant portion of the populace had fled. With a single stroke, she shattered the long-standing city barrier, unleashing her formidable presence to suppress the entire city. To amplify her effect, Los infused her aura with fiery, elemental particles. The terrifying might of her presence resulted in the instantaneous explosion of several thousand mortal heads. I knew staying in the city was perilous, despaired the surviving human extraordinary beings. Yet escaping the city proved even more dangerous, as monsters lurked outside. Wherein this kingdom is truly safe. Utilizing the 3-star magic, Earth Dragon's Tumult, Los landed on the ground, releasing wave-like ripples that swiftly spread outward. Wherever these ripples traversed, the earth seemed to be thrown into a blender, rapidly churning. Suddenly, an overwhelming legendary pressure erupted from a nearby building, shattering the surrounding structures. A valiant warrior clad in silver armor emerged. I have awaited you for a long time, Los, daughter of the Monster King Shan. The silver-armored warrior introduced himself. I am Ao, commander of the 4th Legion of the Firewheel Kingdom. By royal decree, I am to eliminate you, allowing Monster King Shan to experience suffering. Such brazen words incensed Los. With a swift motion, the skies darkened, and nearly 1,000 tiny silver lights descended, forming a vast net that ensnared the small city. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these were extraordinary human beings emanating silver light, all soldiers of Ao. Battle array, magic suppression. Battle array, blockade. An eerie force emerged. Damn it! Los felt an immense pressure. Her magical energy dulled, and a peculiar force began to erode her body, rendering her nearly immobile. Die! Ao commanded as a silver longsword manifested in his hand, hurtling towards Los's chest. Father! Los cried out for help. Ao was taken aback by her plea. A powerful surge erupted from within Los, halting the oncoming silver sword in its tracks. The surrounding space shattered, revealing a pitch-black void. From within, a crown-wearing tiger-headed giant emerged. Indeed, it is time for me to take action, Shan stated solemnly, his tiger-like eyes sweeping over Ao. Before Ao could react or utter a word, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. Moments later, a loud thud echoed from his chest. What? Ao stared in disbelief at Sean, his eyes wide with incredulity. Yet his body trembled, powerless, as he collapsed to the ground. The commander is dead? This cannot be real. He is a legend, and with us. Who could easily defeat him? This must be an illusion. The soldiers of the 4th Legion, not blind to the reality, witnessed their commander fall, devoid of life. However, such a conclusion was unbearable for them. Your power is indeed magnificent, Los observed, her expression complex as she beheld the scene. Legendary strong beings have been vanquished in an instant. Child, if you strive, you too shall achieve greatness. Your potential should not be inferior to mine, Sean encouraged. He then raised his head, letting out a low growl. As his body expanded and distorted, Los found herself retreating uncontrollably. The soldiers of the 4th Legion, still entranced by the illusion, met the same explosive fate as their commander. Once they were all gone, Sean transformed into a towering golden tiger. An infinite aura of tiger might coalescing into a golden storm that spread far and wide. In less than 3 seconds, it covered a radius of 500 miles, even reaching those far beyond that distance. Next, I shall eradicate the Firewheel Kingdom's little brat, Sean declared nonchalantly before leaping toward the heart of the Firewheel Kingdom. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 miles away, akin to teleportation. Wherever he passed, his tiger might inflicted unimaginable mental anguish upon humanity. Some fortunate souls merely fainted, while the unfortunate bled from all 7 orifices. This was indeed a moving calamity. Half an hour later, in the Firewheel Royal Palace. What? Ao is dead. The 4th Legion has been annihilated? The Monster King has personally intervened? No extraordinary being in the Firewheel Kingdom can withstand him? Sean is approaching at breakneck speed? He could traverse hundreds of thousands of miles and arrive at the royal city in 10 minutes? The 9th generation of Leiden stared in disbelief at the white-haired elder, the director of the Intelligence Bureau, Philo. Leiden could hardly believe it. He had been eagerly awaiting news of Los's demise, yet instead received news of the destruction of the formidable 4th Legion and the advancing threat of the Monster King Sean. Indeed, Philo replied with a bitter nod. Damn it, how could this happen? Has the Monster Kingdom gone mad? Legends are mobilizing, and the king dares to act? Is he truly intent on annihilation? Leiden questioned Philo. At a loss for words, Philo could only think that this was evident. Taking a deep breath, Leiden eventually regained his composure and turned to say, let Lord Harata take action. If the Monster Kingdom seeks war, we shall not shy away from it. The Firewheel Kingdom fears nothing. Philo saluted, as you command. 5 minutes later, hundreds of thousands of miles away, a lone figure with a sword stood before the golden tiger. Sean, this path is blocked, Harata stated calmly. Harata, the strongest of the Firewheel Kingdom, possessed the legendary 9th-level prowess and wielded a 5-star sword, an epic weapon. Sean scrutinized Harata, who appeared to be an unassuming, cultured middle-aged man, yet was of considerable age. I never expected a mere human could enter your ears, Harata remarked. Somewhat surprised. Huh, you are no nameless nobody. Sean laughed boisterously, his voice brimming with dominance. The nearby mortals were stunned, their heads exploding from the sheer force of his roar. Harata's expression grew strained, yet he released a powerful aura, though it paled in comparison to Sean's. Successfully blocking the terrifying tiger might. You have come just in time. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Once I eliminate you, the Monster Kingdom shall claim victory. Sean lunged forward. Alas, I truly do not wish to fight, Harata lamented. However, confronted with the unavoidable, he had no choice but to engage. A pale fighting spirit erupted, and his sword emitted a radiant glow, charging toward Sean like the sun. The overwhelming forces of both sides were too great for onlookers to comprehend. From a distance, it appeared as though golden and white orbs collided. Upon contact, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shattering the sky for hundreds of miles. Shortly after, the white orb retreated slightly, while the golden orb surged forward, pushing the attack. Sean was fierce, forcing Harata to retreat step by step. Harata felt a surge of anxiety. He was astonished that Sean had aged yet remained so formidable. No, I cannot afford to lose. Harata gritted his teeth and unleashed his fury. With a powerful swing of his sword, he released a terrifying white light, bombarding Sean relentlessly. 4 stars, golden saint body. Sean enveloped himself in a radiant golden aura, forming a protective barrier. He was akin to Harata, a savage beast who relished in blood-soaked melee combat. He charged forward with brute force, tenaciously pursuing Harata without relent. They clashed over a dozen times, blood streaming from Harata's lips. After 20 encounters, blood began to trickle from Harata's eyes. By the 31st clash, blood flowed from his nose and ears. His grip on the sword weakened, and he began to tremble. Alas, the disparity was too great. I am destined to lose. Harrat's vibrant colors faded into despondency, while Sean's golden radiance flourished. My heavens! Our kingdom's strongest warrior is on the verge of defeat. How could this happen? The kingdom is truly facing ruin. The onlooking transcendents in the distance were horrified. They swiftly communicated the events taking place here using their devices. In the Firewheel Kingdom, within the royal palace, Emperor Raiden IX and numerous ministers gazed at the floating virtual image in the air. This was akin to a remote live broadcast, showcasing the battle between Sean and Harata. However, due to the overwhelming power of both combatants, the residual energy rendered the broadcast somewhat unclear. Nonetheless, the outcome was discernible. Why are we losing? Why? Why? Emperor Raiden IX could no longer maintain his composure, shouting frantically. Indeed, why are we losing? It appeared there was still a significant gap in strength. It is over. Our kingdom is truly doomed. The ministers echoed with despair. However, upon closer inspection, some ministers were hastily retrieving magical communication devices to send messages. The kingdom may be doomed, but we nobles cannot share the same fate. We must quickly gather our belongings and escape. I refuse to be buried alongside the Firewheel Kingdom. Moreover, this sentiment resonated among many of the cunning noble ministers. Suddenly, a young and handsome nobleman exclaimed joyously, "Wait, we have not lost yet." The crowd was startled by this unexpected voice. What on earth, Duke Darren? How could you startle me? I will remember this for the future. The petty nobles shot a disdainful glare at Duke Darren. Oblivious to the malice in others' hearts, the naive Duke remained unaware of the unwarranted resentment directed at him. Returning to the matter at hand, the crowd focused on the virtual image. There is indeed still hope. As the situation became clearer, the crowd joined Duke Darren in jubilation. Just as it seemed Harata was on the brink of defeat, two massive golden orbs of light soared from the distance. As they approached, it became evident that within these orbs were a golden dragon and a silver dragon. The golden and silver dragons were colossal, easily measuring 30 meters in length, each adorned with crown-like horns. The golden dragon was elegantly curved and slender, evidently female, while the silver dragon was robust and muscular, clearly male. Their arrival abruptly halted Sean's momentum. The golden and silver dragons, both benevolent, had come to save us. Indeed, it is true. Oddly, why do their horns resemble crowns? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted. They believed victory was assured, for benevolent dragons symbolize righteousness. With the crisis averted, their focus shifted. Fools, I understand why they wear crowns, remarked a proud, bespectacled nobleman resembling a learned scholar. Duke Darren leaned in. Esteemed Duke Genway, please enlighten me. The surrounding nobles who found it hard to lower their pride could not help but admire Duke Darren's perceptiveness. You uneducated lot, you truly bring shame to nobility. Duke Genway declared, disdain evident in his tone. Instantly, the atmosphere darkened. Duke Genway continued, these are royal dragons of the true dragon lineage, exceedingly rare. 1,000 miles without one. You may regard them as dragon kings. Such dragons possess power far beyond that of ordinary true dragons. Now it makes sense. Although the crowd was displeased, they acknowledged their newfound knowledge. Meanwhile, the Monster King commanded, halt. With us here, you shall not destroy our kingdom. The noble golden dragon, with a serious demeanor, addressed Sean in a chilling voice, while the silver dragon nodded in agreement. With us present, you shall not succeed. This is troublesome. Sean frowned, taken aback by the unexpected intervention of the dragons. The power of these two dragons was inferior to his own, perhaps even weaker than Harata, suggesting they were at the 8th level legendary realm. However, a dragon's true combat capability often exceeds its apparent level. Moreover, as members of the Dragon King lineage, they were likely well equipped with magic and extraordinary artifacts, making them formidable opponents. In summary, these two dragons left Sean uncertain of his victory. Out of respect, I shall retreat, Sean said, casting a deep glance at the golden and silver dragons before decisively withdrawing. During this process, he sent a message to Harata. Monster King, Harata, it is time for you to take action. Not yet finished, he swiftly reached out to an entity named Niels. Monster King, my friend, I find myself in a predicament. I hope you can assist me. In return, I shall do everything in my power to aid you in breaking through to the epic level. You should know that my monster kingdom is strong and affluent, and the difficulty of your breakthrough is less than mine. I am truly capable of helping you succeed. Chapter 85, Harata's Entrance. Two esteemed true dragons. Thank you for your intervention. After Sean vanished, Harata approached the golden and silver dragons, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Some may believe his demeanor was overly humble, but he felt it was warranted. After all, without the assistance of the golden and silver dragons, the Firewheel Kingdom would have faced dire consequences. No need for thanks. It is the duty of righteous dragons, the silver dragon replied matter-of-factly. Harata smiled with bittersweet gratitude. Regardless, I am immensely thankful to both of you. Have you secured accommodations? If not, I can assist you. The entire Firewheel Kingdom shall do its utmost to accommodate your needs. Harata sought to foster a closer relationship with the golden and silver dragons. The crisis was not yet over. The Firewheel Kingdom required more allies. Maintaining a friendly rapport with the dragons would be advantageous. Suddenly, a human master riding a blue wyvern soared into view. He held an extraordinary device resembling a large telescope and called out, "Gratitude to the esteemed Dragon Kings. My sovereign wishes to invite you to our capital to extend our hospitality and express our heartfelt thanks for your assistance. Unfortunately, we have pressing matters." The golden dragon replied gently, shaking its head. "You must focus on protecting your kingdom. We can assist you many times, but we cannot do so indefinitely." With that, the golden dragon turned and flew into the distance, followed closely by the silver dragon. Watching the two esteemed dragon kings depart, Harata and the human master felt a pang of regret. "We do not even know their names," the human master lamented. Harata cleared his throat lightly. "Well, since they prefer not to be disturbed, we shall not intrude further. I must return to recuperate, for the Firewheel Kingdom will soon face its true trials." The Dragon Kings were right. We must rely on ourselves. If the Firewheel Kingdom displays its weakness, neighboring enemies will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tear away a substantial piece of flesh. The golden and silver dragons soared across the sky, leaving behind a surprisingly peaceful atmosphere in this region. As the formidable beings of the Guiwu Wangwa had yet to delve into this realm, external abyssal demons lurked, while internal strife led to incessant self-destruction. Jinlong bore a countenance of profound compassion intermingled with frustration at the lack of valor. The silver dragon, keeping pace alongside her, could not help but chuckle at her words. "Aelin, do not speak so. A nurturing environment cannot breed true strength. Perhaps this relentless infighting, though it may yield casualties, will ultimately reveal the genuine champions among us. Price, to force the emergence of strength in such a manner is indeed cruel," Aelin cautioned. Price did not contest her assertion but shifted the conversation, inquiring about her current sensations. Aelin paused, narrowing her eyes as if savoring something intangible. Price refrained from prompting her, patiently awaiting her response. After a brief moment, Aelin articulated, "My bloodline stirs. The enigmatic messages left by my ancestors seem to flicker to life within me. The parchments that have eluded gathering since time immemorial, obstructed by mysterious forces, appear to converge within these vast miles, eager to merge. I sense that the treasures shall soon be unveiled." Aelin's words, laced with an air of mystique, contained an essence of grandeur. However, Price filtered through the extraneous details, distilling the essence. "In simpler terms, the treasure of your unknown demigod ancestor will soon manifest. This opportunity could elevate you to become the wealthiest dragon beneath the current dragon god." Indeed, Aelin smiled, her inherent kindness overshadowed by a palpable desire for the treasures, particularly those belonging to her forebears. In truth, treasures are coveted by most sentient beings, and for the true dragons, the yearning for riches is ingrained in their very blood and soul. "I shall wholeheartedly assist you. Do remember to share some of the bounty with me." Price grinned with anticipation. Aelin nodded readily, her spirit buoyant. "Let us hope for a swift arrival. We still have to venture into the abyssal domain." Price suddenly recalled a pressing matter, his dragon visage turning grave. Aelin, upon hearing him, mirrored his seriousness. The abyssal domain is an ominous territory, a forbidden expanse between the abyss and Alpha Star. Should the demons within the abyss traverse this domain, they would descend upon Alpha Star. To safeguard Alpha Star from a full-scale invasion by abyssal demons, the native strongholds of Alpha Star are primarily stationed to thwart their advance. In essence, this place is a battleground of unimaginable bloodshed. The apex beings of Alpha Star, often elusive, are not uncommon in the abyssal domain. Recently, the conflicts within the abyssal domain have escalated in intensity. Aelin inquired, to which Chryse affirmed, "Indeed, the ferocity has increased. The forces of the abyss seem to be leaning towards Alpha Star. Rumor has it that even the abyssal demon lords are stirring." Aelin's concern deepened. This is indeed troubling. However, the treasures left by my ancestors have arrived at a fortuitous time. We should be able to ascend to the epic level, thereby significantly impacting Alpha Star. The abyss is overwhelmingly powerful. Alpha Star alone stands no chance against it. Fortunately, The abyss is indiscriminate in its invasions across countless worlds, which dilutes its might, allowing Alpha Star a chance to withstand this onslaught. Yet, if the abyss were to become serious, it would unleash a calamity that could terrify even the gods. Beneath the Bloodwing domain, amidst the unending magma that instills despair in the denizens above, a whirlpool formed from molten rock spun rapidly. Lava within 100 miles was drawn into its vortex. In the more distant regions of magma, peculiar beings composed of lava and flames flickered into view. They manifested as serpents, fiery clouds, and blazing orbs. Strictly speaking, they could be classified as fire elementals, favored by flames, inherently extraordinary beings. Especially when the conditions were favorable, they could unleash even more terrifying powers. Fortunately, these fire elementals primarily inhabit high-temperature areas, which, while plentiful on Alpha Star, remain largely unpopulated, thus averting any flame disasters. The fire elementals observed the swirling magma vortex from afar, their roars filled with both savagery and trepidation. The presence of this vortex rendered the surrounding magma regions unstable, significantly affecting the lives of the fire elementals. Many of their kind, previously close by, had been drawn into the vortex, severing all contact. The wise fire elementals instantly understood that their missing brethren likely faced dire fates. As time passed, they noted that the magma vortex was enlarging, evoking a sense of foreboding. Are we to be driven to other regions? Pondered some of the more cautious fire elementals, their thoughts tinged with bitterness. Suddenly, a fire crocodile dragon exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, something's happening." This announcement stirred the fire elementals. Upon closer inspection, they saw the once-growing vortex rapidly diminish. Within 10 seconds, it had vanished entirely. Some fire elementals, possessing keen eyesight, fixated on the spot where the vortex had last been. A colorful five-headed dragon emerged. "Sean, you pest, you are truly insufferable. How long has the battle even begun? And you already require my intervention? Are you truly that inept? Your actions are pushing my patience to its limits." Harata's five heads bickered incessantly. The time had been too brief for him to even gather sufficient upgrade points for ascending to level 1 Extraordinary Master. Concurrently, Sean's actions led Harata to underestimate him, deeming Sean unworthy of an alliance. Harata's murderous intent erupted at this moment, contemplating ways to dissolve their pact and launch a reckless offensive. With his resurrection and undying form, Harata felt emboldened. However, despite this confidence, he was reluctant to breach their agreement. Should misfortune strike and he face backlash, the resultant injuries could be arduous to recover from. Indeed, the undying form is not invincible. Certain special attacks can diminish its efficacy. Moreover, some higher energies can inflict dimensional strikes, rendering the undying essence ordinary and less formidable. Additionally, he sought to reap benefits from Sean as well. An entirely new idea sprang forth from his mind. The kingdom of monsters is vast. The monsters are one thing. But the abundance of magic crystals is certain to be plentiful. Such resources are far more efficient for converting upgrade points. My dear Sean, I trust you won't mind providing me with some magic crystals to facilitate my ascent to extraordinary mastery. Harata grinned with a sly anticipation. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. That wicked dragon has departed? The fire elementals were elated, astonished that the terrifying scene had been orchestrated by a five-headed beast. Yet, a lingering anxiety remained within them. Never mind. This place is unsafe. It is time for me to relocate, decided some of the more prudent fire elementals. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Various Nations. Upon reaching the surface, Harata soared into the sky, hurtling towards the domain of the Firewheel Kingdom at a terrifying velocity. From a distance, he appeared as a radiant spectrum of light. In the vast expanse of the sky, the boundless sea of clouds was cleaved by the currents generated by his flight, creating an endless rift. The sky appeared as if it had been cleaved in two, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Unfortunately, the denizens of the monster kingdom possessed little in the way of aesthetic appreciation. For them, such grandeur paled in comparison to the pressing concern of their next meal. A glance downward revealed numerous formidable monsters migrating in droves, while a significant number remained behind. Yet, it was evident to Harata that the monster kingdom was mobilizing its entire might. Furthermore, in several major cities, teleportation arrays were incessantly activated, facilitating the transfer of golden masterclass monsters in an orderly fashion. Harata could not help but marvel at the opulence on display. He had not anticipated Sean's urgency in augmenting his forces. However, the extravagance with which the monster kingdom was deploying its troops suggested a remarkably well-stocked treasury. Surely, it would not be excessive for him to request a few million magic crystals. His good friend Sean would surely oblige. Harata fantasized wildly. envisioning how 1,000,000 magic crystals would suffice for his ascension to true legend status. At that point, his combat prowess would be undeniably formidable, though rivaling demigods seemed a far-fetched notion. Once he achieved true epic status, he would finally possess a modicum of confidence to contend with demigods. With a swift motion, Harata hastened his pace, eager to meet Sean. To facilitate his journey, he occasionally employed long-range teleportation spells. Such speed was extraordinary. Harata soon traversed millions of miles, arriving at the fringes of the Firewheel Kingdom. This territory had already fallen under monster control, with monstrous figures ubiquitous. Numerous humans lay lifeless, while a scant few scattered throughout the wilderness, fleeing in terror. Harata cast a cursory glance before eagerly teleporting once more. In an instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar area, where monsters were notably sparse, and humans had yet to suffer incursions. However, the inhabitants were already gripped by fear. In some larger regions, the news of the Monster Kingdom's invasion had spread, while only the most primitive and isolated areas remained oblivious. Those aware of the situation had largely evacuated with their families to distant lands, leaving behind only the impoverished who lacked the means to escape. Harata's keen, dragon-like eyes scanned the surroundings. The teleportation had deviated, and Sean was not in this vicinity. His smile faded into a look of resignation. Indeed, while group teleportation was impressive, without precise spatial coordinates, accurate arrival was challenging, resulting in a general displacement. Suddenly, Harata's expression shifted. A small town lay 100 miles away, its walls teeming with the Firewheel Kingdom's extraordinary soldiers, all gazing warily at the open ground outside. There, the fabric of space cracked open, forming a massive portal over 100 meters wide and 30 meters high. A legion bearing a banner of fiery leaves, distinctly different from the Firewheel Kingdom, emerged in a continuous stream, the Huiyan Legion of the Zhongluan Kingdom. On the walls, a middle-aged commander with a bushy beard, named Garo, looked on gravely at the newcomers. This territory belongs to the Firewheel Kingdom. Who has granted you permission to enter? Garo glared fiercely at them. A protective barrier materialized instantaneously. Ha ha ha, do not be alarmed. We of the Zhongluan Kingdom come in goodwill. Stepping forward from the Huiyan Legion was a 3-meter-tall giant clad in red armor, known as Ron, the renowned leader of the Legion. With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed Garo. Hasn't your Firewheel Kingdom been invaded by the Monster Kingdom? You must have suffered greatly and can no longer defend yourselves. Ah, how tragic. But fear not, for we of the Zhongluan Kingdom are here to provide assistance. As long as we stand with you, the Monster Kingdom shall not harm you. Garo furrowed his brow at these words, though his hostility lessened. I see. Thank you for your assistance, but you should not be here. Your place is at the front lines. Ron approached the protective barrier, speaking as he drew near. The front lines have become a disaster, any who venture there risk being caught off guard. Therefore, I propose we establish a new defensive line centered around this Linhai city. Now, please allow the Huiyan Legion to take residence here. With a resounding thud, Ron, standing mere inches from the barrier, raised his hand and struck it. The barrier shattered with a deafening crash. Garo stood dumbfounded, as did the others. After a moment, Garo drew his sword, pointing it at Ron and bellowing. What kind of assistance is this? You are merely taking advantage of us, you scoundrels. Ron shook his head in exasperation. My friend, your words are harsh. You misunderstand us. The Zhongluan Kingdom comes in goodwill to aid you. Your obstinate resistance to us is unwarranted. Oh, I see now, Ron suddenly exclaimed with realization. You are actually a traitor to the Monster Kingdom, deliberately sowing discord between the Zhongluan and Firewheel Kingdoms. You shall pay for this. Upon uttering the final accusation, Ron vanished from sight, reappearing behind Garo, and with a swift motion, struck Garo on the head as if playing whack-a-mole. Garo, caught off guard, was sent crashing to the ground. Truly shameless, Harata remarked in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the Zhongluan Kingdom was not an isolated case. Various other national forces were also entering the fray. Chapter 87, The King of Monsters, Penniless, Truly Penniless. With a swift motion, group teleportation activated, and Harata vanished from the scene. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in this affair. He was in a hurry to seek out Sean for some shearing of sheep. However, while Harata was indifferent to such matters, the king of the Firewheel Kingdom, Raiden 9, was deeply concerned and furious. In the royal palace of the Firewheel Kingdom, numerous ministers remained in attendance. The war was relentless, and vital information continued to pour in at every moment. Many ministers and the king longed for a moment's respite, but such a luxury was unattainable. Fortunately, the higher echelons of humanity were generally affluent and influential. Even those of modest talent could forcibly elevate their status, allowing them to endure extended periods without rest. The director of intelligence, Philo, held a magical communicator. His face contorted with discomfort as he proclaimed loudly, "The Huiyan Legion of the Zhongluan Kingdom has arrived, forcibly occupying 3 cities and subsequently creating a spatial portal. They are dispatching more troops, severely violating our territorial sovereignty. While they profess to offer assistance, they are merely exploiting the chaos to seize our land." In the city of Wilderness, the kingdom of Wiveloko, numerous powerful factions had forcibly entered our domain, encroaching upon our interests and slaughtering our citizens. Fortunately, their arrival had also alleviated some pressure on us. They too had begun to resist the monster kingdom, engaging in battle against the monstrosities. The onslaught of the monster kingdom had noticeably weakened. Upon hearing these words, the mood among the ministers grew complex. Raiden 9 gritted his teeth. These mad dogs come as reinforcements. While I am grateful for their support, their forcible exaction of hard-earned resources is utterly unacceptable. Suddenly, Philo, with a look of complexity, spoke up, "Your Majesty, Ron of the Zhongluan Kingdom requests 100,000 magic crystals as supplies." Raiden 9 paused for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he erupted in outrage. "How shameless! How utterly shameless! Is it not enough that they have seized my territory and plundered the wealth of my people? I have yet to demand the return of my territory." Yet Fei Luo has not finished speaking. He opened his mouth again and said, "Your Majesty, the distant Guangming Jiao Hui has sent greetings and inquired whether you require assistance." The furious reprimands of Lei Deng the Ninth abruptly ceased. A heavy, ragged breath escaped from Lei Deng the Ninth's nostrils as he glared at Fei Luo with bloodshot eyes, demanding to know what conditions they had. Fei Luo lowered his head and swiftly manipulated the communicator. After a brief moment, he raised his gaze to Lei Deng the Ninth and stated, "They request our utmost support in spreading their teachings within the Huoluan Kingdom." This condition significantly improved Lei Deng the Ninth's demeanor. "Agree to their terms and have them arrive promptly," Lei Deng the Ninth commanded. 10 minutes later, amidst the chaotic battlefield in the distance, the sky suddenly erupted, revealing 2 blindingly bright wings of light that overshadowed the heavens. The sacred white radiance cascaded over 1,000 miles. From afar, it resembled a pair of celestial wings. With a swift motion, the wings flapped, tearing through the fabric of space. Following this, a multitude of white knights, riding unicorns adorned with white wings and crowned with horns, emerged in droves. Leading them was a young and beautiful maiden, her face radiating compassion as if she lamented the plight of the entire world. She was one of the candidate saints of the Guangming Jiao Hui, named Ai Lin. She had come to lead the Legion of Light in rescuing this shattered nation. "Light is supreme, eradicating the sins that plague the mortal realm and punishing the innocent," she proclaimed. "Now, in the name of the great God of light, I bestow upon you the ultimate judgment." Ai Lin's voice, though gentle, carried a divine authority. "Praise the light," shouted the surrounding knights of light with fervor. Their spirits burned with intense passion, infused with the holy power of the light. In a fleeting moment, the realm transformed into a resplendent tapestry of beauty. The nearby monsters and vile creatures, engulfed by this radiance, writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground in anguish. The power of light, especially that which was intertwined with the divine, inflicted unparalleled suffering upon evil and darkness. "Cleanse the darkness and restore the light to all beings," Ai Lin declared. Raising her hand and pointing forward, "March forth." The unicorn beneath her galloped, its wings unfurling as it surged ahead. For the unicorn, the air felt as solid as ground, propelling it forth with rapidity. Behind, the multitude of light knights followed closely, their own light and the wings of light above them spreading across the surroundings, inflicting torment upon malevolence while bestowing comfort upon ordinary mortals. "Thank the divine for our salvation, praise the light." The innocent mortals cheered, overwhelmed with joy. "Woo! The gods have not forsaken us. We are being rescued by the divine." In the distance, atop a towering mountain, Xiao En gazed in all directions, his vision transcending mountains and rivers, allowing him to perceive many unforeseen events. Meanwhile, in places beyond his sight, chaotic monsters transmitted critical information to him. Although Xiao En occupied but a corner of the battlefield, he remained well informed about the overall situation. Everything had descended into chaos. Indeed, Xiao En felt somewhat speechless. He had only just begun the conflict, and other factions were already eager to join the fray. This, of course, was within his expectations. However, the arrival of the Guangming Jiao Hui and the 2 benevolent dragons, Ai Lan Kusi, left him rather unsettled. The strength and influence of both factions were extraordinary. Could he still claim the treasure of the demigod Golden Dragon King for himself? Xiaoan pondered quietly, realizing that his previous intentions had silently shifted. Moving forward, he could afford to slow his aggression and focus entirely on locating the golden skin. After all, that had been his original goal. Conquering the Huoluan kingdom was secondary. Its failure would not matter as long as he could piece together a complete treasure map. Suddenly, a violent disturbance rippled through the space not far away. 3 seconds later, 5 colossal dragons of vibrant hues emerged from the fabric of space. Xiaoan withdrew his gaze and turned towards Harata, a vivid glimmer flashing in his eyes. He sensed that Harata had grown and become stronger. "Your Majesty Xiaoan, what is the situation here? Have you found the golden skin?" Harata inquired. Drawing closer, the sight of a dragon and a tiger together was indeed peculiar. Xiaoan took a slight step back, wary of Harata's youthful exuberance. However, Harata felt slighted by this gesture. Without wasting time, Xiaoan swiftly recounted the current state of the Huoluan kingdom. "You're truly useless," Harata quipped, immediately critiquing him. Xiaoan's expression darkened. "If you have the ability, then destroy the Huoluan kingdom." Harata shook his head defiantly. "That is your responsibility." Taking a deep breath, Xiaoan suddenly contemplated taking Harata out. Yet, Harata continued, "However, if you give me 1,000,000 magic crystals, I will join forces with you to annihilate the Huoluan castle and then systematically dismantle the other major factions. If we act swiftly enough, the scattered reinforcements will not have time to react. As long as they do not fully regroup, we can strike a decisive blow." This straightforward and brutal plan found favor with Xiaoan, yet he shook his head in response to Harata's astonished gaze. "I lack the funds." Harata rolled his eyes. "Don't be so stingy. It's just 1,000,000, which is nothing to the monster kingdom." Xiaoan replied flatly, "No money. Truly no money. I've already expended my resources to expedite progress." Harata's sly grin froze. Was Xiaoan being truthful? Or was he simply too miserly to offer him a reward? Chapter 88. A multitude of succubi, Wei and I air, descends. Harata fell into contemplation. Ugh. Moments later, his crimson dragon emitted an unrefined sound. "Do not misunderstand. This is not directed at you, Xiaoan," he clarified as he genuinely expelled something. With a swift motion, a piece of golden, sacred parchment flew from his mouth and landed before Xiaoan. Xiaoan's astonishment was palpable as he instantly recognized it as one of the coveted fragments of the treasure map he had long sought. With great effort, he shifted his gaze to Harata and asked, "What does this mean?" Harata replied with a smile, "Give me 1,000,000 magic crystals, and this golden skin will be yours. Additionally, release me from our contract, and I shall not pursue the treasure." This statement was half truth, half lie. Selling the golden skin was indeed genuine, but the claim of not pursuing treasure was false. "You see, as long as you give me 1,000,000 magic crystals, that would roughly convert into 1,000,000 upgrade points. That would be sufficient for me to reach Master Level 10. At that point, whether it be the Monster Kingdom, Zhongluan, Huoluan, the Benevolent Dragons, or the Light, all will bow before me in despair. Naturally, I will be able to seize the treasure of the demigod Golden Dragon King." Harata's scheme remained simple yet effective. Simultaneously, it served as a means of extracting funds from Xiaoan. As for Xiaoan's claim of lacking money, Harata reluctantly accepted it as truth. However, considering Xiaoan's vast influence, he knew that if Xiaoan truly wished, he could undoubtedly gather 1,000,000 magic crystals in a short time. If worst came to worst, was this not a battlefield? Xiaoan could resort to plunder and pillage. In summary, Harata was determined to obtain his 1,000,000 magic crystals. "I swear, give me some time, and I will gather 1,000,000 magic crystals for you." Xiaoan reluctantly returned the golden skin, stating, "Once I am prepared, we shall make our transaction." He did not wish to accept it outright, for he deemed Harata a formidable opponent. He believed it prudent to proceed with caution. Harata nodded, affirming, "All right, let it be as such, but do hasten your pace." Sean confidently assured, "Rest assured, by tomorrow's daylight, I shall undoubtedly gather everything." After uttering these words, he took flight. However, Harata remained, choosing to linger in that place. With nothing else to occupy his time, he commenced devouring the earth. As for resorting to violence and unleashing a massacre, he decided to refrain for the moment, as his current strength was insufficient. With a thunderous roar, Harata opened his mouth, unleashing a potent gravitational pull. The surrounding mountains, torn by this force, swiftly crumbled and fractured into smaller fragments, which were consumed by his gaping maw. The ground trembled violently, rapidly becoming soft and resembling a mudslide that surged forth. Within mere seconds, a vast chasm with a diameter of a kilometer had formed, leaving a gaping void. Harata's gravity distorted the very fabric of space, and from a distance, his vibrant dragon form vanished, replaced by a murky vortex. As he descended, he continued his insatiable consumption. And the chasm deepened. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 hours had elapsed. The sky gradually darkened, and the once fervent battle weakened somewhat. After such an extended skirmish, fatigue had set in for many. Yet, a small faction of nocturnal creatures surged forth with excitement. In a shattered town, nearly all the buildings had collapsed, steeped in a thick stench of blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous tattered human corpses amidst a few monstrous remains. Around the area, a swarm of bothersome insects, attracted by the scent of blood, took to the skies. Vultures, closely associated with death, meandered at low altitudes, their occasional cawing rendering the atmosphere eerie and foreboding. Suddenly, an enigmatic and dreamlike whisper emerged with the night. An invisible force surged forth from the darkness, enveloping the town. The lifeless bodies amidst the rubble, once cold, began to emit thin red flames, igniting them and unleashing the special energy contained within. The vultures and insects gathered in the vicinity were startled and fled in panic. Yet, the whisper grew louder, and the small creatures attempting to escape froze in place. Plummeting to the ground, the red flames surged forward, engulfing them. In an instant, the corpses shriveled, transforming into desiccated remains. The red flames seemed satisfied, detaching from their original location to converge at the town's center, compressing incessantly. With each compression, the hue deepened. Approximately 1 minute later, the crimson transformed into a dark red. 3 minutes later, the dark red morphed into an ebony sphere the size of a pigeon's egg. The abyssal void, previously shrouded in ambiguity, suddenly articulated itself in clear, universal language. The blackness birthed from the red flames warped the space around it, resembling a miniature black hole. To my surprise, even in the absence of my instigation, the nations have plunged into conflict? A sultry voice echoed from the small black hole. Following this, a snow-white arm emerged from the minuscule void. Damn the gods! Your defenses are formidable. The difficulty of infiltrating is ever increasing. Yet, as long as evil exists in this world, I shall find a way in, the voice continued, resonating with an unyielding resolve. As the white arm extended, revealing a shoulder, then a beautifully curved head adorned with horns. If Harata were to witness this, he would recognize the figure as the succubus Veneer, whom he had consumed. Come on, put in more effort, Veneer gasped, struggling to extricate the remainder of her body. After approximately 3 minutes, the unclad Veneer fully manifested upon the earth. However, this was not the conclusion, for another delicate, elongated hand emerged from the black hole, repeating Veneer's previous actions. Tier 2. Shaping magic. Veneer squinted, her voice laced with determination. A pitch-black abyssal aura erupted from her pores, enveloping her form and transforming into a brief leather skirt. Veneer lifted her head high, inhaling deeply, a look of intoxication crossing her features. Ah, the scent of the normal world is exquisite. That dark, bloody abyss is truly unbearable, even for a demon of the abyss. Alas, despite my formidable power, I remain so helpless. Why should the natives of Alpha Star enjoy this beautiful world? Thus, let there be destruction, Veneer declared with a murderous intent. Casting her gaze towards the horizon, this war is still too restrained. You should fight with abandon. You should transform into monsters that annihilate all life. With a playful giggle, she added, if you cannot achieve this, I shall personally assist you. Should one overlook her chilling words, they would find it impossible to perceive her as the embodiment of evil, the demon of the abyss. In a mere matter of moments, a brand new demonic form emerged from the small black hole. Much like Veneer, she appeared unclad, revealing her alluring figure. Strangely, this new entity bore an uncanny resemblance to Veneer. With a soft pop, the small black hole repeated the earlier scene. Chapter 89, Abyssal Heart Demon. Let us create chaos. Let the great abyss revel in the blood and flesh of the beings of this realm, paving a path. Let the heart demon, who entices souls and feasts upon emotions, descend upon this world. The two Veneers spoke in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. To an unknowing observer, it would appear as though Veneer was gazing into a mirror. With a simultaneous rush, they soared into the sky, disappearing into the obsidian night. Soon after, a new Veneer emerged from the small black hole, descending and unhesitatingly darting towards other directions. Unbeknownst to all, dawn arrived. The sun ascended from the east, yet its nascent light appeared dim and murky. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the issue did not lie with the sunlight itself. Rather, it was obscured by copious amounts of dust that had settled in the atmosphere. Scattered across the land, Numerous deceased had unknowingly transformed into desiccated corpses, resembling dried twigs. However, this phenomenon garnered little attention, for the war had intensified, plunging into a state of chaotic fervor. Though conflicts had previously simmered, nations that had not engaged in large-scale warfare were now entangled in combat. Moreover, there were instances where allies turned upon one another. Now, the battlefield resembled a chaotic mix devoid of allegiance. Most were blinded by bloodlust, their rationality severely impaired. Only those with formidable willpower or exceptional strength managed to maintain control. While the skilled sought to intervene, their efforts yielded little effect. It must be said that such brutality was unfathomably savage. The air was thick with the residual magic of the abyss, intertwined with a malevolent spiritual will. This seemed to manifest the phenomena described in the ancestral memories of the abyssal heart demon. Standing by a great river was the inconspicuous duo of golden and silver dragons, Alan and Cress. Cress regarded his surroundings with suspicion, his eyes piercing through the fog to discover a once peaceful village in disarray, untouched by enemy attack. The villagers, their eyes reddened, had lost all semblance of reason and turned upon their own friends and family with ruthless ferocity, more savage and cruel than mindless beasts. Clyce's breathing became rapid, as he inhaled vast amounts of air, even absorbing the peculiar elements mingled within. He sensed the situation through his dragon form. It had long been rumored that numerous abyssal demons had clandestinely crossed into Alpha Star, yet he had not anticipated an encounter with them. Aelin remarked with a sense of reflection, "These abyssal demons possess remarkably keen senses. The war here has just begun, and they have already sensed it." Clyce replied with profound meaning, "Perhaps this battle was orchestrated by them from the very beginning. Furthermore, such a battlefield is indeed well suited for the scheming of those abyssal demons. In a place like this, they thrive as if in their natural habitat." Upon hearing this, Aelin fell into silence. "Well then, let us proceed. This war must be concluded swiftly. Moreover, we shall eradicate all the abyssal demons present here." Clyce chuckled coldly, and with a resounding roar, he unleashed a pale silver force field that swiftly expanded in all directions, imbued with the supreme majesty of a ruler. This was unmistakably the might of the Dragon King. Clyce roared, his voice carrying an air of solemnity and intimidation. The regal aura of the Dragon King and his roar intertwined, creating a unique, mental shockwave. The villagers, who were engaged in a fratricidal frenzy not far away, were swept by the dragon's roar, instantly becoming disoriented, collapsing to the ground. Their formerly crimson eyes returned to normal. "What has happened to me? Oh my heavens, what did I just do? I actually stabbed my daughter with a knife." The anguished cries echoed. "How could this be? No, this is my beloved daughter. It was a facade, all of it was a lie." As the villagers regained their sanity, the horrifying events of their previous loss of control lingered in their minds. In an instant, they spiraled into madness, despair, and confusion. Perhaps it was their unstable emotions that caused their eyes, which had just returned to normal, to show signs of turning crimson once more. As long as emotions persist, the heart demons remain. With emotions in existence, all beings are mere playthings of my kin. A mysterious, ethereal will seem to resonate in the ears of certain creatures. Though it was not a sound in the conventional sense, its master was nowhere to be found, appearing as if it had merged with this realm, becoming a part of nature itself. "Abyssal heart demons, what are you so arrogant about? You are not as formidable as you believe." Aelin opened her mouth, releasing a wave of pure golden energy that swiftly spread in all directions. 3-star magic, abstinence technique. Those who were on the verge of losing control were silenced by the roar of the golden dragon. However, they appeared numb, as if the emotions that once belonged to them had been buried deep and vanished from sight. Dragon language magic, sacred purification, dragon language magic, exorcism, dragon language magic, demonic roar. Clyce did not remain idle. He continued to roar. This time, his voice contained additional power. A piercing scream erupted from the seemingly non-existent abyssal heart demons. Sounds of faint explosions echoed from afar. Subsequently, what had appeared to be an empty space revealed wisps of gray smoke, as if they were descending from a crash, collapsing to the ground. In this process, the gray smoke dissipated, unveiling tiny, transparent crystals imbued with mental energy that fell to the earth with a melodic chime. The unique soul crystals of the abyssal heart demons, though fearsome, represented a natural disaster. Yet, for us, these soul crystals are invaluable supplements that can enhance our mental strength. With a fortified mental capacity, we can wield greater magical power and become more astute. This time, it seemed we could not only acquire our ancestors' treasures, but also a bounty of soul crystals. Aelin expressed with deep emotion. Dragon language magic, telekinesis. With a simple gesture, she conjured a wondrous pull that drew the fallen soul crystals from afar. Cursed dragonkin, you have discovered our weakness. The abyssal heart demons had not been entirely vanquished. Whispers of intent echoed from all directions. However, what if they had found our weakness? They lacked the means to proliferate. With their limited prowess, how could they hope to dominate such an extensive battlefield? Hee hee. We thank the great demon god for guiding our descent into this world. War is the abyss of desire. Beauty is also our sustenance. This realm rightfully belongs to us. The chaotic voice of the abyssal heart demons was filled with turmoil. Clearly, they were numerous, resembling a chaotic medley. Yet, as time passed, their voices grew fainter. Aelin and Kleis understood that these abyssal heart demons, who thrived on desire, were retreating into the distance, unwilling to engage closely with formidable foes capable of exterminating them. Let us act separately and swiftly cleanse this battlefield of the abyssal heart demons, Kleis said gravely. Just as the abyssal heart demons had mentioned, the battlefield was too vast. As top-tier warriors, it was impossible for them to sweep through it in a short span of time. Indeed, be cautious, Aelin nodded in agreement. In the skies above, the Church of Light, the candidate Saintess Eileen, adorned with wings of white light, soared rapidly through the air. In front of her, 3 alluring women hastily fled. They were unmistakably embodiments of Winiel. Light magic, blade of condemnation. Eileen effortlessly conjured dozens of light swords, unleashing a torrent of assaults upon Winiel. Hee. My dear sister is quite enthusiastic, Winiel said, swaying her serpentine waist, deftly evading the light swords. The swords fell to the ground, causing mere superficial damage, merely tearing small gashes into the earth. Abyssal magic, dark barrier. One of the Winiel embodiments turned and charged at Eileen, her body erupting into endless blackness as she advanced. From a distance, it appeared as though darkness and Eileen's light occupied opposing realms of the sky, colliding in a dramatic clash. Light magic, holy light radiance. Eileen inhaled deeply, and from the heavens, a colossal light feather emerged, slicing through the air. With a resounding sizzle, the darkness was cleaved asunder. Hee, what a tenacious little sister. Winiel felt discomfort, yet being a creature of mischief, she maintained her mirthful demeanor, continuously flaunting her seductive form. The Church of Light is truly insufferable. This little girl is unrepentant. Am I not merely using the remains of beings as offerings in exchange for delightful heart demons? Must she pursue such ruthless extermination? Winiel recalled her recent encounter with Ire. Just a short while ago, one of her embodiments had inadvertently crossed paths with the Radiant army that was annihilating the abyssal heart demons. As the favorite of the God of Light, Eileen held a prestigious position within the church, second only to the Pope, and was among the closest devotees to the God of Light. In summary, the Radiant army harbored intense animosity towards these ruthless abyssal demons. Upon this encounter, they could not restrain themselves from unleashing lethal force. Winiel's embodiment, though formidable, was merely legendary in status. Before she could even attempt to escape, she was swiftly dispatched by the immense angelic wings above. Losing merely an embodiment was bearable for Winiel. However, the actions of Eileen's Radiant army were excessive. They had seemingly discovered the approximate locations of Winiel's other embodiments through some method, perhaps guided by the God of Light. With the intent of eradicating evil completely, Eileen dispatched the Radiant army to save the populace, halt the war, and simultaneously obliterate the elusive abyssal heart demons. Meanwhile, Eileen herself pursued Winiel's numerous manifestations. I have heard of you. You are Winiel. A deity proclaimed. You are the embodiment of the abyssal succubus god in the mortal realm. Adept at sowing discord. The multitude of abyssal heart demons that have recently emerged are, in fact, summoned by you, are they not? Aaron inquired gravely. With a surge of radiant magic, Light's velocity, Aaron's speed dramatically increased. She drew ever closer to Venir. It seems I still possess some renown. Venir remarked with a smile. Though she did not directly respond, Aaron understood that Venir had tacitly affirmed her suspicions. If it were a formidable demon god's avatar, I would certainly concede. However, I fear not a mere legendary avatar. With a swift motion, Aaron conjured a multitude of judgment blades and unleashed them towards Venir. While these judgment blades inflicted negligible harm upon the ordinary elements of creation, they proved significantly damaging to a demon like Venir. Although she deftly evaded the blades, merely grazing her skin caused her considerable discomfort. What a formidable little girl, Venir mused, yet she felt no anger. Nor did she perceive being harmed by a mortal as a disgrace. For Aaron was no ordinary mortal. She bore the blessing of the God of Light. Nevertheless, even if a demon is restrained, it does not imply that it poses no threat. Little girl, Today I shall impart a lesson so that you may understand, Veneer declared, as she transported Aaron to the skies above a valley. Just as they arrived at the valley's center, with a resounding crash, massive black pillars surged from all directions, connecting heaven and earth. Dense abyssal energy seeped from them, forming a dark veil that enveloped the entire valley. The skies, the ground, and even the fabric of space were sealed off. Aaron's charge came to an abrupt halt. A true abyssal demon god resorts to such cunning schemes to ambush me, Aaron stated solemnly. Here, she felt an overwhelming pressure, her body clearly at odds with the environment, causing her great discomfort. Even her connection with the light elements was diminished by nearly half. In contrast, Veneer's avatar thrived in this atmosphere, visibly growing stronger. Then, with a flurry of movement, more of Veneer's avatars emerged from the dark veil. Their numbers exceeded 20, each enchanting and alluring, transforming the frightening surroundings into a vibrant spectacle. Chapter 90. The deal is struck, the pact is broken. The arrival of the abyssal heart demons threw everything into disarray. Even the already chaotic monster army descended further into turmoil. Moreover, the malevolent nature of the monsters allowed the abyssal heart demons to easily manipulate their emotions and actions. However, this had little effect on Sean. Father, does that vile dragon, Harata, truly wish to trade a golden hide for 1 million magic crystals? One must understand that Harata is a dragon, greedy as one clings to life. The golden hide is undoubtedly far more precious than 1 million magic crystals. How could he engage in such a loss-making venture? Luosi and Sean swiftly soared through the skies. At that moment, Luosi, filled with trepidation, queried. Her impression of Harata was far from favorable, and she harbored distrust towards him. She felt that Harata's intention to trade with Sean was suspicious. Sean casually replied, Harata does not seem to be deceiving us. His intentions are irrelevant. What matters is acquiring the golden hide. If Harata truly desires only the magic crystals, it would ease my concerns. Though Sean believed he could outmatch Harata, he found the presence of Harata not to hinder his quest for treasure. Yet, he would prefer it if Harata remained uninvolved. Let us hope for a smooth transaction, Luosi could only say. Harata's lair remained unchanged, merely the holes growing larger and deeper. Devour abyssal heart demons, plunder 3 stars, appetite. Devour abyssal heart demons, plunder 2 stars, mind communication. Ah, how terrifying. Keep your distance. That dragon is problematic. Ethereal whispers echoed within the cavern. Indeed, the abyssal heart demons were insidious and audacious. A small faction ventured to this location, sensing Harata's emotions. They were eager to incite chaos and push Harata to the brink of madness. However, upon approaching Harata, they were ensnared by an invisible force, drawn into his maw, whereupon they swiftly lost their essence. The abyssal heart demons that had not yet been consumed quickly grasped the fate of their kin. Cursed dragons, they are detestable. Most possessed spiritual abilities. The abyssal heart demons were incensed, but wisely retreated upon realizing Harata was no easy target. Yet Harata was not oblivious. He sensed the elusive delicacies nearby. With 5 dragon jaws wide open, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Dragon's might resonated, revealing a terrifying display of draconic power. In an instant, invisible entities exploded across the vastness, transforming into minute soul crystals. Harata executed a long-distance retrieval, collecting the soul crystals. These abyssal demons were indeed pervasive. However, strictly speaking, they were not much different from monsters. Although Harata recognized the abyssal demons as vile, other races also harbored beings that rivaled, if not surpassed, the abyssal demons in malevolence. Nonetheless, such entities were far less numerous than the abyssal demons. Oh, the 2 scoundrels have arrived. Now I shall acquire the magic crystals. Suddenly, Harata was startled, sensing the presence of Sean and Luosi. Harata, I come. As expected, Sean's voice followed closely. With a flash of aurora teleportation, Harata vanished from his spot, reappearing above the chasm. Here are the magic crystals you requested. Count them. Sean tossed over a gourd-like spatial artifact. Harata extended his psychic energy to catch the gourd, releasing it to reveal a vast quantity of magic crystals. Their quality appeared superior to those Harata had previously acquired. Here you go. Harata's white dragon head regurgitated the golden hide, presenting it to Sean. The gourd was consumed by Harata's blue dragon head. Subsequently, Harata, Sean, and Luosi dissolved their prearranged pact, thereby severing their direct ties. Chapter 91. Leveling up the thieving mouse. With a dismissive attitude, Harata sent Sean and Luosi on their way. Alone, he returned to the depths of the chasm. He sensed the unmistakable scent of abyssal energy permeating the air, anticipating that trouble was brewing. Yet he remained indifferent. At the chasm's bottom, Harata focused his thoughts, detonating the gourd, releasing a plethora of magic crystals that filled his stomach. With a deep inhale, his belly began to tremble violently, akin to a blender. The magic crystals within were visibly shattered into dust, and an abundant flow of magical energy was released, which Harata swiftly absorbed, transforming it into upgrade points for his power. However, the sheer quantity of 1,000,000 magic crystals was formidable, causing his belly to swell, presenting him as a colossal sphere. In addition to the dragon's head and neck, this resembles certain large-headed octopuses. The remaining upgrade points are 100,000, 120,000, and 130,000. Harata's balance is continuously refreshing. His large belly gradually begins to shrink. Unbeknownst to him, 3 minutes have passed. At last, his physique returns to normal, and the upgrade points have reached 1,000,005. It seems that a single magic crystal cannot simply be exchanged for a few upgrade points. Harata's emotions are somewhat complex. Prior to devouring the magic crystal, he had nearly 100,000 upgrade points stored. However, even with the addition of this million magic crystals, he has not approached 110,000. Never mind, these are trivial matters. Harata shakes his 5 dragon heads and commands the system to allocate upgrade points. The system chimes, indicating he has reached the extraordinary realm level 10, with a deduction of 1,000,000 upgrade points. His current extraordinary realm is that of a level 10 master, with 5,000 upgrade points remaining. The buzzing sensation of the upgrade's effects immediately manifests in Harata's body. His heart pounds vigorously, and his already massive form begins to expand with a series of cracking sounds. The more concealed elements aside, his magical dragon might, a more superficial aspect, is wildly inflating. Located deep within a cavern, far from the surface, Harata's growth would undoubtedly cause earth-shattering changes if it were closer to the surface. Yet, even so, a careful observer would notice that the cavern trembles slightly. Unfortunately, no one is nearby to witness this occurrence. In the Firewheel Kingdom, behind the palace, there is a heavily guarded mountain. At the base lies a cave leading into the mountain's interior. Presently, a mysterious warrior clad in azure armor is pushing a small cart in and out. A large rat, dressed in a black tailcoat, stealthily weaves through various shadows, leaping swiftly. His movements are quick and discreet, and in the blink of an eye, he reaches the entrance of the cave. The guards appear oblivious, as if blind to his presence. Is this the treasury of the Firewheel Kingdom? The rat's eyes glimmer with intensity, and the long whiskers at his snout quiver slightly. He muses to himself, reflecting on how he would never have dared to come here before, given that the magical formations were heavily fortified, and even the slightest anomaly would trigger an alarm. However, due to the need to transport precious resources from the treasury to the front lines, the magical formations have been intentionally relaxed, revealing vulnerabilities. One wonders if the golden dragon skin desired by His Majesty might be found here. He is none other than the monster known as Pushi from the Monster Kingdom. Despite his small stature and lack of imposing presence, he is indeed a true duke. However, his legendary status is marred by congenital deficiencies, resulting in weak combat abilities. Many formidable extraordinary masters can easily defeat him. Nevertheless, while his combat prowess may falter, his speed and stealth are terrifyingly formidable. Most legends would undoubtedly fail to detect his self-concealment, and even some of the weaker epic beings would remain oblivious to him. Pushi lifts his small feet and boldly strides into the cave along the shadows. Chapter 92. What brings you here? The city of Chelsea has been utterly reduced to ruins. Tattered corpses lie scattered amidst the debris. Some weaker monsters are wandering here, occasionally gnawing on the decaying flesh. This place has been entirely overtaken by the Monster Kingdom. The original inhabitants are no more, leaving only endless death. Your Highness, why has His Majesty summoned us? Indeed, the battles have been fierce. We have been quite busy. Oh, so many have come. It seems all the dukes and princes have been called forth. Ha ha ha. Is His Majesty planning something grand? To be honest, I am rather looking forward to it. In the eastern part of Chelsea, on a mountain that remains only half standing, more than a dozen legendary monsters are gathering. They are recklessly exuding a fierce and violent aura. The surrounding creatures cower low to the ground, trembling in fear, afraid to attract the attention of these colossal beasts. At that moment, the monsters gaze upon a striking purple-golden giant tiger, adorned with massive wings and a platinum crown atop her head. She is none other than the true form of Princess Loasi, the Grand Princess of the Monster Kingdom. Loasi can feel the restless inquiries from the monsters, who display little respect towards her. This irks her greatly. Damn that evil dragon. Had you not slaughtered my flying tiger knights? How could these foolish creatures dare to belittle me? Loasi silently curses. Taking a deep breath, She suppresses her frustration and coldly declares, "You should all be aware that this invasion of the Firewheel Kingdom is not the primary objective. The main goal is to seek a piece of golden dragon skin." The multitude of monsters nod in silence. Luasi continues, "After much effort, Duke Pushi has already discovered clues regarding the golden skin. My father has gone to seize it personally. Next, we will gather all our elite forces to unlock the treasure. Yes, the golden skin is a fragment of the treasure map. Now that the fragments are complete, we can search for the treasure. In recognition of your hard work, my father has decided to bring you all along to unlock the treasure. At that time, you will undoubtedly reap great rewards." Luasi explains methodically. However, despite her seemingly generous words, the reality is far from it. The reason for not venturing alone to claim the treasure is that Sean fears unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, most treasures are riddled with inexplicable traps and mechanisms. The traps left behind by the demigod Golden Dragon King are sure to be terrifying. Thus, cannon fodder is required, and the legendary monsters present serve that purpose. Of course, should fortune smile upon them, they might secure the treasure without needing to sacrifice anyone. Additionally, these monsters harbor peculiar thoughts of their own, yet it matters little. Sean is confident in his ability to suppress them. "Ah, I truly appreciate His Majesty," one monster exclaims. "To be honest, I am not fond of treasures. I prefer combat." Most monsters are filled with excitement and anticipation, though there are some with peculiar thought processes who regard the treasure with indifference. However, upon understanding the reasons, everyone manages to stabilize their emotions. "Ah, what continuous good fortune." Suddenly, a strange voice descends from the sky. Upon hearing it, Luasi is taken aback, recognizing the familiar tone. She quickly looks up, and upon spotting the voice's owner, her eyes widen in astonishment. "Harata, what brings you here? Did you not say you were uninterested in treasures?" The colorful five-headed giant dragon, now exceeding 60 meters in length, silently glides through the high sky, 5 enormous dragon heads wearing enigmatic smiles. He captures the attention of all the monsters present. Chapter 93. The Ancestral Dragon Might That Dashes Legends Despair. Is this the Dragon King named Harata? His size is truly colossal. No wonder he is the fearsome dragon that annihilated the Flying Tiger Knights. Is he here to seize our treasure? The multitude of monsters buzzes with chatter, their intentions toward Harata filled with malice. Slurp. The massive black ape, Dowan, drools as he speaks to his comrades. "I've never tasted such a dragon. Let's eliminate him and savor his flesh." Derby grins with a sinister smile. "Harata, your timing is both fortuitous and unfortunate." Luasi continues without waiting for Harata's reply. "The treasure is indeed about to be opened, but this is not your stroke of luck. It is your misfortune. Ladies and gentlemen, let us unite and vanquish him. Once our task is accomplished, I shall ensure that my father bestows upon you greater rewards." Los glanced insidiously at Harata and then turned to command the legendary monsters. "Very well, let us slay. The battle begins. We shall eradicate this dragon and seize his kingdom. In the past, I acquired a forbidden tome, which predominantly contained culinary techniques for benevolent dragons, yet it would be intriguing to experiment with the flesh of a malevolent dragon. After all, once a malevolent dragon is slain, few return to seek vengeance, while the benevolent dragons, upon their demise, often have many kin seeking retribution. I wonder if everyone truly desires Los's promised rewards." In an instant, an array of legendary beings unleashed a terrifying aura. In a blink, the clouds within a 1,000-mile radius were scattered by their might, leaving the sky devoid of clouds, allowing the stars to shine more brightly. However, the Earth bore the brunt of the damage due to its proximity. The legendary monsters' powers easily shattered the mountains, radiating outward from their epicenter. In mere moments, the land transformed into a spiderweb-like landscape. Fusion. The colossal entities, Debidian and Dawn, collided and merged into a more formidable black ape, Debian. If it were an ordinary legendary being, or even a peak legendary, being targeted by so many legendary monsters would be unbearable. Yet, Harata was no mere legend. This intimidation was but a trivial matter for him. However, the actions of the legendary monsters instinctively offended Harata. This seemed to be a trait of the ancestral dragon bloodline, influencing Harata. "You foolish wretches, truly lacking in awareness." Harata narrowed his eyes, only to suddenly widen them. With the enhancement of his power, the aura of the ancestral dragon expanded wildly. Harata's original ancestral dragon aura, while useful against extraordinary beings above the golden tier, could not solely defeat foes by sheer force. Yet now, Harata could achieve this. As the ancestral dragon aura enveloped the scene, dozens of legendary monsters became dizzy, weakened, and collapsed to the ground. Their blood cried out. The ingrained timidness etched deep within their veins, erupting violently under the oppressive force of the ancestral dragon aura, akin to flames igniting. In a daze, they seemed to witness their ancestors being tormented by the ancestral dragon. The remaining formidable legendary monsters did not fall to the ground, yet their expressions were filled with terror. A closer inspection revealed their limbs trembling slightly. This cannot be. Los, the alluring savage spirit tiger, was utterly dumbstruck. Just moments ago, she had been fiercely battling Harata. Yet now, a single aura from him rendered her powerless to resist. His form had grown larger, his realm elevated. Was he merely revealing his true self? How could he unleash a power far exceeding his previous capabilities? Such strength would surely surpass even that of my father. Los's heart roared with confusion. Now, I find it difficult to discern my own combat prowess. Gazing down at the legendary monsters, whom he easily subdued, Harata's smirk was tinged with disdain. Yet, within, he felt a void of confusion. He yearned for a formidable expert to fill his being. Chapter 94, Elemental Bomb. Whoosh. Without further contemplation, Harata descended from the skies. How infuriating, how cowardly. Dabidian, the immense black ape, though gripped by fear, was also filled with rage. He was incensed by his own cowardice and overwhelmed by his humiliating display, his blood boiling. His body swelled as he released dark red energy, which formed crimson steam upon his surface. We, the Battle Magic Ape Clan, shall never yield. Even if you are a god, Dabidian struggled to assert, it is unacceptable. Boom. Dabidian tightened his legs and leaped into the air, his massive form soaring toward Harata. The brothers Debbie and Doan were truly terrifying. Dabidian's actions left the terrified legendary monsters dumbfounded, yet also inspired and invigorated. I am the princess of the monster kingdom. If that foolish Dabidian dares to strike, why should I hold back? Los's heart surged with intense shame. She believed herself to be on par with all beings. She would not allow herself to falter. Act. Los gritted her teeth and sprang into action. Bang. At that very moment, Dabidian collided with Harata's chest, producing a resounding crash. The earth trembled beneath Harata's feet. Yet he remained unmoved. Conversely, Dabidian, the assailant, suffered a grievous injury, his massive body stumbling backward uncontrollably. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Except for the white dragon head. The other dragon heads lunged forward, akin to a hunting python, swiftly and ferociously ensnaring Dabidian's limbs, their necks wrapping around his body like ropes. The sharp dragon fangs effortlessly pierced through Dabidian's thick hide. Soon after, even the larger bones within were shattered. The unsettling sound of cracking bones echoing in the ears of the other monsters, sending chills down their spines. Crack. Harata exerted a slight force, tearing off Dabidian's claws. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the gushing blood, which flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Roar. Dabidian screamed incessantly, struggling with all his might. Yet Harata was far too powerful. To him, Dabidian was merely a large toy. Harata, perish. Los's voice rang out fiercely. Moments later, dozens of orbs radiating blue, magical light flew forth. These were Los's latest prized possessions, the elemental bombs. After her recent crushing defeat and ambush by the 4th Legion of the Firewheel Kingdom, she believed she needed something brutal to enhance her combat prowess. Los, you madwoman. Harata had yet to voice his thoughts when the other legendary monsters began cursing. They recognized the orbs as the infamous elemental bombs, reputed to be 4-star items, posing significant danger to legends. Remaining here would undoubtedly expose them to the explosion. If luck were against them, death was not out of the question. Harata's white dragon head lunged forward. Crack, crack. The space ahead shattered as the white dragon head penetrated, traversing dimensions, arriving before the elemental bombs. He opened his massive jaws and inhaled forcefully. The elemental bombs rapidly vanished into Harata's belly. Ha ha ha, foolish. Los could not help but laugh heartily, as she envisioned Harata's belly exploding. Bang, bang, bang. But who would have thought, within Harata's stomach, only a series of faint muffled sounds emerged. Hey, are you kidding? The legendary monsters, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found themselves in even greater shock. Just a moment ago, they had witnessed Harata devouring the elemental bombs, believing he had foolishly sealed his fate. Yet immediately after, the elemental bombs fell silent, as if they were mere fakes. Chapter 95, Ruthless Devouring. Huh. It felt as though there was air in his belly, prompting Harata to burp. This sensation was rather pleasant. Alas, it still could not harm me. Harata shook his head. Crack, crack. Dabidian was quickly torn apart, as numerous dragon heads consumed him. Such a massive creature was entirely gone in less than 3 seconds at Harata's hands. Devouring battle magic ape, plunder, 3 stars, super fury. Well then, the prelude has concluded. The meal commenced, and the numerous dragon heads of Harata turned their gaze towards the other legendary beasts. These creatures, not lacking in years or strength, possessed varying degrees of 2, 3, or even 4-star bloodline talents. However, the more formidable ones had largely dissipated. Please stop. I am willing to submit to you, to serve as your vanguard, aiding you in devouring the kingdom of monsters and allowing you to ascend as the new monarch of beasts, suddenly declared a creature resembling a pangolin with great difficulty. Indeed, we too are eager to submit. You are the true sovereign of monsters. That old Sean, while not weak, pales in comparison to you. It was as if a floodgate had opened, with other beasts following suit in their obsequiousness. For the sake of survival, it was understandable for such lofty beings to adopt such a humble demeanor. Even gods, when faced with death, could hardly exhibit greater nobility or composure than these creatures. How despicable! You shameless traitors! You are nobles of the kingdom of monsters, and yet you dare to betray. Only Los remained steadfast, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "My father is the strongest. This dragon could never defeat him." Harata's sinister grin deepened. Though he was often loquacious, he was, in truth, a reticent dragon. In response to the many beasts' voluntary capitulation, he displayed no reaction. With a swift motion, he opened his gaping maw, unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying devouring force. "No, I am a legend. I am of great utility. I possess my own wealth, which I can offer you." The panicked pangolin legend shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other beasts echoed similar sentiments, convinced of their own worth, as they deemed themselves legends. Many divine orders would readily accept their submission. What right did a dragon like Harata have to refuse? And how could he possibly refuse? Their confusion was palpable. Under normal circumstances, Harata would not have hesitated to enslave these beings with the bloodline slave seal. Such a multitude of legends could significantly bolster his power. Yet, as he detected the delectable essence emanating from them, his nostrils flared, and he could not suppress his ravenous hunger. As a powerful being, he did not wish to demean himself. Alas, consider yourselves unfortunate. Blame yourselves for lacking the protection of the god of river crabs. As Harata's strength grew, so too did his perspectives. While he desired the power that the bloodline slave seal could grant, he would not curtail his appetite to accommodate it. After all, directly consuming these powerful entities would also yield strength. Thus, in that light, it was of little consequence. As he contemplated, the capricious Harata felt justified. One by one, the creatures were drawn in, their bodies began to shrink, effortlessly sliding into Harata's maw. Consumed the golden-armored pangolin, acquired 3-star skill, mountain-splitting technique. Consumed the violent demon bear, acquired 4-star skill, favor of the earth mother. Consumed the celestial demon bird, acquired 2-star skill, wrath of thunder. A plethora of new bloodline skills fused within Harata, becoming an intrinsic part of him. His already formidable presence surged further. Chapter 96, The Four-Winged, Five-Headed Dragon. As she witnessed her companions being ruthlessly consumed by Harata, Los, though proud and stubborn, could not help but feel fear and trepidation in her heart. Perhaps out of courtesy for a familiar, Harata's devouring force had little effect on her. She was the slowest to approach him. In that regard, it seemed Harata had shown some restraint. Yet, Los felt no gratitude. Rather, her resentment towards Harata deepened. The drawn-out process of slowly waiting for death was a form of tremendous cruelty. A swift death was often seen as more dignified. In the blink of an eye, Los became the last one remaining. "Why don't you call your father for help?" Harata inquired curiously, though his demeanor was anything but inquisitive as he struck decisively. With a crunch, perhaps Harata was cursed. Just after he spoke, the space behind Los shattered, and a gigantic tiger paw emerged. "Ha ha ha, splendid. You truly care for this daughter of yours." Harata's many heads erupted in laughter. The black, red, and white heads darted around Los's body, colliding with the tiger paw. Sharp fangs protruded, biting into the paw. With a series of sounds, the paw became tattered and incomplete. A painful roar followed, as the paw instinctively recoiled. "Harata, regardless of your intentions, you shall not succeed." Los was not entirely surprised by this outcome. She appeared to accept it with a semblance of resolution. Harata rolled his eyes, stating, "I have already succeeded." His sole desire now was to swallow Los whole. Beyond that, he harbored no ulterior motives. After all, he was merely a young dragon barely a month old. The blue and green heads clamped down on Los's head and shoulder, tearing with force. The other 3 heads, having devoured the tiger paw, eagerly approached to partake in Los. The scene was gruesome, yet the splattered blood did not touch the ground, for Harata cherished his food. Consumed the Savage Spirit Tiger, acquired 4-star bloodline. Savage Spirit Tiger bloodline. Such 4-star bloodlines held far greater value than equally ranked magical skills. Suddenly, 2 large bulges appeared beneath Harata's dragon wings. What? Harata exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could react, the bulges burst open, revealing a pair of wings belonging to the Savage Spirit Tiger. Now, Harata had transformed into a 4-winged, 5-headed dragon. He felt lighter, and his speed had increased. Excellent. Very good. Thank you for your generous offering, little brat. Harata taunted the deceased Los. In the distance, a loud howl echoed, drawing closer. Harata turned to see a black lion, its face dotted with eyes, soaring towards him. What is happening here? The lion pondered, having previously sensed a surge of power. Why was it now absent? What was the situation with this deformed dragon? The black lion was perplexed. He had heeded the summons of Los and Sean to gather here. Though he too was a legend of the kingdom of monsters, he had arrived a tad late. Meanwhile, Harata's consumption had proceeded at an alarming rate. Despite having numerous eyes, the black lion was unaware that his companions had been devoured by Harata. In truth, several legendary beasts had yet to arrive. As the black lion drew closer, he began to sense that something was amiss. Chapter 97. The alarmed Duke of Magic Mice, Pushi. The lingering scent of his fellow creatures still hung in the air. The earth beneath him seemed to have undergone a recent transformation. What was going on? Why had his old companions vanished? The black lion was engulfed in dread, particularly under the gaze of Harata, which sent shivers down his spine. There was undoubtedly a grave issue at hand. With that thought, the black lion abruptly turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? A terrifying voice thundered toward him. 5 menacing and terrifying dragon faces, adorned with sinister grins, slowly approached the black lion who had just turned around. They spoke. You are a friend of Los and his wretched ilk, are you not? You seem rather eager to pay them a visit. How swift and terrifying it is. Can he teleport? The black lion felt his heart nearly explode. He had not anticipated that Harata, who had originally been far away, could suddenly appear before him. In that moment, he comprehended that the situation had turned dire. The words of Harata sent shivers down his spine, and he hastily shook his head. No, 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 you misunderstand. I am not acquainted with Los. I am merely passing by. Before he could finish his defense, Harata's mouth unleashed a potent allure. The black lion let out a chilling scream as he fell into the crimson dragon's maw, vanishing from sight. Devouring Demon Eye Lion. Plundering 3 stars, killing Demon Eye. In a daze, Harata's dragon eyes darkened slightly. Simultaneously, his pupils manifested a myriad of shadows resembling tiny orbs. This appeared even more eerie. Fortunately, these shadows quickly dissipated, suppressed by the bloodline of the dragon clan. It was time to attend to business. Harata lifted his claws, seizing this surface layer space, which should not be touched. With a crack, the space tore open like glass or paper, effortlessly ripped apart by Harata. Previously, the claws that sought to rescue Los belonged to Sean. Harata had refrained from swiftly eliminating Los, intending to use him to entice Sean and deduce his location in order to reclaim the already sold golden skin. Now, Harata was on his way. Behind the palace of the Firewheel Kingdom, within the treasury, treasures of all varieties filled the space. Gold, silver, jewels, magic crystals, and precious high-star cold weapons, as well as elemental bombs, all were present. Most of these treasures were extraordinary. Even without activation, they instinctively emitted vibrant and colorful effects. However, these treasures were shrouded by numerous magical barriers. Without proper authority, they could not be touched, rendering them merely sights to behold. Yet, there were 2 unexpected guests present. They were the demon mouse Duke Pushi and the monster king Sean. Pushi, lacking combat prowess, had summoned his majesty, upon realizing he could not forcibly retrieve the golden skin enveloped by the magical barrier. Meanwhile, the once calm magical formations erupted with a variety of powers, suppressing the 2 unwelcome guests. Sean, bleeding from his tiger claws, unleashed a terrifying golden power that enveloped and protected Pushi. This golden energy, impervious as adamantine, isolated the magical formation's power. An intruder was detected. Alarms blared, and the magical barriers fully activated to annihilate the intruders. Outside, the human guardians stationed there were in an uproar. Even many nobles from the nearby palace were stirred. Your Majesty, we have been discovered. Pushi trembled. He was not adept in battle, and the power contained within a treasury was quite formidable. Perhaps even an epic-level warrior would find it challenging to breach. Now, despite being sheltered by Sean, he was filled with dread. Damn Harata. You have ruined my future, my daughter Los, and half of my kingdom. The legendary monster is dead. Sean disregarded Pushi. He was far from calm. His agitation stemmed not from being discovered by the Firewheel Kingdom, but from Harata's actions. Furthermore, the reason the treasury was exposed was also Harata's fault. Had Harata not killed Los, provoking Sean to intervene and thereby revealing his aura and power, the magical formations of the treasury would have remained oblivious to him. Chapter 98, Raiden 9, Please cease your fighting. However, despite his desire to consume Harata whole, the matter at hand required attention. Sean turned his gaze to the right. There, a piece of golden parchment exuding a sacred aura hung upon a shelf. This was undeniably the final treasure map fragment. Sean stepped forward, crossing the space to stand beside the golden skin. Pushi gasped in surprise as he was forcibly drawn closer by Sean's power. This involuntary experience drastically diminished his sense of safety. Sean extended his tiger claw, forcibly breaking the magical formation enveloping the golden skin and retrieving it. Without a moment to spare, Sean's gaze shifted to other areas. There were indeed more valuable items. Eagerly, Sean took action. The surface layer space rippled under Sean's power, resembling the surface of water. With a series of resounding booms, numerous magical formations burst as if they were balloons. The treasures stored within flew towards him. Ah, truly magnificent. I feel that merely acquiring the wealth of the Firewheel Kingdom's treasury will allow us to profit immensely in the Monster Kingdom. Pushi stared in awe at the wealth soaring towards them, captivated by the spectacle. Damn it! How dare he steal the wealth of my Firewheel Kingdom? Suddenly, an elderly voice echoed. Following this, a venerable human clad in ancient armor, wielding dual swords, charged in from outside. He was formidable, undoubtedly no less than a level 6 legend. Roar! Sean turned and roared. Terrifying golden light erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the elderly human. Such power! The elder was struck with fear, sensing death tugging at his soul. Yet, being battle-hardened, he swiftly reacted, instinctively raising his swords to block. The impact of the golden light was immense, forcing the elder's swords backward, and his body retreated uncontrollably. Roar! Sean let out another low growl. The golden light intensified, becoming even more dazzling. Ah! The elderly human exclaimed as he was completely flung away. Outside, a chorus of gasps erupted from the veteran general hailing. Sean paid little heed to the commotion outside as he hastened his efforts. In just 5 or 6 seconds, all the wealth had been gathered. The once abundant treasury was now left desolate. Let us depart. Sean grasped the diminutive Pushi. With a series of crackling sounds, Sean's form began to expand. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal 100-meter golden tiger. Roar! The tiger's might surged, creating a storm that radiated outward. The numerous magical barriers wailed in response, descending into chaos. Who is this intruder? Damn it! Unleash the magical formations with all your might. Anyone daring to provoke my Firewheel Kingdom must pay with their life. Outside, Raiden 9, flanked by numerous ministers, rushed in, roaring in frustration. He was far from composed, shocked that while the enemy remained unresolved, his very foundation, the treasury, had been pilfered. The royal city was the heart of the Firewheel Kingdom, housing many powerful beings. Even legends were not uncommon. However, they were relatively ordinary compared to the legends and masters of the Monster Kingdom. From all directions, more soldiers were being summoned, surrounding the area of the treasury, forming a terrifying battle formation. Ha ha ha, this is the second legion of Firewheel, and their formation will not be easily broken. Even by true epics, Raiden 9 laughed confidently. The first legion was also drawing near. This time, the enemy was doomed. The other ministers speculated eagerly. I truly wonder how the enemy will react. Beware, for the enemy General Harlan, the elderly man previously sent flying by Sean, now lies not far away, receiving the ministrations of numerous mages. His condition is lamentable. His hands are shattered, his chest a tapestry of wounds, blood flowing incessantly. He is undoubtedly on the brink of death. Without the presence of healing mages, General Harlan would scarcely last long. Yet, instead of resting in silence, he struggles to open his mouth, attempting to utter something. Do not fret, General Harlan. Leave the rest to us, reassured Raiden 9, who held this venerable commander in high esteem. He distractedly comforted General Harlan. Indeed, victory is assured. We have amassed the majority of our strength from the kingdom of Hualuen here. A haughty smirk graced his lips. I feel that even if a legendary demigod were to descend upon us, they would be unable to extinguish our flame. The nobles, too, harbored an inexplicable confidence, with some even audacious enough to speak of vanquishing demigods. General Harlan, infuriated, rolled his eyes and promptly lost consciousness. Quickly, transport General Harlan to safety, commanded Raiden 9 urgently. Crackling sounds erupted from the mountains housing the treasury, as intense magical energy burst forth, causing the mountain's surface to fracture wildly. Roars echoed, reverberating through the air, striking fear into the hearts of those nearby. Stand back. Clear the space for these formidable warriors to battle. The astute among the weak began to retreat instinctively. Such is the perilous nature of this world. Observing a clash of titans was simply too unsafe. The combatants were reckless, unleashing devastation without regard for their surroundings, causing the very fabric of the world to shatter. The innocent spectators within the vicinity would meet their end without justification. In this realm, the weak have no rights. Yet, before Sean could emerge from the treasury, the skies above darkened, crackling with lightning. The entire firmament twisted, the surface of space fracturing. What could this signify? Raiden 9 felt bewildered. Brat, I have come for you. I wonder if you have assembled my treasure map? Harata emerged from the rift in the shattered space, gazing down upon the mountain that housed the treasury, dismissing the nearby humans entirely. A dragon? The crowd gasped at the sight of Harata. Raiden 9 could not contain his exclamation. This is the palace of the kingdom of Huolin. Your presence is unwelcome, you impudent dragon. You would do well to diminish in size or assume a human form. Otherwise, I shall have to summon the former Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King. Silence, brat. The 5 dragon heads turned in unison to face Raiden 9. Dragon's might. Harata unleashed a terrifying aura that left even the highest-ranking nobles and the lowliest soldiers in a stupor, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Most of the weak collapsed, some even lifeless on the ground, evidently frightened to death. How can this dragon be so fearsome? Raiden 9, despite being a legendary figure adorned with various defensive artifacts, felt his legs weaken, yearning to kneel. Yet, as king, he could not afford to lose face. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. Boom. The mountain finally exploded completely, revealing Sean's massive form. He gazed up at Harata, incredulous. You truly are terrifying. Enough with the pleasantries. Harata had no desire for dialogue. He swiftly leaped before Sean, his claws striking, shattering the very surface of reality. To Harata, the world felt fragile, akin to mere tofu. If you wish to fight, then fight. Sean, witnessing this, completely lost control. He raised his claw and opened his gaping maw to retaliate. A blinding golden light erupted, disregarding all else. The rift widened even further. Thunderous clashes ensued as the 2 titanic beings collided, generating cacophonous reverberations. Yet, it was far from over. They continued to entwine in battle, each strike shaking the very foundations of the royal city. Even the magical barriers of the palace could not withstand the onslaught. The palace itself, in close proximity, suffered catastrophic damage, visibly fracturing at an alarming pace. The shockwaves swept through the area, obliterating nearby humans before they could react, transforming them into gruesome blossoms of crimson. This was undoubtedly an epic battle, far more terrifying than Sean's previous confrontation with Lord Holith. My heavens, who will rescue me from this accursed dragon's might? Though still conscious, the nobles found themselves paralyzed, awestruck by the ongoing clash. In truth, the speed and destructive power of Harata and Sean's onslaught were beyond their comprehension. Merely witnessing the aftermath left them in shock. Please, cease your fighting. Raiden 9 cried in despair. If this continues, the entire palace, even the royal city, will be annihilated. He was genuinely terrified and deeply frustrated. Chapter 99, Gathering in the Royal City. If the kingdom of Huolin were to fall due to the chaos wrought by these creatures, it would be utterly absurd. The thought of such a demise sent shivers down Raiden IX's spine. I am the king of the kingdom of Huolin. I am not some insignificant peasant who can perish without consequence. You madman, this is my kingdom. His mind swirled with intense frustration, a fervent desire to survive. And the pride of kingship. Was the world truly on the brink of destruction? How could it have come to this? Such a terrifying spectacle, everyone must flee. Where is the royal army? I have paid substantial taxes. Come forth and protect me. As the citizens of the royal city began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, they rushed away in a frenzy. Get out of my way. I shall flee first. Among the throng, a petite noble rode forth on horseback, trampling everything in her path. Within the blink of an eye, dozens were left bloodied and broken. The noble's steed, a creature of extraordinary prowess, was akin to a tank for mere mortals. Even a glancing blow could shatter bones. A sinister voice echoed from nowhere. Ha ha ha, in this world of chaos, all beings are potential demons. Let chaos reign. Let fear engulf you, and then act without restraint. This is the paradise of demons. The abyssal heart demons silently approached, beginning to sow discord among the populace. In truth, they had long been present, lurking in the shadows, But the stability of the royal city and the protective barriers of its powerful defenders had previously restrained them, preventing an outright explosion. However, with Harata's arrival and his clash with Sean, the once stable royal city erupted into turmoil. The abyssal heart demons, sensing their opportunity, unleashed their chaos upon the already tumultuous royal city, staining it with blood. Even more terrifying, the eyes of the populace began to turn red, various desires bubbling forth from their very cores. The rationality of humanity was crumbling, fading into oblivion. Damn those nobles! I have endured you for long enough. I shall slay you. The once subservient commoners, who had cowered before the nobles, began to rise up. The emotions that had once been suppressed under intense pressure suddenly surged forth recklessly. Perhaps it is true that extremes lead to reversals. The sentiments of these commoners became even more terrifying. Their desires multiplied. The scene turned bizarre. As these individuals lost control, the thoughts of fleeing vanished, and they began to turn on one another. A cold snort echoed from above. Shortly thereafter, Harata, bloodied from a recent confrontation with Sean, descended wielding the epic sword. The occurrence within the royal city had long been disseminated by the astute officials, who sought various forms of reinforcements. Harata was the first to arrive, being the closest. He unleashed an unparalleled pressure that subdued the entire area. Thuds resonated as many weak citizens, nobles and commoners alike, collapsed in clusters. Evil, perish. While Harata had little recourse against Harata and Sean, he possessed methods to confront the unseen abyssal demons. With a shake of his sword, Harata initiated 3 stars, the call of the sword. The long sword trembled rapidly, generating subtle, yet seemingly endless invisible waves. In a mere 10 seconds, the entire city was enveloped. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, numerous soul crystals became exposed. Activate the fallen formation. This time, although many abyssal demons were slain, they were not frightened into retreat. Instead, they let out frenzied roars. A howling wind swept through, enveloping the entire city. The space here became oddly distorted. Transparent demons emerged from below. They were the embodiments of the abyssal demons. This wave of demons was well prepared, and thus they did not flee. He. The domain of the heart demons descends. Let us merge with this realm. Do not struggle, swiftly release yourself. The will of the abyssal demons reverberated incessantly. Some human masters could not withstand it, unleashing their extraordinary powers, recklessly destroying everything around them. Ugh, I can barely hold on myself. Others, legendary humans, struggled to restrain their surging emotions. Cursed abyssal demons. Harata gritted his teeth, his murderous intent erupting. It was unclear whether this was purely anger towards the abyssal demons or a provocation from them. Perish. Harata began to dance with the sword. A flurry of white sword light shot forth recklessly. The air, space, and black winds were all sliced apart. Soul crystals appeared, scattering across the ground. Yet, various demons continued to emerge as if they were endless. What is happening to me? Someone screamed in terror, only to realize that their flesh was being demonized, transforming into an abyssal demon. Once the transformation reached a significant point, the individual revealed an evil smile. They seemed no longer themselves, but had become a demon drawn to the abyss. Not just one, but in other areas of the royal city, many humans were being demonized, turning into monsters. What an abomination! How did this place become like this? Outside the royal city, the Silver Dragon King, Kayle's soared in. Previously, after parting ways with the Golden Dragon King Alan, he had arrived at the edge of the Firewheel Kingdom and the chaotic battlefield to hunt the heart demons. He believed he could not allow the abyssal demons to spread into the rear of the Firewheel Kingdom. However, at this moment, a human noble contacted him, seeking his assistance to save the royal city. As a benevolent silver dragon, he naturally would not refuse. Yet, upon arriving at the royal city, he discovered the catastrophe was far more severe than he had imagined. Especially the battle between Harata and Sean was most alarming. What wicked beings! Moreover, that dragon must be the legendary ancestor dragon, which had vanished, right? Could it be that the evil dragon mother is scheming again? Kayles felt as if his worldview had been shattered. He swiftly took out a magical communicator. Kayles, Alan, hurry to the palace of the Firewheel Kingdom. There is a grave issue here. As a single dragon, I may not be enough. Alan, hold on. I am constructing a long-distance teleportation array to arrive as quickly as possible. Alan, wait. I have discovered the Holy Maiden of the Light Church is battling an abyssal succubus. Give me a moment. I will deal with this succubus and then bring the Holy Maiden with me. Alan seemed to be constantly online, responding to Kayles shortly after he sent the message. However, she then added, Kayles, all right, be quick and be cautious. Kayles did not wait idly after sending the message. He radiated with silver holy light and rushed eagerly into the royal city. Chapter 100. The brutal assault on the king of monsters. Dragon language magic. Sacred sun purification. Dragon language magic. Demon immunity, resistance. Dragon language magic. Rationality restoration. Dragon language magic. Calmness technique. Kayles continuously recited various spells. His power spread across the entire royal city. Oh, cursed silver dragon. Many abyssal demons found themselves in great distress. Finally, he invoked another dragon language magic, great teleportation technique. Ignoring the barking of the abyssal demons, he suppressed the domain of heart demons and eagerly unleashed a large-scale spatial magic. As numerous weak, extraordinary beings and mortals within the city transformed into a dense silver light, they shot off into the distance. The space trembled, and the creations of the abyssal demons could not hinder this wave of teleportation. The entire royal city visibly thinned out. However, this took a significant toll on Kayles. Even though he was a peak legendary being, he began to pant heavily, his spirit and vitality noticeably declining. Dragon language magic, rapid recovery. As Kayles utilized magic to recover, he also took out various vials containing potions, consuming them. These potions were precious, having been collected and compressed into liquid, magical elements. In an instant, Kayles felt revitalized. Dragon language magic, great teleportation technique. Kayles roared, unleashing unprecedented magical power. The remaining individuals within the royal city vanished at an even faster pace. Not yet finished, Halite had also calmed down and flew over to Kayles, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, sir. The Firewheel Kingdom will surely repay your kindness to the best of our ability. Now, allow me to lend you a hand." Halite extended his hand, directing a harmless and easily absorbable extraordinary power into Kayles' body, significantly enhancing his strength. "I do not require repayment. However, if you wish to bestow some wealth upon me, I certainly would not refuse," Kayles replied with a faint smile. Though he was kind-hearted, he was not naive. Nor was he the epitome of a pure, holy dragon. It was delightful to receive some reward while doing good deeds. Of course, if the reward was too meager and his assistance minimal, he would certainly decline, just as during his last visit, when he and Aelin effortlessly rescued Halite and dismantled the crisis of the Firewheel Kingdom. He felt he had not exerted much effort and thus refrained from boasting. However, now he wondered if the Firewheel Kingdom still had any wealth left. Suddenly, a question arose in Kayles' mind as he gazed towards the distant palace. He could already see numerous human nobles being annihilated by the aftermath of Harata and Sean's battle, including many from the royal family. This indeed signifies a substantial loss for the Holuan Kingdom. Kayles felt a sense of embarrassment in seeking excessive compensation from such a wretched nation. Nonetheless, a frail camel is still larger than a horse. Kayles harbored some expectations for the Holuan Kingdom. Over 1,000 miles away, numerous silvery glimmers materialized in the sky, cascading down like shooting stars. Upon touching the ground, the silver light vanished, replaced by a myriad of humans. Were we rescued? How splendid! Gratitude to that benevolent silver dragon. Oh, how terrifying it was. I am finally safe. The crowd was electrified, their excitement palpable. However, as time elapsed and they gradually regained their composure, particularly the nobles, their expressions morphed into something sinister. Although the previous calamity was wrought by monsters, it hardly justified the unruly behavior of these commoners. Among the throng, a once resplendent noblewoman, now in disarray, glared at the surrounding peasants with a contorted visage. She vividly recalled the affronts she suffered from those beneath her station back in the royal city. She was not alone. Many nobles shared similar sentiments. Near the palace, Duke Pushi of the diminutive Magic Mouse clan trembled in fear, hiding amidst Sean's fur. Shielded by Sean's formidable power, he had so far evaded the lethal aftermath. Yet, panic consumed him as he observed Sean's body sustaining damage, blood pouring forth incessantly. Sean was evidently injured, while Harata across from him appeared in relatively better condition, suffering only minor damage to his scales and a trickle of blood. Moreover, Harata's recovery rate was astonishing. Such trifling wounds vanished in the blink of an eye. On the surface, Sean was clearly at a disadvantage in this battle. Would I perish if His Majesty were slain? What should I do? I do not wish to die. My lifespan is still ample. My clan has hardly produced a legend like myself. If I were to fall, my kin would be reduced to the most wretched of beings, and it would take centuries to birth a new legend. Pushi racked his brain, desperately contemplating. He feared death, especially from the residual chaos of battle. Suddenly, a colorful dragon tail struck towards him. Sean attempted to evade, but the tail breached the spatial barrier, instantaneously appearing at the right side of his tiger face. With a resounding crash, his massive visage crumbled, and Sean's colossal body was hurled away, blood gushing from his mouth and several bloody tiger teeth falling out. You are incapable of instilling any pressure upon me. You are feeble, truly feeble, Harata taunted, relentlessly pursuing the dazed Sean, delivering punches and kicks. Sean seemed like a fragile sack of tofu, continuously caving in as the bones and organs within fractured. The outer layer of his tiger skin was also damaged. Harata's attacks accelerated, leaving a flurry of afterimages in their wake. I require greater strength. Harata swung his tail sideways, delivering a blow even more terrifying than before. 1,000-meter radius was cleaved open, the dragon tail crashing down upon Sean's chest. With a resounding roar, Sean was sent hurtling towards the earth. Upon impact, the ground shattered and buildings crumbled. Yet, Sean did not cease. He carved a massive gash in the earth, plowing through it like a plowshare, extending rapidly into the distance. 3 seconds later, Sean finally came to a halt, having furrowed a significant portion of the Grand Royal City.